Congratulations! You've unlocked the new hero, Aquaman. Li Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as the notification flashed on his phone screen. Just one more hero, and my DC roster will be complete, he muttered with a grin. Li Wei had been obsessed with DC Heroes Smash Bros., a mobile game he stumbled upon during a boring afternoon. Now, he was only one hero away from a full set, Superman. If only this game included Marvel heroes too. Now that would be the ultimate crossover, he sighed wistfully. As a lifelong fan of American comics, Li Wei adored both DC and Marvel. However, Marvel's popularity back in China made its absence in the game a glaring oversight. Just as he was lamenting this, a new message popped up. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to challenge the ultimate level? Yes or no? Li Wei didn't hesitate. Yes. With a sharp tap on the screen, the familiar game music blared through his phone's speakers. One by one, DC's iconic heroes appeared, ready to challenge him. Li Wei's task was clear: defeat them all to unlock Superman. Boom. 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 Li Wei expertly controlled his character, taking down Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Shazam, and the Flash with ease. Piece of cake, he said smugly. After an intense hour of gaming, he finally reached the last boss, Superman. All right, Superman. Show me what you've got. Within minutes, Superman lay defeated on the screen. Congratulations, player Li Wei. You've achieved all hero dominance. Before he could celebrate, his phone sparked violently. What the? Is it overheating? He panicked, realizing he'd been playing while charging the phone. Then, in an instant, boom. The device exploded in his hands. His last thought before everything went black was a bitter curse. Damn you, Samsung. 1989, Los Angeles, USA. Li Wei jolted awake, gasping for air. His body trembled as fragments of his last memory, an exploding phone, flashed in his mind. Calm down. Just breathe. Sitting up on the unfamiliar bed, he forced himself to take slow, deep breaths. The pain he remembered wasn't physical, it was the phantom sting of an explosion that now haunted his soul. But something was off. The room around him was completely alien. I crossed over. The thought hit him like a bolt of lightning. As absurd as it sounded, it was the only explanation. All right, Li Wei. Think. If this is a second chance at life, then I need to make the most of it, he muttered, steadying himself. He scanned the room. It was small, no more than 20 square meters, furnished with a double bed, a wardrobe, and a simple desk holding a bulky CRT computer monitor. Dust motes danced in the sunlight streaming through the window. Peeking outside, he saw a bustling street below, filled with honking cars and busy pedestrians. Okay, this isn't some post-apocalyptic wasteland. Good start. Feeling slightly relieved, he turned to the computer. The monitor was on, displaying an unfamiliar English webpage. While Li Wei's English skills were rudimentary, he could recognize the URL and some basic words. The screen displayed what appeared to be a missing person notice. A photo of a stunning blonde woman dominated the page. Carol Danvers. He read aloud, struggling to pronounce the name. This sounds familiar. Li Wei frowned, trying to place her face. She didn't look like anyone from his old world. Even movie stars paled in comparison to her beauty. Who is she? And why does this name ring a bell? He rubbed his temples, feeling an uneasy familiarity. Was it a coincidence? Or did this world have ties to the comics he loved so much? His thoughts were interrupted when his gaze fell on a small photo frame sitting on the bedside table. Click. Li Wei picked up the photo frame from the bedside table, his movements tentative, his heart pounding. His breath caught as he stared at the image inside. Two people were in the photograph. One was the blonde woman from the computer webpage, her gentle smile now frozen in time. The other person, unmistakably, was himself. What? His mind reeled. Horror and joy clashed in his chest, making it hard to breathe. Without hesitation, he bolted for the door, throwing it open with such force that it slammed against the wall behind him. He frantically searched the unfamiliar house for a mirror, finally stumbling into the bathroom. There, above the sink, hung a large, spotless mirror. Gripping the photo frame tightly, he leaned in, comparing the reflection in the mirror to the man in the picture. After several agonizing seconds of scrutiny, the truth hit him. It's me. His reflection was identical to the man in the photo, every feature matched perfectly. This isn't just soul travel, it's full-body transmigration. But why don't I have any memories of this life? His mind raced to piece together the fragments of his reality. The last thing he remembered was the Samsung phone exploding, the searing pain of shrapnel piercing his body, and the suffocating darkness that followed. Yet now, here he was, alive in this strange world, inhabiting a version of himself that should be familiar but wasn't. The strain of his thoughts was suddenly interrupted by a sharp, splitting pain in his head. Arg! The photo frame slipped from his hands, shattering against the bathroom floor. But the sound was drowned out by his pain screams. It felt like something was forcibly cramming into his brain. Memories, images, sensations all colliding chaotically. The pain was unbearable, his body collapsing to the floor as sweat poured from his skin. He curled into a ball, unable to do anything but endure. When the pain finally began to subside, Li Wei lay on the cold tiles, trembling, his breath ragged. Slowly, fragments of new memories surfaced. Memories of a different life. Memories of this life. He clenched his fists, his voice trembling as he tested the name now etched into his mind. Carol Danvers. His eyes widened in realization. His poor English had caused him to mispronounce her name earlier. How could he not recognize it now? Captain Marvel. He whispered, the name heavy with awe and disbelief. The photo frame caught his attention again. He carefully picked it up, glass shards tinkling softly as he examined the image once more. Carol Danvers. The legendary superhero he had admired from afar in his previous life. And in this life, she wasn't just a hero. She was his fiancée. The weight of that realization hit him like a freight train. They weren't just dating, they were engaged, about to be married. Or at least, they were supposed to be. Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, the shining star of the Marvel Universe. But she was missing. Li Wei recalled the details with painful clarity. Before she disappeared, this version of him, had posted missing person notices everywhere, desperate to find her. But Carol hadn't simply vanished. She had been taken. The memories flooded his mind. Carol's exposure to alien quantum energy, the incredible powers it had bestowed upon her, and the Kree Empire's subsequent capture of her. He knew where she was. Hala, the Kree homeworld, deep within the large Magellanic cloud. But knowing didn't mean he could do anything about it. He clenched his fists in frustration. She's light years away, and I can't even leave the planet, let alone the galaxy. His thoughts raced, recalling Carol's inevitable fate, brainwashing by the Kree, being turned into a living weapon, and enduring countless battles under Ronan the Accuser's command. And worst of all, even when she returned to Earth years later, she would have no memory of him. His heart sank. I have to save her. I have to. He slammed a fist against the floor, the pain in his knuckles barely registering. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. He had crossed into the Marvel Universe, his dream world. He had a fiancée, someone he deeply cared for, someone he was meant to share his life with. But now, all of it felt like a cruel joke. For the first time, he cursed his knowledge of the Marvel storyline. Knowing what would happen didn't feel like an advantage. It was torment. If he didn't know, he could have remained blissfully ignorant, living his life in peaceful confusion. But now? Now, every second was a reminder of his helplessness. No. His voice was hoarse, but his resolve was clear. I'll save her. No matter what it takes. He knew he was powerless now, but this was the Marvel Universe, a world brimming with opportunities to grow stronger. Camouflage. The super soldier serum. Gamma radiation. The possibilities are endless. Even if the risks were enormous, he couldn't let fear hold him back. This is my chance. I can become stronger. I will become stronger. Li Wei's trembling body rose from the floor, every muscle protesting the effort. His clothes clung to his sweat-soaked skin, and his mind was still reeling from the flood of memories. But his determination burned brighter than ever. He would find a way to rescue Carol, no matter how impossible it seemed. As he steadied himself, a faint metallic clatter drew his attention. Looking down, he saw something had slipped from his pocket and landed on the bathroom floor. It was a smartphone. A Samsung smartphone. But this one was different. Its familiar logo had been replaced by a sleek black bat emblem. Li Wei's eyes narrowed in confusion and curiosity. What is this?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Li Wei clearly remembered that he traveled by himself because of the explosion of this mobile phone. Could it be that this mobile phone brought him into this world? Goldfinger. Li Wei was stunned, thinking of a possibility. After all, the mobile phone has clearly exploded into fly ash. How could it still exist? It must be Goldfinger, right? Li Wei no longer supported his body to stand up. He was indeed a little weak and couldn't support it. However, the desire for Goldfinger and becoming stronger made him persevere. Sitting on the ground again, Li Wei hurriedly picked up the phone on the ground and started playing. No matter its appearance or feel, it is no different from his Samsung. Even if he accidentally dropped the phone on the ground because of a mistake, the crack in the broken phone was still there. However, Li Wei firmly believes that it is definitely not his mobile phone, because, on the back of the phone, there is no Samsung in the place where the Samsung logo was printed. Instead, it is a very familiar bat symbol. The half-meniscus-shaped wings and the two small horns on the head of the small bat are symmetrical. There is even an oval frame outside. How could Li Wei not recognize it? This is the symbol of the famous Batman in the DC universe. Beep. Suddenly, the phone screen suddenly lights up. The phone lock screen wallpaper that was supposed to appear did not appear, instead it was replaced by a line of words. Congratulations to the host for the perfect clearance of DC Heroes Smash Brothers and complete DC Heroes full dominance. Hereby, the host will get a chance to draw heroes for free. Any hero drawn can be drawn or summoned. DC Hero. Li Wei was so ecstatic that he couldn't help but surprise roar. Although the DC universe is not as famous as Marvel, it is not as famous as Marvel. But those who know a little bit know that the DC universe is messy than the Marvel universe. The heroes, all rushing to the super gods, accidentally got involved with the divine power of the universe. As for Marvel heroes, most of them are more down to earth, either mutation or technology. Compared to the combat power of the two universes, the DC universe will definitely not lose. Even stronger? Whether it is from the grassroots combat power or from the top combat power, DC will not lose to Marvel. The only difference is popularity. However, the real world does not care about your popularity at all. Strong is strong. If you draw directly to the supreme god of DC, that person who can roar draw can destroy the multi-universe. Roar. Li Wei's roar suck suddenly became rush. He couldn't imagine it. Definitely, just to think about it. After all, there is no such a god-defying character in the DC heroes he played. Beep. With a soft sound, Li Wei couldn't help but look at the phone screen. Anything is possible. Congratulations, a DC hero has been unlocked, extract, or summon. Is it possible that this summoning can also summon the hero directly? Li Wei frowned, but a line of words popped up on the phone again. Extract. You can extract everything about the hero, including skills, equipment, life experience, settings, etc. Summon. Allow the hero to appear in reality with 100% loyalty. So it's like this. Li Wei somewhat understood. Both methods have different benefits. Needless to say, the summoning is natural, as there are many people and powerful, and there is also a little brother who can be instructed at will. However, this drawback is also obvious. That's how awesome your little brother is, but it's not yourself either. Even if your little brother can destroy the world, you are still an ordinary person, the kind that can be killed by a single bullet. But extraction can extract everything about the DC hero, whether it is super ability, or money, or even equipment. It's just that you should let me know which hero is unlocked before you can choose to extract or summon it. As soon as Li Wei's voice fell, the phone screen refreshed again. Congratulations, unlock the DC hero Batman. Batman? This is the leader of DC. Although his strength is average, his comprehensive skills are extremely powerful. He has brains, wisdom, proficient in various languages, fighting techniques, disguise. The key is to have money. I'm just an ordinary person now, so extract. Huh? Li Wei didn't even think about it, and directly clicked on the phone screen. Choose to extract, and all Batman's abilities will be extracted. Boom. A burst of light burst out from the phone. Then, the light radiated into Li Wei's body all of a sudden. Batman transformation, start. At that moment, Li Wei only felt a warm current flowing all over his body. There was a tingling sensation in the muscles all over the body, as if it was a slight electric shock. But it was not uncomfortable. On the contrary, the tingling feeling made him feel a little refreshed. Moreover, Li Wei can clearly feel the changes in his body. He couldn't feel the obvious change in his figure, but when he opened his shirt, he could see which part of the ABS. At the moment, it had already become 8 pieces. Even though he is still slightly thin today, others will only find out when he takes off his clothes. It turned out that there are huge amounts of energy hidden under that thin body. At the same time, Li Wei only felt a bit swelling in his head. Although it was far less painful than when Awakening remembered it before, it still made him feel a little uncomfortable. He knew that this was inputting himself some knowledge about Batman's combat, science, martial arts, and so on. Batman's physical fitness and strength, although he has never injected any messy super soldier serum, it is also not mutated, and there is no exoskeleton armor like Iron Man battlesuit. But anyway, he can also hit 10 one by one. As for Li Wei, let alone his physical fitness, he can never beat 10. He is very self-aware in this regard. But now, he felt a strong sense of strength, and countless fighting moves. The transformation is complete, and the host successfully extracts Batman ability. Reward Batman suit Bat battlesuit, Batman ability, Wayne Manor, Bat base, Wayne group. Even Wayne group can reward? This ability is reversible. In addition to Batman's originally ability, his most important super ability is naturally indispensable rich. Asterisk a Batman who has no money cannot be called a Batman at all. Any superhero that does not rely on mutation and technology must have enough money to support it. There is no doubt that the richest person in virtual history is Scrooge, who loses $1 billion per minute and must go bankrupt 600 years later. His assets are a full $3.154 billion US. And Batman, of course, can't compare with it. Even the history of Stark Group is slightly worse. But no one can deny that his super ability is indeed rich. Li Wei has already seen his soaring wealth, and the Bat Base, which is comparable to Marvel Iron Man. Batmobiles, Batplanes, Batmobiles, can be described as a collection of all vehicles that move on land, water, and air. Through a built-in computer control terminal, these mobile carriers can open the armor and achieve the so-called invisible effect by absorbing part of the reflection of light at night. Batman without a bat base is incomplete. Now, I am the new Batman. Li Wei whistled, his whole body unspeakably confident. Ding! Unlocking the next hero requires the power of a hero. The power of a hero, defeat the hero in reality, it is automatically obtained. Seeing the prompt that popped up on the phone, Li Wei was slightly stunned. Heroic power? In other words, you need to defeat the heroes in Marvel before you can unlock the next DC hero. In 1989, many of the heroes of Marvel weren't born, right? Even this guy with a big shit is probably still a kid, it's his father. The thought of Iron Man Tony Shea Stark's daddy Howard Shea Stark suddenly brightened Li Wei's mind. Right? Howard Shea Stark, how did he forget this guy? If he wants to travel through the galaxy to rescue Captain Marvel, he should be the only spacecraft that can create a jumping wormhole. It can be said that Iron Man's battlesuit was also promoted by him. This guy is a genius. Howard Shea Stark created the Stark industry in his early years. He is also one of the participants and designers of the United States Rebirth Project Super Soldier, which successfully produced the United States Captain. Yes, Captain America can also be said to be created by him. After World War II, this guy helped to create S.H.1.E.L.D, S.H.1.E.L.D. Captain America, it should be frozen now. Find Howard Shea Stark first. Li Wei already has some plans in his heart. With his bat base and Howard Stark, it shouldn't be difficult to build a spaceship. Moreover, if you contact him, you can find other superhero faster. Definitely, looking for Shea Stark will naturally not go directly like this. In this case, he would never see himself. Go to the bat base first, there should be more advanced computers. Asking Li Wei to use a computer in the 1980s to find information is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The most important thing now is to receive Batman's assets and receive his own identity. He put the phone in his pocket like a handsome man, then put on a windbreaker, took the door and went out. This apartment has spent all his and Carol's savings. Originally, he and Carol should have married and had children here for a lifetime. But now, the Marvel woman is no longer there. So, Li Wei doesn't want to stay here, it doesn't make any sense. Since Carol is gone, let this apartment be sealed up. He is going out now. Taxi. After calling a taxi on the street and reporting the address to the driver, Li Wei went straight to the place where Wayne Manor was located. Because Gotham City does not belong to Batman's personal assets, Gotham City cannot be realized either. Therefore, the system thoughtfully placed Wayne Manor in Malibu, west of Los Angeles. Moreover, the Bat battlesuit and everything are also there. To be precise, it was at the Bat base. In 1989, Li Wei softly pressed his temples, and began to think about what heroes he could find in this era. Captain America aside, he is still frozen in the North Pole. The North Pole is so big, it is not easy to find him, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. So, sure enough, do we still have to contact the local forces? After all, if it is S.H.I.E.L.D, it is naturally easy to find some heroes. Soon, the car arrived in Malibu. Malibu, one of the richest cities in Los Angeles. Moreover, this is a paradise for the rich. Here, there are a large number of wealthy villas. And Wayne Manor is no exception. Wayne Manor is close to the sea, on a sandy beach by the sea. This is a private beach with a 5-kilometer coastline, covering an area of more than 20 square kilometers along the coast. Now, it also belongs to Li Wei. I have to say that it is a miracle to be able to occupy such a large land in Malibu. Although the manor does not replace the land with existing buildings, it can only be realized in those temporarily unowned land. But these unowned lands are also owned by Wayne Manor. Moreover, all legal procedures should have absolute legal effects. But this is also due to the fact that it is still early, it was only the end of the 80s. Although Malibu is still famous, many places have not been well developed. So, let Li Wei take advantage of it. Wayne Manor is centered on a cliff as a whole, and then expands backwards around the time. The land covers an area of up to 20 square kilometers, all of which are enclosed by walls, and include more than 100 square kilometers of private sea. Wayne Manor is very large, even the land area is even larger than the average small town. When the taxi driver came to Wayne Manor along a 1-kilometer private road, he even wondered if he had gone wrong. You know, trespassing in private territory in the United States is a very serious crime. Even the homeowner has the right to kill them on the spot. As a result, after halfway through, the taxi driver was reluctant to move on anyway, and then he was surprised to watch Li Wei walk into the rich man's manor. He couldn't believe that the young man who had just sat next to him actually came from this high place. Li Wei was helpless, he could only pay the fare, and walk towards his home. Master Li Wei, welcome back. A well-dressed old man in a black housekeeper suit is standing at the gate and waiting. A polite old man is always easy to get people's favor. Just like people's impression of the best housekeeper, Alfred is totally worthy of this image. Alfred has served the Wayne family all his life and is loyal, and it is not surprising that he is included in Batman's personal assets. Li Wei's mood was agitated, but he suppressed the excitement forcibly, just nodding lightly. Even if, on the way here, he has already proved that what the phone gives is true. But all this, only when he really sees it will he feel more excited. Rich? Batman is really rich. However, they are all their own now. Li Wei was quite satisfied with the selection of the first hero. Then, let me see my bat base. Li Wei is already a little impatient and wants to take a look at his assets. Master Li Wei, please come here. Alfred bowed slightly, half a position behind but constantly pointed out the direction for Li Wei, because this manor was bought recently. It has not been fully developed yet. But you can rest assured that the house is ready. Yes, Wayne Manor is big though. But there are not many real buildings, the only building is on the cliff. The cliff here is a huge rock layer with a very stable overall structure and solid geology. On the cliff, there is a built-in all-glass sea view room. Moreover, one can understand at a glance that this is not the technology that the current era should have. The ocean view room faces the sea as a whole and has an excellent view of more than 150 degrees. Although it is just a house, the technological content contained in it is definitely not small. Standing in front of huge amounts of glass windows, facing the sea, watching Li Wei walk up to the glass, Alfred said, "Glass is a seamless ring-shaped tempered glass. Those stupid workers still want to use the segmented glass, but I stopped it." Li Wei didn't speak, although he didn't know this well. But he also knows that the segmented type is 10 times cheaper than the seamless one. And the effect is almost the same, because the gap caused by the segmented type is almost invisible. Definitely, it's all free, so naturally you want to use the best. Not far from the cliff, a 100-meter walkway extending from the coastline has a private port at the end. Although he has never lived such an extravagant life, Li Wei also knows that it is used to moor yachts. Master, because the water depth is only 35 meters, we can only build a small and medium port. As if feeling Li Wei's gaze, Alfred bent down a little ashamed, with a hint of guilt on his face. Li Wei's mouth twitched slightly. In fact, he felt it was enough. Small and medium-sized ports are not enough. Are you going to use them to berth 10,000-ton ships? Master, please here. Alfred respectfully led Li Wei to the elevator and explained, there is a parking lot underground, the second floor is for entertainment facilities, and the third floor is a housing area. Everyone else is a garage, you are simply a parking lot. But fortunately, Li Wei is already numb, a little extravagant, there is nothing wrong with it. Go to the -3rd floor. Li Wei nodded slightly, then ordered. Okay, master. Alfred nodded respectfully, without the slightest opinion. On the bright side, the villa has only 3 negative floors, because the negative floor is the basement, which is used to store sundries. The second floor was built into a small aquarium. The side facing the sea is made of all glass, and the state of marine life is observed in the original ecology. And the last, unknown -3rd floor is the Batcave. Crack. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the huge, fully enclosed underground base with a height of 20 meters was greeted by the eyes. The area in front of it is far beyond the area of the villa. There is no doubt that this is expanding to the land side. However, compared to the villa area, the Batcave is a bit empty. In fact, there are not many other things besides a bat chariot on the shelf of the bat battlesuit. Definitely, the necessary laboratories and arsenals are still available. Where are the fighters? Li Wei looked at the old man next to him with some doubts. According to the truth, the Batman should also be considered Batman's asset. In fact, the Batfighter also has the Bat helicopter and the Bat jet in the hangar. Alfred's face remained unchanged, and he bent slightly, and those are on the other side behind us. After a pause, Alfred continued, in addition, the Batboat is in the sea due to file size problems. If you need it, we can take a parallel elevator to go there. All right. Li Wei sighed helplessly. Although he seemed to have replaced Batman, he still couldn't understand the extravagant life of the rich. However, this is not something that can be solved overnight. Slowly adapt. Anyway, I have money now, and other problems are not a problem. Li Wei sat on the recliner in the living room, with a laptop on his lap that obviously did not meet the technological requirements of this era. You know, in this era, heavy CRT monitors are still commonly used. Although it is more advanced in technology than the world where he was originally located, the difference is only a few years. At this time, LCD liquid crystal displays have not appeared yet. And the appearance of a notebook in this era is definitely full of disobedience. What Li Wei is doing now is to use his own Wayne Group's unique satellite to conduct investigations. The technology owned by the Wayne Group has to be 20 years ahead of the times, even the History Stark Group is now limited by the times and slightly behind. It can be said that Li Wei now has the upper hand. To find a superhero, it is naturally not so easy for one person. So he wanted to work with SHIELD. However, working with S.H.I.E.L.D. is not always so pleasant. He doesn't want to be used by S.H.I.E.L.D. as a superhero, but wants to control S.H.I.E.L.D. in a detached attitude. Definitely, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. has not changed its name. Today's S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded on the basis of the former Strategic Science Reserve Department of World War II. As for the name, it has not been changed yet, it is called Strategic Science Corps, and the abbreviation is still SSR. It will not be renamed until 2 years later Strategic Dangerous Intervention and Espionage Logistics Department. 14 years later, it will be named National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. As for Li Wei, he intends to speed up this process. There are 3 founders of SHIELD: Colonel Chester Phillips, Peggy Carter Agent, and Howard Stark. Among them, the most accessible breach is undoubtedly Howard, because he is a pure scientist. It looks like I underestimated S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Wei whispered, put down the computer and stretched lazily. Originally, he wanted to directly hack into S.H.I.E.L.D's network to steal information. After all, with technology that has surpassed this world for more than 2 decades, he thinks it's easy. However, he failed. The database of S.H.I.E.L.D and the firewall was written by Howard himself, although the world as a whole is only a few years ahead of the willing world line. But Howard Stark, this guy's technology, can definitely lead the world for more than 20 years. Just like his son Tony Shea Stark, an Iron Man battlesuit also leads the world for decades. Therefore, he not only failed the invasion, but was also discovered. If he hadn't cut off the network in time, I'm afraid Howard Shuntang would find him here. This time, I really stole the chicken without losing the rice. Then, you can only contact S.H.I.E.L.D head-on. Li Wei rubbed his temples with a headache. He originally wanted to invade the S.H.I.E.L.D database, using the technology that has been leading the world for 20 years, and then without knowing it, cheating in the database, creating a false mystery department, and then writing his own identity. Then, he can join S.H.I.E.L.D and even take control of SHIELD. Unfortunately, I made a mistake. Then, all that is left is to take the initiative and make some movement to make S.H.I.E.L.D notice him. Then, take the opportunity to join it. Asterisk sitting in the bat base, Li Wei was lost in thought. In other words, in his mind, he recalled some important plots of Marvel, about SHIELD. According to the plot, Dr. Anim Zola should have died of cancer in 1972. But he did not really die. Instead, he digitized the consciousness of the self-service machine and transferred it to the most advanced supercomputer of the same era. Middle. From that time on, Dr. Zola has been making suggestions and providing intelligence for S.H.I.E.L.D's internal Hydra agent. The most important of these is the Insight Plan, an algorithm used to identify potential threats to Hydra's interests. In other words, since 1972, S.H.I.E.L.D has been battered by Hydra. 17 years have passed, and Hydra will only become more ingrained. Hydra, now the most powerful enemy of the United States. It is also the main opponent of Marvel's early Premier League. According to the timeline, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. director should still be Alexander Pierce. According to the calculation of the Cyclops Nick Fury, according to Captain Marvel, it should be just a young man in his 20s. In other words, it's not the comic timeline. Nick Fury is not the one who lived from World War II to the present, but really only in his 20s. After all, Nick Fury is a superhero. After all, he is a one-eyed man. However, he hasn't been blinded yet. He can only be regarded as an ordinary agent. So, in other words, defeating him won't get the power of a hero. At least you have to wait for him to be blind and become the real power of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alfred. Li Wei clarified the plot in his mind and shouted, "Do we have any cooperation with Stark Industries?" Actually, no, sir. At Li Wei's request, Alfred had to change his name to Mr. Master, and said softly, "We and Stark Industries are in a competitive relationship. Wayne Group and Stark Industries are both weapons research and development companies, and the military is both of us. Big customer. And obviously, none of us wants to give up this customer. Although our weapons are much more advanced than Hanmer Industries, it is a pity that we don't have much advantage over Stark Industries. Therefore, our relationship is very poor, and it can be said that the situation is the same." Alfred shrugged, with a slightly strange expression. "As for cooperation, sir, I don't think there is anything worthy of cooperation between the two arms research and development groups." Li Wei nodded slightly and agreed. Companions are enemies, and this is the same in every world. History. Stark Industry has always been a pure military industry enterprise before transforming into energy. Although the Wayne Group has a broader scope, there is no doubt that most of the Wayne Group's interests also come from military orders. However, in this way, he would have no reason to visit Howard in an open manner. Sure enough, can't it be low-key? Then, prepare it for me. Li Wei stood up slowly. "The bat fighter is ready. I'm going out for a stroll." "Okay, sir." Alfred bowed slightly and took 2 steps back to make the final preparations. Although the bat fighter can go away when it is turned on, there are still some details that need to be dealt with, and the butler Alfred needs to do it. For example, open the passage from the basement to the outside. Otherwise, there is no way for the bat fighter to get out. Crack. After finishing wearing the bat battlesuit, Li Wei took a deep breath and slowly got on his own fighter plane. I have to say that the first time he became a superhero or something, he was still a little nervous. Well, although he went out this time, he just wanted to do things, not to do good things without leaving a name. The Bat Chariot has the most advanced technology of this era, not one of them. Even Stark, there is absolutely no technology comparable to the Bat Chariot. However, Li Wei didn't plan to go out in a Bat Chariot, because it doesn't make sense. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Bat Chariot can only be regarded as a peculiar shape. unless Li Wei prepares to launch missiles with a bat chariot on the street. Otherwise, although it can attract the attention of others, it is not enough to make people call the police. And if the missile is launched for no reason, it is illegal. At that time, it will be more troublesome. Therefore, it is better to go out directly with the bat fighter. Because of this, it seems arrogant enough. I have to say that the bat fighter and the S.H.I.E.L.D future Kun style fighter have some similarities. They are all kind of stealth fighters with extremely high technology. However, the bat fighter is more compact. And driving a bat fighter with such a peculiar shape, it will even be considered an alien invasion. Therefore, the alarm is affirmative. Whoosh! A very strange black fighter plane flew into the air along the coastline of Los Angeles. Suddenly, the whole United States was alarmed. Because now, it's daytime. Los Angeles, Street. Al is a reporter, a shabby reporter. In fact, he hasn't eaten a full meal for several days. In the entire company, he has the worst performance. The other colleagues are all filming the lace news of those little stars, and adding some polish to people can increase the sales volume. However, Al is unlucky. He simply couldn't find any opportunity to shoot those female stars. But once, he finally ran up to a big star and took a few photos. Then, he was beaten by the star's bodyguard. Even his camera was also broken. In fact, he has been in a row for several months, no useful photos have been taken. After all, there are not so many new things and enough sensational news all the time in the world. The problem is that if he does not find some pictures that can cause a sensation, he will be fired from the company. The company does not support idlers. On this day, as usual, Al bought a hamburger with a small amount of money and squatted at the intersection with his camera. He needed to find some useful lace materials to maintain his job. He was so hungry that he didn't even have the strength to hold on. Oh, God, what is that? While Al was eating his burger hungry, there was a group of passers-by who were constantly alarming roar. Al ignored it, because he was really hungry. He just ate his hamburger. Until, a shadow of huge amounts of slowly struck from behind, and instantly enveloped him. Al was a little stunned, because he found himself under this layer of shadow. The whole sky is a bit dark. Oh shit, what is this? Roar was shocked by countless people. Is that an alien? Are aliens going to invade the Earth? Call the police? Call the police. The crowd on the side had begun to panic. Some picked up their phones to call the police, while others screamed and wanted to flee the scene. And Al, he just raised his head quietly. Then he saw a behemoth, just like a legendary spaceship. No, maybe it shouldn't be said to be a behemoth. Compared to other airplanes, this peculiar flight can only be regarded as petite. However, this plane is hovering above him at the moment. Oh, God. Al's mouth widened exaggeratedly, and he was certain that he hadn't found any propellers. After all, according to people's common sense, hovering can only be achieved by relying on the propeller of a helicopter. However, no. Click. The hamburger in Al's hand fell to the ground, and he didn't even think about picking it up. Because he has more important things to do. Big news? This is definitely big news? Crack. After a short daze, Al reacted, excitedly picked up the camera hanging around his neck, pointed it at the strangely shaped flight machine in front of him, and then went crazy shooting. He doesn't care what aliens invade the Earth, he only knows that if he can't find any useful news, he will starve to death in the streets. And now, a godsend opportunity is in front of him. In any case, he will not let it go. More than a decade later, Al said to his son with some rejoicing, "Child, you should be thankful that the mobile phone did not have the function of shooting more than a decade ago, so your father and my camera became the only person who captured that fighter. Otherwise, I'm starving to death, and you won't be born. Definitely, that's all for a while. Moreover, it has nothing to do with Li Wei. He is just showing off like a gentleman in downtown Los Angeles, and in broad daylight, exposing the bat fighter to the people in an open manner. He needs exposure and attention." Then he was waiting. Wait until those passers-by call the police. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm of passers-by is still effective, not to mention the city center. So soon, a dozen police cars swarmed from all directions, blocking all the nearby streets in an instant. If there are criminals here, basically they can't escape. However, fighter planes are used to fly. It's finally here. The police in the 1990s were really inefficient. Li Wei was a little impatient while waiting, and complained angrily. After all, according to his vision, these police officers should come sooner. Since all are here, then follow me. An open and confident smile appeared at the corner of Li Wei's mouth, and then, driving the fighter plane, he flew along the road towards his manor. No way, these policemen can't fly. If they don't slow down, they won't be able to catch up even if they drive a police car. After more than an hour of long-distance pursuit, the number of police cars has doubled. More than 60 police cars followed behind the bat fighter, as mighty as a convoy. Finally, came to Malibu, and, watching the bat fighter, flew into the Wayne Manor enclosed by the wall. Squeak here. The brakes of slippery tires sounded one after another, and dozens of police cars stopped outside the gate of Wayne Manor. However, these policemen stared at each other, and they dared not move forward one by one. "Sheriff, let's go in and capture the prisoner." A fledgling young policeman looked excited, because he would be able to catch the legendary alien immediately. "Catch Nima." The sheriff on the side slapped it with an angry slap, and roared, "Didn't you see where this is? This is Marbury. People who can live here are either rich or expensive. You can afford to be a little policeman. But he broke the law. The young policeman clutched his swollen face and said aggrievedly, "Breaking the law? Who saw him breaking the law?" The sheriff became even more angry, and in his anger, there was a hint of helplessness hidden. He just drove his own private plane over the city. Which law did he break? Not to mention that he didn't break the law at all, even if he did. This kind of rich person is not something we can afford. The United States Police may not have other skills, and the ability to handle cases may also be average. However, they still have the ability to assess the situation. Especially for the rich, they know that they must never mess with it. Because the United States is a democratic country. And this kind of democracy may not be obvious to ordinary people. Moreover, there is even racial discrimination. However, for the rich native to the United States, that is absolute democracy. Not only is it democratic, but it is also very tolerant. Even if you know that the other party has broken the law or committed other crimes. However, as long as there is not a complete chain of evidence to convict him, it is almost impossible. Even the police, if they break into private houses, although they will not be killed on the spot, they will also bear certain legal responsibilities. After all, the United States has extremely strict protection of private property. Therefore, these police officers had clearly arrived outside Wayne Manor, but one or two of them did not dare to enter at all. They can only report this matter and let their superiors send higher-level personnel to talk about it. Maybe the CIA, the FBI, or SHIELD. S.H.I.E.L.D. is far from being as transcendent as it will be in the future, both in terms of ideology and reality. However, it also belongs to an organization with certain privileges in the United States. Alfred. Li Wei shook the tall wine glass in his hand and looked at the police officers outside like a monkey show through the large surveillance screen. Gentlemen. The gray-haired but still vigorous old housekeeper bowed slightly, with a respectful and natural attitude. We have guests arriving, so let's meet them. Li Wei chuckled and ordered. He has become a little obsessed with the life he is now. He once heard that the President of the United States used satellite to watch the live broadcast during the Vietnam War. And now, it is not that difficult for him to achieve this level. The other side. Nick Agent, this is information about Li Wei, the owner of Wayne Manor. Get in the car quickly. You can see these on the road. Maybe it's providence or coincidence, the future S.H.I.E.L.D. director, the Black Cyclops Nick Fury, is now in Los Angeles. Although his position is not very high now, he is not regarded as the highest person in charge of the Los Angeles area clear. Nick Fury, the future S.H.I.E.L.D. director, the Black Cyclops received the information from the Black Agent, then got on a black Chevrolet and drove towards Malibu. He is a little fat now, looks very young, and does not have the boldness of a future S.H.I.E.L.D. director. At least, the eyes are not blind yet. Well, I haven't been blinded by that orange cat, which can actually swallow a planet. It seems unremarkable, just like the tens of millions of blacks in the United States. Name, Li Wei. Sex, male. Age, 27 years old. Nick looked at the information about Li Wei in his hand with interest. Graduated from Princeton University and studied biology, physics, mathematics, engineering, geography, theology, history, etc. At the age of 10, Li Wei's parents were killed by gangsters. At the age of 11, Li Wei started training. 21 years old, received a degree in criminology, law, computer, chemistry, and engineering. Over the past 10 years, Li Wei has taught himself to be proficient in 15 languages of different countries and invited famous martial arts tutors from all over the world to teach him fighting. During this period, he has trained more than 100 fighting skills. At the age of 23, he has mastered the ability to adapt to all environments, is familiar with the security system, and can use various blindfold methods. At the age of 24, he took a one-year absence from school and went to Africa with an unknown purpose. At the age of 25, he received higher degrees in biology, physics, high-level chemistry and engineering. 26 years old, studied law, medicine, high-level computer engineering. Nick Fury looked at the 10 big pages in his hand, full of various deeds of Li Wei since childhood. Clearly, Nick's head is big. Because it's unscientific? How old is this talent? 27 years old. At the age of 27, he obtained a degree in more than a dozen college subjects, and he taught himself to be proficient in more than a dozen different languages. Not only that, but he is also proficient in hundreds of fighting techniques. This is not something that can be done simply by having the ability. It can be said that what this man has done has almost exceeded the limit of human beings. Oh shit, this information must be fake. The first reaction Nick suspected was that he had taken the wrong information, and it wasn't the 27-year-old guy who had the juice. It should be the profile of a 40 or 50-year-old rich man. But instead, he denied it himself. As a SHIELD, he knew it very well. For these wealthy people, all departments of the United States have always been readily available. In order to be able to quickly respond to surveys when needed again, to study the personality characteristics and hobbies of these people. For example, Li Wei, the information stated that he is an absolute rationalist, so he never drinks. Because in the final analysis, the United States serves these rich people. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, they cannot even the United States government, but there is still a council on it. Why? Because these councils are rich people? Some of the funds allocated by S.H.I.E.L.D. are all regulated by these people. A penny stumps a hero, not to mention a lot of money. Therefore, the information in his hand is either true or it has been tampered with. Nick Fury's reason told himself that he should have been tampered with. However, his instinct tells him this is true. This guy named Li Wei may be terrible. Nick Fury feels contradictory now. He must see the person as soon as possible to be sure. This person, he is a little interested. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are quite capable nowadays. At the same time, Li Wei was also looking at his information in his villa. The difference is that Nick Fury's is a paper version, while he uses a computer to view it. However, these things should be forcibly inserted. Li Wei looked at the Batman logo mobile phone in his hand with a headache. He was just an ordinary person yesterday, and it is impossible to have such complicated information. Therefore, this can only be an effect after replacing Batman. However, this is not the point. The point is that this information looks a bit exaggerated. However, in Marvel, this is not a problem. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Wei's mouth. It took Master Batman decades to reach this level, and at best he only got it with a slight pain in his head. I have to say that this feeling is quite subtle. If you insist, just one word, cool. At least this resume is quite perfect, more perfect than any superhero in Marvel. And outside the manor, dozens of police cars are still surrounded. The police did not dare to enter the manor without a search warrant, and they did not dare to issue a search warrant at all. Because once a search warrant is issued, they will only be unlucky at that time. A few hours later, when the policemen were struggling and wondering what to do, the future S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Cyclops Nick Fury, finally arrived. Sir, you are finally here. A police chief hurried to greet him as if he saw a savior, and tears almost flowed out. Can any of you tell me what the situation is now? Nick Fury said faintly. His eyes swept across the policemen, which made them feel cold all over. Although he is still young, Nick has shown sufficient deterrence. However, these policemen look at me and I look at you, but they are embarrassed and no one speaks. Because they don't know what the situation is. They didn't even dare to enter the manor, even if the gate of the manor was wide open. However, their feet were as if they were filled with lead. They couldn't move at all, because the back of the door gave them a terrible feeling. Nick Fury immediately understood that these policemen looked. They couldn't count on it anymore. But it just so happened that he didn't have much hope in the first place. The reason for asking such a sentence is just a routine thing, lest anyone say that they look down on the police and deliberately engage in special police conflicts. Go. Nick made a gesture, led the black-clothed agents behind him, and then began to walk toward the manor mightily. Mr. Fury. Alfred stood in front of the open door, bowed slightly. Mr. Li Wei is already waiting for you. Please follow me. Nick Fury nodded lightly, seemingly not surprised that the other party could know his identity. Definitely, there must be a little surprise. However, he can control his emotions well. These rich people will have a certain intelligence network more or less, even the staff within the government may be their people. Even if they are not their people, they will have a cooperative relationship with them. Being able to find out his identity is just a phone call. However, this also illustrates the energy of the owner of this manor from the side. Nick Fury is not a person who sits and waits for death, so he is ready to take the initiative and grasp the initiative to obtain intelligence. With a gentle smile on his face, the black man said softly, "This old gentleman, how do you call Roar?" Before he came, he had read the information of everyone in Wayne Manor, and he naturally knew the identity of the old housekeeper in front of him. However, sometimes it's not that you can't ask if you know it. This is a conversation technique. Alfred Pennyworth. The old housekeeper had a smile on his face. Just call me the housekeeper. Mr. Butler. Nick Fury nodded slightly, but his heart sank. He knows very well that this old man who looks very kind and makes people feel good about it easily and involuntarily, under his seemingly old body, what a huge amount of energy is hidden. Alfred Pennyworth, an excellent agent of the former MI6 of the Ying State Intelligence Agency, had participated in World War II. However, after the end of World War II, he resigned from MI6. Originally he wanted to be a housekeeper, but at his father's will, he came to the United States and became the housekeeper of the Wayne family. Although the old man is old, Nick Fury has no doubt about his strength. Any agent is worthy of attention, especially those who have participated in World War II. Even if he is old, Nick can feel the threat of him. He has reason to believe that if he and others have any unruly intentions, if they are more than a dozen of them, they will all be brought down by this old man alone. Evil capitalism. After walking a full 2 or 3 kilometers, they walked from the gate where the wall was located to the bottom of the cliff where the villa was located. Even Nick Fury can't help feeling resentment and jealousy at the moment in his heart. Wayne Manor, which covers an area of more than 20 square kilometers, is really too big. Nick knows very well that many people like to do this. Let them, visitors, walk a long way before seeing the owner, and spend 10 minutes, firstly, to kill their patience. The second reason is to make them feel dissatisfied, so that they have an absolute advantage psychologically. In this way, the initiative can be better controlled in the negotiation. Crack. More than a dozen people got on the elevator, but they didn't feel crowded at all. It is even wider than the elevator in the hospital. As a result, some small emotions arose in the hearts of these agents. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor because it was a meeting area. The 3rd floor below is the guest room area, with enough rooms reserved for guests. The meeting area needs to be more solemn. When necessary, parties can also be held here. Walking out of the elevator, Nick saw the man sitting on the sofa at a glance. Very young? Even being too young, a trace of surprise flashed in Nick's eyes, but his good psychological quality quickly eliminated this surprise. However, he was still a little jealous, because the man in front of him is not only young, but also looks very handsome. This is a bit unbearable. Rich, young, handsome, my god. Nick held his forehead, some felt a headache, such a character, he felt a little tricky. However, Roar still has to be played. Mr. Li Wei. Nick Fury deliberately pretended to be relaxed, lowered his posture, and greeted him with a smile on his face. And his eyes are observing Li Wei's expression, observing everything around him. But in the end, his gaze stayed on the goblet in Li Wei's hand. The red liquid, exuding a mellow aroma, is red wine. Damn it, doesn't the information say that he doesn't drink? Nick Fury wanted to scold his mother at the time, and couldn't help getting angry. Although drinking or not drinking is a trivial matter, it occupies a crucial factor when analyzing a person's character. According to the information, Li Wei never drinks, because it is a copy of Batman's information. So, based on this wrong information, Nick concluded that this person is an absolutely sensible person. Because alcohol can paralyze people's nerves, and only those who want to stay sane at all times can. But it's different now, because he drank. So, the previous analysis based on Li Wei's absolute reason is completely invalid. Nick Fury, hello. Li Wei stood up, stretched out his hand to shake hands with the black man in front of him, showing a bright smile. Smiling on the surface, MMP in my heart. That's it. The phone did not respond, indicating that Nick Fury is not a one-eyed man. The phone will not give him any opportunity to exploit loopholes and cheat. At the very least, it won't work until Nick Fury is blind and defeats him. However, although there is no response. But who knows if he can gain heroic power if he defeats him now. Anyway, try yourself and you won't suffer. Moreover, it happens to be a test of your own ability. Drink water. Li Wei took a glass of boiled water and handed it to Nick Fury, with a gentle smile on his face. Thanks. Nick Fury hesitated slightly, took it politely, and took a sip. Mr. Li Wei. Nick Fury had a formulaic smile on his face, and he just wanted to say something. But the next moment, he felt a powerful force coming from his hand. At that moment, Nick Fury's face changed because he knew it was bad. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Nick Fury's figure was instantly thrown to the ground by Li Wei over the shoulder. Thump. The future S.H.I.E.L.D. director fell head over heels. The sudden attack made Nick not react at all. When he reacted, a sharp pain had spread throughout his body, even paralyzing his body and nerves, making him immobile. And his glass that was supposed to be broken, at the moment is being held in his hand by Li Wei. Puff. Wow. Li Wei has the power and is not forgiving, punching Nick Fury hard in the lower abdomen. The severe pain made Nick not even have the strength to scream, and immediately spit out a mouthful of clear water. Is the water just drunk just for this moment? A minute later, a large area of the reception hall was already lying down. The white-haired old butler on the side had a calm expression and handed Li Wei a handkerchief very intimately. Da-da. The sound of shoes stepping on the ground was so crisp, but it was like slaps Nick Fury on the face with loud slaps, filling his heart with aggrieved feelings. He didn't understand until now, why did he do it well? However, Nick has already verified the fact that the information Li Wei got is true. All of the martial arts masters written above are true. He just felt the strength of the opponent from the bottom of his heart. But Li Wei didn't care what he was thinking. He just took out his phone and took a look. Sure enough, there was no response. In other words, it was a waste of time. Li Wei sighed quietly, wasting his energy. The agents who were beaten on the ground were even more aggrieved. Even if you hit someone, you still sigh. Do you think they are not enough to fight against you, or do you look down on them? Take me to your headquarters. Li Wei walked slowly to Nick Fury and said lightly. However, facing Li Wei's indifferent tone, Nick Fury almost didn't get angry. You beat them half to death when you meet, just for this? The headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. has never been a secret, whether it is the Strategic Science Corps, which has not yet been renamed, or the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics in the future. It may be confidential for ordinary people, but for rich people, the headquarters of any department is public. Definitely, although headquarters is public, the address is different. Li Wei checked the famous Sanqui headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, but there is no one now. That place is still just a small island in the river. Why don't you go directly? After finally regaining some strength, Nick Fury looked at him strangely. Li Wei was silent suddenly, then punched Nick Fury in the lower abdomen, and said lightly, take me there. I take. Nick Fury nodded quickly and said yes, with a distorted expression on his lower abdomen with one hand. It was completely painful. This kind of person can't be described with common sense. He must have been so embarrassed and angry just now, right? Must be. Very well, let's go. Li Wei finally smiled, nodded in satisfaction, grabbed Nick Fury by the collar, and lifted him from the ground. Then walked slowly towards the elevator. Nick Fury clutched his abdomen and walked slowly towards the elevator. Originally he thought Li Wei would take him to the garage, so he originally planned to remind Li Wei that S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is in New York. However, he saw the elevator slowly stop at the -3rd floor. Nick Fury's pupils shrank suddenly and looked at the elevator buttons. He was sure that there was no -3 button there, only the -2 floor. However, although he had doubts in his heart, he just didn't ask. Because Nick Fury knows that the more wrong words are said, and the more questions are more likely to be beaten. Just like just now, Li Wei can easily become irritated and irritated. On the way he came, he thought that such a person was absolutely sensible, and he was really blind. However, as soon as he stepped into the -3rd floor, he looked at all this before him, his eyes widened for an instant, and his mouth became dirty. I forgot about being beaten by Li Wei just now, because all this in front of me is really too exaggerated. Holy shit. Gosh, what did I see? The dozen or so agents upstairs were forgotten by him. Now Nick just wants to take a good look at this high-tech -3rd floor? How does this look like a basement? This is clearly a small base. You know, the Strategic Science Corps has always been supported by the great inventor She Stark, and technology has always been ahead of the outside world for several years or even more than a decade. Therefore, the agents of the Strategic Science Corps have always maintained a sense of superiority to the outside world. But now, this sense of superiority has disappeared. He doesn't know if She Stark can do this, but he only knows that this base alone seems to be countless times taller than his own Strategic Science Corps. This is only the part he saw, and what he didn't see. Nick Fury couldn't help but swallowed, his eyes constantly shining. Go, boarding. Li Wei kicked Nick's ass impatiently, and then walked straight to the bat fighter parked on the other side. And Nick Fury also followed suit at the same time, but his eyes flowed in every corner of the base from time to time. Nick Fury is not a genius, but he also knows the most basic math. The area of the hall he saw now was already several times that of the variable building. Moreover, it is conceivable that such an advanced base cannot have only such a hall. I took Nick Fury on the bat fighter, but it didn't start instantly. Li Wei just hugged his chest and looked at the person who felt like a hillbilly. Comrade Shield Director in the future. Mr. Li Wei, what's the matter? Nick Fury was stared at by that inexplicable gaze, and he couldn't help feeling a little cold, and then he just happened to meet Li Wei's indifferent eyes, a little embarrassed, and asked nonchalantly. Address. Oh. Nick quickly reacted, Manhattan, New York. Nick has no guilt at all for betraying the old nest of the Strategic Science Corps. After all, he didn't resist ability at all. When the time comes, just say it was coerced. What's more, it was only a rich man who brought him past, not a terrorist. Well, should it be? Nick looked at the high-tech fighter plane full of science fiction with some uncertainty, and couldn't help swallowing. Manhattan. Li Wei turned on the automatic navigation and driving function of the fighter, but was lost in thought. He remembered that S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is in the Washington area, right? Why was it still in Manhattan 20 years ago? Manhattan. Li Wei's expression froze. He remembered that it seemed that the Stark Group building was also in Manhattan. The Strategic Science Corps was originally funded by She Stark, and it has been so for so many years. And what high-tech She Stark has, it is also the first time to support the Strategic Science Corps. And the reason why S.H.I.E.L.D. was squeezed away in the future, wouldn't it be because of She Stark's building? It seems that it is very possible. Mr. Li Wei, can you take the liberty to ask? After observing the small warplane cabin, Nick Fury couldn't help but asked a little curiously, how many years is Wayne Group's technology ahead of the outside world? This question is actually not a taboo. Even for businessmen, this is a compliment. Because technology that can surpass the times can often bring them a lot of benefits and reputation. Probably 20 or 30 years. Li Wei said indifferently, and his heart moved, but the thought of talking with Nick Fury suddenly came up. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. is still not established. And, sooner or later it will be established. So, why not directly unite with the One-Eyed Shield Director, to establish S.H.I.E.L.D. in advance? Well, if Nick Fury can be good now, it should be easy to control the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Thinking about this, Li Wei couldn't help showing a kind smile. The one who controls the S.H.I.E.L.D. horse, he likes it the most? Nick Fury was somewhat straight-haired by Li Wei's eyes. He didn't even know that his fate has been doomed. Ignoring the bloodstains on his face, Feng Han, who was enraged, had already ignored Minerva's attack in the distance, and now he just wanted to kill these annoying flies in front of him. After killing the Kree in front of him, the instinct to fight drove Feng Han to dodge. The Kree who wanted to sneak up on Feng Han threw himself into the air, and was grabbed by Feng Han's arm, and the powerful force directly broke the bones of his arm, and the bones that were too inverted at both ends even pierced the flesh and combat uniform leaked into the air. Ugh! The pain of the broken bones made the Kree who attempted to sneak up on him wail. Feng Han gripped his arm, slammed it into a circle, and slammed it to the ground, stepping on the head of this broken Kresian and smashing his head like a watermelon. Ignoring the 4 splashes of dirt, Feng Han raised his hand to wipe the blood that had been splashed on his face before. Now Feng Han exuded a terrifying aura on his body. Feng Han's eyes exuded a dangerous light, like a wolf king who was angered by a group of dogs, slowly scanning a circle of people in the Kree Star Special Warfare Team who were calmed by Feng Han's series of operations just now. Feng Han's eyes were extremely cold, making these Kree people who were swept by Feng Han chill all over. Annoying flies, have you played enough? Yang Rogue immediately realized that something was wrong. This Kree Star's Special Operations Master, Combat Hero, and Combat Experience. He noticed that something was wrong with Feng Han. Originally, in his young rogue's opinion, Fang Han was a guy with great power, but not enough experience and skills to use it. To put it bluntly, he is a lucky earthling, that is, the powerful strength of the white blind body and that Qigong wave. But now, the more young rogue looks at it, the more wrong it is. How long has it been fighting? It wasn't even 5 minutes, but Fang Han had gone from a young white who was not even as good as a recruit's egg to a very methodical attack, and even young rogue was wondering if Fang Han had deliberately pretended that he would not know anything before, so that they could relax and then kill them all. But as the time of the battle grew, young rogue understood that Fang Han really didn't know anything at the beginning, and the reason why the attack was so methodical later, it seemed to be similar to the professional soldiers of Kree Star, and even various skills were still growing, all because he used their Kree Star's tricks. The conclusion of this result made young rogue almost not bite his tongue for a while. Is this a joke? In less than 10 minutes, he could master the professional fighting skills of the Kree Star army so familiarly. Was the talent of this earthling so terrifying? In fact, the bloodline of the Syuns is really so terrifying. As a combat race, Syuns are born with great strength and the use of Qi, and they can also continuously improve their actual combat experience in battle, learn each other's combat skills, and even some tricks can be displayed in a similar way as long as they have been performed in front of them. And this trick will become more and more proficient as they continue to use it, and in the end, it will be even more familiar and proficient than you, the original. Fang Han didn't notice this at first, but he now realizes it, which is why Fang Han can kill 2 Kree. I don't care about anything, but I can learn, and I can kill you if I learn. After killing 2 Kree people in a row, Fang Han is now murderous, and these Kree people around him have all been on the death list in Fang Han's eyes. Originally, although Fang Han had great strength and said that he was very majestic and domineering, in fact, Fang Han was still very comfortable, because his family knew his own family affairs, and he would not know anything at the beginning. But the battle went on to this point. Facing a group of alien enemies who wanted to kill him, Fang Han had already left other ideas behind, especially after Fang Han killed 2 Kree Star people, or 2 professional special operators. Fang Han now has no fear. They are also living creatures, they will also bleed to death, and they are not better than themselves. What is there to be afraid of themselves? Looking at Young Rog and others who came up from the siege, Fang Han quickly swayed to avoid Minerva's attack in the distance, and at the same time a fierce whip swept out to force Young Rog to retreat them. Taking advantage of this kung fu, Fang Han held his hands empty, and 2 Qigong waves were instantly hit by Fang Han. These 2 pale white Qigong waves bombarded Young Rog in the blink of an eye, and in an instant, Young Rog was bombarded out by a powerful and unmatched force. The power of these 2 Qigong waves made Young Rog fly directly out hundreds of meters away. This move not only caught the 2 Krees around Young Rog off guard, but also made Minerva in the distance have no time to support. And Fang Han quickly grasped the fighter, took advantage of this gap to rush up and fight with these 2 Krees. Now without Young Rog, Minerva does not dare to shoot easily, then the fate of these 2 Krees can already be doomed. The 2 of them will follow in the footsteps of the 2 Krees before and die in Fang Han's hands. Ahem, I really didn't expect that you could learn the fighting skills of our Kree people in such a short time. Young Rog looked at the 2 corpses in front of Fang Han. His eyelids couldn't help jumping, although these were temporary team members, but they were also their own people, so they were killed by Fang Han. Now, in addition to Taeyong Rog, there is only Minerva, his own person. There are many things you didn't expect. Besides, the military hand-to-hand combat techniques of our Earthlings are no weaker than you Kree Star people. Fang Han is now full of confidence, and he is sure to leave both Young Rog and that Minerva. Hehe, I really regret it. I should have let more people come. I really underestimated you. Young Rog rubbed his chest and constantly pumped cold. Fang Han's 2 Qigong waves were not so good, even if he was wearing a combat uniform, he was not lightly beaten. I also regret it. I didn't expect you to be beaten like this, and you can still jump alive after receiving 3 Qigong waves from me. Fang Han looked at Young Rog's uncomfortable look and felt very happy. I bullied my woman before, and now it's your turn to come back. Young Rog smiled helplessly, and then said, you are really strong, so strong that 1 or 2 special operations teams can't beat you at all. You are a very strong person. Fang Han narrowed his eyes, the blood of the Syuns in his body, instinctively felt the crisis. Do you know why I've been talking to you since the beginning? Young Rog said suddenly boom. Kicked on the wall, but failed to hit the target smoothly, causing its owner to curl his lips a little uncomfortably. Found the villain hero Brock Rumlow, crossbones. Defeat to get heroic power. The screen of the mobile phone in the pocket suddenly lights up, revealing 2 lines of characters. As for Li Wei, naturally it is impossible for Xiangxin to take out his mobile phone to see it at this time. After all, this one in front of him is also a formidable opponent. Well, at least for Li Wei nowadays, this is indeed the case. At the moment when he saw crossbones, Li Wei's heart suddenly surged with the blood of wanting to fight. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. He will not make that kind of stupid behavior that despises his opponent. What's more, this is a hero. Defeating him can gain heroic power. His second DC hero was obtained right behind this guy. Hey, Rumlow. Wait, we are not enemies. Nick Fury was the first to react and hurriedly spoke out to persuade him to stop Rumlow's behavior. However, neither Crossbones nor Li Wei subconsciously ignored him. The poor one-eyed man who became famous in the future was just ignored by the gorgeous Crossbones. Very good. Li Wei was somewhat satisfied with the first superhero he came across to meet him. Crossbones, a master of imitation, is the right-hand man of Red Skull. He has been loyal to him for many years. He is also a member of Hydra and a world-class mercenary. He has defeated the captain of the United States several times with his bare hands. For this guy to appear in S.H.I.E.L.D., Li Wei is not surprised at all, because the current S.H.I.E.L.D. is not the department full of superhero in the future, but a puppet infiltrated by the villain organization Hydra. Definitely, a small agent like Nick, I don't know now. Li Wei, who is familiar with the plot, knows very well that the guys like Hydra have been using the banner of S.H.I.E.L.D. to create all kinds of panic and chaos and gain benefits from the war. The Crossbones in front of him is one of the most famous thugs in Hydra. Although this guy appeared as a villain hero, he was different from other heroes. The Captain of the United States is called the Captain of the United States because he was injected with super soldier serum. Captain America, who has not been injected with super soldier serum, is just a thin young man named Steve Rogers. Iron Man is called Iron Man only because of the Iron Man battlesuit. There is no Iron Man battlesuit, just a playboy named Tony Stark. There are countless examples of superhero like this. However, there are still some heroes who rely on their own ability to become heroes. For example, Crossbones is one of them. He has never injected super soldier serum, has no mutation, and has no money to develop technology. He is just an ordinary person who constantly exercises to break through himself, and he is a powerful special fighter at the top of the sky, and he has no way to break through the limits of mankind. Therefore, now he is only in his 20s, in fact, he has reached his peak. Even in a few years, he won't have any breakthroughs. Because if you break through again, you will break through the limits of ordinary people. But he doesn't know how to practice cultivation. Second, he doesn't know how to cultivate immortals. Third, he doesn't have a serum. How can he break the limit? Therefore, Crossbones at the moment is not much different from Crossbones 20 years later. It is also because of the small difference that he was recognized as the villain hero at this stage. At this point, Li Wei is actually the same as him. Li Wei's ability comes from Batman, and Batman is also an ordinary person, unable to break through human limits. The only difference from Crossbones is that Crossbones has a certain or two attributes, reaching the limit of human beings. And Li Wei, an attribute of any aspect, has reached the limit of human beings, including money. Batman is a rich man, he can have money to develop technology. Therefore, Batman often relies on his status as an ordinary person to compete with other heroes and even Superman. It can be said that Captain America is 50-50 in Marvel, while Batman is almost 50-50 in DC. You are looking for death. Crossbones looked at the Asian youth in front of him, and directly ignored the black man behind him, with a cruel smile on his mouth. Obviously he is a handsome guy in his 20s, but he smiles like a pervert. Li Wei couldn't help but shook his head, but saw in his sight, this perverted guy directly pulled his hand to his waist and pulled out a silver-white pistol. The action is extremely fast. Although he is a hero, Crossbones is not a fool, he has to play some close combat with others. He has a gun in his body, why should he fight others in close combat? I just wanted to sneak a kick just now because it was smooth, but now that you can use a gun, why not use it? Go to hell, poor worm. Crossbones grinned, then pulled the trigger. Fuck. Nick Fury's pupils shrank suddenly, he yelled, and he quickly climbed up the stairs when he came. As an agent, he knows that he doesn't have time to shoot himself. The first thing to do is to escape the opponent's shooting range and line of sight, and then to think of drawing a gun to counterattack. However, Crossbones just sneered and ignored him. This kind of weak bug could not attract his interest. In his eyes, only Li Wei. He has an intuition that the person in front of him is terrible, giving him a very dangerous feeling. So, he directly raised his gun and aimed at Li Wei. Boom. Pulling the trigger with his finger, a bullet came out of the barrel with sparks, drawing a beautiful and dangerous deadly arc. Li Wei was motionless. At such a short distance, and it is also a stairwell, there is a serious shortage of dodge space. It can be said that it is almost inevitable. Although Li Wei's physical fitness has reached the limit of human beings, if there is enough distance and space, he can also do a good job of avoiding bullets. However, the point is that there is no distance or space now, so, without a doubt, he was shot. Asterisk boom. The yellow-orange bullet hit Li Wei's chest, and a smug smile appeared on Crossbones' face, but, ding, there was an extremely crisp sound from the bullet and Li Wei's chest. A black Batman battlesuit appeared in Crossbones' sight. Batsuit is made of Kevlar material and metal titanium as raw materials. This uniform can be bulletproof, explosion-proof, impact-proof, cut-proof, and fireproof and insulated. Gloves and boots are specially strengthened, which helps protect Batman from the reactionary force when attacking with fists and feet. The edge of the glove also has a metal blade. The material of the cloak is light and conducive to gliding, and with temperature regulation, it can maintain the body temperature, and the muscles will not freeze during combat. This is probably the charm of money, right? Crossbones would probably not understand this kind of desperation. So, this made Crossbones, who was still smiling at the corner of his mouth, his expression instantly solidified, because he watched that the bullet lost its impact and fell directly from Li Wei's chest. The heart of the chest hit by the bullet showed no trace. Oh, shit. Crossbones feels like he has seen a ghost. This Nima, this black tights, is still bulletproof? It was stunned for Crossbones, but for Li Wei, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. Oh, no, maybe I haven't been stung yet, because I don't even have the slightest tickling sensation on my body. Is this superhero so weak? Hey, it's sad. Li Wei shook his head slightly, then looked at Crossbones with a surprised look, smiled and said, you seem to be surprised. Boom, boom, boom. Crossbones still shot Li Wei's head and abdomen constantly. However, the more he shot, the more desperate he became. Is this guy all bulletproof? Congratulations, you got it. Li Wei's smile seemed to be mocking him in Crossbones' eyes. Nick, who was covering his ears behind him, was also looking at Li Wei in the black combat uniform. His mouth opened wide and he couldn't say a word. He suddenly felt a little bit that he was lucky that he didn't offend this guy. Indestructible? What kind of clothes is this again? Nick's mouth was drooling, but Crossbones' body was constantly backing away. He saw a helmet suddenly appeared on Li Wei's head. Bat helmet, use impact-resistant synthetic graphite appearance and bulletproof fiber coating to protect it from light weapons, and contain lead to prevent radiation and perspective. Under the helmet, it is equipped with night vision, thermal imager, sonar, gas mask, miniature radio receiver and walkie-talkie system. It also hides some small organs that can release tear gas or electric sparks to prevent someone from trying to take off the helmet. This is the power of money. Did I kneel down myself or I came myself? You shot me 5 shots in total. Li Wei looked at Crossbones and said, but Crossbones was angry. Boom! He violently used all his power and bombarded Li Wei. He hates the power of this technology. Therefore, he must tear up Li Wei completely to ease his inner anger. But, Crossbones is faster, and Li Wei is faster. It seems that you want me to do something to you. Li Wei's voice, along with his shot, moved roar towards Crossbones. Crossbones obviously didn't know that Li Wei on the opposite side was also a hero. He looked weak in DC, but he was able to laugh till the end. Boom! With a simple kick, Li Wei instantly kicked the Crossbones that was close at hand with the pistol in his hand. To be precise, it was a kick on his arm, forcing the pistol in his hand to get out. Crack! With a crisp sound, almost instantaneously, the sweat on Crossbones' forehead was densely left along his cheeks. At that moment, everyone present clearly understood that Crossbones' right hand was fractured. He is too confident to this distance, to match the speed of drawing the gun that he has worked so hard. Can shoot before anyone reacts, and there is no chance for anyone to dodge. In other words, 100% can be shot. Therefore, he was so confident that he only shot 1 shot. Ever since, he was tragic. His arm was kicked and broken in an instant, and there was no gun. Originally, if he played close combat with Li Wei in a proper manner, Li Wei would never try his best at once. Instead, he will be treated as a free sparring partner, so he can play for a while. By the way, hold off for a while, and wait for the true leader of the Strategic Science Corps to lead the team to see you. However, if Crossbones himself doesn't cherish the face he gave, then Li Wei can't be blamed. 5 shots at me, then I'll hit you 50 punches. Boom. The pain of fracture, even for Crossbones, is not deliberately ignored. He can hold back not screaming, but as long as there is pain, he will feel the pain. And the broken right hand after this pain is bound to affect his performance in close combat. Facing Li Wei's immediate punch, Crossbones almost subconsciously stretched out the remaining left hand to resist. Click. However, the next moment he regretted it, and a huge force came from his hand. Then, there was another crisp fracture sound. At this point, both his hands were broken. As for the remaining 2 legs, sorry, Li Wei also didn't plan to let it go. If you say you are given 50 punches, then you will be given 50 punches. Asterisk, there is no doubt that Crossbones is very strong. The tall figure gave him a great strength base, and he originally possessed agility that was not commensurate with it. Even in the face of the so-called boxing champion in the world, or some so-called fighting champion, he will not lose. However, this time he was completely misguided. How does it feel to concentrate hundreds of kilograms of power on one point? There is no doubt that, in one sentence, you may die if I punch you. Bang bang bang. Li Wei was hitting hard, 50 punches. Crossbones is now really feeling the reason for this sentence. Batman, don't look like a weak scum in the movie, but it depends on who you are compared to. He is surrounded by a bunch of non-human beings. Needless to say, this guy is as awesome as his name Superman. Aquaman, Cyborg. Sorry, Batman chose to have money. What did the rich Batman do? Ultimate human physical fitness. Since he was 11 years old, he has carried out physical and intellectual training. After rigorous physical training, specific dietary structure and biofeedback training, he has reached the highest level that represents normal human physical fitness. His strength, speed, endurance, reaction speed, and flexibility surpassed the Olympic champions of the same period. In order to keep his body always in the best condition, he never drinks. What is the human limit? That is the limit of strength, 800 pounds, about 300 kilograms. For clean and jerk, limit of reaction speed, you can catch the arrow shot by green arrow with your bare hands. Limit of speed, match the best human sprinters. Limit of ability to fight against attack, mainly rely on firm will and Kevlar protective gear. Endurance limit, comparable to a human decathlon champion, holding his breath for 5 minutes and 15 seconds underwater. And the final flexibility limit, comparable to acrobats and Olympic gymnastics champions. This is an extremely perfect person. It can be said that Batman represents the most perfect human being, so his punch with the Batman's arm gloves is incredibly powerful. Crossbones was punched by Li Wei, breaking his hands. Although this guy is strong, he is still a human being after all, and his strength is limited. Theoretically, each muscle fiber of the human muscle tissue can generate a force of about 0.3 micronewtons. So, when converted, every square centimeter of muscle can produce about 100 newtons of force. If you want to reach the limit of strength, assuming that the arm muscles can provide half of the strength, and the rest of the strength comes from the legs, hips, shoulders, etc., then you still need to mobilize the triceps and all around it within a range of 55 centimeters. Muscle. In other words, the theoretical ultimate strength of the human body is about 5,000 kilograms. However, everyone knows that humans cannot bear such power. If you forcibly endure it, then the entire bone will be shattered, truly shattered. Unless you go to practice, to forge bones. And Li Wei, whose physical fitness is approaching the limit of human beings without limit, just hit with anger. This punch definitely has more than 300 kilograms of power. So tragically, Crossbones was almost killed. His limbs were beaten to comminuted fractures. The kind of crushed powder, think of the broken vase. Definitely, Li Wei is also very measured. Although he is someone, he never thought of killing Crossbones. After all, this is someone else's lair, he still understands things like staying on the line when doing things. It's not difficult to kill him, but wait until he pulls Alexander off the horse. Well, Alexander is the director of the active SHIELD, the spy leader of the Hydra organization who sneaked into SHIELD. He is also the administrator of the Winter Soldier. Boom, 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 boom. Li Wei punched and then hit Crossbones straight, and the sound made Nick Fury at the entrance of the stairs behind him looked terrified. The small pistol in his hand was held in a daze, not knowing what to do. To be honest, he was very angry when Crossbones pointed a gun at him, so he was not to be outdone and prepared to draw back his gun. However, before he could fight back, he found that the powerful super agent in his game was dying and bruised all over by Li Wei, and being beaten constantly in the face. It is the kind that really hits the face, punches to the flesh, and is constantly rubbed by Li Wei on the ground. It hurts to hit someone with the slap, but it's just a skin injury. What Li Wei needs is to break his bones one by one. Stop, stop all for me. Hurry up and stop. Finally, the large forces at the headquarters of the Strategic Science Corps finally arrived. A group of people swarmed in densely and instantly blocked the entire stairway, and the person in the lead is still constantly shouting, "What are you doing? Put down your gun." The blonde white man in the lead yelled loudly when he saw the members of the Rapid Reaction Force who were raising his guns beside him. Naturally, these people couldn't oppose their boss's decision, looking at each other, but finally put down their guns. However, the vigilance in the heart has not let go. However, Li Wei turned a deaf ear to Crossbones' face with punch after punch. Even in the end, the entire cheekbones of Crossbones' face collapsed. Definitely, it just looks miserable. In the final analysis, Li Wei is also a decent person and wants face. Mr. Li Wei, I will definitely give you an explanation on this matter. Please stop, how about it? The white man had a gentle smile on his face. It seemed that the man covered in blood and broken limbs lying on the ground was not the same as his confidant. Tisk. Li Wei stood up slowly, as if strangling a dog, threw the beaten Crossbones to the side of the Rapid Reaction Force member, and made a disdainful sound by the way. I'm really intolerant. I only hit a punch, this guy can't hold on. Li Wei shook his head. This contemptuous attitude made a group of special soldiers gnash their teeth. But they can only remain motionless. The situation is uncontrollable. The most powerful super agent in his family has been beaten into a dead dog. This person is obviously terrible. Mr. Li Wei, please here. Seeing Li Wei stopped, the white man was finally relieved, greeted him with a smile, and even made a pleased gesture. Asterisk the Strategic Science Corps is far from being the detached S.H.I.E.L.D in the future. 20 years later, S.H.I.E.L.D will ignore no one except the Security Council, which provides money to SHIELD. But today, 20 years ago, the status of the Strategic Science Corps was not much higher than that of the FBI. Even, because the Strategic Science Corps does not listen to the announcement, it is not taken seriously by the United States government, and its status is not as good as the FBI. Had it not been for the positions of Philip and Carter and the financial and technical support of She Stark, I am afraid that the entire organization would have already been swallowed up. For rich people like Li Wei, they dare not offend. Even if Li Wei beat his confidant to death. What's more, this is their first hand. Well, although it was Li Wei who invaded illegally first. However, he can deduce that Nick Fury brought him here. In the United States, money can really do whatever you want. Soon, the white man disbanded the Rapid Reaction Force on the side, and accompanied Li Wei to the reception hall with only a few agents. Get to know, Mr. Li Wei. The white man stretched out his hand with a kind smile. Alexander Pierce, the active director of the Strategic Science Corps. Oh, Director Pierce. Li Wei glanced at him faintly, and then stretched out comfortably on the sofa. He didn't mean to stand up at all. You members of the Strategic Science Corps don't understand the rules. What you said is. Pierce was a little embarrassed with one hand hanging in the air, but he quickly adapted to it, withdrew his hand, his smile on his face remained undiminished, and there was no trace of embarrassment or irritation. and he didn't feel it, but the other agents on the side looked angry. Obviously he trespassed first, but instead falsely accused them of not knowing the rules. Is there any reason? However, it is a pity that in the United States, the rich are the principals of heaven. Unless, you are not really rich. Or maybe you were caught for tax evasion. Otherwise, other people are not qualified to move you at all. The Wayne Group, even the United States, which is full of consortiums, is a behemoth. To put it simply, the Strategic Science Corps can't afford it. Beep. The intrusion is successful. The firewall is cracked. Start copying data dash. When a mechanical sound came from the headset, a smile appeared on the corner of Li Wei's mouth. 20 years ago now, there is no artificial intelligence at all. Unfortunately, he has an artificial intelligence. The plan to remotely hack into the Strategic Science Corps through the internet failed, so he has been planning to invade from within. And now, it is obvious that he has succeeded. In a corner where no one could see, a miniature robot slowly inserted the slender object into the computer. And this tiny robot can only be seen by Li Wei, because it uses the same technology as the Bat Fighter and can be invisible. Wayne Group is definitely a world-class super chaebol. The Wayne Group's business is so extensive that few people can reach it. From the most basic military production, to medical treatment, to all kinds of facilities for the benefit of the people, including but not limited to buses, subways, water conservancy, cruise ships, airports, and so on. From the standpoint of status, perhaps Wayne Group has not yet reached the point where the umbrella in the world of Resident Evil is covered by one hand. However, the brilliance of business exploration is beyond the limit. Therefore, it is not incomprehensible that Wayne Group has conducted research on robotics. Perhaps more than 10 or 2 decades later, the defense work against the invasion of micro-robots will be very strict. But today, 20 years ago, people couldn't even understand what a robot was. Therefore, to find a miniature robot hidden in a corner is tantamount to idiotic dreams. Even if I found them, I wouldn't understand what it was. What's more, Wayne Group also has dozens of satellites to form a complete satellite system. Brother Eye System. A satellite system dominated by an artificial intelligence called Brother Eye, and this Brother Eye system even set off an end of the world in the DC world. However, this is the Marvel world. There is also no agent organization called Checkmate, and there is no person from Max Lorde, who hacked into Brother 1. Therefore, there is no need to worry about something going wrong. What's more, because he was afraid of accidents, Li Wei has already made people look back at his brothers. And on the basis of this two-pronged approach, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D's predecessor Strategic Science Corps has no secrets in front of Li Wei. Li Wei was still sitting in the lobby chatting with Alexander Pierce, while the robot on the other side was still conscientiously stealing all the information about SHIELD. Then, by the way, plant a backdoor in the S.H.I.E.L.D system. A backdoor that can view and even tamper with any information without permission from anyone. As long as the backdoor is successfully installed, it can be used for decades without being discovered at least. Beep. There was a crisp sound from the headset, causing Li Wei's mouth to tilt slightly. Well, the well-known S.H.I.E.L.D in later generations, now called the Strategic Science Corps Department, has been completely cracked and invaded by Li Wei from the inside out. Even Li Wei did not directly do it himself. This, really is the best era. Feng Han's words confused the Supreme Wisdom, which vaguely caught something unusual, but did not understand it. Yang Rogue also sensed that something was wrong, but he didn't find anything wrong. Could Feng Han still break free? Feng Han shook his body and let his tail break free from his pants. It had been stuffed for a long time. Looking at the glowing stars in the sky, Feng Han turned his head to Yang Rogue and said, "Actually, I was already desperate at the beginning, but I didn't expect that Kree star also had a moon." Yang Rogue was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Ah, nothing. What a coincidence. The moon of Kree star is a full moon," Feng Han said, and his body had begun to tremble uncontrollably. Something is wrong with him. Yang Rogue is even stupid and finds that there is a problem with Feng Han's state now. Feng Han gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and on the surface of Feng Han's body, blood vessels burst out, as if something violent was rampaging inside. The body was trembling, the originally linear muscles became thicker and stronger, and Feng Han's height instantly increased from 1 meter 8 to 3 meters, but then retracted to 1 meter 8, and then grew to 4 meters. "No, his situation is very wrong, stop him." Yang Rogue shouted and commanded the Kree soldiers behind him to step forward. Feng Han now even had difficulty controlling his expression, but he still squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "It's too late." The metal ring that bound Feng Han was trembling, and immediately after, the incomparably strong metal ring was squeezed, and then broken, and the energy ropes bound to Feng Han's body were also broken by Feng Han that was constantly getting bigger. The clothes were burst with swollen muscles, and the hair began to cover Feng Han's body, and as Feng Han's body continued to grow, an extremely terrifying aura spread throughout the temple in an instant. Wow! A terrifying roar emanated from the temple of the Kree, and a thunderstorm-like roar formed a substantial sound wave that transmitted the indomitability and anger contained in this roar to the Kree. The deafening roar instantly made the Kree soldiers in the temple lose their combat effectiveness, and these Kree soldiers curled up on the ground and wailed one by one with their ears covered in pain, and even Yang Rogue was shocked by this roar and turned pale and shook. Having endured Fang Han's terrifying lion roar skill at such a close distance, it was already a miracle that Yang Rogue could still stand now, and the supreme wisdom is now completely frozen. God, what kind of creature is this in front of it? A terrifying body more than 10 meters high, 2 huge nostrils on the hideous head constantly spewed out rough breath, the whole body was covered with tough fur, the eyes were bloody, and the arms and legs were as strong as giant pillars. Great ape. Supreme Wisdom wasn't sure what the terrifying creature that appeared in front of him was, but it did look like a huge ape. Phew. 2 thick snorts erupted, and Fang Han, who transformed into a giant ape form, felt that he was now extremely violent, and he had an urge to destroy together, but on the other hand, Fang Han's rational intelligence suppressed this violent ferocity. In this state, Fang Han felt that his strength had increased by at least 10 times? How is it possible? Yang Rogue felt that his head had frozen. Obviously he was just an earthling, how could he become such a fierce monster? This is cold? Carol Danvers looked at the mountain-like giant ape beside him with some uncertainty, and the shadow cast by this giant ape shrouded the small half of the temple, completely covering it in it. Fang Han, who was obviously just an ordinary person just now, how did he become such a giant beast? Carol Danvers felt the monstrous violence and ferocity from the giant beast in front of her, and at this time, a violent giant beast, its body was full of destruction and destruction. Hey, seriously, I'm weird myself, and I didn't expect me to be like this. The giant beast, or Fang Han, spoke up. You've been suppressing yourself until now. Yang Rogue looked at the oppressive beast in front of him like a small mountain with a complicated expression. He thought he had won, but now it seemed that he was the loser. No, at first I really thought I had no choice, but who would have thought? Fang Han said and shrugged. A hill-like ferocious beast shrugged. This strange movement made those Kree soldiers who rushed in open their mouths one by one. What did they see? In the Temple of Supreme Wisdom, a terrifying giant beast appeared. Catch him. Supreme Wisdom roared. Such a terrifying behemoth, once controlled, will become another powerful weapon of Kree. Hey, you don't think these little ants can beat me, do you? Fang Han said, raised his legs and stepped down heavily. The legs like the Optimus pillar fell heavily, and the temple shook violently, and even the broken part fell, and the hard ground, centered on Fang Han at this time, appeared deep cracks, scattered in all directions like spider webs. The impact of this trampling blow caused all the group of Kree soldiers who had just rushed into the temple to fall, and the terrifying shockwave injured their internal organs, and the violently shaking ground made them all lose their balance and fall to the ground. Yang Rogue was already stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't dare to imagine how many disasters such a terrifying giant beast would bring to Kree. Moreover, this giant beast was brought by him? And Carol Danvers, now her brain is blank, she can't connect the terrifying and hideous giant beast in front of her with the polite Chinese youth. Why does all this look so weird? Yang Rogue suddenly found that a huge shadow appeared above his head, and he raised his head tremblingly to find that a huge head as a house was less than 50 centimeters away from him. The hot snort that erupted from the huge nostrils, and even the blowing of Yang Rogue was a little shaky. Fang Han looked at Yang Rogue playfully and said, "Hey, man, you should be very glad that you saved Carol, so I will also let you go once. Do you feel lucky?" Yang Rogue only felt that his head was buzzing, his 2 ears could not hear anything else, all humming sounds. Yang Rogue even felt that his head was a little dizzy, and it seemed that he was shaken by this huge sound with a slight concussion. And Yang Rogue's reaction was not within Fang Han's consideration at all. A thick giant hand appeared in front of Yang Rogue, and Fang Han bounced Yang Rogue directly like a fly. When I saw this paragraph, to be honest, Li Wei's heart was still shocked. At the beginning, he was complaining about how the scientists of the United States government were so spicy. After decades of successful development of the super soldier serum, Wei Mawai has made no progress. But now he understands. It turned out that Abraham was so cruel, he just scrapped all the research materials. Just like a math problem, these research materials are the process of solving the problem. And the captain of the United States is the answer. As a result, Abraham erased all the problem-solving process, leaving only one answer. Therefore, the remaining people can only rederive the problem-solving process on the basis of the answers. It's not hard to blame. Even with the help of Iron Man's father, Howard Stark, it has taken more than 40 years to date, but this is only a semi-finished product of the super soldier serum. Yes, it's just a semi-finished product. The process of restoring the super soldier serum is actually using the answers to restore the problem-solving process. The most important thing is the formula used in the problem-solving process. When Captain America was alive, he was able to draw blood from him to get answers. But he has been missing for more than 40 years, so during these 40 years, the Super Soldier Serum project has almost stalled or even been stranded. Geniuses such as Howard have only completed most of them now, but there are still some important formulas that have not been perfected. Definitely. This information was not originally stored in the database of SHIELD. The database only mentions a little bit, and the specific research results are not shown. Because in the final analysis this is also Howard's personal research, others have no right to force him to hand over the research results. These things should all be stored in the database of the Stark Group. Time does not allow Li Wei to read all the information on the spot, so he mostly just looked at a catalog and knew that there was this thing. Afterwards, he put the phone back. Then, he took out another cell phone from another pocket. The phone with the Batman logo engraved on it. Congratulations, get the power of a hero and unlock a superhero, is it, activated. The line of words on the phone was clear and bright, which made Li Wei's original excitement even more agitated. Lottery or something, it's always the case that I don't save my name and don't change my name. All it takes is luck. According to the famous Krypton scientist Li Wei, based on Murphy's Law of Krypton, as long as there is enough luck, even if it is a 1% chance of winning, you will definitely win in the end. But without this luck, even with a 99% chance of being a lieutenant, it is impossible to win the prize. So, activation. Boom! A ray of light flashed from the phone, like a star moving and the universe changing. Unspeakable mystery. I don't know how long it took, and finally there was a signal on the Batman's phone. Congratulations to the host for getting a hero, whether to extract or summon. Mr. Li Wei. Nick Fury greeted him the moment Li Wei came out, his face a little anxious. On the side, there is another agent in suit and leather shoes. Obviously, Li Wei has been in this bathroom for a long time. So, Pierce has sent someone to urge him. Well, let's go. Li Wei nodded, and then walked forward first. Even Nick Fury, who followed behind, couldn't hold back. Then, they went straight to the elevator like this. And, go straight to the top floor. Finally, enter the stairwell and walk up to the rooftop. The whole process was done in one go, just like S.H.I.E.L.D. is Li Wei's house. Nick Fury is a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Shit, did you go wrong? Mr. Li Wei, director, we are still waiting for you in the meeting room. Nick Fury swallowed saliva, smiled reluctantly, and reminded in a low voice. Because in his opinion, Li Wei is going to leave if he doesn't agree. After all, if it's okay, why go to the top floor? It wasn't to drive his bat fighter to leave. Then let him wait. Li Wei said unceremoniously, feeling refreshed. Because just now, he learned another good news. He suddenly discovered that not only Stark, but Wayne Group is also one of the collaborators of the Strategic Science Corps. Moreover, it is the most important collaborator. Originally, Li Wei could not understand all this, but thinking of Batman's full funding of the Justice League in the DC world, and even building a watchtower base for the Justice League on the moon, he understood. The Justice League is not part of Batman's personal property. However, Batman's funding for the Justice League is. So although you can't buy one, get more, and send the entire Justice League over, you can transfer this investment in the Justice League to other institutions in the world. For example, the Strategic Science Corps. So, he is the real uncle now. What is he afraid of? What's more, the building at the moment has been completely invaded by Li Wei. You are welcome, destruction or explosion, only between Li Wei's thoughts. He has allowed the micro-robot to bury countless detonating devices. Pierce probably didn't know that his life was completely controlled by Li Wei. So, Li Wei is going back for Mao. Nick Fury was speechless for a while and didn't know what to say. But when they got on the rooftop, they found that at the moment, there were already people around the bat fighter, observing and studying the beating. There was only one person studying, but there was a group of guys around. Scientists and members of the Rapid Reaction Force are on guard. However, there is only one person who dared to study without Li Wei's permission: Iron Man's Big Daddy, Howard Stark. Howard She Stark. A playboy in his youth, but an elderly Huahua who has remained unchanged since he got married. Apart from women, the only thing that interests Howard is probably technology. Therefore, when he saw a bat fighter standing on the rooftop, he was a little excited and incoherent. Because the bat fighter seemed to him, it was simply a dream. Oh, my goodness, this is awesome. What on earth is this? There is such advanced technology in this era. My god, I think I've fallen in love with this big guy completely. Howard She Stark was like a kid who got a fresh toy, yelling there. In fact, the expressions of everyone around him are not much better than him. All of them are extremely shocked, because this next generation product, even they are the first to see it. Howard She Stark. Li Wei still recognized the old man. There was no way. It was too easy to recognize. The iconic slapstick attributes are exactly the same as the future Iron Man. Howard Stark was born in 1917, and later got married and had children after playing enough, and married his current wife Maria Stark. At that time, he was 51 years old. The reason for getting married is probably because the safety measures were not done well, which resulted in Maria becoming pregnant. Howard only got his son when he was 52 years old, but he was still able to harden. I have to say that he has a lot more approval than the average person. Well, the open life actually does not need to be explained. Without him, there would be no future Iron Man. Hi, Mr. Stark, hello. Li Wei slowly stepped forward, and took the initiative to reach out to this guy with a smile on his face. He has always been full of respect for scientists. Hello, young scientist. Howard also reacted. He stretched out his hand to hold Li Wei together, with a faint expression of praise on his face. You did a good job just now. It bypassed my firewall and it was clean. If I hadn't had the back door inside, even I have no way to find your trace. Howard is not a good person either. Obviously the firewall of the entire Strategic Science Corps was designed by him himself, but he still installed a back door behind his firewall. Therefore, when Brother Eyes easily cracked the firewall and checked the information, it was detected by Howard's backdoor. It's definitely, the backdoor can't detect any traces. Although Howard is genius, he is not so high-tech. The back door only found the materials of the strategic science core, and they were all copied. And if you are your own, there is no need to do this kind of thing. Based on this, he put the only target of suspicion on Li Wei. But he never knew that Li Wei had installed countless detonating devices in the building below. If he knew it, he wouldn't be standing here. Are you interested in doing it with me? Li Wei opened the door straight, staring at Howard, and said a word that stunned everyone. What? Howard She-Stark is also dumbfounded. What are you talking about? We just met for a minute, so let ourselves follow you? Is this guy crazy? What's more, don't forget that Wayne Group and Stark Group are competitors? Why? Howard frowned slightly and said in doubt, he didn't directly say that your kid might be frustrated. It seems, we only met for the first time. There is no why, cooperation and win-win, ahead of technology, can be ahead of the world. Li Wei shook his head slightly and directly interrupted Howard Stark's question. After a pause, he said slowly, I am studying spacecraft recently. If you are interested, you can participate together. Howard's gray hair was messy in the air, and his face was dumbfounded, with black question marks all over his head. What the hell? Spacecraft? This thing still needs to participate together? At the end of the 1980s, this era has actually achieved the most elementary level spacecraft. It is the kind of spacecraft that can transport astronauts and cargo to space and return safely. However, there is no doubt Howard understands that this technology does not require his support, and the Wayne Group can do it itself. After all, if you can send a satellite to the sky, you can send a person to the sky. The only requirement is the safety factor of the spacecraft. However, this is not important. Howard knew that what Li Wei wanted was the kind of spacecraft that could realize interstellar travel. But regarding interstellar travel, he still has no clue, because the premise of interstellar travel is the speed of light. No matter what method is used, if there is no way to exceed the speed of light, let alone interstellar travel. Yes, spaceship. Li Wei nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I know, you have now developed anti-gravity technology and the arc reactor engine. However, limited by the overall technological backwardness of this era, although you have sufficient theoretical foundations, but there is no way to make it a reality. We, Wayne Group, have the technology that allows you to make all this a reality. Li Wei paused, a confident smile appeared on his face, a confident smile full of contagion, at least on Earth, except for Wakanda, I don't think anyone is more technologically advanced than me. Needless to say, Wakanda is a country that relies on technology. The average technology is at least 2 to 30 years ahead of the world, but in some places, it is still the most primitive method of combat used. How did you know? Howard was extremely shocked. The anti-gravity technology and the engine of the arc reactor are the core technology of the Stark Group, not to mention Li Wei, who is the top of the company. Only a few people, including Howard, knew about this. But the guy in front of him actually said it in one sip, and he said he could turn it into reality? Howard's roar sucked a little heavy, and he admitted that he was a little excited. However, the heartbeat does not mean that you will immediately agree. He wanted to hear the other's explanation. Asterisk, how would I know? Ha ha ha. Li Wei laughed suddenly as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. This smile seemed to everyone to be extremely confident. In this world, there is nothing I don't know. After the smile faded, Li Wei said something that everyone in the audience felt incredible. Arrogant? This young guy is so arrogant. But, no one laughed at him, because Li Wei is qualified to say this. Well, my patience is limited. Li Wei stared at Howard. Old Iron Man is undoubtedly confused. He was confused by Li Wei's words, and his mind was messy, and he didn't know what to say. There is no doubt that Li Wei said everything. His ideas have surpassed this era for at least half a century, but the technology of this era has no way to support him to turn this idea into reality. It's like when he proposed a maglev car during World War II. At that time, he was enough to make the car levitate out of thin air. But after so many years, there is still no progress. Because it is limited by the backwardness of the era as a whole. Only I can make you realize your dream. Li Wei opened his arms and the confident smile on his face couldn't help but infect the people around him. As if he could really do it. Why should I believe you? Howard shook his head slightly and looked directly at Li Wei's eyes. Li Wei is not Long Aotian, nor does he have the kind of ability that allows people to worship. And Howard is not a fan of the brains, he will bow to his head if he doesn't see him, and he won't easily believe his nonsense. What Li Wei said just now was nothing more than drawing pie to satisfy your hunger. Tell Howard a lot, all empty. Who knows what it will look like in the end. What's more, even if Li Wei just mentioned the technology he couldn't develop due to the limitations of the times. So what? Who doesn't have a few commercial spies yet? Although these technologies are secret, they are not unknown. In addition, he was originally a person who likes to make public, and all day long, I can't wait for everyone to know about him. Once there is a new invention, a press conference will be held immediately. It is not surprising that someone knows these things. Howard did the empty glove white wolf or something. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be so fooled. Mr. Li Wei, Mr. She-Stark. At this moment, Pierce and his party suddenly came from the stairwell. Especially Pierce, with undisguised anger on his face. In any case, he is the master here. However, as the host, he respected Li Wei, the guest, and he always carried a gentle smile. But Li Wei, the guest, didn't pay attention to his master at all. No matter how good he is, it is impossible not to be angry. Therefore, when he learned the news, he took a group of people directly onto the rooftop. Then, I met Li Wei. And, the pistol in Li Wei's hand. Boom. Li Wei didn't even look at Pierce. He threw his hand and shot. The flies buzzed in his ears, which was really annoying. Boom, boom, boom. There were several gunshots, before everyone had reacted. A total of 7 people, including Alexander Pierce, have all fallen to the ground. And their heads have already blossomed. Especially Alexander Pierce, with an expression of anger and astonishment on his face. He didn't even know what was going on. I saw Li Wei pointing a gun at himself, and then he died. Yes, it's so dead. Dignified Future, the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. was so cleanly killed by Li Wei. There is no trace of muddy water. Even after firing the shot, Li Wei breathed into his bat gun. The expressions on the faces of the surrounding people were completely dull. They were caught off guard by Li Wei's sudden shot. Too suddenly? Everyone has an expression of extreme astonishment and disbelief. In fact, the 7 people killed by Li Wei were Hydra lurking personnel headed by Alexander. Originally, he was not sure, because he was afraid of killing the wrong person. So, I didn't do it in the beginning. But soon, when he got the corresponding information from the Strategic Science Corps, he determined the identities of these people. There is no doubt that these are Hydra people. Even during the time he was in the bathroom, he had already distributed these lists to the military and many government officials, including the current President of the United States. In many cases, we must pay attention to evidence when we do things. The same goes for killing. On the other hand, it means that as long as you have the evidence, you can do anything. It was not the members of the Rapid Reaction Force who were there, but none of them responded. Li Wei's speed was so fast, it happened to be the moment Pierce and the others came up to shoot, and then fired in an instant. What's more, the Desert Eagle bat gun that is recognized as powerful is still used. Even start directly. Not to mention the current technology, even the technology of 20 years later will not be saved. Shit. Although the reaction was slow, the deaths of Pierce still reminded these people. Almost instantly, everyone on the side raised their guns and aimed them at Li Wei. They don't care what Li Wei is, they only know that Li Wei just killed their immediate boss. However, they also forgot one thing. In other words, they didn't know from the beginning. Boom! The invisible fighter suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. The so-called invisibility is different from the traditional invisibility, and it is also different from the modern concept of invisibility. The traditional invisibility refers to the kind that is completely invisible visually. Invisibility, 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 that's what I said. In modern times, stealth refers to a method used on airplanes to minimize the radar scattering area. The fuselage is coated with a material that efficiently absorbs radio waves, resulting in the effect that the radar cannot track it. At the same time, the infrared radiation of the engine must be simplified. Because the aircraft is difficult to catch with the naked eye during the flight, the aircraft flies quickly and also flies high, which is difficult to be observed. That's why radar is needed. What the radar cannot detect is considered a stealth fighter. The invisibility of the bat fighter is, in the final analysis, the same as the S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky Fortress aerospace mothership 20 years later, using reflectors to reflect light to achieve a certain sense of invisibility. It is said to be invisible, but in fact it is more like translucent. So if you look good enough, you can still see it if you look carefully. Definitely, no one will look at the air seriously for no reason and have to see something. And, more importantly, the engine of the bat fighter can completely do silent flight. In the case of low power consumption, the bat fighter can be completely silent when hovering or flying at a low speed. Coupled with the invisibility of the optical reflector, it is almost perfect. It is precisely because of this that no one has discovered that there are 3 stealth bat fighters besides the one parked on the helicopter platform above the headquarters building of the Strategic Science Corps. The bat fighter is called the bat fighter because it is different from the bat helicopter and the bat transporter. The most important thing is that the bat fighter has powerful firepower. All Batman equipment has several things in common. They can be driven automatically, controlled directly by artificial intelligence, and all have invisible functions. However, the bat fighter is the only equipment equipped with the most powerful firepower. The flanks of the fighter plane are equipped with rocket launchers, which can launch rockets or missiles to penetrate the enemy's armor, and are equipped with dual-course 30mm machine guns and 20mm Gatling rapid-fire machine guns as fire suppression. On the other hand, it also has an electromagnetic cannon trigger mount, which has a powerful destructive one, and can also be used as an electromagnetic pulse to interfere with electromagnetic communications. Generally speaking, the bullets fired by a 7.62mm caliber machine gun are powerful enough to beat a person in half. The 20mm speed machine gun is even more used to hit airplanes. If you hit someone, hey, I believe no one wants to experience this feeling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 bat fighters carried out covering attacks on the members of the Rapid Reaction Force on the side from 3 directions. The scene was simply picturesque. How can the flesh and blood be able to block the bullet? So it didn't take long, it was just a few seconds, a few Rorschach. No one can stand in front of Li Wei alive anymore. Only Li Wei, Howard, and Nick Fury were still alive. Even the scientific researchers are all dead. On the platform, the icy corpse lying on the ground, all eyes wide open, staring at the front incredibly. Obviously they would not have thought that such a powerful fire would come out in an instant. It was almost a destruction class, so all of them couldn't stand their eyes, and their bodies became a pool of flesh and blood. All these changes occurred in an instant, from Li Wei shooting Pierce to death, to the Bat Fighter's massive killing without hesitation. It took less than 10 seconds in total. 10 seconds were just enough for Nick Fury to pull out the gun and aim at Li Wei. At the moment, the pale-faced Nick Fury did exactly that. Just 10 seconds ago, all his former colleagues turned into a pile of minced meat. He couldn't imagine that the person he brought over had become their nightmare. Not only did he have no sense of awe, on the contrary, he slaughtered in the strategic science core. Roar, roar, can you take care of the feelings of the elderly before you shoot? Howard looked pale and looked at the pile of minced meat that could not be looked directly at, and was definitely to be mosaicked on the TV, and one couldn't help but vomit it out. As a scientist, a spoiled playboy, has he ever seen such a scene? Even if he had participated in World War II, as a scientific researcher, he has always been well protected and has never experienced the cruelty of war firsthand. The so-called war is nothing but a number of casualties for him, and there is no intuitive understanding at all. The only time he was on the battlefield was when he drove the plane and took the captain of the United States and landed behind the place. In addition, he is just a scientist who develops weapons. But now, this bloody scene shocked his three views. The pungent bloody smell mixed with gunpowder smoke penetrated into his nostrils, stimulating his nerves. I think I might never want to eat meat anymore. Vomit. Howard was still vomiting. Even though his face was pale, he still had the thought of laughing and joking. As you can imagine, his psychological quality is still very good. Definitely, this is also based on his belief that Li Wei will not kill him. After all, Li Wei just asked him to cooperate. Since he wanted to cooperate, he would naturally not be killed. I also think it's better for you to stop eating meat. Li Wei frowned. He actually didn't like the bloody smell, and said lightly, eating meat is prone to hardening of the arteries. You should be a vegetarian. You can live a few more years. Although I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D has an infinite life formula, I didn't find it just now. It seems to be fake. Li Wei shook his head helplessly. As expected, he couldn't follow the original text. There is no doubt that this should be biased towards the Marvel world of film and television series. The infinite formula should belong to the comic world. Just like Nick Fury, he is white in the comics, and he has lived from World War II to the present because he was injected with an infinite formula. And this black bald head is a real juicy boy in his 20s. The setting of the infinite formula in the comics does not enhance people's physical fitness like the super soldier serum. However, the infinite formula can retard the aging speed of various functions of the human body. In other words, life can be extended. However, the infinite formula also has a side effect, that is, it must be injected regularly after one injection, otherwise the human body will quickly age and even die. What Li Wei originally thought was not to extend the lifespan of a person with an infinite formula. Instead, hold the infinite formula in your hand and use it to control the lives of other people. As long as it is injected with the unlimited formula, both men, women, and children will be slowed down. But on the other hand, regardless of men, women, and children, if you stop the injection after one injection, you will quickly age and die. Taking advantage of this, Li Wei can completely control those villains who are afraid of death. However, it did not. And you, don't use a gun at me, I only say this once. And the last time. Li Wei faintly glanced at the bald black man on the side, as if looking at a dead man. Looking at Ronan the Accuser who came over with the Kree Warhammer, Fang Han grinned. If I didn't have something to do in your territory, I would have surrendered obediently. System, count my current points. By the way, tell me what I can afford now. Fang Han said quickly. The current situation is becoming more and more unfavorable for Fang Han, and the nearby accuser Ronan is constantly harassing Fang Han with various means, and in the distance, the Kree Star army that had retreated far away gradually surrounded it. It seems that those members of the Kree Star House of Representatives have no patience. The host accumulates 18,000 reputation gains twice and 18,000 conversion points. The host accumulates 5,123 kills of the Kree, and the conversion points are 5,123, a total of 23,123 points. Points reached the 10,000 mark, and the primary lottery system was opened. The host can use points for the lottery. The primary lottery system has 10,000 points once, and the 10 consecutive lottery guarantees a mystery item. Hearing the words of the system, Fang Han almost stumbled and fell. This is a battle. Accuser Ronan very accurately captured Fang Han's loss of concentration and once again knocked Fang Han out with a hammer. Of course, it was still useless. If Fang Han could be killed with a single hammer, Ronan the Accuser would not still be in a stalemate with Fang Han until now. Fang Han didn't care and got up and shook his head. Anyway, now this guy with a hammer can't kill him, and he doesn't care if he is hammered once or twice. You hit me 10 times and doesn't hurt me. I can kill you if I hit you. Such a choice is not a loss for Fang Han at all. Draw now. While communicating with the system in his consciousness, Fang Han rushed towards the accuser Ronan. Just now, Fang Han didn't notice that he was hammered, but now, Fang Han wants to fight back. How can there be a good thing under the sky to beat others and not be beaten? You punch me, don't say that I punch you, give you a brick is light. Facing the accuser Ronan, a Kree who once again hammered himself with a hammer, Fang Han did not hesitate to return it directly with a Qigong wave. The chi traveled in the body, and then gathered in Fang Han's palm, and finally turned into a terrifying Qigong wave that was shot out by Fang Han, roaring like a meteor and rushing straight towards the accuser Ronin. Of course, Fang Han didn't expect to rely on this alone to defeat the accuser Ronin. This was just the first hand. Behind the Qigong wave that was a full meter thick, it was Fang Han who burst out. Even if the accuser Ronin defeated the Qigong wave in the first place, he would not be able to solve Fang Han behind. These two actions were Fang Han's most secure and unsolvable combo now. Accuser Ronin was also as Fang Han expected, facing Fang Han who followed the Qigong wave. Accuser Ronin's first choice was to deal with Qigong wave first, not to deal with Qigong wave, followed by a set of combos. After Accuser Ronin used his Kree Warhammer to launch a shock wave to defeat the Qigong wave and absorb this energy, Fang Han had already forced in front of the Accuser Ronin. Facing Fang Han, who was as huge as a mountain more than 10 meters tall, Ronin the Accuser was too small, and in the face of such a small enemy, Fang Han naturally chose to use direct methods. Two hands the size of a chariot fell from the air, and the howling wind blew the accuser Ronin's cheeks painful, and the strong wind pressure made him fall into a state of almost inches. Ronin the accuser in this state seems to be able to be beaten, but who is the accuser Ronin? The first warrior of the Kree Empire, the captain of the Death Star fleet, and a ruthless man who has experienced hundreds of battles and holds the Kree Star God level individual weapon. In the face of those two big hands that can be said to be overwhelmingly pressed, Accuser Ronin immediately used the force field of the Kree Warhammer to restrict Fang Han's movements, although the force field can only limit Fang Han for less than a second, but it is enough for the Accuser Ronin. At that time, when the Accuser Ronin dodged, he suddenly found that Fang Han was not following him, and there was a hint of cunning in his bloody red eyes. Not good. Ronin the Accuser immediately realized something was wrong. Fooled. Fang Han smiled, and his hands slammed out two Qigong waves, and these two extremely powerful Qigong waves directly hit the accuser Ronin who could not dodge twice in midair, and blasted it out directly. Do you really think you'll play something? Fang Han looked at the accuser Ronin who was sent out, and grinned very happily. The previous kind of battle like fighting mosquitoes made Fang Han very unhappy. Facing the accuser Ronin who was small and flexible in action, Fang Han could be said to have suffered enough before, but now this time, it is to make Fang Han feel the depression in his heart, much more comfortable. In the Kree Star House of Representatives, the lawmakers looked at the accused Ronin who was shot away, and fell silent one by one. Now the situation is clear. With Ronin the accuser, we cannot defeat this monster. A lawmaker spoke. That's right, we still have to rely on our brave Kree warriors to defeat this monster. Another lawmaker chimed in. Yes, relying on the accuser Ronin alone, I don't know how long it will take to take down this monster. Let the army go up. But going up the army is tantamount to increasing casualties, and it can't cause substantial damage to this monster. Not necessarily. We can use the Kree cannon to let this monster know what a serious mistake he really made. The counselor who was the first to speak just now said. I personally agree with the use of the Kree cannon. Seconded. 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 In this way, the members of the Kree Star House of Representatives reached an agreement, and after giving the order to the army commander to use the Kree cannon, they also specially notified the accuser Ronin of the news, so that the first warrior of the Kree Star could hold Fang Han and provide time for the preparation of the Kree cannon. After accuser Ronin got the news from the House of Representatives, he didn't get angry and said that I want to single out Yun Yun with Fang Han. He is not stupid. Not only is he not stupid, accuser Ronin can be said to be a rare smart person. He knows that he can't take the cold for a while. Since that's the case, then why not choose another way? Anyway, the ultimate goal is to take Xia Han, let Fang Han become a tool of Kree Star, and even if it is not good, it is necessary to get Fang Han's body to study. Since this is the case, then what method is important? So not only did Ronin the accuser not oppose the decision of the House of Representatives, but on the contrary, he agreed with it and almost gave these decisive congressmen and gentlemen a thumbs up. The order has been accepted. The brother's eyes made an electronic sound, and then, a mushroom cloud instantly rose from somewhere behind him. Although it did not destroy half of the universe like Thanos, the explosion was still quite violent. One day, I will wear that pair of gloves and snap the most beautiful finger in the universe. Li Wei was thinking there, like a mushroom cloud behind him, it had nothing to do with him. Yes, it has nothing to do. What is eliminated is the past tense. Li Wei is a person who likes to look towards the future. Whoosh. The bat fighter flew quickly towards Wayne Manor, leaving no trace in the sky. This guy is a lunatic. Nick Fury watched the explosion sound in front of him, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He succeeded and successfully rescued most of the agents of headquarters. Yes, most of them. There is still a small part, all dead and no corpses. Following the headquarters building, they were buried together. The angry Nick Fury immediately wanted to find Li Wei to settle the account and asked him face to face why he did such a thing. Even if he knew he was not Li Wei's opponent. Not even worthy of letting him do it. Even the chief is killed, do you still care about his little agent? Li Wei doesn't care about his life, and he doesn't care about it himself. The agents around are grateful to themselves, but Nick Fury has only anger in his heart. Later, when the surviving agents began to actively rescue the agents in the ruins, a black bat fighter plane hovering over them became apparent. Unfortunately, most of the people present did not recognize this fighter. Therefore, they did not have the slightest vigilance in their hearts. In fact, everyone who knew the fighters died. Because those people are Pierce's confidants, they belong to Hydra. The rest, even Li Wei cannot guarantee that it is absolutely clean. But at the very least, it can be guaranteed that more than 90% of people are innocent. He couldn't tell the remaining 10% in a short time, even if it was him. Definitely, even the people of Hydra can't make a big storm for this success. Just check it slowly. Mr. Nick Fury, please board the plane. Mr. Li Wei is waiting for you. Before Nick Fury had any movement, the bat fighter had stopped on the ground and its tail opened. At the same time, it was accompanied by a sound. Good. Nick Fury boarded the plane without hesitation. What's even more regrettable is that the surrounding agents thought he had been given some special order, and thought that the bat fighter was a force of the Strategic Science Corps. Then, in front of everyone, Nick Fury was picked up. At the moment, people from the military finally arrived late to take over the mess. Where is he now? Nick Fury got on the fighter plane, but didn't see anyone. The space of the fighter plane is so big, it is not enough to hide another person at a glance. Unless, that person is outside the fighter plane. However, Nick Fury did not suspect that he was being teased. Because the fighter plane had already taken off, he had seen it when he arrived. This is the function of autopilot. Mr. Li Wei has returned to the manor, and he is enjoying the wine with Mr. Shi Stark. Brother Eye spoke out Li Wei's message very sincerely, which made Nick Fury's anger even stronger. Their headquarters were all bombed, and you were drinking with someone as a result? Could it be that the lives of hundreds of agents are not worthy of your attention? In addition, Mr. Li Wei told me. Just as Nick Fury was burning with anger, the brother's eye suddenly said, "Let me show you this piece of information. After you read it, you will understand what is going on." In the next moment, a panel screen was lowered from the top of the cabin and hung in front of Nick Fury. And on this panel, there are lists, headed by Alexander Pierce. Nick Fury originally watched with anger, but the more he watched, the more frightened and silent. At first, he thought it was fabricated. But soon he denied it himself, because no one was bored to make up these things. Even if there is, the fabricated is always fabricated, and there are bound to be loopholes. However, as an agent of the Strategic Science Corps, Nick Fury still has the most basic judgment of ability. Obviously, what the information shows is true. Hydra, there is a resurgence. During World War II, Hydra was originally an evil organization in the hands of the Nazis. But in the end, Hydra betrayed the Nazis and the Führer, and they became independent. In the Marvel world, the failure of the Nazis is actually related to the pig teammate Hydra. Originally, the United States' participation in the war had already made the National Front a bit tense, and Hydra scientists finally developed new technologies. As a result, Hydra rebelled and wanted to destroy the world. In the end, the ending is naturally doomed. The top leader of Hydra, Red Skull, died, and the captain of the United States disappeared. However, Hydra did not die, because the United States was infiltrated by Hydra long before Hydra was destroyed. Definitely, Hydra was still weak at that time. Then, under the instigation of these people intentionally or unintentionally, the United States started the Paperclip Project. The content of the Paperclip Project is a plan for the United States to absorb Nazi scientists from the country during World War II. At that time, the United States transferred a large number of rocket technology experts and high-level researchers to the United States by competing for technical experts from the Nazi country. As a result, the United States has accumulated a large number of scientific researchers, including Hydra's villain, Dr. Zola. And it is for this reason that a large number of Hydra key personnel have mixed into the United States through this program to impersonate scientists. The United States has absorbed these people and is also responsible for providing them with new identities, letting them get rid of the name of the Nazi Party and become their safe haven. It is precisely because of this that Hydra began to move into the United States. From the government to the FBI to S.H.I.E.L.D, their people are everywhere. Definitely, the top military level did not. Because most of the generals in the military originally came from World War II with innocent backgrounds. And even if they are to change the term later, they still have their own people, and it is not Hydra's turn. However, although a considerable part of Hydra invaded the United States and began to take root, however, some Hydra remained in Europe and continued to resist. As a result, Hydra is divided into two. Although the two parties are still a whole, they are also cooperative relations. But unfortunately, they are already at odds with each other. The mountain is high and the Emperor is far away, and the nominally supreme leader of Hydra is still in Europe. But the Hydra of the United States has become a school of its own, and Alexander Pierce Howran is the best one. He also holds the list of almost everyone in Hydra throughout the United States. And this is just convenient for Li Wei to kill all these people in one fell swoop. Ever since, the entire Hydra organization of the United States. One wave, all extinguished. Nick Fury stood in the cabin, silent for a long time. Even if the bat fighter had been parked on the tarmac, he didn't realize it. The whole person was confused, even he himself didn't know what he was doing or thinking. He always felt that one of his beliefs was shattered. Mr. Nick Fury, please go up the elevator. Mr. Li Wei, now waiting for you in the meeting room on the 3rd floor. The electronic sound of the brother's eyes is constantly urging there. Asterisk. Nick Fury didn't know how he came along this way. He was always in a state of confusion. When he took the elevator again to the 3rd floor, he realized that Li Wei was already sitting on the sofa and waiting for him. and the subordinates that he had brought before still did not leave and were standing tremblingly on the spot. Mr. Li Wei, I want to know, are the things you showed me real? With a bitter smile on his face, Nick Fury looked at Li Wei with the last 10,000th hope in his heart. He doesn't actually want the answer, he just wants someone to hit him head on and break his illusion. Don't you already have the answer? Li Wei shook his head and said lightly, moreover, as an agent, don't you even have this basic judgment of ability? Nick Fury opened his mouth, but after all he didn't say a word, just smiled bitterly. He couldn't believe that the Strategic Science Corps, and even the entire United States, had been eroded like this by Hydra, almost riddled with defects. Except for the military to be promoted quickly because of war, otherwise it can only be experienced, so there are no Hydra high-level people. Government, FBI, CIA, S.H.I.E.L.D. Which one does not have Hydra? Even this time, the governor of a state is from Hydra? If this takes some time, I am afraid that the entire United States will be over. What's your plan? Li Wei asked bluntly. This time the Strategic Science Corps has suffered a heavy loss. The director has died and the center has been bombed. With your current reputation, have you ever thought of reorganizing the Strategic Science Corps? Reorganization. There was a slight movement in Nick Fury's eyes, but he quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. They won't agree. The United States, or any country, has been divided into two powers since ancient times: civil and military. In ancient times, there are hundreds of officials in history, civil and military affairs, and in modern times, it is the political and military circles. The government and the military are inherently opposed to each other, which is related to interests. The position under their buttocks determines that they must fight for their own interests. Therefore, if you want to fight for benefits, you will inevitably touch the interests of others. The military undoubtedly controls the military in charge of external affairs, while the government is responsible for the operations within the system. From the police to the CIA and then to the FBI, these organizations have different levels. But in the final analysis, these organizations actually belong to the government. However, the military has never given up on interfering with these forces. They don't want to put their own people in it all the time. It's okay that there are no accidents, but now something has happened. Not just one or two, it's the entire political circle that has caused a major event. Especially SHIELD. Even the director is from Hydra, and even the headquarters building was bombed. The military is different, and the military is very outstanding in comparison, because they don't have a high-level Hydra agent. Therefore, in Invisible, the military has already taken the initiative. In fact, it is true. At the moment, the military has all been dispatched. Surrounded by the entire Strategic Science Corps, all agents are also under centralized supervision. It can be said that this incident provides them with an excellent excuse, and they are likely to use this to completely control the Strategic Science Corps. Therefore, it is impossible to give Nick Fury a chance to reorganize. The government won't help me either, Nick Fury said calmly, but there was a flash of sadness and despair in his eyes. They all have problems themselves. If they are caught by the military, they will easily cause big problems. Therefore, they will definitely abandon us and throw us to the military acts as a compromise. The military will no longer hold them accountable because they have gained benefits. The government has also been able to save and will not be aggressive by the military. This is how politics works, compromise with each other. What's more, we and the government were originally at odds. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is the same as the FBI and the CIA, they are all under the jurisdiction of the government in name. But in fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. has never given up being detached from any country. And Hydra, although they are undercover in S.H.I.E.L.D., they are also making such calculations. So they have always been in peace, because their purpose has not been achieved. Everyone wants to be above the government. But in this way, the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government is also extremely bad. In exchange for a compromise from the military for an organization that listens and does not listen to the propaganda, people in the government will only feel it is worth it, not that it suffers. I didn't ask this question. Li Wei shook the goblet with red wine in his hand, and said lightly, I just ask you, if you want or don't, you only need to answer me one word, or two words. Think. Nick Fury pondered for a while, then raised his head, with a hint of hope in his eyes, and replied decisively, with a sonorous voice. Although he thinks it is impossible, who doesn't want a miracle to happen? The United States, although it seems to be the largest in the government and military, but in fact, everyone born in the United States understands it. In the United States, the consortium is the largest, and one of the largest consortia in the United States is the Wayne Group. Even the history of Stark Group can't match it, because Stark only specializes in arms, but Wayne Group makes money everywhere. Their industries are all over the world and involve all walks of life. If the Wayne Group is willing to die, coupled with the help of the Stark Group, one of the founders of the Strategic Science Corps, then the Strategic Science Corps is highly likely to be preserved. Even if, from then on, the Strategic Science Corps will be tightly controlled by the Wayne Group. But what does that matter? They couldn't stand aloof, and now they just replaced the master from the government to a consortium. There is a phone over there. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction, pointed to the brick-like mobile phone on the side, and said lightly, the number is on the table. Go and tell someone from the military, I think. I don't need to teach you anything, right? Nick Fury took a deep look at him, took a deep breath, and slowly picked up the Big Brother's phone. Even in the Marvel world with black technology, the end of the 1980s was still the era when Big Brother was generally used. Although 2G has been invented, it has not yet become widespread. Looking at the phone in his hand, a trace of hesitation flashed in Nick Fury's eyes. He is very clear about the consequences of this call. Because Li Wei was forcing him to make a statement, forcing him to completely break with the military, cutting off his back, so as not to fall on both sides of the wall. Nick Fury understands Li Wei's approach, but when he is the client, he still cannot accept it peacefully. After all, this is for him to cut his own way. Nick Fury is still hesitation, he is thinking. He doesn't recommend breaking with the military, but the question is Li Wei playing tricks or really trying to help him? If he does not break with the military, with his actions today, he has already established a tall image in the hearts of other agents. At that time, even if the military wants to take over, it will certainly not be possible to replace all of them with their people at once. Therefore, they must continue to use these agents. Nick Fury, they will inevitably be elected as the new director. Even if it is a puppet, the director is the director, and the power status is true. Moreover, he is not willing to be a puppet, and there is no possibility of a comeback. But if he breaks with the military, Li Wei is willing to help himself, but if he is unwilling to help, then it is really over. Nick Fury secretly observed Li Wei's expression, but he couldn't see anything. He just sat there sipping red wine, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Nick Fury is struggling, but he has to make a decision after all. Roar. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury gritted his teeth and picked up the note on the table and dialed the number. He didn't ask how the number came from, nor did he ask who it was called. But he knew that it must be someone from the military. Beep. This is Major General Rose, who are you? As the broadcast rang, there was a full of breath on the other side of the phone. Just by listening to the voice, Nick Fury already knew who the other party was and smiled helplessly. Major General Ross, one of the few powerful generals in the military, is known as General Peric Ross. The reason why he is called General Pili is not only because of his character, but also because of his promotion speed. He is only in his 40s now, but he is already a major general in the Air Force. The highest rank in the United States, except for George Washington who was awarded a 6-star general, the highest is only a 5-star general, and he is only awarded in wartime. The 5-star general is equivalent to the marshal. In fact, the highest rank of the United States today is only a 4-star general. After that, he was the lieutenant general, also known as the Samsung Admiral. Rose is a major general, can also be called a 2-star admiral. It can be said that except for a few people, he is the boss. The life of General Ross is legendary. He graduated from West Point Military Academy in the first place. After graduation, he quickly hooked up with his commander's daughter and got married. After that, he was promoted directly to captain because of the care of the old man. Not long after taking office, he participated in the first war in his life and quickly became a major. Soon after, he went through another war and became a colonel by exception. Not long after this, he encountered the next war. Subsequently, he became a general of the United States Air Force. This is the young and middle-aged faction belonging to the military, with a firm and resolute attitude. The military representatives of the old faction would still make false claims with the government, but he went straight. The military forces headed by him have always wanted to intervene in the internal control of the United States. And this time he took over the Strategic Science Corps. He was the fastest. And this guy, in the future, will become the Secretary of State of the United States and the supreme leader behind the scenes of SHIELD. Major General Ross, I'm a level 7 agent of the Strategic Science Corps, Nick Fury. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said slowly, I want to find you. The 7th level agent of the Strategic Science Corps? As far as I know, your headquarters have been bombed. All of you are suspected of treason. Also, how did you know this number? Do you know that it is illegal to invade the military's secrets to investigate the information of the Major General? Even your chief does not have this right. Also, where are you now? Why were you not there when our military called? Now I order you to report to the ruins of your headquarters. I don't need to hold you accountable? Immediately. Nick Fury hadn't spoken yet, but on the other end of the phone was overwhelming words from General Rose, completely placing himself in a superior position. However, in fact, the Strategic Science Corps is not under the jurisdiction of the military. In theory, they are equal. After all, if the 10th rank corresponds to a 5-star general, then the 7th rank corresponds to a major general. Well, nothing wrong. The 7th level agent is already a high-level confidential person in the Strategic Science Corps, and it can also be regarded as a person who has entered the confidential level. Otherwise, Nick Fury would not have that qualification. It's just that now that he has been criticized by others, his psychology is also very uncomfortable. At the very least, Li Wei saw the black face darker on the spot. General Rose, I am speaking to you as a peer. Nick Fury took a deep breath to calm himself down, and calmly treated General Rose on the other side of the phone, and said lightly, please immediately withdraw the troops from downtown New York. The matter of our Strategic Science Corps can be handled by yourself. Handle? Do you have this qualification? Even the headquarters building was bombed. General Ross on the other end of the phone seemed to be irritated, and was roaring at the phone. Both Li Wei sitting on the sofa and the agents still shaking in the corner can hear clearly. It won't take you to worry, Rose, Major General. Nick Fury said faintly, even deliberately prolonging the tone. This time the bombing is just our preview. We are going to reorganize the Strategic Science Corps and build a new headquarters building. Also, Major General Rose, you remembered me. My name is Nick Fury. After speaking, Nick Fury directly hung up the call. Afterwards, his face calmly looked at Li Wei. His conversation this time didn't make any sense. It was only used to stun General Ross, the military's top leader. Because now he only needs to express his opinion to Li Wei. He can neither care nor care about other things. Papa. Li Wei put down the goblet, stood up slowly, clapped with both hands, with a smile of relief on his face. Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything after all. Very well, Mr. Fury, your attitude proves your position. Li Wei slowly stretched out his hand, showing a sincere smile. Then, after the reorganization of S.H.I.E.L.D., you will be the new director. Thank you, sir. Nick Fury also laughed, and slowly stretched out his hand to hold Li Wei together. He understands that his statement is not wasted after all. Li Wei's seemingly random sentence was his promise. These rich people are like this, they want to face and suffer. But what they promised will not go back. As for failure? Businessman ownership is the smartest guy. Since they dare to make a promise, they must be 100% sure. Asterisk sir, what would you like to drink? With a kind smile on his face, the housekeeper Alfred looked at the restless black man on the sofa and asked. Whatever. Nick Fury was still a little uncomfortable, so he waved his hand and passed away. Bring him a box of Lafite for 82 years. Li Wei snapped his fingers and said lightly. Okay, sir. Alfred nodded slightly, then stepped back to get the wine. Nick Fury's mouth twitches slightly. A box? Do you think it's beer? Want him to step on the box to drink? Sure enough, this extravagant appearance, the face of the consortium can be regarded as let him see clearly. Mr. Li Wei, drinking is not necessary. I still want to know how you want to deal with the military. Nick Fury sits right in his face, looking at Li Wei with a serious face. People in the military won't give up so easily. They now have the absolute initiative. You're right. Li Wei nodded lightly and said lightly, the military does have the initiative. Do you know why they have the initiative? Nick Fury was slightly silent. Why? Because the headquarters building of the Strategic Science Corps was bombed? Or is it because the head of the Strategic Science Corps is from Hydra? Neither. This is not just a matter of the organization and the military of the Strategic Science Corps, but a matter of the entire political circle and the military. Because the military does not have Hydra people. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, this time the blow was too far-reaching and exposed too many people at one time. Although they could be wiped out all at once, they were also shocked. The remaining people will hide deeper, and therefore gave the military an opportunity. Yes, it's because of this. Li Wei nodded approvingly and said lightly, because the military is clean and the government is not clean, they can stand on the commanding heights and criticize the government and gain the initiative. Nick Fury was surprised and looked at Li Wei with an incredible expression. After all, Li Wei did everything this time. Since he has done this, hasn't he considered the consequences? This is definitely impossible, and one who does not consider the consequences has never been a qualified businessman. So, what can we do to make the military give up this commanding height? Li Wei did not have a chance to shock the black man, but continued to say, the government chose to compromise and threw the Strategic Science Corps to the military, allowing the military to come down from the commanding heights and stand with them. You. Nick Fury swallowed hard, he seemed to understand something suddenly, and looked at Li Wei in disbelief. But they have forgotten that sometimes it is not necessary to compromise, and there is no need to use the temptation of profit to attract people from the military to the same front as them. We can pull them down. Since the military is clean and the government is not clean, then we can make the military unclean as well. As a result, the military will also be unclean. Gudong. Nick Fury was still swallowing, but the agents in the corner were shaking. Because they heard something that shouldn't be heard. Will they be killed? They really wanted to cry without tears, but they came with Nick Fury to pretend. In the end, he was put on the ground cleanly, and finally got up, but found that he could not get out at all. The elevator could not be opened, and whether there were stairs. Finally, the elevator opened, only to find that the other party was back. Then, Hyundai also had such a thing. Surely you will be murdered, right? You, what do you want to do? Nick Fury's voice trembled a little, even though he thought he was a little calm, but he still couldn't help but trembled. Because he was a little scared. What do I want to do? Li Wei shook his head, put a hand on Nick Fury's shoulder, patted him on the shoulder, and chuckled softly, relax, this is a good thing. You are about to become S.H.I.E.L.D.'s chief. You have to laugh. What do? You have to cry. Since the military is unwilling to turn big things into small things, don't blame me for turning small things into big things out of nothing. God, what is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury hurriedly changed the subject and asked curiously. The Strategic Science Corps is a thing of the past. Li Wei shrugged and looked like definitely, then, it should be a different name. I have thought about the name, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. S.H.I.E.L.D. referred to as S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you think? Very good. Nick Fury pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. He thought the name was very good, as if it was born for him. S.H.I.E.L.D. The name of Aegis. The shield of the gods to protect the country and the world? When I think about it, Nick Fury can't help but feel his heart turmoil. Blood surges. Sir, you're refit. Alfred respectfully placed a box of Lafite 1982 at Nick Fury's feet, took a few goblets and put them in front of him, and made a please gesture. Please feel free. Forward. A touch of cold water extinguished his blood, and Nick Fury looked at Raffi at his feet in embarrassment. Is this really drinking from a box? It's simply the evil capitalism? Nick Fury subconsciously took out a bottle of Lafite, poured himself a glass, and then looked at Li Wei, who seemed to have empty red wine in the glass, and said politely, Mr. Li Wei, do you want me to add some? No need. Li Wei shook his head, then picked up the wine bottle on the side and poured himself another glass. I don't drink. Nick Fury only feels that he has a black line on his face. Is this the legendary blindness? If you don't drink, what's in the glass in your hand? I saw you pouring it out of the glass with my own eyes. Do you want to drink a little? Li Wei looked at Nick Fury in surprise. After all, he had been looking at the wine bottle in his hand just now and couldn't help but ask politely. Okay, sir. Nick Fury was also welcome, and then took out an empty wine glass and held it in both hands. And Li Wei didn't mind, and just poured him a glass. Cheers to our victory. Both of them had reserved smiles on their faces, and their wine glasses touched each other. Later, Nick Fury drank it in one gulp in order to show his pride. However, in the next moment, his face became a little strange, because he always felt that the smell was a bit wrong. Although he has not drunk red wine for 82 years, he has also drunk red wine. The taste is not like this. It feels too sweet. Asterisk carrying a suitcase full of nutrient solution in one hand and Carol Danvers' pilot jacket in the other, Fang Han rose into the sky under the astonished gaze of the Kree and flew into the distance. As for this town, it was just a passerby in Fang Han's life, an inconspicuous, ordinary passerby. If Fang Han had expected correctly, he would never appear here again in his life. With a sonic boom, Fang Han fell from the sky like a shooting star, completing a handsome air brake drift in front of Carol Danvers. Hey honey, see what I brought back. Fang Han raised the suitcase in his hand. Food? This is good news, Carol Danvers said happily. Of course, I said I would bring food back, Fang Han said with a smile. But, Han, where did you get this outfit? Carol Danvers looked at the clothes on Fang Han's body a little strangely. Fang Han put down his suitcase and circled in front of Carol Danvers and asked, what's wrong? Isn't it pretty? Of course not, it's just, feeling, this dress, a little big, Carol Danvers said as she considered her words. Fang Han nodded and said, it's a bit big, but fortunately, I borrowed this dress from a Mr. Kree. Oh, I can imagine the situation. Carol Danvers had an unconcealed smile in her eyes. The Kree was very cooperative the whole time, except for being motionless. Fang Han shrugged and said. Then Carol Danvers and Fang Han looked at each other and smiled, and in this dangerous situation, the two still maintained a good attitude. On the grass, Fang Han and Carol Danvers sat on the ground, with boxes in front of them, which looked like camping. Food for the Kree here. Carol Danvers looked at the boxes with a strange expression, and inside were cylinders like needles, which were full of dark green liquid, which looked extremely viscous. Well, I very much want to say no, but in fact, this is the food of the Kree. It seems that the Kree eat this. Fang Han's expression was not very good when he looked at these dark green viscous liquids. Oh my god, I'm a little hard to accept. Carol Danvers held his forehead with one hand and a cylinder in the other, his expression very tangled. No way, only this, make do with it. Fang Han said helplessly. That's it. Carol Danvers glanced at Fang Han, then took a deep breath and poured some of the dark green liquid in the cylinder into his mouth. Fang Han looked at Carol Danvers' expression and asked very carefully, how does it taste? Carol Danvers glanced at Fang Han, nodded and said, the taste, not bad, a little watermelon taste. When Fang Han heard this, he opened a tube himself, took a sip, and sighed, this of mine is grape-flavored. Oh, that's not bad, Carol Danvers said. Well, that's good, Fang Han echoed. Carol Danvers drank a full box of nutrient solution before burping in satisfaction and rubbing her stomach. Carol Danvers said, now I finally feel full. Oh, your appetite is not right, you know, this tube of nutrient solution is a day's serving, you just drank a box, a whole half a month's serving, this is very wrong. Fang Han looked at the nutrient solution tube scattered on the ground and frowned. Carol Danvers said very easily, it's okay, Han. Just now it was my body's instinct to thirst for energy, as if I had awakened something. Fang Han was stunned, and then asked in surprise, Carol, can you feel the power that belongs to you in your body? Carol Danvers stood up, and said to Fang Han very dashingly, I can feel it all the time. But, Fang Han was just about to say something, but suddenly paused, and then said with a smile, no wonder, I see, before it was just that your body was too weak and did not have enough energy support. That's right, that's it. Carol Danvers nodded. So what are you capable of now? Fang Han asked expectantly. To put it bluntly, I feel like Superman now, Carol Danvers said confidently. Oh, that's nice, can you elaborate on it, or show it? Fang Han wanted to confirm what kind of ability Carol Danvers had now. Carol Danvers moved his body, and then clenched his fist and suddenly punched out, and the white and petite fist instantly pierced a boulder next to the two. Then Carol Danvers lifted the huge stone with one hand, and then easily threw it into the distance, and then Carol Danvers' hands ejected beams of particles with electric current, shattering the boulder. Immediately afterwards, Carol Danvers began to run rapidly around Fang Han, and then volleyed into the air and flew. After Carol Danvers finished a series of actions, Fang Han applauded and said, "Oh, you're right, Carol, you're like a superwoman now. Extraordinary physique, strength, speed, endurance, agility are far beyond ordinary people, and have a strong sense of intuition, airspace flight, energy control. Carol, you're really strong right now, but I feel like Loch Ness can't fully master these superpowers yet, and they're not really following your orders right now." Carol Danvers nodded and said, "Although I don't want to admit it, but it is true, I can't fully master my abilities now, although they are in my body, they don't completely obey my command. Listen to me, Carol, you know, the birth of any ability to the use of proficiency requires practice and time. It's just a step-by-step process. It's impossible to say that you just have this ability, immediately become proficient in using it. You need time, Carol," Fang Han said. "But what we lack most now is time. Han, I need to master my abilities. I want to help you. I don't want to be alone on the side as an audience. I can only watch you go desperately. I can't do it, Han." Carol Danvers was a little emotional. Fang Han quickly stepped forward to stop Carol Danvers and said softly, I understand, so I will find a way, darling." "Is there really a way?" Carol Danvers asked in a muffled voice. "Perhaps, there really is," Fang Han said. "Really?" Carol Danvers looked at Fang Han in surprise. "That's right, Carol, I don't know, have you heard of mixed yuan yi qigong?" Fang Han looked at Carol Danvers with a smile. "Diana, this task will be handed over to you, are there any questions?" Although Li Wei is very confident in Wonder Woman, he still asked symbolically. Diana curled her lips and looked very dissatisfied with this mission. "Boss, you are underestimating my strength." Li Wei can only smile back. Yes, this task really underestimated her. It's just a military base on the Earth, with only a few high-damage weapons at best, and there is no way to harm her at all. After all, her future, but an invulnerable goddess of war. Don't worry, a mere mortal barracks can't beat Amazon fighters at all. Just a few hours, wait for me to come back. Diana's smile was contagious, her pretty face was full of confidence, and Li Wei did not refute it. As a relative of the gods, she has this strength and is worthy of such confidence. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire history of Olympus, the only person who has the same honor as Diana is Pandora. She even received more blessings than Pandora. Although I don't think a small military base will cause you any trouble, you should be careful in everything. You are more important to me than a base. Li Wei shook his head and said solemnly, Tao Zio once said that he should despise the enemy strategically and value the enemy tactically. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. I don't want you to have trouble. That way, I will be sad. Li Wei looked at Wonder Woman softly. Do not worry. There was a warm current in Diana's heart, and she nodded solemnly, I will pay attention. Li Wei was also relieved, anyhow she took her words to heart. So, I'm leaving, boss. Diana gave Li Wei a playful smile, then nodded slightly, her feet were light, and her feet were already off the ground. Then, he flew to high altitude. The girl also wears a headset next to her ear, and also wears a high-tech bracelet by the way. The purpose is to make it easy for her brothers to show her the way at any time, so that she won't get lost. A glimmer of envy flashed in Li Wei's eyes. After all, flying has always been a human dream. Although there is already a plane, it is not flying by itself after all. However, if one day draws Superman, then he will fly too. Ross, the future Secretary of State, the de facto supreme leader behind the scenes of S.H.I.E.L.D, accept my first gift from you. Looking at the direction where Diana, who was already far away, could not be seen, a smile was drawn at the corner of Li Wei's mouth. Anyway, you were at odds with S.H.I.E.L.D, and even quarreled with Nick Fury every day for a little bit of profit. I know. It's just to help you advance all this. Yes, that's right. Li Wei's first mission to Diana was to destroy the base Ross was responsible for. To kill the chicken and the monkey, let him know that the true master of S.H.I.E.L.D in the future is amazing. The military of the province then hit the idea of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the other side, Rose looked at the big brother in his hand, slightly stunned. After that, it was to break open and curse? That level 7 agent, dare to speak to himself like this, and even hung up his phone? Fuck. Asshole of a bitch, nigger. General Rose looked gloomy and cursed his eldest brother to the ground. Because Nick Fury on the other end of the phone actually hung up? How dare he? He is a majestic Major General of the United States Air Force, and he is just a 7-level agent of a small strategic science corps. Get everyone up for me and interrogate them severely. General Rose gloomily looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D agent who was controlled by the United States soldiers with rifles, and said coldly, among these people, there must be Hydra spies. He is now in urgent need of a sulking object. Although he can guarantee that Nick Fury is over. However, he is not here now, nor will he bear his anger. From this point of view, he is a lucky guy. The reason why General Rose was in New York was actually just a wonderful coincidence. But he didn't expect that it was this coincidence, but he brought such huge amounts of credit to himself. General Ross sat on the Humvee heading to the military base and closed his eyes slightly. In fact, he has not been exposed to war since he was appointed as a major general. It has always been an assigned case. What is the matter of the case? Is to handle official documents? A dignified general, but was forced to do a civilian job, and no one could bear the change. But no way, he was promoted too quickly. What's more, the general's position was already full. In addition, the old guys in the military wanted to polish General Ross and smooth his arrogance. That's why it deliberately embarrassed him like this. However, today's farce gave him an excellent opportunity. He was given a chance to escape from the affairs of the case and truly grasp real power. He won the Strategic Science Corps for the military, allowing the military to place its own chess pieces within the national system. There is no doubt that this credit is definitely a big one. Even if the military won't let him lead the reorganized Strategic Science Corps, it is impossible to use a civilian to send him casually. At the very least, this will also promote the commander-in-chief of a certain military base. Definitely, the most likely is the domestic military base. Because if it is a foreign military base, there is a possibility of war, and he is also likely to continue to be promoted based on this. After all, he only participated in 3 wars before he became a major general. If you continue, it really won't work. Whether it is a 4-star general or a lieutenant general, the positions are already full. This is not a position to fool people like a major general and a brigadier general, but a real power boss. Those who are bitches want to block my way. As if thinking of something particularly pleasant, General Rose cursed, but there was a smile of joy that could not be concealed at the corner of his mouth. This time he acquired the Strategic Science Corps, which he has gained quite a lot. The agents of the Strategy Bureau are all real, and the elites who have been trained for a long time are undoubtedly strong. If this confiscated the military headquarters, it would definitely be a part of one's own combat power. This Strategic Bureau has no need to exist at all. I, Rose, can create a group of elites by myself. Rose was full of fantasy there, but at this time, creak. The vehicle in the front of the Hummer convoy that was heading to the military base suddenly stopped suddenly. As a result, the entire fleet had to stop the car. What happened? General Rose's face was full of displeasedness. He was still closing his eyes just now, and he was suddenly braked the next second. Sir. Before he knew the situation, a colonel hurried over from the front and gave a military salute. Our military base was attacked. Rose was stunned, and still a little unresponsive. Which military base? Headquarters, the Air Force headquarters in the suburbs of New York. The report just came. What? Ross's originally excited expression was suddenly distorted, and his military base was attacked. Who did it? Who is it? Rose's face suddenly became a little gloomy, staring at his adjutant. The adjutant was hesitant to speak, with some sweat on his face. What's wrong? Hesitating. A sharp light flashed in Rose's eyes, and the adjutant gritted his teeth and raised his head and said, I don't know, the other party is a woman. Woman. Rose opened his mouth, with a hint of playfulness at the corners of his mouth. The woman is directing. No, it's a man, a woman. There is only one enemy. When Wilson said these words, he was also desperate. Who could have imagined that a woman would dare to break into a military base and destroy it wantonly? Before experiencing this incident, Wilson absolutely did not believe that such a thing happened. But now, not only has it happened, but, isn't your own base an opponent? This kind of fucking thing, Wilson has encountered for the first time. Really hell? But Rose is smiling. A woman is attacking her military base? Is this special lady kidding? Rose looked at his adjutant like a fool. Wilson, this cold humor, but it's not funny at all. I don't want another time. Rose was holding back his anger, but he was already planning to change an adjutant. Wilson was anxious. Sir, really, we have injured hundreds of people. The other party has super ability. We are not opponents. She is not an ordinary person, much stronger than the previous captain of the United States. For fear that Rose would not believe it, Wilson took out a military phone call from his arms. This is the real-time video just sent to me by Lieutenant Colonel Mike. Look at it, sir. With that, he opened a video with horror on his face and handed it to Rose. Boom. As soon as I opened the video, I heard a violent roar. The video looked very clear, and I saw a gorgeous figure flying fast through the crowd, and each life was quickly harvested by her, and there was no one general. Those who were killed by her were all elites of the United States military, but they couldn't even touch the shadow of the other side. The violent roar came from the tank. The base used the latest missing in action 1 main battle tanks, but the moment the giant artillery bombarded them, a beam of light flew out of the gunfire instantly. The armor-piercing projectiles fired from the tank's barrel did not cause any damage to the opponent at all. Then a sword glow, separated from the video, seemed to be slashed towards the M1A1 tank barrel with extreme sharpness. Kang dang! The barrel made of alloy split into 2 instantly and fell to the ground. In the next second, that figure had already rushed onto the turret. The light flashed again. Sneer. The outer armor of the tank, which claims to be able to withstand the impact of 10 tons equivalent, was directly split into 2 halves by the light from top to bottom, and then abruptly split from the middle, exposing the cockpit, gun chamber, and a few dumbfounded artillery and tankers shivering there. Too frightening? They had never encountered something like this that broke their hearts in their entire lives. The world's strongest tank M1A1, which was just developed, was cut into two by a man and a woman. From the outside, it splits directly. Gosh, this is a tank, not to mention a sword, or a main battle tank that can't be penetrated by guns. But now, a woman was holding a long sword and split it directly. The process, not even a second, the tank is just like paper. Is this woman still a human? This is the thought of a few tankers before they die. Boom! The M1A1 tank was directly destroyed. Oh, shit. Roar was horrified. When he saw the tank being split into two from the outside, his mind was suddenly bewildered. With a shake of his hand, the phone fell directly to the ground, but he didn't even think about picking it up, because his mind was completely blank. What did he just see? One person, in just a few seconds, killed the soldiers in their base and lost their armor and armor. That's not to say, the M1A1 main battle tank that was just secretly developed was dismantled by the opponent before it even attacked the enemy. NS. Life and demolition, without a trace of technology, rely on a violent blow. The one cut from top to bottom was like a slash from the gods. The armor that the tank used to prevent collisions and gunfire was torn apart. Gurgle? Rose swallowed, his face pale. What to do, sir? Wilson had no idea, so he had to ask his chief, because this matter was beyond his knowledge. When he first saw this video, his expression was no better than Rose. Waste. Rose cursed directly, a woman can't handle it? Has the military raised a bunch of pigs over the years? Get in the car and go back to the base. Drive at full speed. I want to see, what kind of super ability does this woman have? Rose's face was gloomy. Although Wonder Woman just opened the tank with a sword, he was shocked and unimaginable, but in his opinion, no matter how strong the opponent is, she is also a woman. He also saw the information of Captain America back then. The opponent can also blast the tank with one punch, but no matter how strong the ability is, it is outnumbered. Capture alive, you must capture this woman alive. This may be a new breed just researched out by a certain force. Rose licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. In his opinion, the value of this woman is more important than the agents behind him. If done well, this person will be a force on top. Obviously he would not think about it. This woman dared to come alone. Obviously, she is dependent on it. Rose's mind is full of the idea of catching each other alive. Asterisk boom. The heavily armed Hummer uttered a violent roar on the road, reaching a speed of close to 200 per hour. Rose and hundreds of people drove toward the base at full capacity. Inside the car, Ross is debugging a real-time video. Although it was in the 90s and the internet had not yet become popular, the United States military's technology was the most advanced, and many of them were not even put into production, just trial operation. So short-distance real-time transmission can still be achieved. Noisy? The internal military receiver that resembled a tablet in my hand was finally docked to the base, and some real-time images were quickly transmitted. Awful? How can it be a tragic word? The corpses of the United States soldiers on the floor were all eyes wide open, as if they had seen something extremely terrible, and they couldn't catch their eyes. There are also countless wrecks of tanks, piled apart in the base square, in a mess, as if they were torn apart by people abruptly. Oh, my God. Rose covered his face, even if he had thought that his base was being attacked, but he did not expect that in just a few minutes, the destruction of the base had reached such a tragic level. The roar continues. Obviously, the enemy has not been wiped out, and Wonder Woman cannot be seen in the docking video, but the rounds of artillery fire and sounds are telling Rose that this enemy is beyond his imagination. Accelerate. Give me speed. Rose roared there, and the Hummer took the lead, rushing in quickly. The fight continued, but Rose couldn't bear to watch. Who sent this person? I don't seem to have sinned against someone recently, right? General Rose couldn't figure it out. Finally, the Hummer arrived at the secret US military base on the Atlantic side of Staten Island, New York. Boom! Before the car stopped, Rose pushed open the door and rushed down. Call out. The moment Rose just got out of the car, a light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then the adjutant who was following Wilson, hurriedly rushed towards his chief. Sir, be careful. Boom! The two fell directly on the ground, and Rose only felt a breath of death that suffocated him, quickly passing over his head. Then, rumble! The Hummer he was sitting in just now was blasted into the air as if flying directly, and it fell to the ground with a violent noise, and the car instantly became a pile of parts. The driver was directly crushed into a pile of meat. The big team that followed had bad insights, and they all stopped, but otherwise, all the vehicles were rushed out for several meters by this shockwave. Everyone looked at the scene in horror. As far as I can see, there is no standing person. Oh, yes, there is one. A female warrior wearing a fuchsia armor and a starlight crown. She crossed her hands and leaned there. The shockwave just now radiated from her arms. Guardian silver bracelet? The artifact is made by Hephaestus, the skilled craftsman of the gods. The raw material is the fragments of the aegis of the king of god Zeus. It can protect the wearer from bow and arrow bullets. It can be used on 2 wrists. After the collision of the silver bracelet, it can release extremely huge amounts of guardian power. The shockwave just now is the emission of the guardian power. Click. Suddenly a crack broke in the wall of a building on the base, and then, the crack became more and more violent, like a spider web. It began to crack. Oh no. Rose, who was lying on the ground, stood up abruptly and stretched out his hand in grief, trying to prevent the collapse of his base building. But, how could he stop it? Moreover, Wonder Woman has turned around. On the heroic face, there was still the evil spirit of the war just now, and Rose's expression suddenly froze there. This beautiful and unspeakable female warrior was like a god descending to the earth, but he was terrified to the extreme. It was this woman who destroyed his base directly. Boom! In the end, the building of the base collapsed suddenly, and huge amounts of smoke and dust hit it up. Everyone stared blankly, showing a deep despair on their faces. The base is gone. Kang? Wonder Woman, holding the Vulcan sword and divine power shield in her hand, put her equipment behind her back, with a playful smile on her face. The people here are so weak. Sure enough, the same as the mother said. Jingle bell? At this moment, Rose, who was lying there, suddenly rang the phone with a big brick tied around his waist. This is Rose's personal phone number, and few people know it. Step on, step on. Wonder Woman walked towards Rose. Rose was so anxious that he wanted to hang up, but he was so frightened by the momentum of Wonder Woman coming over that he didn't even dare to move. In the end, he bit the bullet and took it. Because Wonder Woman's gaze was on the big brother at his waist, he couldn't catch it. Dear Lord Rose, do you like this gift I gave you? Li Wei's brisk smile came on the other end of the phone. Diana, who had been approaching, stretched her brows suddenly, and she stopped in front of Rose, condescendingly looking at the Major General of the military. Gift. Rose glanced at Wonder Woman, and saw that she hadn't killed him, and couldn't help letting go of her tight nerves. But his heart is still hanging, because he doesn't know when this female soldier will kill him. Good night, I hope you can have a good dream. Correct. Li Wei suddenly said again, give the call to the beautiful girl in front of you, I want to talk to her. Beautiful girl. Ross forced a smile on his face, and subconsciously handed it to Diana. What's the matter, boss? Diana smiled and said to the phone. People who didn't even know that it was this beautiful girl who had just raised a US military base to the ground. Boss. Rose on the ground reacted. Oh, damn, the gift he was talking about is this one in front of me? Asterisk Rose collapsed a bit. He has only just realized it now. The gift Li Wei said was that his base was raised to the ground? What kind of gift is this? Rose wanted to die depressed. Then he heard the voice of Li Wei from Big Brother Daz Hong. Come back, Diana. What about these people? Diana looked at Rose and others on the ground, and couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Rose's heart jumped to his throat suddenly, his eyes staring at Diana, his face turned pale in fright. Own life is now pinched in the opponent's hands. He had no doubt that as long as the person on the other end of the phone said to kill, the next second he would say goodbye to the world. The whole person that Rose was afraid of was trembling. Fortunately, Li Wei let him go. Someone will solve him, your task is done. Okay, then I'll be back soon. Huh? Diana had just finished speaking, and her powerful and slender thighs suddenly stomped on the ground. Call out. She flew up in front of Rose and the others, and then lifted into the air, heading back to Wayne base. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at Rose and the others again, as if they were like ants. The group of people lying on the ground stared blankly, and had no idea what to say. Fly? This woman can actually fly? I don't know how long it took, but Wilson, who was lying there, finally reacted, and said to the dull-faced Rose, Sir, the enemy is gone. Roar. Roar let out a deep breath, and then realized that he was soaked all over. Just now, he was really scared to death. He thought his life was going to die. Fortunately, the other party didn't take him to heart. But, who is the one who called himself? Rose didn't know why Li Wei gave himself a gift until now, as if he didn't offend the other party, right? Who can tell me? Who is this woman? Rose suddenly snarled hysterically, because he saw his base, which had been destroyed into ruins. Oh no, this is not true. In Rose's heart, it was a little crazy all of a sudden. No one answered him. Rose was depressed and wanted to die. He felt like he was dreaming until now. He had just received the agent of the Strategic Science Corps. Before he had time to be happy, God arranged such a scene for him. Who is this strong-pointing non-human woman? Drop, drop, drop. Suddenly a voice came from the military communicator on Rose's adjutant Wilson. Huh? Wilson immediately suppressed all his expressions and cautiously said to Rose, Sir, the White House call. Which one? Rose turned his head. His face was ugly, but he recovered slightly. After all, the owner of this phone is the head of the government. Yes, it's the head of the state military secretary Ram. Wilson said in a bit of astonishment, this is the highest leader of the Communist Party. How could he not expect that what happened today would surprise such a bigwig? But think about it, a military base was destroyed, and it was destined to cause a sensation in the United States. Give me the communicator. Rose took the communicator, then quickly adjusted his mentality and pressed the connect button. Hello, this is General Rose. Rose still had a hint of displeasure on his face, but he still answered the phone and put it to his ear. Shit, Rose, you bastard, who did you provoke? As soon as the call was connected, there was a violent scolding from the Secretary of State for Military Affairs Ram. Although Rose could imagine it, his expression still was very upset. Because he doesn't even know who he provokes. I don't care who you provoke, so immediately, wipe my ass clean, understand? Ram growled on the other side of the phone. Rose can only nodded his head in a solemn way. Your Excellency Ram, I know. And also, okay, no problem, I will go back soon. I see. General Ross complied constantly, but his face became more and more gloomy. His face was gloomy as if dripping water, which was daunting. There is no doubt that this is definitely not a good thing. Release the people, let me release the people who were behind. Hanging up, General Rose slowly lowered his hands and closed his eyes slightly. After a while, he let out a long breath. Sir. The colonel outside the car thought he hadn't heard clearly, so he called out. I said let people go, didn't you understand? General Rose opened his eyes suddenly, and looked at the colonel coldly, not loud, but with an inexplicable coercion, which was awe-inspiring. Yes, General. The colonel nodded hurriedly and gave a military salute. Then he ran to the army green truck behind him and ordered his little brother to release all the agents who had just caught the truck and had not left the New York City area. The colonel did not ask why. This is the meaning of the above. It is a game between the government and the military. A small colonel of him is not qualified to participate. However, he didn't understand how. What happened to make the military leaders give up this low-handed opportunity? Shit, shit. General Rose yelled again, and the anger in his heart was almost indescribable. Too frustrated. If your base was overthrown by others, the resources that were finally obtained were directly intercepted by the other party. This made Rose's heart so sad that he wanted to vomit blood. Sir, Lieutenant General Sheldon, let you in. He's still alive. Wilson told Ross another bad news. The top leader of the base in front of him is not dead. For Rose, this is nothing less than another bad news. In such a battle situation, that old guy is not dead yet. Go. Rose waved his hand and walked toward the base with Wilson. An Air Force base in New York burst. Moreover, it happens to be the air base where General Ross is located, and it is also the base where these agents will be escorted. However, it just exploded. Originally, Ross was still mocking the bombing of the headquarters of the Strategic Science Corps, but now it's his turn to be bombed. It's so immortal, it directly bombed the entire arsenal? Even with that, half of the aircraft in the entire airbase were bombed. The direct economic loss is tens of billions of dollars? This time, Rose couldn't laugh anymore. The Strategic Science Corps only bombed a building, and there were not many casualties. But this time at the Air Force Base, the casualties were aside, but the losses were too great. Sir, the identity of the other party has been found. Wilson stopped suddenly. Say. Anger flickered in Rose's eyes as he was rushing to the base, but Wilson raised his head and said, yes, it's Hydra. What? Rose's steps stopped suddenly, turning around and staring at Wilson. You mean, the other party is Hydra? Yes, this is the news that I just got. We intercepted a piece of information that sent out the address of our base. It was an Hydra agent lurking at the Air Force Base, with the rank of colonel. This person is a spy on the Hydra list. Definitely, they didn't know that the Hydra list in hand was actually forged by Liwei. Hydra. Rose gritted his teeth, but his heart was depressed and wanted to die. Ross knows this agent. Because he has seen the list, he originally wanted to conceal the fact that the military has an Hydra agent, so as to obtain greater benefits from the government. However, it is completely different now. Because of their cover, a military base was devastated. Now they are the same as the government. Most of the government's Hydra agents took control, and they only lost one building. The military lost an entire military base. They no longer have any advantages. Even more, when the government negotiates, they will undoubtedly fall into an absolute disadvantage. Not only will it not be profitable, but I am afraid that a huge price will be paid to stop the damn group of politicians. Damn it, Hydra is so powerful. Rose was a little silent, and he looked at the dilapidated Air Force base with a gloomy expression. Finally, I had the opportunity to make a great achievement, which could turn the entire Strategic Science Corps into a nail for the military. This can be used to check and balance the increasingly lawless politicians, and if done well, he can even get promoted again. But now, there is nothing left. General Ross, Lieutenant General Shelton is waiting for you in the command center. A soldier from the United States saluted Ross and reported, he told me to wait here. General Rose nodded, although the anger in his heart still existed. However, he was shocked by the scene before him. On the airstrip, there were more than 200 planes densely packed, but at the moment there were only more than 20 lonely planes left, most of which were left with only the wreckage. The battle damage rate reached 9 out of 10. The United States Army is running around everywhere, they are busy fighting the fire. Originally, he was already shocked at the gate of the base, but when he saw the loss in the base, he suddenly felt an urge to faint. He only realized that he had thought too little. This time the base was really ruined? The loss was too great to be estimated. If he can't release people before returning to the military base, I'm afraid the government will attack the military base. General Rose looked a little confused, and looked at the warehouse not far away. In other words, it is the wreckage of the former warehouse. Now, there was only a piece of scorched ash, the huge amounts of deep pit in the center, and the dense cracked ground nearby. Ross, you are finally back. In the command center, when Rose walked in, he found out that his boss, Sheldon at the moment, was waiting for him at the moment. His frowning expression completely lost his former spirited appearance. Sheldon is not very old, he is already a lieutenant general in his 50s. Even if it is changed to Rose, he himself is not sure to become a lieutenant general within 10 years. Don't think that the major general to the lieutenant general is only a first-degree difference, but it seems like a great difference, like a moat. This time the military base was bombed, and Ross happened to be outside, so he did not need to bear the main responsibility. But Sheldon must be responsible for this. If it is good to just cut his job, it is more likely that he will go to a military court or even be convicted of treason. This is not humorous, it is really possible. What is the problem? Rose hurriedly greeted him, looking at Lieutenant General Shelton, who seemed to be 10 years old for a moment, with an incredible expression on his face. What else? Just like you see. Sheldon grinned helplessly, his smile full of bitterness. Let it go to Major General Rose. Soon, the soldier on the side manipulated the computer to show Ross a video. On the screen, it was a woman. What can a woman do? Ever since, holding this idea. In the next 3 minutes, Rose saw everything a woman could do on a military base. He saw a woman facing the muzzle of dozens of soldiers, as if there was an invisible barrier in front of her, and thousands of bullets all stopped in front of her. He also saw that woman, like a beam of light, smashed those planes directly at the airport. It's a real rampage. And in the end, with a loud noise, everything was over. General Rose was completely silent. This woman, not long ago, he just met. This enemy is not something he can't afford. In the future, don't think about promotion anymore, and rebuild the base safely for me. As for the loss of the base this time, it will be jointly investigated by the military and the government. The military and the government, I hope the two of us will cooperate. Sheldon closed his eyes when he finished speaking, and Rose looked forward, blankly. His life has come to an end. Hydra, I am at odds with you. When the two generals were still shocked by the women's combat effectiveness, Wonder Woman Diana had quietly returned to Wayne Manor. Thank you, Diana. After sending Nick Fury into the Bat Base, Li Wei met the culprit of the Ala Akuba incident at the United States Air Force Base in his bedroom. Diana Prince, the second superhero unlocked by Li Wei, is also the first superhero summoned by him. If you want to bomb the United States Air Force Base without being suspected, you need to be 70% true and 3% false. First, someone must sneak into the air base, and then manually detonate the air base. Instead of launching missiles with a stealth aircraft, that would easily arouse military suspicion. Even, will be beaten down. Li Wei will not make such a low-level mistake, so he sent Diana, the Wonder Woman blessed by the Olympus gods. It can be said that even in the Marvel world, Diana's strength is the top group of people. Definitely, among mortals. In fact, at the moment she was drawn, Li Wei was almost ecstatic. However, he was not in a hurry to let Diana show up. After receiving everything from the master, he became a little like to control the overall situation and more like to improve his plan. And Diana is the most important part of the plan. The explosion of the air base put tremendous pressure on the military. Under this pressure, they had to give up the right to reorganize the Strategic Science Corps. On the other hand, they still believe that Hydra really did this thing. And not one or two people, but this terrorist incident planned by a sophisticated Hydra organization. In fact, Diana was the only one from beginning to end. Therefore, Li Wei can quietly retreat from this incident. This task is nothing. Our Amazon warriors are inherently warlike. The heroic female soldier on the battlefield smiled slightly at Li Wei. Perhaps because of being selected by Li Wei, she had a great affection for Li Wei from the beginning. You take a good rest first, and leave the rest to me to take care of. Li Wei nodded, casually said a comforting word, and then walked out of the bedroom. There are some things in a hurry. Although he also wants to open the harem, but sometimes too late, it will arouse the disgust of other girls. Don't look at the theories, he said, but in fact, he just never fell in love. Well, nothing wrong. Diana, who originally had something to say to Li Wei, did not expect that Li Wei would leave so simply. It was incredible. Boss, is really a strange person. It's completely different from the men who covet women, as my mother said. Diana blinked, but there were some days when she missed the Amazon Paradise Island. This was actually her first mission to leave the Paradise Island. Li Wei didn't even know. Although Wonder Woman is very strong, she just came out of the mountain. She was teleported to him under the arrangement of her mother. A lot of outside knowledge and exchanges were given to her by her mother's teaching. As for Li Wei, this is a special person who her mother took care of. When you see him, you have to respect me more than you do. The words of Hippolyte, Queen of the Amazon, sounded in Diana's ears. She had always followed her mother's words. However, she also has her own mind. For example, understand Li Wei's personality, then, start with this world first. So Diana sat in front of Li Wei's computer and began to browse the world. On the other side, Li Wei was already sitting in the elevator and came to the base on the -3rd floor. Howard has ended the call with Lucius. At the moment, he is studying some technology of the Bat Base. Because he needs to verify whether the technology that Li Wei said is 20 years ahead of the world as a whole is true. Oh, goodness. I can't believe it. This is actually true. It turns out that there is such a solution. I never thought of it. Howard constantly made a sound of admiration, while the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, headed by Nick Fury, had nothing to do with embarrassment. At the beginning, they can also visit this base. But then, only numbness awaited them. There is only one sentence left in my heart, looks like a dick, but I don't understand. And Howard's shock from time to time made them feel incompetent. After all, Howard can still be shocked, their uneducated group can only fucking. Definitely, Nick Fury is the most embarrassing one. The other agents are still immersed in the joy of the rest of their lives, because Li Wei never thought of killing them. What's more, their leader Nick Fury will also protect them. In fact, Li Wei deliberately frightened these agents and asked them to be grateful to Nick Fury. After all, if Nick Fury is to be a director, he can't be lonely and fight alone. He must have some subordinates. These men can be incompetent, but they must be loyal. Mr. Li Wei. Nick Fury, who keenly heard the movement of the elevator, turned around. He just saw Li Wei coming out of the elevator and quickly lowered his head and called roar. Director Nick Fury, congratulations. Li Wei smiled and stretched out his hand, and slowly walked to the black man who hadn't reacted to the black question mark. The military has agreed to negotiate with the government. Li Wei saw his incomprehension and explained with a smile, an airbase of the military was destroyed, and they no longer have the opportunity to stand on the commanding heights. Therefore, in order to avoid further expansion of the situation, they must cooperate with the government. Negotiation. And the government, although it wants to use this to blackmail the military a lot. Unfortunately, they still have a lot of troubles, and there is no way to embarrass the military before it finishes dealing with internal affairs. So the best way, it means that both sides take a step back and do whatever they want. This time the time started with S.H.I.E.L.D, and it will inevitably end with SHIELD. Therefore, the reorganization of S.H.I.E.L.D has been put on the agenda. And Nick Fury, you have been put up as a candidate for the position of director by them. Li Wei smiled and snapped his fingers. Congratulations, Mr. Director. Thanks. Nick Fury nodded heavily, but the joy on his face showed that he didn't want the heavy heart he showed. No one will be upset to be a director. He didn't ask how Li Wei knew all of this. For a large consortium like the Wayne Group, there must be 1 or 2 or more members of Congress who belong to their allies. Now that these things have been put on the agenda, it is normal for them to be leaked out. Moreover, they have absolutely no reason to fool themselves. As long as he knows, S.H.I.E.L.D will be Li Wei's from today. He is just a director, and, just a director. Nick is quite self-aware. He knows what he should and shouldn't do. After all, his life was saved by Li Wei. To whom is it not to die? Besides, Li Wei, the boss, is much better than he thought. Nick is willing to work for Li Wei. So, have you chosen the address of the new S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters? Li Wei asked suddenly. Forward. Suddenly, Nick Fury was embarrassed again. Because, according to his intention, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D was rebuilt on the original site. But listening to the meaning of Li Wei's words, it is obviously not like that. Since you haven't chosen it yet, let me choose it for you. As if he had expected it, Li Wei smiled happily, and pointed to the New York map on the wall that was already ready for Nick Fury and others to choose a location. Washington area. Nick Fury frowned slightly, surprised. Yes, it's Washington District. Li Wei said with a smile. Nick shrugged suddenly. I have no objection, boss. That's it. At that time, I will move this base of mine directly to it too. Li Wei's eyes looked far away, but his heart was ambitious. Who would have thought that a few days ago, he was really an otaku playing games there? Things, really unpredictable? A smile appeared at the corner of Li Wei's mouth, but there were still 2 threats in front of him. One is his fiancée Captain Marvel. He must be rescued. There is one more. Thanos? Infinite gems. It's time to start collecting. Li Wei looked at Howard, who was constantly amazed. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Eastern Europe, in an old castle on the outskirts of Sokovia. No one would have thought that this slightly inconspicuous building would be the headquarters of the once famous Hydra organization. Since the defeat of the Nazis in World War II, Hydra's base in the country has also been wiped out. After all, there is also the credit of the Captain of the United States. With the death of Red Skull, the entire Hydra fell apart. Some people have penetrated into the United States following the United States government paperclip plan, thus forming the United States Hydra headed by a group of people such as Alexander Pierce. The rest will continue to reorganize Hydra in Europe. This place in Europe has been chaotic since ancient times. Especially in the Middle Ages, you may be a French prince today, and tomorrow you will become the king of Da. Because between the countries of the European continent, marriage is almost intricate. Whose king does not have the royal blood of several other countries, so embarrassed. Even if the king is like this, let alone the nobility. The Duke of Strake is the leader of the active Hydra organization. This guy is different from the former Hydra leader Red Skull. Red Skull can only be regarded as a dick turning over, just like Hitler. Therefore, he was initially able to gain Hitler's favor. But Straker is a hereditary nobleman. It is precisely because of this that his family can quickly bring Hydra back to life after the war, and reopen Hydra's base all over the world. The Strake family also moved their homes to Eastern Europe as a result of Sokovia, and established a brand new Hydra headquarters here. It can be said that in the entire European continent, Baron Strucker is almost the uncrowned king. However, at the moment, the uncrowned king is in rage. Shit. Baron Strucker smashed everything in the room frantically, and by the way, a blue and white porcelain obtained from the Celestial Dynasty was smashed with a hammer. The waste of Pierce actually caused the entire Hydra to be uprooted. Why didn't he die? He is dead. The little brother on the side replied cautiously. In fact, Mr. Pierce was the fastest to die. The moment Hydra was exposed, he had already paid the price of his life for it. Waste. Baron Strucker's face is very ugly. The recent situation of this Hydra in Europe is not good. Because according to the original plan, their European Hydra is responsible for attracting local firepower. In the United States, Hydra is responsible for infiltration. Once the United States is completely infiltrated, they can use this to initiate the Third World War and achieve their ambition to rule the world. However, now the Hydra of the United States is all exposed. Moreover, it was almost uprooted by people overnight, and the rest of the people could not become the climate at all. And their European Hydra is completely alone. Who did it? Baron Strucker's face was pale, his voice low but full of anger. I must make him pay. The younger brother on the side hurriedly handed the information he had prepared in the morning to Straker, and explained in a low voice, this person is called Li Wei, the owner of the Wayne Group. This time we will be exposed because he leaked it. Secret. Also, he killed Mr. Pierce with his own hands. Wayne Group. Straker frowned slightly, but then he didn't care, and said coldly, no matter who he is, he must be done. I don't care about the others, but I want him to die. But, sir. The little brother on the side hesitated to speak, and after obtaining Straker's consent, he said, this Li Wei seems to be very strong. Crossbones Rumlow, Mr. Pierce's right-hand man, sparred with him and was interrupted. The corners of Strack's mouth twitched slightly, and Rumlow, he definitely knew, one of the strongest special forces in the world. But this Li Wei can actually put him on the ground. Doesn't it mean that this is another captain of the United States? Roar. Baron Strucker took a deep breath and said helplessly, how about the two subjects? Ability is not stable yet, and may run away at any time. If you let them go, I'm afraid. His men hesitated to speak but stopped. Never mind. Baron Strucker waved his hand. The twin siblings were sent out at this time, and no one knew the consequences. After all, they are just guinea pigs. Then send the Winter Soldier to kill him. He is really helpless. Today's Hydra is still in the dormant stage. At the end of the 1980s, they have no combat power at all. During World War II, there was still Tesseract anyway. But now, Tesseract is taken away by the United States. 2 years later, they will send Winter Soldier to assassinate Iron Man's daddy Howard Stark, and take away his modified super soldier serum. In addition, an elite death squad was created. And this elite death squad is stronger than Winter Soldier. And 20 years later, they will use the scepter used by Loki to do Superman experiments when aliens invade, and create the super ability of twins Petro Maximov and Wanda Maximov. Yes, they are Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, the two test items Baron Strucker just mentioned. However, these powerful combat powers are either the past or the future. But today's Hydra has nothing. They have nothing but a Winter Soldier that hasn't changed for thousands of years. No, it's not enough. Baron Strucker's face was blue, and he said coldly, what's going on in the Red Room? Pierce is responsible for infiltrating the United States, and Straker is not far behind. He is responsible for infiltrating another superpower, the Soviet Union. The Red Room is an organization established by Hydra in cooperation with the Soviet Union to train super agents. The Soviets thought that the agents trained by the Red Room were loyal to the Soviet Union, but they did not know that most of the agents that came out of it were loyal to Hydra. The third phase of the Red Room agent is still training. The younger brother on the side paused and reminded, however, Eastern Europe has not been peaceful recently, and the Soviets are now overwhelmed by themselves. The training in the Red Room may be over here. 1989 is undoubtedly a day worthy of attention. Because it was this year that opened the end of Eastern European socialism, and it was also the initial cause of the disintegration of the Soviet Union 2 years later. The Soviets nowadays are so busy themselves, not to mention a Red Room for cultivating agents. I'm afraid, at the moment has been forgotten. Then get everyone back. Not surprisingly, Baron Strucker said indifferently, also, send a team to the United States and let them cooperate with Winter Soldier to assassinate that Li Wei. Also, how are the female spies carefully crafted by the Red Room? Hearing Strack's question, the younger brother quickly replied, the female spy test product is currently in a relatively stable state, and the experiment has basically been successful. However, although the super soldier serum we developed eliminated the original side effects, the effect was also weakened by most. Although it is a super soldier serum, even after the injection of the serum, the physical fitness of the test product has only reached the level of some top special forces, and it is not enough to serve as the name of the super soldier serum. Then it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's a failure, so send her out. Baron Strucker's tone was cold, and after speaking, he put on his coat, closed the door, and went out. As if, this base has never appeared before. It has been 3 full months since the government and the military agreed to reunify the SHIELD. The headquarters building in Manhattan, New York, the United States was bombed, but in 3 months, time has faded away. Someone has quickly cleared it up, leaving a lot of ruins. The new S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is located on an island in the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. In these 3 months, neither the government nor the military came to make trouble. Because although the Hydra incident has passed, the storm has not yet subsided. They are also constantly investigating some potential Hydra lurking personnel in the system to ensure that the United States will not happen again. This time only an agent organization was infiltrated. Next time, if both the and the President of the United States are completely infiltrated, then the United States will really be over. Mr. Stark, how is the research going? Li Wei took the elevator to his bat base and walked all the way to Howard's laboratory. This is a separate laboratory specially prepared for him, and it is not just him, Lucius is also here. The spacecraft is of great importance, and Li Wei attaches great importance to it. Not even the company's business, just do this. Not yet? Howard shook his head helplessly and sighed, although we have some guesses, we don't have the corresponding experimental conditions. How to say? Li Wei frowned slightly and asked. For the several ways you talk about interstellar travel, I think they are all possible. I have to say that you are truly a genius. Howard first admired Li Wei, and there was no compliment, it was completely sincere. But then he shook his head again. However, although your technology is leading the world for more than 2 decades. However, the alloy material still does not meet the requirements of interstellar travel. Whether it is bending speed or transition, all have extremely high requirements on the strength of the alloy. In the Marvel world, there are 4 ways of interstellar travel. The first one is the most convenient and powerful one. Use space gem to open the space door directly. Avengers uses this method. The second type is the Einstein-Rosen bridge. This technology is unique to Asgard, which is Bifrost. Can use Bifrost to instantly reach any corner of the universe. The third type is hyperspace jumping. Hyperspace jumps are different from jumps, because hyperspace jumps must pass through pre-established jump points in the universe, and then move between the 2 jump points. But if there is no jumping point, then you can only fly in the universe. The so-called jumping points should be wormholes or artificial wormholes. The transition that Howard is studying is different. The transition is through entering the subspace, and then from any point to another instantaneously, and does not need to pass through a specific jumping point. Definitely, the transition has only a theoretical basis and has not been practiced. At the very least, there is no such way of interstellar travel in the Marvel universe. The fourth type, the most scientific one, is the speed of war, that is, the superlight speed engine. The warp engine is compressed by space, the space behind expands, and the space in front is pulled back. In fact, the nature of the warp engine is still space distortion. However, the technology of the speed engine so far is only owned by Xingju's father, the Celestial Clan. Oh, the first generation of Captain Marvel, that is, Marvel, Carol Danvers' predecessor, has also invented the superlight speed engine, but the engine hideout is now Carol Danvers' Li Wei's fiancé Captain Marvel knows. Moreover, she lost her memory. It's really contradictory. Li Wei smiled bitterly. The person he was going to save knew the method of cosmic transition, but he was still studying hard. Why didn't you tell me the address before leaving? Li Wei was a little depressed. Most races in the universe have used hyperspace jump technology so far. Relatively speaking, it is actually a little behind. This superlight speed engine is a big killer for space travel. However, although the transition and speed are high-tech that most races in the universe have never had, but the Stark family is worthy of being a family cursed by wisdom. A few decades ago, Stark had already proposed the concept of a maglev car. But now, Li Wei just mentioned the method of interstellar travel that he once knew might be the method of interstellar travel. Howard, this guy actually confirmed it directly, and he is about to build it. Worthy of being the father of Iron Man. This ability is far more than Iron Man shit. That's why Li Wei hates such smart people, and is mad with jealousy. Just put forward a theory, but the other party was able to turn it into reality. This Timos is too exaggerated. Materials, on the Earth, it is not yet possible to produce alloys that travel through the universe. Howard put on a posture that a clever woman could hardly cook without rice. In fact, this is indeed the case. There is strength, there are methods, but it's useless. Just like later generations of mobile phones, the battery severely restricts the performance of the mobile phone. This is a material problem. If you have the technology, you can't reach the basic foundation. However, fortunately, the dimension in which Li Wei is located is the world of Marvel. And in this world, there happens to be a special kind of metal, just. Li Wei knows the location of this metal. So, the material problem is not big. Li Wei thought for a while and asked, if it's vibranium, it should be okay. Vibranium, also known as Nirvana steel, is a meteorite from the sky. It is a specialty resource of Wakanda, an African country, and one of the hardest materials in the Marvel universe. The shield of the Captain of the United States and Black Panther's battlesuit and claws are all made with this thing. Vibranium. Oh no. Howard obviously knew this too. After all, the shield of the Captain of the United States was built by him and Dr. Malone McLean together. But, although this thing is okay, building a spaceship is a bit extravagant. Lee, with all due respect, in this world, there is no vibranium stock for a spaceship cabin at all, let alone a spaceship. Howard said bitterly, but Li Wei smiled, that, not necessarily. Howard was stunned, and then some reaction came over, shook his head desperately there and said, impossible. Vibranium can. Because of its characteristics, it is determined that it is definitely the best metal for interstellar travel, at least on Earth. If vibranium can be used to build a spacecraft, the defense is absolutely guaranteed. However, Wakanda will not agree. Howard knew Li Wei's ambitions. He didn't expect that Li Wei also knew Wakanda. After all, this is an isolated place. The young man in front of him really knew a lot of high-level secrets. However, Wakanda is not an ordinary place. Wakanda people take vibranium as their life. Howard smiled helplessly. What is the concept of building a spaceship with vibranium? Wakanda's vibranium content is only 10,000 tons, even if it is more, it is impossible to double. And to build a spacecraft according to Li Wei's requirements, I am afraid that Wakanda's vibranium will be used up by 1/10. If this is the case, then Wakanda doesn't have to fight him hard to see the ghost. Even if it is to build a smaller spaceship, at least dozens of tons of vibranium are needed. They will agree. Li Wei is decisive. Disagree? Then call until they agree? Now I am not strong enough, but how many more? Li Wei is confident in breaking Wakanda. Isn't it the hometown of Black Panther? 10,000 Black Panthers can be worth a punch? So Li Wei is not worried at all. But Howard felt that the boy brother in front of him was a bit too rampant. This is a place where people in the United States dare not move. He has also heard of Wakanda's technology. This is a super forbidden area, and most people don't dare to touch it at all. However, sir, if the materials are not available, our research may be put on hold for a while. Howard paused and said slowly, in theory, we can already reach the basis of interstellar travel, but if there is no way to conduct experiments, it is still difficult to determine. I see. Li Wei nodded slightly. He definitely knew the difficulty of interstellar travel. The means of interstellar travel alone is not considered, but also coordinates. If there are no coordinates and the universe is so big, how can you find your goal if you fly everywhere? Fortunately, Li Wei still has goals. Hera in the Large Magellanic Cloud. However, just knowing this is not enough. There are hundreds of billions of planets in the Large Magellanic Cloud. God knows which is Hera, so even if he has the heart, he can only wait patiently. The study of interstellar travel has been put on hold for now, and we will talk about it when vibranium's materials are in place. Li Wei shook his head slightly, but he couldn't help being covered with a haze in his heart. Calculated according to the timeline, it will be years before my fiancé will return to Earth. If you can't work out the method of interstellar travel before then, and find out the exact location of Hara Star, then everything I did was in vain. It stands to reason that since Carol will eventually return to Earth, it doesn't make any sense for him to do this. However, perhaps it is the man's self-esteem that is at work. Rather than Carol fleeing back to Earth, he wants to pick Carol back personally. I want her to see that my fiancé is definitely not a waste. Definitely, just think about it now. Then, how's the research on the super soldier serum? Li Wei put these thoughts behind for a while, then looked at Howard and asked. Soon. Upon hearing Li Wei's question, Howard's face was a little sad, and he suddenly became excited. I have found a way to fix the side effects of the serum. Now a new batch of serum has been created and the side effects are being adjusted. Think, this time there shouldn't be any problems. Oh, this is really good news. This super soldier serum is also useful for Li Wei. When the test is over, I will have someone send you the latest batch. The results should already be available, either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Howard is obviously confident about the super soldier serum. After all, he was also one of the people involved in the production. This super soldier serum was developed by Dr. Abraham Erskine during World War II. The first generation of super soldier serum was not perfect, so as the first person to eat crabs, Red Skull's face became a skeleton. The improved super soldier serum can barely be called the second generation. The person who injects it will no longer turn into a skull face, but the side effects still exist. The side effect of super soldier serum is to make good people better and bad people worse. So, this is uncertain. There are good and bad in everyone's heart. Some people think that they are good people, but they may also be bad people. Some people think that they are bad people, but they are really bad people. Because of this side effect, Abraham feared that the military would use the super soldier serum to create the super soldier core in their minds. In this way, the world will inevitably be in chaos. Therefore, he severely burned his research materials. However, for decades, countries around the world have never given up on researching new super soldier serums. The military and the government are not far behind. In today's world, the only person who can develop a super soldier serum is Howard. He has improved the super soldier serum again, which can be called the third generation. The third generation super soldier serum no longer has unexecuted. The original side effect is to make good people better and bad people worse. But the super soldier serum that Howard studied no longer has such unknown side effects that vary from person to person, because its side effects are fixed. That is, let the person who injects become violent. Although it sounds like it is going in a bad direction, it is indeed a great improvement. The second generation super soldier serum has to be different from person to person, and a really good person must be selected for injection. But in the third generation, the side effects of injection are the same for anyone. Although it can make people violent, once the side effects are fixed, there are ways to eliminate them. Moreover, it just makes people become violent, which is not a big deal. The third generation will not make good people better or bad people worse, it just makes people more violent and irritable. If it is a person with sufficient control, it can weaken or even ignore such side effects. Therefore, Howard's research progress is absolutely unprecedented. However, before Howard eliminated this side effect and conducted human experiments, Li Wei still did not dare to inject. He has always been insensitive to this kind of uncertainty. Howard is still continuing his own research, and Lucius has gone from being a dominant position at the beginning to being a layman for Howard. Nick Fury is busy reorganizing S.H.I.E.L.D, while Li Wei is waiting for the serum to be born. He can't wait to get an injection. After drawing out Wonder Woman, he became more and more eager to improve his strength. However, it is in a corner that no one knows. An elite team dispatched by Hydra is lurking somewhere in Los Angeles. Asterisk, damn it! How can it be? Supreme Wisdom looked at the displayed picture and couldn't help but roar. It was unwilling. Obviously Fang Han no longer had the ability to resist. Why would Fang Han and Carol Danvers escape? Give me a hunting order. I will leave them with nowhere to run in the galaxy. At this time, Fang Han had no strength, and the 4 Fang Han had also changed back to a Fang Han. There was no air in outer space, and the low temperature made Fang Han feel that his body began to freeze. After the calf, Fang Han felt that his current situation was not far from cool. Hey, sir, are you okay? Carol Danvers' voice came. Fortunately, I estimate that I can last 10 seconds. Fang Han said. The gray-white frigate appeared in front of Fang Han, and a mechanical arm grabbed Fang Han back into the spaceship cabin. It was only at this time that Fang Han felt that he could breathe. Taking a big breath of air, Fang Han sat on the floor, with the joy of the rest of his life on his face, looking at Carol Danvers who walked towards him. Fang Han smiled and said, Hey, Carol, you don't know, just now I almost thought I was going to die in outer space. But you're alive now, aren't you? How about a tube of nutrient solution? Carol Danvers smiled and shook the nutrient solution in his hand. Now that I'm about to collapse, 1 tube of nutrient solution can't replenish my consumption. Fang Han also laughed. Now, they finally escaped from Kree-Star. Congratulations to the host for escaping from Kree-Star and receiving the achievement reward. The system's prompt sounded, which gave Fang Han a new joy. Achievements? When did this appear? Fang Han asked in surprise. There has always been an achievement system, but the host is not activated. Fang Han nodded, and then suddenly gritted his teeth and asked, Can you answer me a question? Why can Xians explode stars and destroy the planet at every turn, but I still can't survive in space? It's not scientific? Because the host is not at the level of a Super Xian, it cannot survive in an airless environment. Fang Han was stunned, and then sighed, Okay, put this topic aside, what reward did I get? The host can choose the props that have appeared in the lottery to choose A to open the exchange mode, and you can redeem directly in the future without the lottery. That's good news. Well, good news overall. Although Fang Han was not very satisfied with this reward, he still recognized it. After all, Fang Han was satisfied with the reward. What a reward. Host, this prop can be a certain item, can also be a certain ability. If it is an item, the host as long as there are points, you can exchange this item at will. If it is a certain ability, the host can use points to strengthen this ability. Everything depends on the host's choice. Hearing the system's words, Fang Han hesitated. Choose an item or an ability. If it is the ability to choose, Fang Han can strengthen, but it is the Dragon Claw Gong, Ratchet, 4-Body Fist, Qigong, and Mixed Yuan 1 Qigong, Dancing Void Technique. Strengthening the Dragon Claw skill and Ratchet or something, Fang Han does not need it for the time being, and Fang Han is not allowed to use this precious strengthening opportunity on this. So what to reinforce? Qigong? If it is to strengthen Qigong, then can you use Turtle Qigong? However, when you become stronger, can't you still use Turtle Pi Qigong? Just now, Fang Han faced the energy attack with a deadly threat, and the Qigong waves he unleashed were already similar in principle to the Turtle School Qigong, and Fang Han believed that he would definitely be able to learn the Turtle School Qigong in the future. So, instead of choosing Qigong, what to choose? Items? Fang Han couldn't help but think of Xiando. This kind of thing is simply a bug-like item for Fang Han now. A fairy bean goes down. Even if you are about to die, you will immediately be resurrected in place full of blood and blue, and you can fight with the enemy for another 500 years. Such a thing should perhaps be the most needed for Fang Han at present. According to the physique of the Xian, a near-death breakthrough can greatly improve their combat effectiveness, but this must be guaranteed, otherwise dying is easy to become real death. And fairy beans, which can restore energy and replenish physical strength, are indeed rare now. Fang Han pondered. The Marvel Universe is too dangerous, a galaxy alone is full of crises, and I am not sure what dangers will be encountered in the future. Only by saving your life can you talk about future things. Now, maybe fairy beans are the best choice. After all, there is one more thing that can be used to save lives anytime, anywhere. Fang Han thought twice and finally decided to choose immortal beans. System, I choose to exchange immortal beans. Fang Han said. The Xian bean exchange is on. Hearing the sound of the system, Fang Han couldn't wait to open the exchange page, and then Fang Han looked at the single immortal bean with a redemption price of up to 20,000 points, and his face turned black. Damn system, you're eating human blood steamed buns, do you understand? You are exploitation, a serious exploitation of the toiling masses? Fang Han is not satisfied. 20,000 immortal beans, why don't you grab this price? How many points do you have now? Fang Han looked at it, and now the points were just over 80,000. That is to say, Fang Han made so many troubles in Kree-Star, first destroying the Temple of the Kree, and then killing the accuser Ronan, Young Rogue, and a pursuer Colas who did not know whether he was alive or dead, and destroyed countless Kree aircraft tanks, and killed an unknown number of Kree-Star soldiers, which saved 80,000 points. And this risks countless dangers. It can be said that the 80,000 points obtained between life and death can only be exchanged for 4 immortal beans, which is too pitted. However, in the face of Fang Han's anger, the system is silent. Anyway, the price is here. You don't have to take it for nothing, let alone reduce the price. There is only one system and one merchant in the whole universe. It can be said that Fang Han is very helpless. Alas, how can I have such a pit daddy system? Fang Han drank the nutrient solution without a sip, and he was very helpless. In fact, the host does not need to be so angry, and now the host has an unlimited lottery opportunity, which is a special reward for the host. Unlimited raffle opportunities. Fang Han was interested. Yes. What can I smoke? Fang Han asked with interest. Theoretically, it's possible for the host to draw anything. Fang Han couldn't help but pout when he listened to the system's words. In other words, I may not be able to smoke anything. In theory, it is. The system did not deny it. Fang Han didn't care. Anyway, it was Bida's lottery opportunity. Looking at Carol Danvers controlling the spacecraft in front, Fang Han said very leisurely, then use it. A moment later, Fang Han looked at the card in his hand with a strange face, and his expression was a little indescribable. Oh, this thing. Wayne Manor. The next day, in the morning. Pretty girls, hurry up, the young master has a bad temper. We have to make sure that after he wakes up, he can see an unusually clean environment. The personal housekeeper Alfred Pennyworth clapped his hands there, and in front of him was a bunch of hourly workers he had just hired to take care of the cleaning of Wayne Manor. Such a large manor cannot be handled by him alone. As for the fully automatic cleaning robot, sorry, it hasn't been invented yet. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff was among these people, and she secretly observed the terrain of Wayne Manor. Hi, Bobo, have you recruited some child labor again? Alfred pointed to Natasha Romanoff, who looked a little immature in the crowd. It looks like he hasn't grown up yet. No, it's an adult, sir. The head of the hourly worker, Uncle Bo, said respectfully. He didn't dare to offend the old man in front of him. He was angry, but it was quite terrifying. Hehe, you can't fool my eyes, the old man. Alfred looked at Natasha Romanoff with interest and smiled slightly. When did she come? This. Uncle was a little embarrassed. In fact, Natasha Romanoff was a black house. His boss found it accidentally outside the door yesterday, and he was about to starve to death. Strangers, you can't enter Wayne Manor. This is the rule. Alfred, who was born in the Military Intelligence Division 6 of Ying State, squinted and patted Uncle's shoulder. Uncle's face suddenly stiffened there, and then hurriedly said, Sir, I was wrong. I immediately asked her to return to the company. Forget it, let's not take it as an example. Alfred waved his hand faintly, then turned around and walked towards the manor, but the old housekeeper's voice came from Uncle's ear. Remember, let her go, clean the basement. Yes. Uncle nodded hurriedly, watching Alfred walk away, and Roar could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The butler of this manor is really a terrible guy. Even if I face it many times, it is very stressful. Natasha Romanoff, you come with me. Uncle shouted to Natasha Romanoff, who was cute and curious on the side. Follow me to the basement. Your task today is to clean the place. Remember, it must be clean and spotless. Do you know? Uncle looked at the new employee severely, and Natasha Romanoff replied timidly, Yes, sir. Go, remember to follow me. This manor, you can't just walk around. Uncle walked into the manor well, and Natasha Romanoff followed obediently. Alfred, the butler hiding in the shadows, watched the two enter the manor, with a secret smile on his face. This underage girl, the elite agent cultivated since childhood, master, should like it. Right. Go in, never come out again. It just so happens that the young master still lacks a few female assistants. Oracle and the girl are not there. The young master should be very lonely, right? The old housekeeper thought very intimately. Natasha Romanoff didn't even know she herself had been exposed. Under the gaze of a veteran agent, the same kind, are destined to be invisible. What's more, he is Batman's butler. He once had a code named Detective Paniwa. His IQ is as high as Sherlock Holmes. No detail can be hidden from the sharp eyes of the old butler. Therefore, the first mission of Black Widow failed. The Winter Soldier and his party waited all day without any news, and all the messages sent to Natasha Romanoff went straight to the sea. Can't wait any longer. Night, action. The temporary leader of Hydra in charge of the attack gritted his teeth, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Yes. A group of men immediately began to pack and prepare things. The Winter Soldier, who had been sitting there like a statue, also showed a humane side for the first time. He also began to equip some guns. Time passed by every minute, and soon it was night. As dusk approached, the night fell quietly, covering the earth. Even the moon seems to have felt something, hiding herself deeply in the dark clouds, as if stingy and unwilling to show a ray of light. The sky was pitch black, and people didn't have the mood to watch the moon at all. At the top of the Sea Cliff Villa, Li Wei shook his head with a pity. It looks like it's going to rain. It's impossible to watch the moon. He actually didn't want to admire the moon, or that he had never had the habit of admiring the moon. Rather, he prefers such a dark night with high winds. He didn't think the moon had anything to look at when he watched the moon. Because the moon is not even the so-called luminescence of its own, it is only the refracted light of the sun. The reason why I came to the roof was only because Wonder Woman Diana thought. The sea breeze blew the hair around the girl's ears, revealing the girl's stunning face with a little disappointment. Beautiful people are beautiful even if they are angry, and so are disappointments. What's wrong? Li Wei stood up, his straight legs set off his slender figure, His charming temperament was more prominent in the night, and his voice seemed to have a touch of pleasing magnetism. Diana, your mood is wrong, homesick. Li Wei frowned, and he couldn't help but cast a shadow in his heart. Although the mobile phone showed 100% allegiance to the drawn heroes, human nature is always fickle. He didn't believe what the machine said, not to mention Wonder Woman, the first hero he summoned. Except for the lottery, the Batman mobile phone is usually the same as a normal mobile phone. It's not even as good as a normal cell phone, because the Batman cell phone can't even make calls. Therefore, he also couldn't know whether Diana, who was extracted by himself, had any memories of the past. You know, the Wonder Woman Diana in the DC world is a lover of family. She is the princess of Paradise Island, the illegitimate daughter of the king of god Zeus in Greece and Hippolyte, queen of the Amazon, and has a demigod bloodline. Even if she goes to the human world, she becomes a superhero. However, she still has the dream of protecting her homeland, Paradise Island. If she still has a complete memory, Li Wei cannot guarantee that she will not betray because of homesickness. After all, Paradise Island is really an unstable factor. There is no such place in the Marvel world. Mother said that the place where there is a boss is my home. However, I do miss Paradise Island a bit. Wonder Woman showed a rare girlish side, but she soon regained her perseverance and heroic spirit. I know this is an experience for me. Outside of Paradise Island, my mother said, everything is obeyed by the boss. Commanded. So, Li Wei has some idea. This so-called loyalty seems to be the information her mother implanted in her. Hippolyte, this is the 13th queen of the Paradise Island Amazon. She is everything to Wonder Woman. So what she said is obviously equivalent to the Imperial Edict. Then did you tell me my identity? Li Wei smiled and asked without a trace. Diana tilted her head and asked Li Wei a little strangely, but she still replied, you are the god who walked out of our Paradise Island, responsible for the earthly experience of the Amazon warriors on Paradise Island. Li Wei was a little shocked by this identity. Is it possible that this world also has a Paradise Island? Does that mean that this is a universe where DC and Marvel integrate? Wrong. If I didn't summon Batman, then obviously there would be no Gotham City, nor Wayne Manor, could it? Li Wei thought of a possibility. Every time a DC hero is activated, this world integrates a part of DC's universe. This world is constantly changing. Li Wei came up with a fact that shocked him a bit. However, this is a good thing for him. If there are soldiers from Paradise Island, his own combat power will become extremely terrifying. This is a demigod, and the Wonder Woman in front of her is the key to her own rule over Paradise Island. So, do you know the Justice League? Li Wei asked softly, remember Superman? Justice League? Superman. Diana looked a little confused, a little distressed, frowned, and said, what is that? Is it a friend of the boss? No, it's nothing. Li Wei shook his head lightly, his heart settled, and a relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the Batman phone is not useless. At the very least, the heroes drawn are almost poor and white. Their memories will not be tampered with, but they are in their initial state. In other words, the current Wonder Woman just came out of Paradise Island. So, it also means that these heroes have no instability factors. Enough to guarantee their 100% loyalty. Moreover, the title of this boss, it feels the same as playing a certain card game? Don't say it. The aperture of the Batman mobile phone lottery draw was full of sight. However, at the moment, I were still on the roof, and my two did not notice that under the villa, an armed force composed of dozens of people was marching towards the villa. The gunship has not taken off yet, because once the helicopter takes off, the propeller will make huge amounts of noise. In that case, it is tantamount to telling the other party that they are going to do something. Therefore, you have to wait for the ground forces to be in place first. Although Diana has a super perception, she is not always nervous. What's more, these crises are not towards her, but towards Li Wei. Once there is any malicious behavior, Diana will be aware of it. But if it wasn't against her, but it was accompanied by it, then she would not be so easy to detect before the real threat. Therefore, neither of them noticed. Master. Butler Alfred's voice came from inside the house. Howard's third-generation super soldier serum has been developed, and the side effects this time are so small that you can ignore it. Oh, is it finally developed? This is a good thing. Diana, I'm going to do some personal affairs. Here. I'll leave it to you. Li Wei and Diana waved their hands, and Diana returned with a pretty confident smile. I swear as an Amazon warrior, I will protect your home. Li Wei hurried to the R&D room downstairs, and Howard and Lucius looked very excited. Oh, my goodness, I didn't expect Howard you could develop this genetic medicine. Lucius was really surprised. For a long time, his way of research has been to arm the body with science and technology. He has never thought of activating human genes to transform the body, so he was a little crazy about the birth of the super soldier serum. It seemed to have opened the door to a new world for him. No, this serum is not my credit, it's the plan and idea your boss gave me. I just made some changes based on him. It can be seen that Howard is also a little complacent. After all, he is quite proud of being able to develop a non-destructive version of the super soldier serum in such a fast time. What's more, he has already produced a test product. When Li Wei came downstairs, he happened to see an unusually burly muscular man standing there, with a muscle explosion even more than Captain America. The whole person is full of extremely powerful deterrence. It is simply the max version of Captain America. This third-generation super soldier serum seems to be very effective. At least from the appearance, this muscular man is stronger than Captain America. Li, come and take a look. Seeing Li Wei come down, Howard walked to Li Wei's face invitingly and pointed to the remaining 5 super soldier serums placed on the table. This time he did a total of 6 doses, and used 1 in the test, so there are 5 left. Well, I saw it. How did it work? Li Wei looked at the muscular man. Alfred walked over and introduced, Master, this is the 3rd generation Robin, Tim Drake, who has just been selected from the training camp and became the Noah batch of test products. Master. Robin Drake bowed respectfully to Li Wei. A guy who was originally a more delicate person in the original book, now has a 180-degree change. Robin, Batman's best partner and assistant. The 1st and 2nd generations have become DC's superhero, and Tim Drake in front of him is the 3rd generation of Robin. Since childhood, his parents have died and he has been living on the funding of Wayne Group. In the original work, he also appeared next to Batman in 1989, and the timeline is exactly the same. It's just that Drake, after being injected with genetic medicine, is much stronger than in the original work. In the original book, Tim does not have any super ability, but he is an excellent fighter and weapon user. He has mastered many unarmed combat methods, including leopard boxing, French kickboxing, judo, capoeira, a Brazilian jiu-jitsu, karate, dragon boxing, and whipstick, as well as escape and stealth. Also, the intelligence of that day's talent. Not only an outstanding detective, but also a highly skilled programmer and hacker, he also has a deep understanding of natural science and behavioral science, so he is very knowledgeable and literary. Very good. Li Wei is quite satisfied with Robin's strengthening, which means that he has another powerful fighter, and he is a stronger guy than Captain America. Lucius, build some useful weapons for this new assistant of mine. Li Wei gave an order, and then pointed to the 5 remaining soldier serums on the table. Alfred, take it to the bedroom for me, and I will come later. Howard couldn't help but was taken aback. Li, are you going to inject all of them? Ordinary people can only bear the equivalent of a super soldier serum at most. This is the limit. Howard kindly reminded him, but Li Wei smiled indifferently. Your Excellency Howard, your partner, not an ordinary person. After dropping this sentence, Li Wei walked into the elevator. Alfred took the remaining 5 super soldier serums and went upstairs. Howard looked at Li Wei upstairs in disbelief, and said to Lucas, oh, my buddy, what did I hear just now? Dr. Howard, you heard that right. My boss is indeed not an ordinary person. He is Batman, a superpower with the limits of humanity. Ordinary people may have the limit to inject a super soldier serum, but for him, it is estimated that they can inject 2 to 3. Therefore, Lucas seemed very relieved. Shit. Your boss is really a crazy guy. I don't dare to inject this kind of damn thing into myself. I still like to be an ordinary person. Howard shrugged, and Lucas smiled at him. Next, shall we continue to study serum or try new things, such as what you said? Arc reactor, and what I said mechanical body. Man, you really know me too well. What are you waiting for? Howard's eyes lighted up, and he felt that the guy beside him was the best partner with himself. The efficiency of 2 people has increased by 200%. Upstairs, Tim, who has just become the 3rd generation Robin, guards the door. This was ordered by the butler Alfred. After all, Li Wei is going to inject the super soldier serum to strengthen himself. What's wrong with him? Tim may find out immediately. It has always been Robin's duty to protect Batman's safety. Inside the room, Li Wei held a blue super soldier serum in his hand, observing there, but his eyes were full of longing. This thing can enhance the user's metabolic function and all body functions, and the brain usage rate is 100%, reaching the peak of human potential. Since my body has reached the peak of humanity, I will definitely be able to break through after the injection. Then, after the breakthrough, the body, don't know how many super soldier serum can withstand the dose. Li Wei was thinking there, but the movements in his hands were not slow, and poured the blue 3rd generation non-destructive super soldier serum into a syringe. Howard's modified 3rd generation, unlike the 1st generation of Captain America, only needs to be injected into the body. However, correspondingly, the improvement of the efficacy of the medicine is also slow, unlike Captain America, which can instantly increase its strength to the limit. The injection of the 3rd generation super soldier serum has a slow ascension process, and at the beginning of this process, I must be absolutely still and cannot make any movements. Otherwise, there will be unexpected situations that even Howard doesn't know. Therefore, Li Wei appeared very careful. Let's start. Li Wei and Roar let out a sigh of relief, and then looked at the Wonder Woman who was still sitting outside the window admiring the moon, feeling relieved a lot. Zi. The syringe was pierced into his arm by Li Wei, and then his left hand began to slowly push the soldier serum into his body. In this syringe, there are a total of 5 doses, but Li Wei did not inject all of them at once. He only injected 1 dose. He wanted to see how much his body was able to withstand before deciding how many to inject in a while. Anyone who is a little bit thoughtful will choose to be so cautious. But Li Wei never expected that a bunch of enemies he didn't know would be lurking outside. At the moment, a group of people headed by Winter Soldier finally lurked under the villa smoothly. The helicopter took off instantly. Wow, the sound of the propeller is huge amounts of, not to mention that this 20 kilometers radius is Li Wei's private domain. Therefore, this sudden abnormal noise made Li Wei, who was injecting super soldier serum, suddenly raised his head. How can a helicopter come here for no reason in your own territory? There is no doubt that it is an intruder. Nima, won't you be so unlucky? This thought just came up in Li Wei's mind. The next moment, he saw two bright flares flying towards him in the sky. Missile? My grass. Li Wei, who was about to pull out the syringe in his hand, was also stunned for an instant, and then he subconsciously slumped into the ground. So, these Hydra terrorists are really ruthless? Use the rocket directly to open the road far away, this is to put him to death. Although Li Wei had received Master Batman's physical fitness, he was still incapable of resisting missiles. Therefore, Li Wei fell straight down. Then, a whole tube of 5 super soldier serum dosage syringes were all injected into his arm. In danger, Li Wei has forgotten what he had just injected. So, when he reacted, he was also a little dumbfounded. All the 5 super soldier serums had been injected into the arm, and then in the next second, his consciousness suddenly became nothingness. The 5 super soldier doses and the burst of energy are obviously terrifying. She only heard the roar of Wonder Woman Diana shouting in her ears, "Boss, be careful." With a roar of huge amounts of, Li Wei heard the last sound. The 5 super soldier serum doses of genetic medicine also instantly produced huge amounts of effect in his body. Li Wei's consciousness suddenly became blurred, but his body suddenly exploded with a strong wave of air. Boom! Robin Tim, who was guarding the door, only felt a breath that suffocated him. Fortunately, in the next second, even more earth-shaking sounds and shock waves blew up the night of the entire Wayne base. Daylight. Robin, who was planning to avoid Li Wei's shockwave, subconsciously rushed to the top of the building. Compared with Li Wei indoors, the danger outside the door is greater in Tim's view. That's a missile? Although Tim didn't see it, he had already heard the huge amounts of shocking noise. Asterisk whoosh. Dozens of missiles attacked from 3 directions, one after another. The flames of the explosion and the deafening noise never stopped, but under the cover of the missile, a Hydra elite unit under the villa has entered the villa. If it weren't for the terrain near here was too flat, and there were no other commanding heights except for the sea cliff accident, I am afraid that the snipers have been deployed now. Pity the Barrett they prepared, because the terrain restrictions are actually useless. However, no one found out. Even with 3 helicopters, more than 30 missiles bombarded. However, Wayne's base still remained in ruins, even unscathed. Because there was one person who blocked this blow that ruined the world. Kang? The moment Wonder Woman saw the rocket flying towards herself and Li Wei, an extremely bright light burst out of her arms. The Guardian Silver Bracelet is an artifact made by the god Hephaestus using the fragments of the King of God Zeus's Aegis, which can protect the wearer from any long-range attacks. After the bracelet collides, it can release a powerful guardian power. Definitely, any so-called remote attack is also limited. But obviously, these missiles are far from reaching the limit that they can break through the defense of the Guardian Silver Bracelet. Drink. Diana chirped, arms crossed, and just when the danger came, she directly launched her strongest move. So, rumble, all the missile bombings resounded in the air, illuminating the entire Wayne base transparently and dyeing half of the sky. But it didn't spread to Wayne's base at all, and not even the garden was damaged. The whole Malibu was shocked. What? Help. Countless screams, shouts, and each other's sound, they thought they had suffered a terrorist attack. All this has nothing to do with Wayne base. If someone observes closely, they will find that there is a semicircular membrane-like energy shield in front of Diana, even covering the top of the entire villa. Not only was Diana unscathed, but the villa was all shrouded in this divine light. Buzzing? In the distance, the 3 Apaches that had launched most of the missiles were slowly approaching. But the eyes of several drivers were wide open, and they obviously couldn't believe the scene before them. Damn it! The missile launch that I had prepared for a long time, unexpectedly, didn't even hit the target at all. Instead, it exploded in the air and almost affected them. Damn it, how could it be possible? A driver, with some disbelief, pressed the bombardment button again. Call out. A missile bombarded the Wayne base once again. Die to me. The pilot roared there, driving the Apache crazy. Approaching the Wayne base, he wanted to see if the missile shooting this time would work. Then, a fiery sword light suddenly appeared in his sight. What is that? He stared blankly in the air, and then, the fiery red sword light constantly magnified in his sight. A Valkyrie wearing a close-fitting armor, like a god descending to the earth, holding a huge sword in his hand, slashed at the rocket he had just launched. Oh my god. The driver was stunned, his hands suddenly held his head. How could he not believe the picture in front of him? Sword-smashing missiles? He thought he was dreaming. A human being, a woman, actually holding a cold weapon in her hand, slashed towards a missile. Is this a fucking human? He can no longer control why a woman can appear in such a midair. He could only watch, Wonder Woman holding the Vulcan sword in both hands, slashing down towards the missile emitting light in the air. Boom! The huge amounts of fire burst out all over the sky, staining the sky blood again. Under this violent shockwave, the pilot was extremely shocked to discover that the female soldier who had just smashed the missile with a sword rushed out of the missile bombing unscathed. What? Didn't die like this? Oh, God. The driver is a little crazy. He watched Wonder Woman hold a shield in his hand, turned over and killed him. Yes, stepping in midair, like flying. He could only watch it, because he was completely overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. Sneer? A brilliant flaming red sword light, like a curtain that had torn open the night, slashed towards the body of the continuously rotating Apache helicopter. Boom! As if it was something, it slammed into the helicopter, and then the entire Apache hovering there quickly turned around in midair, and then a shockingly huge crack suddenly shot from the helicopter. Out! Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound was harsh. The pilot sat there dumbfounded, turned his head blankly, and found that the tail of the helicopter he was driving had completely disappeared. Behind him, there was a huge opening that was opened, and countless gusts of wind were instilling crazily in him. Apache, the invincible Apache, was directly torn in half by the woman just now, walking sideways along the helicopter. The tail is cut off. With a sword from him, he was directly divided into two. The driver looked up blankly and looked at Wonder Woman floating there in midair. The other person looked at him like a dead man. Boom, 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 boom. The rear part of the helicopter with the tail wing fell to the ground, and there was a violent rubbing sound between the wings and the ground. Then, there is the helicopter head. Is this woman Superman? This is the last confession left by the helicopter pilot in this world. Yes, this woman, not Superman, she is a demigod. Huh? After solving one Apache helicopter, Diana flew towards the other two Apaches. She is angry. Really angry? This group of guys successfully angered the warlike Amazon female warriors, so the result is destined to be self-evident? Asterisco, Han, I don't know how to describe you. Now, I feel like I'm dreaming. Carol Danvers said with some disbelief. Feng Han looked at Carol Danvers's surprised appearance, was silent for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Hey, Carol, have you been paying attention to me? Shouldn't I pay attention to you? Carol Danvers wondered. No, I mean, haven't you noticed how much you've changed now than before? Now you're not the Carol you used to be. Hey, Carol, the powerful force you control yourself, haven't you experienced it? Feng Han looked at Carol Danvers with a smile. Carol Danvers was first stunned, and then suddenly realized, yes, now I am not the previous Carol Danvers. Feng Han looked at Carol Danvers, who was pondering, and suddenly punched Carol Danvers, and the unpretentious fist instantly pierced through the air and came to Carol Danvers, and the air was whimpering. Snap! With a soft sound, Feng Han's fist was stopped by Carol Danvers, and then the two began to fight again. This time, neither Feng Han nor Carol Danvers left their hands. The energy particle cannon and the Qigong wave collided together, and the huge shock wave roared and swept in all directions, and in just 10 breaths, Feng Han and Carol Danvers fought more than 100 times. Now only someone at the level of Carol Danvers can make Feng Han really serious. If Feng Han could have the current strength 6 months ago, Feng Han felt that he was sure to take the energy shockwave of that Kree giant cannon, instead of being forced to dodge in the end. After a quick collision, Feng Han and Carol Danvers stopped tacitly. Carol Danvers looked at Feng Han, and the smile in the corner of his eyes could not be hidden. Hey, Han, you seem to be handsome. Of course, I've always been handsome, I've never denied that. Feng Han agreed with Carol Danvers' statement. Carol Danvers shook his hand and said, No, not that means. I mean, Han, you're more charming and temperamental now than before. Well, probably. Feng Han shrugged undeniably. Regarding his changes, Feng Han had expected it. Maybe this is the change brought about by the cultivation of the heavenly god flow cultivation exercises, because of the focus on inner strength and spirit, so Feng Han's temperament is more ethereal than before. If it is the world of fantasy fairies, then Feng Han's temperament should be said to be fluttering like an immortal with the style of an immortal. Regarding the change in his temperament, Feng Han felt that he should already have the style of a grand master, and he should be about the same distance from being an extraordinary saint. Well, how to say, Carol, you have to know that in Huaxia, in that ancient country with a history of 5,000 years of civilization, there are many mysterious kung fu. They can bring great changes to people, and each kung fu has its own history, and the master of each kung fu has a very unusual temperament. Feng Han pondered the vocabulary and said, in other words, now your temperament is similar to that of a master, right? Carol Danvers asked with a smile. No, I'm better than them. Feng Han said seriously. Lying on the beach and looking at the unchanging starry sky in the sky, Carol Danvers suddenly felt a little depressed. Hey, Han, I'm homesick. I miss our home. I miss the fields and air in Alabama. I miss the grumpy neighbors. I miss the gentle dog, and that postman Tory, Carol Danvers whispered as she looked at the stars. Feng Han stretched out his hand to hold Carol Danvers' shoulder and said, Carol, I miss our home too, and I want to go back, but now, we can't go back for a while. I know, but I really want to go back. We've been missing for more than 6 months. Even the military may think we're dead. Maria and Monica must miss me a lot. Carol Danvers said. You mean Maria Rambo? Feng Han asked. Of course, Maria is my best friend, equivalent to a relative, and Monica, I already consider her my own child. Carol Danvers said. Hey, Carol, if you want a baby, we can have one ourselves. We don't need someone else's child at all. Feng Han said. Carol Danvers said angrily, I just treat them as relatives. I know, so, do you want to have a baby with me? We can turn him into the most famous baby in this universe. Feng Han looked at Carol Danvers with a bad smile. Carol Danvers looked at Feng Han in surprise, and asked a little in disbelief, Hey, Han, you mean now? Right here? Why not? We don't have anything else to do now, do we? Feng Han said frankly. You win, but I'd love to try. Carol Danvers said and rolled over and wrote on Feng Han. Hey Carol, have you ever thought about your child's future name? Feng Han asked. That's not what we're thinking about right now, Carol Danvers said, winking at Feng Han. Early the next morning, Feng Han moved his body and looked at the lazy Carol Danvers on the side. Feng Han said, Carol, I seriously thought about it last night. If we want to go back, then we must have a spaceship. Just by virtue of our physical fitness now, we can't withstand the cosmic environment, and we can't survive in the universe for too long. We must have a spaceship, a professional spaceship. We originally had a spaceship, or a Kree frigate. We could salvage it from the sea and repair it with our tools. Carol Danvers said. Well, this attention can be tried, but Carol, that damn frigate has been sleeping in the sea for 6 months. Are you sure it can still be used? Feng Han looked at Carol Danvers. But we have to at least try, don't we? This is what you taught me. Carol Danvers directly retorted in the face of Feng Han's words. Feng Han rubbed his eyebrows and said, actually, it's not a big problem to pick up that frigate. After all, now whether it is Carol you or me, you can fish that big guy from the bottom of the sea. But we have to pay attention to the fact that what we lack the most is fuel, and we don't have fuel to make the spaceship move. Oh, why is that? Carol Danvers covered her face in pain. Wow. The fully armed Hydra elements quickly marched towards the Wayne base. There was a rustling noise on their bodies, which was caused by the loud movement and the sound of their equipment colliding with each other. And the more so, the more proof that these people are well prepared. The flashlights installed on the firearms were swept from all corners of the villa from time to time. 10 people were divided into 6 groups and searched in the manor constantly, never letting go of any corner. Because their purpose is to kill all the living people that may exist in the villa. One does not stay. Boom. A very sudden and violent gunshot cut through the quiet night at the moment, and then, there was a burst of constantly gunshots. A group of 10 people, such a team looks a little bloated in a villa. However, their safety is also guaranteed to the utmost extent. Even if a few people are dead, the remaining people can still form a search and attack without dead ends. However, in less than 2 minutes, the battle was over. The gunfire also ended. A group of Hydra members outside suddenly looked up, obviously a little weird. Solved the opponents so quickly? But they didn't stop. Instead they continued to search other places, trying their best to find alive people, but unfortunately, they didn't find it. Except, dead man? In the wide garage, or parking lot, the only thing left at the moment is the sound of scared vehicle sirens. On the ground, there were 10 heavily armed terrorists lying corpses. Yes, is it their people? Wow, the Hydra elements who had just rushed in suddenly raised their guns forward. Unfortunately, they were a step late. Click, boom. The stamina shotgun roared like a beast, and then one by one tyrannical armor-piercing bullets pierced their heads in an instant. Snapped. A brain burst is more spectacular and bright than a punch to break a watermelon. Click, click, click. The shotgun quickly harvested the enemy's life, just like Deadman's sickle. It never needed to be replaced. Headshot. There are dense bullet holes and blood everywhere on vehicles and walls. And standing beside a pile of corpses was an old man with a tall and straight figure holding a shotgun. At the moment he was holding a cigar in his mouth, blowing smoke rings. She was using a white towel with great interest, carefully and repeatedly, carefully wiping the blood from her hands. On the ground, blood has dripped all over the ground. Only the corpse with residual heat proved that it was how this old man managed to get rid of 2 Hydra elite terrorists in just a few minutes. After changing the magazine twice, the old butler twisted his neck, and then he took the shotgun again and walked upstairs step by step. The villa at the Li Wayne base has 8 floors. The 3rd floor is a scientific research base, the 2nd floor is a parking lot, the 1st floor is a variety of entertainment facilities, and the 1st floor is where various living rooms and guest rooms are located. As for the 2nd floor and above, it is the rooms of the host and guests. The 4th floor and the 5th floor are Li Wei's private domain. The terrorists of Hydra were too confident, so confident that they scattered all their non-group members on the 1st floor. In normal times, this is correct. The search can be faster and more efficient because it is scattered, ensuring that Li Wei will not run away. Moreover, although the villa is large, it is relatively speaking, a group of 10 can also ensure the safety of the search to the maximum extent. The light of the flashlight is constantly shining in every corner, and they will not let go of any space that may be hidden. However, what made them a little desperate was that they couldn't get inside this villa at all, except for the parking lot. On the rest of the floor, they couldn't even break the reflective glass outside, but they were greeted by countless bullets and a woman who was so perverted and pointed. Puff, puff, puff. One sword one. Diana killed all the way from the 5th floor to the 3rd floor. There were dozens of Hydra elements who died under his sword. They must bear the anger of the Amazons. In his opinion, this is a kind of blasphemy. So, die. Puff. Diana once again wiped out the Hydra elements on the 3rd floor and slowed towards the 2nd floor. Boom. With the sound of shotguns, the old butler also opened the prelude to the killing on the ground floor again. 1st floor, leave it to me. Robin Tim Drake, who had just taken over, stood in front of the door on the 1st floor with an unusually large figure, quite in a posture of one man and one man. He is holding a Gatling M134 rapid-fire machine gun in one hand, the huge and heavy machine gun is carried by him, and in the other hand, he is holding a Desert Eagle. The sharp contrast between the two guns made Tim seem to have a sense of rebirth of the Terminator Schwarzenegger. Gatling M134 rapid-fire machine gun, this is the old one among the Terminators. The machine gun has a maximum rate of fire of up to 6,000 rounds per minute. It is known as the Vulcan cannon. The barrel of the gun also looked extremely captivating, just like the same machine cannon, and the 6 movable gun rails roared like a fascinating roar. Da-da-da. Countless bullets landed quickly, and the huge amounts of Gatling's barrel spewed out a thick tongue of fire. Die to me, assholes. Tim was sweeping there, and the Hydra militants who had just rushed in were instantly beaten into a pool of flesh, and the guy who was just about to dodge to the side saw a small bullet in his sight. Oh, shit, that guy still has a pistol. With a dual purpose, Tim was shooting with a Gatling gun in one hand, but with the Desert Eagle in the other. Boom! The bullet accurately submerged an militant's eyebrows, and instantly penetrated his brain. In an instant, blood and brain plasma spewed out, bursting out of the back of his head, spraying on his teammates. And his corpse also fell weakly at the same time. Although the recoil of the Desert Eagle has been criticized for a long time, its power is generally recognized as large. In other words, as long as it can adapt to master the recoil of the Desert Eagle, this is the strongest weapon. Definitely, the main reason Tim uses the Desert Eagle is because he is handsome. With Gatling, it is simply his favorite of fighting madmen. After all, his current power has surpassed Captain America? Asterisk, come on, chopsticks. You dare to retaliate with just a little shrimp. Robin Tim was smiling wildly at that, but Gatling in his hand was not slow at all, shooting frantically towards the door. On the ground, muddy flesh had been spread on the ground, and several corpses headshot by the Desert Eagle. How to do? Several Hydra elites from Europe, hiding outside the manor, couldn't help but swallowed their saliva. Too frightening? They saw the Bat fighter just now and swept the 3 Kopaks they arranged directly into powder. And the dozen Hydra elites who rushed in were all lying there right now. There are hundreds of people. Now it is estimated that it will be difficult to collect 50 of them. Let's go back. This is terrible. They still have such a terrifying fighter. One of Hydra's subordinates said to the leader. The leader took out his pistol and shot the guy directly without thinking about it. Who else wants to retire? The leader yelled. Everyone in Hydra couldn't help shrinking their heads. They don't want to die. Rush in for me, I'll cover behind, and, the Winter Soldier. It's your turn to play. The leader spoke a bit tyrannically towards a black-clothed hooded man behind him. And when I heard that Winter Soldiers were to be sent, a group of Hydra elites suddenly felt a little excited. Go, let's go in. Ants, Red Eagle, we are in charge of that old man. The Winter Soldier treats that stupid man on the first floor. As for the Heavenly, the leader's pupils shrunk slightly, looking at the Wonder Woman who was continuously beheading on the second floor. He said, the rest of the people, I'll attack that woman for me, you must kill her for me. Oh shit. He cursed secretly, but there was a trace of fear on his face. That woman is really terrible? She has already killed the 4th floor by herself. Is this still a human? Quick fight, wait until we get rid of the 1st floor and underground, and then besiege the woman together. Come on, attack. On the 1st floor, take someone to cover the Winter Soldier. The leader waved his hand, and the remaining Hydra elites immediately slowed towards the Wayne base. This time, it was undoubtedly more violent than before. They have a clear division of labor. The people who rushed in did not rush to aim at the Wonder Woman upstairs, but pretended to attack Tim at the door to cover the Winter Soldier. As for the leader and his subordinates, they aimed at the old butler. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The elites of Hydra are not talking about it. At the moment when the leader fired a shot, several rifles shot at Tim in an instant. The flames of war surged again in an instant. Moreover, other Hydra members are also moving closer to Tim. 9 rifles, divided into 2 batches, fired continuously at Tim's whole body. Boom, boom, boom. The gravel on the wall was hit and flew up, and the densely packed bullet holes almost made people frightened. 9 people, 9 rifles. The 2 sides cooperated and divided into 2 sides in a tacit understanding. They don't need to pretend, they just need to shoot Tim to death in the safest way. Because they have all read the information, they don't know this brawny man, but looking at his strong body, anyone can conclude that he is rushing forward, and no one is his opponent in close combat. Therefore, Tim, who was suppressing them with firepower, couldn't raise his head. At the very least, they think so. Boom. But what they didn't expect was that in an instant, Tim directly threw his Gatling gun at the Hydra on the side. Boom. The heavy Gatling gun hit the Hydra members. But Robin's whole person rolled directly, avoiding a round of shots extremely flexibly. Boom. Boom. The bullet from the Desert Eagle in his hand was not slow at all, and it accurately hit the heads of 2 terrorists. 2 headshots? No one thought that the man who stood at the door like an iron tower had such agile skills. What's more abnormal is that his subconscious reaction was almost completed in the blink of an eye. Before, it was because they had their guns pointed at them, and just pulling the trigger was enough to suppress him. After all, he is a flesh and blood body. Without Robin's casual suit, he cannot be indestructible at all. Therefore, he can only go around behind these people. And now that they have come around, then they will never have a chance to shoot again. Boom, boom, boom. Rhythmic and continuous gunshots sounded. A few seconds later, of the 10 Hydra elites, none of them can stand up. 10 bullets, not one was wasted, all hit their foreheads precisely. The magazines of the 2 Desert Eagles have all been emptied. Then, when Robin shot the remaining 4 bullets, something was wrong. Dang, 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 all the bullets were blocked by a silver arm. Ding clang clang, all the bullets from Tim's Desert Eagle pistol hit a metal arm without even leaving a trace of bullet marks. Roar, the metal arm slowly hung down, revealing the iconic mask, as well as a very long hair. Tim was stunned. Obviously he didn't expect that among these guys, there was still such a good player hiding. Roar. With a loud roar like a beast, this guy with silver arms obviously still has a grenade launcher in his hand, but he doesn't use it. Snapped. He threw the gun directly on the ground, and then straight, pounced on Tim. Winter Soldier? Hydra's strongest weapon is finally here? Winter Soldier? His real name is Bucky Barnes, who was the closest comrade in arms of the Captain of the United States in World War II. Later, in an action at the end of World War II, he fell into the sea with the Captain and was frozen. But unlike Captain America when he was rescued, the people of Hydra found and thawed him, installed a robotic arm on his broken arm, and trained it to be an agent loyal to Hydra only by brainwashing. Winter Soldier. Since then, Bucky has completed various assassination missions around the world for the evil organization Hydra as a Winter Soldier. It's just that he is the first time he has performed tasks for Hydra. It can be seen that Hydra's brainwashing is very successful. It was so successful that he had washed his brains out of order, so he didn't need a gun and he had to play close combat. Since you are going to fight, then I will play with you. Tim turned his head and looked at the guy who was a head shorter than him. After being injected with the 3rd generation super soldier serum, Tim hadn't played well with anyone. He only knew how strong he was, and how strong he was, he always wanted to try it. Looking around, he found that there were no enemies. Tim hooked the Winter Soldier in front of him. Come on, fight me. Winter Soldier didn't have any nonsense. His eyes were red, and his kick was lifted toward Tim's chest. Roar! There seemed to be an air current in the air, and the strength of Winter Soldier was not to be underestimated. Originally thought that this guy in front of him was just a Tim with some skills, and suddenly put away his contempt. This opponent is very strong. Tim slammed to one side, and instantly avoided Winter Soldier's kick. And the kick containing Winter Soldier's strong power suddenly kicked on the wall behind Tim. Click! The solid concrete wall at the entrance of Wayne Manor instantly created a pothole. Boom! The walls around the pothole are also cracked inch by inch. Good chance. Seeing Winter Soldier's foot stuck in the wall, Tim's eyes lit up, and then he hit Winter Soldier's head with a punch. Winter Soldier gave Tim a mocking look and watched his opponent punch him. This guy just raised his silver left arm and raised it slightly. Boom! Tim only felt that his punch had hit a thick iron plate. A violent countershock force made his pupils shrink slightly. This metal arm, so strong? Wow! Winter Soldier pulled his foot from the wall, then squeezed his head, and gave Tim a cruel smile, but the next second, it moved. Boom! 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 The two quickly confronted each other, but Tim became more and more frightened as he fought. The guy with his face covered in front of him is just like a fierce beast. He is a body strengthened by the serum of a super soldier. In terms of strength, he is actually only equal to him. Slightly, a little bit of advantage, but this kind of gap is not obvious. It was made up for by Winter Soldier's metal arm. This kid, has he also been injected with super soldier serum? In fact, Tim was right. The Winter Soldier in front of him was indeed injected with super soldier serum by Hydra, so his explosive power and physical strength were so strong. In that case, I won't fight against you. You have a weapon anyway. A tactical dagger suddenly appeared in Tim's left hand. Roar! Without hesitation, he directly reached out and wiped the dagger toward the Winter Soldier's neck, striving to kill with one blow. Since you can't regret it, you can only win with weapons. Clang! If it's an ordinary person, at the moment, facing Tim's sudden attack, I'm afraid he will dodge directly. However, Winter Soldier is no ordinary person. He directly stretched out his mechanical left hand and blocked it in front of him, his eyes flashed with thick disdain. Noisy? The dagger was cutting on the metal arm, making a crisp sound, and even the slightest spark of gas had been gassed, but the Winter Soldier was unscathed. The stainless steel arm with adamantium is as strong as vibranium. Therefore, ordinary daggers didn't cause a trace of harm to him at all. Boom! It was another powerful confrontation. Tim took 2 steps back and Bucky took 3 steps back. Although Tim's strength was dominant, Winter Soldier's robotic arm made up for the gap. Even Tim is not as good as that. Both people became angry. Come again. Tim yelled and rushed towards Winter Soldier again. Although Winter Soldier's mind was not normal, he was not stupid to let Tim fight. The two people twisted together again. Boom! Tim's kick was firmly on the inside of Winter Soldier's thigh, but it's still a bit biased, otherwise the effect will be even greater. But Winter Soldier's physical fitness is different from ordinary people. Even if Tim kicked it with all his strength, he just shook his body, but his mechanical arm slammed down on Tim's shoulder fiercely. Boom! One kick for one punch, Winter Soldier still has the advantage. Tim's expression changed a little, and the force on the mechanical arm almost pierced the strengthening shoulder. Opponent, but still like a okay person. Even, he had come back to his senses and hit his head again with a punch. Tim naturally wouldn't sit still. His rich combat experience told him that he should never be entangled with him in close combat with a person whose power is far beyond him. Otherwise, it will only be oneself who will suffer from strength. Use your flexible advantages and speed to interfere with sneak attacks. Therefore, Robin kicked Winter Soldier to no avail. He made a judgment in an instant, and took the opportunity to relay his body back. And at that moment, Winter Soldier's metal arm had already swung a punch. Roar! Only a millisecond difference. He almost punched Tim in the face, but it was not enough. Li Wei kicked Winter Soldier again, and his body retreated directly with this force, leaving Winter Soldier's attack range. And this kick finally succeeded. A successful kick. The third leg between Winter Soldier's legs. Well, Winter Soldier's expression was a little unnaturally distorted. At best, he was just a brash man who relied on brute force, plus he was brainwashed at all, and he didn't know how to use his brain at all. So, how could Tim's opponent be proficient in hundreds of fighting skills? There is a play. Tim couldn't help being overjoyed. Seeing that his fight was effective, he was about to rush to Bucky again, but Bucky suddenly rolled outside. Boom! A fiery red longsword that fell from the sky pierced straight into the ground where Bucky had just been. Wonder Woman, here comes the kill. Click! There was a huge amount of crack in the ground instantly. If it weren't for Winter Soldier's quick dodge, this sword would be enough to split him into two. Huh? Wonder Woman retracted the sword abruptly, and then fell to the ground lightly, staring directly at the Winter Soldier who had just stood up. 2-1. The situation suddenly became clear. Not to mention that Bucky is not the opponent of Wonder Woman and Tim, or Diana alone, who can directly abuse Winter Soldier. What? Winter Soldier roared unwillingly, but Tim shook his head slightly. Until now, he didn't know how powerful the young girl who was following his master was. With one sword, the ground was directly split in half. How much strength did it take? Give it to me. The girl yelled to Tim behind her, and then she held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, ready to rush towards Bucky. Diana, step back. A lazy voice, but also at this moment, passed into everyone's ears from the outside of the 4th floor. Master. Boss. Tim and Diana couldn't help being overjoyed, and they both looked up at Li Wei who was standing on the 4th floor. Li Wei, who was injected with 5 super soldier serums, finally woke up. Li Wei nodded gently, and stretched his body constantly there to adapt to the body that had just been strengthened by the 5 super soldier serums and almost exploded. Fortunately, this super soldier serum has no side effects. Fortunately, Li Wei's body is strong enough. Under such a powerful transformation, Li Wei abruptly survived, and then, the results are gratifying. Li Wei only felt that his body was filled with an extremely tyrannical force. This force can penetrate gold and cracked rocks. He has an intuition that even if there is a mountain in front of him, he can slam through a fist and directly penetrate a cave. Well, it is so strong. This is the abnormal body transformed by the 5 super soldiers serum. Just so, let this brainwashing guy try my power. Huh? Without even thinking about it, Li Wei jumped off the 4th floor. There was a sound of huge amounts of on the ground, and Diana and Tim's expressions could not help but froze. Obviously, they didn't expect that Li Wei would jump off the 4th floor and then make such a big battle. The earth shook a bit. Then, click. The place where Li Wei was standing instantly split into countless pieces, and it was still cracking open at a speed that could be discerned by the naked eye. Tim swallowed, feeling a little depressed. This is also an injection of super soldier serum. Why is the young master so strong? Is it fake? Tim looked at the sky, and while constantly doubting his life, Diana also flashed a shock in her wonderful eyes, and a strong sense of warfare appeared on her face. It seems that the stronger Li Wei is, the more excited she is. Next, leave it to me. Li Wei suddenly made a sound like frying beans. He stretched his arms, and his whole body seemed to be fully opened. An extremely powerful breath spread out instantly. Boom! With the momentum, the flowers and plants of Wayne's base were directly cut off by the roots, and the pupils of Bucky on the opposite side couldn't help but shrink. Petal? He was just about to launch an attack on Li Wei, and couldn't help taking a step back. There was a deep jealousy in the biting pupils. The person who suddenly appeared in front of him gave Bucky a terrifying feeling, even surpassing that woman. Master, so strong. Tim pursed his mouth. His face was extremely bitter, but Diana was more and more interested in Li Wei. She had never thought that this seemingly calm boss would get angry and be so powerful. You guys have a good fight, but I haven't started the fight yet, Li Wei said to Tim and Diana. In fact, he didn't want to come out at the end, but there is no way. The phone needs the power of the hero to unlock the hero. The Winter Soldier in front of him is a superhero in Marvel. To gain the power of a hero, you must defeat your opponent in person to get it, so Li Wei had to go downstairs. Kneel down, or surrender to me. Li Wei looked at the scared Winter Soldier in front of him, and spoke slightly. Roar. However, Winter Soldier roared at Li Wei like a beast. After that, his body had already crossed over. The silver arm carried his full strength and hit Li Wei with a punch. The power increase of the robotic arm also reached its extreme in an instant. Just now he and Tim played against him, and Bucky didn't even use the power increase of the robotic arm. This is Bucky's strongest support. The mechanical arm can increase the strength of his whole body by 6 times in an instant. Boom! Carrying Bucky's strongest punch, it pierced straight towards Li Wei, and the air seemed to be completely torn apart. In front of Bucky's fist, it had become an absolute vacuum. Die. A hoarse voice came from Bucky's mouth, and then, the fist had reached Li Wei's body, and seeing this fist, it was about to reach Li Wei's chest. Li Wei smiled, dead. Is this guy she's high afraid? I am now, but I am even scared of myself. Boom! An endless and powerful punch finally hit Li Wei's chest with a dull loud noise. But the imaginary knock-up Li Wei did not happen. Li Wei's body just didn't sway, standing there, his smile still remained there, as if he had just punched it, as if it was tickling. Bucky was taken aback, obviously unable to believe that such a powerful punch hadn't had any effect. Even Li Wei's clothes are not wrinkled. Boss. Diana on the side was surprised. Roar made a sound. She didn't expect that Li Wei would not evade and was directly hit by Bucky. Master. Tim was also taken aback. Why doesn't this young master hide? Because, it doesn't hurt at all. Li Wei smiled slightly and looked at Bucky, whose face was gradually freezing. He just hit the strongest punch of his robotic arm, as if it hit a solid iron wall, and then the huge amounts of countershock force made Bucky's face a little bit distorted. Although the mechanical arm was made of metal, his body was still there, so the severe pain suddenly spread in his brain. It's been a long time. I haven't felt the pain for a long time, but now, Bucky feels the piercing pain from the bone marrow. What? He screamed, his whole person a little mad. Impossible? Why is this guy's chest harder than steel bars? With a punch by yourself, will it be yourself that hurts? Bucky's facial features were all kneaded together, and the feeling of his punch just now was completely immersed in his mind, making him a trace of fear. This person is not an opponent at all. Retreat. A word came to Bucky's mind, and he exerted force on his feet, ready to withdraw. But obviously, the other party will not give him a chance to retreat. Why, hit me, just want to run. Is superhero so unscrupulous? Li Wei looked at Bucky's foot and said lightly, since you hit me, then, let me punch you too. Asterisko, that's funny. Feng Lang smiled. What are you laughing at? Shouldn't I applaud my resurrection? Ronan seems to have changed a lot after his resurrection, and now he can actually joke with Feng Han. Feng Han shook his head. I am not happy about your resurrection, let alone applaud and cheer for you. On the contrary, you disturbed my lunch, and you will pay for it. The cost? At what cost? In case you don't know, we've been waiting for you here for more than 5 months. Ronan's projection said. 5 months, that's beyond my imagination, you guys are really patient. Feng Han's eyes became colder, and he already understood why these Kree people appeared as soon as he returned to Earth. They have been waiting here for a long time. Feng Han took a wine glass and poured himself a little wine. Actually, I expected you to come for a long time, just as you knew that we were destined to return to Earth, but what I didn't expect was that you would be waiting for me here 5 months ago. There are still many things you didn't expect. We have long blocked here. Now, the planet C-53 has been blocked by my fleet. It is still too late for you to surrender, although you are very strong, but you are not the opponent of the Death Star fleet. We are the most powerful fleet in the galaxy. Ronan's projection said. Feng Han smiled disdainfully. The strongest fleet? Scold. Feng Han, this is not discussing with you. You have no right to refuse. Now, just tie up your hands and obediently go back with us. Ronan's projection said. Do you think it's possible? Feng Han said with a smile. Why is it impossible? We have surrounded the entire planet C-53. We have a whole star fleet. You are not at all an opponent of our Death Star fleet. Once we start, you can't stop it at all. Moreover, even if you can escape, but can the Earth escape? Ronan's projection said. Now Ronan's intentions are obvious, and Feng Han also knows what they mean. Even if he and Carol can go, the Earth can't go. Is this? He can go. What about the Earth? Damn it, you actually threatened us. Carol Danvers is angry and threatens them with the lives of all living beings on Earth, and Ronan's meanness makes Carol Danvers feel like his anger is burning. Carol, don't be angry, they can't beat us, so you can only threaten us in this way. Feng Han was very open to Ronan's threat, and the reason why he threatened himself so much was not because he couldn't beat himself in his heart. Think about it another way, if you can beat yourself, Ronan, they didn't start a long time ago, why would they still talk nonsense with themselves here? The reason why they don't do it is not because they are not sure, so they dare not do it easily? In that case, how could Feng Han be captured? He was not stupid. You guys, so obsessed with letting me serve you? Feng Han asked. Ronan's projection said, of course, you have your own value, otherwise you would have died a long time ago. Oh, have you forgotten the pain of being torn apart? Do you want to experience it again? Although Feng Han was smiling, a faint aura already overflowed from his body. These chi, which was like thin smoke, floated out from Feng Han's body, surrounding Feng Han, and a terrifying aura emanated from Feng Han's body. You simply do not understand the strength of the Empire, and even more so what you are facing. Ronan's projection said. It was clear that he was disappointed in Feng Han's attitude. At this time, the government and military of the United States have completed mobilization, the aircraft carrier battle group is all on standby, and the fighters everywhere have been prepared. In addition to these standing military forces, as the most powerful weapon on the Earth, the mushroom egg has also been semi-activated. In the face of this huge alien projection, the United States showed its strongest side and had a preliminary response plan for anything these aliens might do. Dozens of F-16 fighter jets are on guard around this huge projection, lest it make any threatening moves. Carol Danvers looked at the actions of the American military and said, Han, the army is not an opponent of the Kree. They do not understand the strength of the Kree at all. No way, the scientific and technological generation gap is too serious. Not only the United States does not have the power to deal with it, the whole Earth does not have the power to deal with it. In terms of scientific and technological power, the Earth is not the opponent of the Kree. Feng Han was very open to this. This is the truth. There is nothing bad to admit. Anyway, that's the truth. What can you do if you ignore it? Can you still learn from South Korea and say that the Kree are also theirs? Han, the military is not Ronan's opponent. Now those drivers are dangerous. Carol Danvers repeated. Feng Han glanced at Carol Danvers, patted her shoulder gently, and said, I know this, so I plan to fight with the Kree. Then you will be in a very dangerous situation. Carol Danvers said worriedly. Nothing, the Kree fleet can't help me. The Earth must be guarded, and now, only you are the most suitable. Karmatage those magicians, the combat effectiveness is not as good as a raccoon. At this time, I have to go up. Feng Han said. Hey, Feng Han, have you thought about it? Now it is better to follow us honestly, henceforth be loyal to the Kree Empire, and obey the orders of the Supreme Wisdom. Otherwise, the consequences are not what you can imagine. Ronan's projection looked a little impatient. Feng Han sighed faintly, originally thinking that the ancient mage who was the head of Karmatage at this time would show his head, but he didn't expect that this old man had not shown his head until now. Seriously, Carol, I regret now that we weren't in the East, and I regret why we didn't go to New York. Feng Han said. What are you talking about? Carol Danvers looked confused. Carol Danvers doesn't know, Feng Han knows, in New York, but there is a branch of Karmatage, the magic hub of North America, just in New York, there is a group of magicians, maybe these magicians can be cannon fodder for a while, but now, Feng Han and Carol Danvers, who are in Alabama, can only rely on themselves. Feng Han, have you thought clearly? Are you sure you want to defy the Kree Empire? Ronan's voice came. After Feng Han found out that those magicians and Guyi really wouldn't make a move, he smiled and said to Carol Danvers, it seems that the reborn Ronan is more arrogant than before, he doesn't know what he is facing at all, and he needs a little lesson. The increase in 5 super soldier serums makes Li Wei's nerves and reactions comparable to Superman. So, wow, at the moment when he was about to be hit, Li Wei suddenly deflected and his body just turned sideways. The fist with strong wind suddenly checked from his side, but Li Wei took advantage of it, stretched his palm forward, and quickly drew towards Winter Soldier's body. The reaction displayed at this moment was simply a flash of lightning, and the quick average person had no time to react. Wow! The sound of his palm slashing through his clothes sounded, and even if Winter Soldier tried his best to dodge, there was still an extra bloodline in his abdomen. The wound may not be deep, but it is enough to affect his combat effectiveness. Even if he doesn't know what the pain is, he doesn't care about the pain caused by the abdominal wound. But he must ensure that his abdominal wound will not expand. Otherwise, there is no need for Li Wei to kill him, he will lose too much blood and die. Therefore, he must guard against Li Wei and deliberately attack his wounds. The fact is indeed the case. The wound in the abdomen has no effect on the Winter Soldier, but the blood is constantly flowing. This guy didn't seem to feel the pain in his body, his face was still cold, without any expression. He was just very stubborn and hit Li Wei's face with a punch. However, this time Li Wei did not dodge. Boom! Li Wei's palm met Winter Soldier's right fist fiercely, and the two sides collided with the huge amounts of strength, and made a muffled noise. Winter Soldier was originally very confident that his power is definitely not something ordinary people can resist. However, Winter Soldier, whose face remained unchanged even with an abdominal injury, at the moment's face suddenly changed. Because he felt the sound from his finger bones. Crack. The crisp voice instantly made Winter Soldier understand the fact that his finger bones were cracked. The Winter Soldier, who has always been known for his strength, has always been able to crush others, finally moved. Being able to directly and forcibly break his phalanx with the palm of his hand in a positive situation, this is enough to show that Li Wei's power has surpassed non-human beings. However, the effects of force are mutual. Li Wei's ability to crush his bones without any injury to himself is enough to prove that Li Wei's bones are harder than Bucky's. Your bones are very fragile. Li Wei smiled and opened his palm. There was a broken finger, which was broken by Li Wei's palm. To be precise, it is not power, but oppression. If you change to a normal person, you should consider retreat at this time. After all, strength is not enough, and skills are not good. Then, apart from a deadly battle, there is only one way to escape. In a deadly battle, the opponent is better than himself in everything, as long as he doesn't kill himself, he shouldn't overturn. However, for Winter Soldier, all of this is meaningless. He has no thoughts of his own, he is just a puppet manipulated by others. Even in battle, he has always used force to overwhelm people, never considering the so-called skills. He never considered advantages and disadvantages. There was only one idea in his mind, and that was to complete the task. And his task is to kill Li Wei. Therefore, before killing the opponent, he would never consider other things. The phalanx of the right fist is broken, it's okay. He still has a left hand? An arm made of metal alloy can't even be shot through by bullets, and there is no way to leave the slightest trace. Its hardness is definitely much harder than bones. If he has the ability, he will interrupt his left arm again. Although, the metal on the surface has been cracked by the guy in front of me, but the metal inside is still there. Without the slightest hesitation, Winter Soldier never even backed away, and suddenly slammed his left arm at Li Wei. The speed is still so fast that it is hard to resist. No complicated skills are needed, just drop 10 times in one effort. It's so reckless. However, Li Wei doesn't even need any complicated skills to deal with this punch. Winter Soldier may not be as strong as him, but this metal arm is hard enough. If Li Wei competes head-on, he will definitely not be pleased if Li Wei does not exert his strength. It's like a metal wall. If you punch it hard, your hand may scratch the skin or even your bones will break. But if you want to ask the wall if it feels pain, it's a foolish dream. Li Wei didn't care how powerful Winter Soldier's punch was. He just staggered his legs and dropped his body slightly, letting his fists pass by. But at the moment his fist passed, his arm suddenly flared up, and an elbow hit, very hard. It all hit the Winter Soldier's waist. Technique, this is technique? Boom. With a muffled sound, Winter Soldier didn't even see Li Wei's movements, but felt that his eyes were dark, and a sharp pain came from his waist. No matter how strong the body is, it is impossible to make every part of the body's defenses equally strong. In some places, what should be weak is still weak. For example, the lower body, the eyes, and the weakness of the waist. What? The powerful force instantly lost Winter Soldier's mind, only to feel a buzzing in his mind, like tinnitus. The body was also due to the confusion of the brain, the limbs were out of balance. All of a sudden, he lost his balance, and slammed directly on the ground, making a dull sound. Continue. Li Wei played very well and hooked the hook to Winter Soldier. Although this guy is weak, he is a good opponent to familiarize him with his body. After all, ordinary people can still fight themselves like this, and they have long collapsed. But the Winter Soldier in front of him was a brainwashed monster, so he just shook his head and got up directly from the ground. After all, Winter Soldier's body was different from ordinary people, and he soon recovered. However, Li Wei would not give him any chance at all. Boom! As soon as Winter Soldier put his hands on the ground, Li Wei unceremoniously kicked Winter Soldier's waist. The reason why he didn't launch an attack directly was because he didn't want Winter Soldier to take a shot to resist his attack. In that case, this small advantage would not make any sense. So, as expected, Winter Soldier subconsciously wanted to stand up on the ground with both hands. Because of this, his body is completely devoid of any defenses, completely exposed in front of Li Wei. Boom, boom, boom. The same part of the waist received heavy blows one after another, and Winter Soldier's depression can be imagined. Before he got up, he only felt a sharp pain in his waist, but the whole person had been kicked out, severely, hit the wall again. This time, Winter Soldier couldn't stand up anyway, because his lower limbs seemed to be scrapped. Hey, you are so weak. Li Wei wiped his hands and looked at Tim and Diana, who were dumbfounded. Okay, the battle is over, let's see our poor enemy. When Li Wei dragged the Winter Soldier like a dead dog to the underground parking lot that was almost in ruins, the old butler Alfred Pennyworth had already ended the battle. This time, Hydra's revenge operation ended with annihilation of the entire army. As for the opponents, they are all alive. In Wayne Manor, except for a few cars in the underground parking lot, as well as the flowers and plants in the manor, the rest are all intact. Well, win? All 3 Apaches were destroyed, and more than 50 terrorists were also killed. As for the so-called elite death squads, this time they are really dead. The old butler was shot, although he was once the best agent of MI6. But he is old after all. After dealing with more than 30 terrorists, it was obvious that he was a little weak. So, he was shot in the arm. It was the leader of Hydra who did it, but the other party was directly blasted 10 times by the old butler and died. The old man vented his anger. However, fortunately, the penetrating injury did not hurt the bones. There is no need to perform surgery to remove bullet fragments, and there is no need to worry about any serious life threats. Moreover, you don't even need to go to the hospital. But after all, people are getting old, and although their energy may not decrease, their physical fitness functions have been declining. Therefore, in terms of recovery speed, it may take more than twice as long as others. It looks like it's time to inject some super soldier serum into the old man. Li Wei looked at Alfred, but the old man was holding a cigar in his mouth. He seemed to be invincible back then. Obviously, he didn't take the gunshot wound to his heart. After all, the guns and bullets of the year were more knowledgeable. Hey, I'm sorry for the flowers and plants that the old housekeeper grows every day. The outside of the manor was completely unrecognizable this time, and all the walls and everything were broken down. There were also bullet marks on the walls, and even one wall was mostly destroyed. Well, Winter Soldier did it. In contrast, the fully enclosed non-cut tempered glass on the periphery of the villa is intact. Because no one would stand in front of the glass, that would be too conspicuous. Therefore, no one will be bored shooting glass. Apache had thought of breaking the window, because it was so handsome. However, it is a pity that Diana cut in half before getting close to the villa. As for the occasional stray bullets, they didn't even leave a trace on the tempered glass. Therefore, the loss this time is actually very small, so small, to the local tyrant Li Wei, it feels like losing a few yuan. But Li Wei is still very angry. It can be said to be very annoying. Hydra seemed to him to be ants, a group of people that he didn't care about at all. After all, compared to Ultron and Thanos in the future, these guys are simply not enough. But, these ants actually come to provoke themselves. Moreover, when I injected the super soldier serum myself, it was so serious. If it wasn't for his body to be strong enough, then he would be terrible this time. 5 super soldier serums, what is this concept? So Li Wei is very angry, and the consequences are serious. Hydra, starting today, it doesn't have to exist in this world. He has given this organization a list of kills. That Hydra headquarters in Europe, Li Wei definitely knows it. Went out. Clean up the manor and set off in 2 days. Li Wei said with a green face, and then beckoned, go upstairs, and meet the guys who are responsible for the finishing touches. It's really inefficient, I'm all done, they just came. Li Wei was really disappointed with the United States Police. But he obviously didn't know that it was only 10 minutes after Hydra invaded and attacked Wayne Manor to his end. Yes, only 10 minutes, these guys have been wiped out. Upstairs, the police finally arrived late. After all, the Wayne Manor side is really playing too lively, it's missiles and helicopters. In addition, 20 kilometers around this area is the land of Wayne Manor, and there are no other buildings blocking the line of sight, and this firework is particularly dazzling. Half of the citizens of New York City saw it all. By the way, in the United States, it is natural for the rich to enjoy it. So basically the villa area has a specially equipped police station. These police officers are actually the specialized bodyguards of these wealthy people in the villa area. Any suspicious person entering the villa area will be interrogated by the police or even directly detained. These policemen are not the ones who wasted taxpayers' money in other places, but the elites transferred from various places. Fortunately, nothing happens on weekdays. They are the public bodyguards of the rich and the first line of defense. Once there is movement in the rich area, these police officers will all be dispatched, carrying various rifles and pistols, and rushing to the scene of the incident. Their aim is to never let taxpayers' money be spent in vain. Well, definitely, they are actually pretty useless. Just like this time, dozens of armed personnel and 3 armed helicopters sneaked into the rich area, and they did not notice at all. But after all, it was Hydra who planned the plan for nearly half a year. If it can be discovered by the police, then they won't have to mess around. However, even if the police had to break into private territory for the safety of the wealthy, when they arrived outside the villa, they all set up their carts and did not dare to act rashly. Because at the moment, the gunshots in the villa have stopped. Therefore, it is not appropriate to act rashly now. There are only 2 possibilities for the gunfire to stop, that is, one of them is completely killed. And the police, all biased towards the rich, may have been killed. This kind of thing, in their opinion, is too common. On the other hand, because the old S.H.I.E.L.D. the New York headquarters building of the Strategic Science Corps was bombed, the new headquarters building is still under construction. After the reorganization, S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury, at the moment is living in the Los Angeles branch. At the moment, after receiving the news that Li Wei's Wayne Manor was attacked, Nick Fury also hurriedly took some people, riding on several Bat fighter planes kindly provided by Li Wei, on his way to Malibu. It can be said that Li Wei affects the heartstrings of millions of people as a single person. The police are waiting for the arrival of the negotiator, because they think the rich have either died or been arrested. Therefore, it is necessary for negotiation experts to speak out. Until they saw the elevator of the villa, it seemed to be moving. That is, Li Wei came out with Tim, Diana and others. Hold or fire? Stop, don't shoot. The chief of the police was a personal spirit, and when he saw this, he shouted loudly behind him, for fear that a young man in his bureau would accidentally go into fire. At that time, it is very likely that the kidnappers will tear up the ticket. This situation has happened several times before. As for how they confirm that the hostages are still alive, it's even simpler. Since terrorists are willing to negotiate, they must have a bargaining chip in their hands. What bargaining chip? Who else can be besides the rich? But the next moment, what surprised them was that a handsome Asian man came out of the elevator. Although they look a little blinded by Asians, everyone looks the same. However, it is absolutely clear to the rich. The United States is a very exclusive country, although it was originally a country composed of a large number of immigrants from all over the world. But in fact, there are only 2 kinds of people in this country, white people and people of color. Definitely, these are common sense. And common sense is for ordinary people. There is also a way of dividing, that is, the rich and the others. As long as you are rich enough, they won't care who you are. If they care, it means you are not rich enough. Mr. Lee. There were some bureau chiefs with big tongues, and some looked at Li Wei as they approached him in an unbelievable manner. And he was originally an individual, and he rushed out from behind the convoy at the risk of being shot and killed by terrorists. His expression of excitement and joy was beyond words. Thank God, you are still alive. The chief of police was almost crying. If he hadn't seen the disgusting expression on Li Wei's face, he would have embraced him. Therefore, in this society, acting is a basic human quality. What is the name of the ghost? Li Wei glanced at him lightly, with a naked expression of disgust on his face, and said lightly, you are here just right, come in with me to wash the floor. What? The police chief had an incredible look, and said quickly, hey, since you came out alive, don't take risks anymore. Those terrorists don't know the goods and think you are Asian, so they let you out, and we just leave the rest to us. All right. The police chief's thinking is normal, because white people generally don't look down on people of color, whether it is black or yellow. So in his opinion, those terrorists probably think that he is a yellow race, so he should be a servant. That's why he was released and asked to report to the police. And that poor old housekeeper was probably regarded as the owner of the house. Well, the fat police chief could not help but observe a minute of silence in his heart. However, the next moment, he saw Li Wei looking at him with a foolish expression. You are fired. Stupid. What? The chief of police was taken aback. Why do you want me to say it a second time? Li Wei sneered, and then said to a detective behind him, come in. When Li Wei brought the dubious policeman into Wayne Manor, almost all the police couldn't help but swallow. The remains of terrorists and dead bodies were all over the floor, and blood was splashed all over the floor. This is like hell on earth. Fortunately, these policemen are elite and have seen these brutalities, but if so, I still feel the stomach tumbling. It was shocking. They had never seen such a bloody and terrifying scene. On each floor, there are at least 30 corpses. And they didn't forget that there were still 3 Apache gunship wrecks still on fire outside. One of them was also dismembered. The head and tail of the helicopter were on the east and the west. They had sent someone to check it, and it was split directly from top to bottom by an extremely sharp object. How did this special lady do it? Questions in every policeman's mind? And now, their heads are full of question marks. Which brutal terrorist has such a huge firepower? Moreover, the master of this house is the most brutal. There are more than 100 people in total. The police knew exactly how many people there were in this house. Except for the owner of the house Li Wei and his little girlfriend Diana, there are only 3 old men who are helpless. Tim and the others don't know. An old butler, you can't expect him to fight. There are 2 more. One is the famous Wayne Group's top chief scientist and the old man Howard Stark. These 2 are actually even more difficult to count on. And Diana, as a woman, was also subconsciously ruled out. So, doesn't it mean that these people were all killed by Li Wei alone? Oh, my god. Gulong. I don't know who swallowed, and it was especially loud in the quiet villa. Everyone looked at Li Wei in unison, and his legs trembled a little. The rich man in front of them is almost equal to the butcher in their hearts. Move all these things out. Li Wei looked at the policeman behind him, waved and commanded unceremoniously, move out all the things in the manor, as well as the fences. I have to demolish everything that can be demolished. They are all too dirty. Gentlemen. The police chief who was fired by Li Wei still approached him as if to please, and whispered, some things are still intact. Also move out. Li Wei glanced at him faintly, these things are stained with blood and are too dirty. You know, I hate the smell of blood the most. The same is true of those walls, all of them will be demolished, and someone will be replaced tomorrow. Definitely, if you want it, you can give it to you. Li Wei cast a glance at the police chief. The police chief smiled like a chrysanthemum, and his old faces were screwed together. You laughed. Although the police are all good police officers, the chief of the police is not necessarily a good chief. Because in many cases, police officers are not directed by the chief, but by specialized personnel in charge. Because they also know that the director is more used to intrigue than to direct others. Therefore, no one has ever expected this shit director to play any role. He said no, but it was hard to say what the director was thinking. Although these can be regarded as exhibits, there are too many exhibits that are not bad. Don't look at just flowers and plants, but the price of these things, it's really not cheap. The police chief saw with his own eyes that there were many green plants, but they were intact. If they were placed in their own homes, comrade, the chief would be pleased to think about it. This is a green plant worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it is really wasteful to just throw it away. The life of the rich is really extravagant. Comrade's secretary sighed secretly, but his hands were not slow at all, and he followed his subordinates to help clean up the dead bodies in Wayne Manor. It couldn't be better to let these guys take care of the finishing touches. After all, this is their profession. What Li Wei is good at, only killing? Asterisk, the police are still very efficient, first moving out dozens of dead bodies. Then, there are those guns and ammunition as evidence. There are also bullet cases on the ground, which also need to be recorded. Dozens of police came in and out, but it was not possible to evacuate the huge villa in a short while. It is estimated that they can be busy until noon tomorrow. This is the result of a lot of steps they skipped in order not to disturb Li Wei's rest and speed up. If Li Wei is unwilling to cooperate, they will not be able to lock down and investigate the villa. However, the villa can no longer live in it for the time being. It is estimated that we will find a hotel to stay temporarily. Excuse me? Li Wei frowned suddenly, looked at the chief of police, and then walked quickly to the elevator. Please. The chief of the police is naturally not an ignorant person, he is so mature. He watched Li Wei go away with a smile on his face. As for Li Wei, after entering the elevator, all the police voluntarily let out. It's not that I don't want to stand with Li Wei, but I don't dare. Even now, they seem to be able to feel the murderous aura of this rich man. Those are hundreds of heavily armed terrorists? He was able to attack several police stations, but he was killed by himself? This combat power is really extremely cruel. He wouldn't be a mutant, would he? A policeman whispered to his companion next to him. The surrounding police nodded in agreement, because how could human combat power be so brutal? Unless, it's the captain of the United States. But how could the captain of the United States be a yellow guy? Whether he is mutant or not, he is a rich man above all. The police chief also heard what they said, patted the policeman on the shoulder, and said with a bit of meaning, "Mutant, it's no secret in this world. Since Mutant assassinated President Kennedy more than 2 decades ago, the story of Mutant has spread. However, as the chief of police said, no matter who it is, it must be a rich person first. As long as it is a rich person, it doesn't matter who it is. In other words, no matter who you are, as long as you have no money, nothing can be done. Lee, are you all right?" Li Wei took the elevator down to the bat base on the -3rd floor. Nick Fury rushed up excitedly, followed by dozens of heavily armed S.H.I.L.D agents. Several stealth bat fighters are parked behind them. However, the space of the bat fighter is not enough to accommodate so many people. Obviously, Nick Fury squeezed them with them. Except for the driver, they are probably for the better with more people, and they are afraid that less people will threaten Li Wei's life. I have to say that he has the intention. Do you see me like someone in trouble? Li Wei shrugged and said indifferently, "By the way, Winter Soldier was caught by me. He should have been brainwashed by someone from Hydra. Take him back and see if you can get rid of the things in his mind." Clear. Nick Fury obviously didn't understand, but still nodded sharply. Although I don't know what Li Wei is talking about, it does not prevent him from nodding. Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. When I was on a mission with the Captain of the United States decades ago, I transferred into the cliff and was frozen. It was dug out by Hydra and became a Winter Soldier. However, the current technology is not developed enough, and there are not enough cameras or anything. Therefore, Hydra has always sent Winter Soldier to carry out assassination missions, but every time it is a perfect sneak, killing all those who see him. Ever since, S.H.I.L.D knows that there is such a person. However, they didn't know who the Winter Soldier was. Howard was also watching, but he was more shocked than Nick Fury. Even, he was thinking whether he should also inject Super Soldier Serum. But then I think that this is not enough. I have money. Why do you want to commit a personal risk? How about getting a suit of armor? Just like Li Wei's Batman suit, it's also very handsome. The more I think about it, the more Howard feels it is possible. It needs to be bulletproof, and it is better to have other functions, such as flight. Then it seems like that, your own nuclear reactor and Lucius's mechanical shell must be built as soon as possible. Li Wei did not expect that his own battle would make Father Howard prepare in advance to build the Iron Man suit. Well, the big shit in college, it's probably impossible to think of it. But just knowing, Howard won't understand how shocking it really is before actually doing it. People who have not experienced true power will never understand this, but Howard does get itchy. The Batman base of Li Wei originally made him feel unbearable, coupled with the explosive force of Li Wei. Howard's heart is full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. He is also a rich man. Why is this difference so big? No, I have to become stronger too. The idea of comparison in Comrade Huo's mind suddenly rose. Thinking, it must be more sassy than Li Wei. "Go, Lucius, let's go in." Howard called roar towards Lucius who was on the side. Lucius nodded in a daze. "I really don't know, what the hell is this guy doing? Didn't you say that you were a little frightened? You want to take a few days off to find a few girls to have a good time? Lucius is looking forward to this kind of thing too, man, you know. But, this damn guy, why did you kill it downstairs again? Did you promise to arrange for me with 2 girls? Forgot?" Lucius was quite tangled inside. Although he loves research, but Niu also likes it very much. Seeing Lucius reluctantly go downstairs with Howard, Li Wei didn't think much about it at all. He only thought that these 2 corgi crazy demons were starting to play some new stuff again. After all, the power of wisdom is infinite. Right, Nick? Li Wei looked at Nick Fury next to him, and said quietly, "In a few days, you arrange some S.H.I.L.D agents to go to Eastern Europe with me." Eastern Europe. Nick was taken aback for a moment, but Li Wei nodded. "Well, this is S.H.I.L.D's first mission completely wipe out Hydra. Scare." Nick was taken aback by Li Wei's words. If this Hydra can be wiped out, how about waiting till now? Why, do you have an opinion? Li Wei glanced at him. Nick shook his head hurriedly. "No, time, place, will we act together at that time, or together, I will notify you in advance, you just have to be ready." With that said, Li Wei then left. Asterisk. The white Qigong wave and the Azure energy shock wave constantly impacted each other in the air, cancelling out, forming 2 beautiful lines. At this time, more than a dozen berserkers circled behind Fang Han. Like those berserkers before, these dozen berserkers also opened their mouths and began to gather energy cannons. Damn it. Fang Han realized that something was wrong. This Ronin was obviously fighting to surround him with a large number of these steel monsters. Roar. The furious beast roar sounded, and more than a dozen Azure energy shockwaves hit Fang Han from behind, which was a sneak attack while Fang Han was fighting the enemy in front of him with all his strength, and it was an upright sneak attack. "Oh, no?" A member of the Security Council looked at the situation on the screen and exclaimed. "They actually sneaked up on them, vile and shameless." Another member of the Security Council said angrily. "These despicable alien creatures, that young man can't stop it, he will die. But what can we do but look at it that way, don't we? I think we should use mushroom eggs." "No, this is impossible. The mushroom eggs will not reach them at all, and they will be destroyed by these monsters." Members and parliamentarians in the Security Council are still arguing. Feng Han also knew his current predicament at this time, so Feng Han did not hesitate to take off directly into the air. This wave of labor and capital was not right. Just kidding, he is not a Super Saiyan, and the second is not surnamed Sun. A fool is only against so many berserkers. Not to mention that even the Sun family is not a stable winner against Bo. Gohan is extremely talented, Super Saiyan 1 form, and even on the verge of Super Saiyan 2. As a result, he was killed by both sides of the 18th and 17th. Now these berserkers obviously want to hit him on both sides, and the fool stupidly parted one hand to face the wave. Feng Han was recruited. Those berserkers obviously lacked a lot of brains, and they didn't stop at all for a while, so the 20 berserkers originally planned to attack Feng Han back and forth, but now, they fought on their own. Feng Han, on the other hand, took advantage of this kung fu to directly use the 4 body fists to separate the 3 doppelgangers, and then used the purple gold dragon claw at the same time, taking advantage of the time when these berserkers were bombarding each other to attack directly from behind. The golden light is lingling, and the flesh and blood are splashed. The blue blood continued to drip down, and Feng Han killed all of these 20 berserkers in an instant. It seems that these berserkers still need improvement. Ronan's voice sounded, and it was clear that Ronan didn't feel afraid at all, or rather, he had no fear. Of course, with this waste, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, Ronan. Feng Han looked at the sky. Through the atmosphere, Feng Han saw the deep black hole above the Ronan fleet in outer space. It was obvious that Ronan summoned those berserkers to this side through this thing. Otherwise, by the distance of Kree Star from the Earth in the past 2 days, Ronan would not have reinforcements at all for a while and a half. As I said, the number of berserkers is so large that you can't handle it at all. Facing this endless legion of berserkers, Feng Han, are you sure of victory? Ronan laughed contemptuously, and then the laughter grew louder and more rampant. In this dark interstellar passage, there was a roar one after another, and one by one the berserkers continued to rush out of it, and the number of berserkers was constantly growing. Dozen, then 100, then 1,000. You have to be the first to strike, otherwise you won't have to fight. Feng Han already had a plan in his heart. He hoped to break through all the way and rush directly to that interstellar portal, and then destroy that portal, when no one in Ronan's fleet could run. With this thought, he took a deep breath and rushed straight up, but the berserkers' attack was already overwhelming at this time. These berserkers are obviously still in outer space, and they haven't even entered the atmosphere of the Earth, but they used an energy shockwave to start attacking Feng Han. As for the people on the Earth will die because of this, these berserkers don't even care about this. As for the Kree, they don't care about this. Ronan wants to purge all the inhabitants of other planets who do not obey the Kree administration, and then turn those planets into colonies or material origins of the Kree Empire. But they don't care. It doesn't mean that Feng Han cannot care. It doesn't mean that Carol Danvers cannot care. This is Earth, home to Feng Han and Carol Danvers, especially Carol, but America has her job, her family. They have nowhere to retreat. They can only choose to fight. Once the Earth falls, they will be homeless and can only wander in the universe. That feeling, Feng Han didn't want to try, but it was even more impossible for Feng Han to follow Ronan back and obediently treat the Kree as a dog. Even if the eldest husband cannot hold a 3-foot sword and stand up to the world, he must stand up to the heavens and the earth, have arrogance, and have blood. How could a 7-foot man stoop to serve these Krees with eyes above the top? If these people are not subdued, Feng Han will never have peace, and there will be no time for peace on the earth. Carol Danvers also knew that this was a critical juncture, and she had come to Feng Han's side and resisted the attacks of these berserkers with Feng Han. Magnificent azure energy beams continue to enter the Earth's atmosphere, but these beautiful energy beams bring destruction. Carol's hands constantly emitted energy particles to smash these energy beams, and Feng Han was constantly blocking these energy beams with Qigong waves. But these energy beams are too much, or in other words, the number of berserkers is too much. Even if Feng Han and Carol can resist for a while, they can't resist a lifetime. Not to mention in the face of the constant attacks of the berserkers who have reached the thousands, Feng Han is very difficult to resist. The densely packed berserkers had surrounded Feng Han at this time, while Carol Danvers was divided into another place, and it was clear that Ronan did not want Feng Han and Carol Danvers to fight together. 2 people in 2 places, then both parties will worry about each other's situation and are easily distracted, and once distracted, then it is an opportunity for the berserker. Although the number of berserkers is extremely large, there are not so many berserkers that Feng Han can face at the same time, because even if there are 1,000,000 berserkers, there are no more than 5 berserkers who can surround Feng Han and attack at the same time, and once this number is exceeded, it is impossible to attack at all. In the face of such a large number of berserkers, Feng Han, even if he didn't think about himself, he had to consider Carol's safety, and at this time, it was still related to the safety of the Earth. Lightly crushing the card in his sleeve, Feng Han sighed lightly. Alas, it still came to this point. Congratulations for unlocking the new DC hero, The Flash. Seeing this prompt popped out of Batman's phone, Li Wei couldn't help but smile. The Flash? This third hero is quite powerful. Defeating Winter Soldier Bucky also provided him with heroic power, and it is precisely because of this that he will have the opportunity to draw new heroes. And, it's The Flash? It just happens to be the ability that I need, extremely fast. Li Wei's heart is a little excited. After all, The Flash is quite famous in DC. Who is The Flash? Anyone who has heard a little will probably know that he is the fastest person in the DC world. The ability of the Flash originates from a power that is called a superpower, and because of this, the Flash is called a super speeder. With superb power, they can achieve ultra-high-speed movement, even faster than the speed of light. Even tens of times the speed of light is not a problem, and even more terrifying is that he can pause time for a long time. But this is not the ultimate. The extreme speed can break the barriers of time and space and reverse time and space. Yes, that's right, the Flash is more than just running fast. It can reverse time and space. It is the master of time and space. This is the most terrifying thing. Moreover, with the blessing of superpower, this 08 group can completely ignore the collision, and even travel to the parallel world. And, under the protection of superpower, perhaps the Flash's physical fitness will not be much improved. However, they can use this high-speed movement to ignore all laws of physics. That's right, ignore everything. Theorem, 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 let people like Einstein and Newton go to hell. For example, the speed of sound. In theory, if people reach the speed of sound, they will be burned alive by the friction of air. After all, the human body does not have the same quality as the steel used to make supersonic aircraft. The speed of light is countless times the speed of sound. Without protection, it is impossible for a person to reach the speed of light. In that case, a person would have died early. But the superpower is different. It not only protects the human body from harm, but also ensures that the clothes on your body and even any objects you carry will have no problems. Not only that, with the development of power, there may even be other more magical ability. In fact, in addition to the speed force, there are also related powers such as the inverse speed force and the static force. One of these two can swallow the speed force, and the other can restrain the speed force. It can be said that it is the nemesis of superpower. In addition, there are power, sage power, and several unmentioned powers. So, the DC world is really messy. Moreover, the power system is also higher. Marvel also pays attention to science, either mutation or technology. Anything DC has something to do with God first. Anyway, in the end, it's true. None of this hinders the speed of the Flash, which is well-deservedly fast. It was almost time to subvert the universe, but Li Wei was still cautious, and Wei Wei asked, which the Flash? Lord World, the Flash, Barry Allen. A line of words appeared on the phone, which also made Li Wei firm in his decision. This guy, but the existence of the end of the road, in the original book, he changed history and plunged the world into chaos. In order to bring history back to the right track, he revised the timeline, and under the influence of the mysterious woman Pandora, DC the universe restarted, and the new 52 was born. This is a guy who can restart the universe. There is no need to explain the awesome life. Host, please choose, extract or summon. Extract. Li Wei made the choice without hesitation, and she is not a cute girl, can it be summoned without extraction? Besides, with the power of the Flash, everything is easy to say. Even if there is no speed of light, from New York to Los Angeles, it is only a momentary thing. We must know that the speed of light in a vacuum is 300,000 kilometers per second, and the speed of light in the air is close to the speed of light in a vacuum. But the circumference of the entire Earth is 40,076 kilometers in total. This kind of ability is much stronger than others. So far, Li Wei has only drawn 3 heroes in total. The first Batman had been absorbed, and Wonder Woman Diana was summoned by him. The third, the Flash, is now completely absorbed by him. So, if you want to get a harem or something, there is still a long way to go. Jingle bell. I was lying on the bed thinking, but suddenly the phone rang by the bedside. Because of the backwardness of the times and infrastructure, even Li Wei can only use his eldest brother to answer the phone now, which is really troublesome. Boss? When I connected the phone, I heard Nick Fury's somewhat anxious voice. The information you asked me to check has been found. The guys who attacked Wayne Manor are indeed Hydra agents. However, the number of people is wrong. What's the meaning? Li Wei frowned and said solemnly. The wrong number means that someone hasn't come. It is impossible to run, but he cleaned the entire villa from top to bottom. The dozens of people were all cleanly killed by him. There is another girl. Nick Fury answered, most of those people are Hydra agents drawn from the mainland, and most of them have information. However, 7 of them do not belong to them, but are mobilized from Europe. In addition to the Winter Soldier Bucky you gave me, there is also an elite death squad of 5 people. However, another girl disappeared. The intelligence showed that she did not follow these people into your villa, but disappeared before. But the body was not found, the entire villa was emptied, and no trace of her was found. I see. Li Wei nodded slightly, he knew exactly what Nick Fury's worries were. It's okay if the girl doesn't enter the villa, even if she hides in the dark, it doesn't matter. Winter Soldier was beaten to death by him. What's the use of the remaining girl? However, Nick Fury is afraid that she will sneak into the bat base below the villa. There is technology that has surpassed the world for 20 or 30 years. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot ask Li Wei to force it, but they absolutely do not want to be obtained by Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. has to abide by the law and cannot be robbed, and theft is almost impossible. However, Hydra has no concerns in this regard. Once they get these technologies, it will definitely cause world-class turbulence. Don't worry, she is down to the basement at best. Li Wei heard Nick Fury's concern and comforted, if the -3 layer is not authorized, others will not be able to reach it. 147. Anyway, it is also Batman's base. If anyone can go in, it would be too cheap. But it was also right. At that time, he only cared about the agents who cleaned the living area of the villa. But the basement was ignored by him subconsciously. Moreover, he didn't think anyone would go to the basement. The basement is unoccupied, so those who are silly will run to the basement. Definitely is to search from the first floor up, layer by layer. Their target is Li Wei, and they don't know that there is a bat base underground. Why go to the basement for no reason? Therefore, Li Wei at the time ignored this. Now being mentioned again by Nick Fury, he remembered it. But fortunately, the police should still be there now, and the girl should not be able to escape. At most, he will just go over and get her up now. Okay, what's her name? I'll rush back right away. Natasha Romanoff, unidentified. Li Wei just put on his clothes and took the door to go out, but suddenly he almost didn't fall. Even if you know your name, how can you still be unidentified? That's the name she used to go through customs. I don't know the specific identity. Li Wei laughed, and said on the other end of the phone, I think, I know who she is. Li Wei shook his head and hung up the phone, but an intriguing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Natasha Romanoff, this name is very famous in Marvel? Hey, at least Marvel powder like Li Wei can't be cooked again. Natasha Romanoff, this is the name of Black Widow. Yes, it is Black Widow, one of the famous founders of Marvel Avengers. In the comics, it is also a character who has survived the Second World War. However, when Marvel was created, it was originally not thought to be moved to the 21st century. Therefore, there is actually a mismatch in time. Because of this, after these superheroes were put on the screen, they all changed their original settings. If you have to use comics to set movies, it is naturally an act that a fool can do. Natasha Romanoff, as Black Widow, was originally one of the superhero. However, Li Wei estimates that she is not a superhero. After all, Black Widow is the superhero, and Natasha Romanoff is not. She is at best a super agent trained by the Soviet Union and Hydra. However, before she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and became famous, she was still not a superhero, only an agent. However, since she took the initiative to send it to the door now and had the opportunity to hold her in her hand, Li Wei would naturally not give up such an opportunity. What's wrong? The girl in pajamas also woke up, and stood pretty at the door looking at him. In fact, at the moment Li Wei brought the door to the room, Wonder Woman, who was beyond ordinary perception, had already heard the conversation between Nick Fury and Li Wei. It's not that she deliberately overhears, it's that her hearing has become so acute. Even if she closes her ears, it's useless. Well, there is still a little mouse on Wayne Manor that hasn't been cleaned up. It's still early, so you can go to bed for a while. Tomorrow, I will take it out for a stroll. Li Wei smiled, her eyes full of tenderness when she looked at the girl. Shopping during the day has taught Li Wei that girls all have the same nature. Although it is not possible to satisfy the girl in everything, it is possible to make her not lonely or bored as much as possible. Then I'll be together too. Diana felt Li Wei's concern and smiled heartily. I'm the best at catching mice or something. Wait for me, I'll change my clothes before setting off. Li Wei was speechless for a while and didn't know what to say. Remember, it's catching. Li Wei paused and added hastily. If you accidentally beat Natasha Romanoff to death, there is nothing to say. However, Li Wei is really speechless thinking about it now. Okay, what are you doing in the basement? As a result, I still have to trouble him to run back again. In fact, there is nothing in the basement, it's just a pile of debris. Well, definitely, there may be something incredible in this for others. For example, certain antique oil paintings and the like. Li Wei didn't know at all, it was the credit of his own butler, in order to find him a Batgirl or Oracle Man. Diana soon changed into combat attire, a suit of armor like a Greek warrior. A pair of long, slender, round, and beautiful legs are exposed, and Li Wei is figuring out whether to prepare a tights for her. Or let's have a try. Li Wei thought of the ability of the flash that he had just extracted, and suddenly he had a bold idea. Diana looked at him with some confusion, as if she didn't understand. We depart from here and go to the villa in Malibu to see who arrives first. Li Wei pointed to the ground and then to the far southwest. He suggested, the loser must promise the winner a thing that does not violate the principle. The so-called non-violation of the principle is actually to give Diana a chance to rely on. Who knows the bottom line of other people's principles? Sure enough, Diana was moved. Good. The girl agreed, her pretty face was full of pride, she was determined to win. Well, if it was half an hour ago, she could have said this. After all, Wonder Woman has the guardian blessing of the Olympus gods, has the ability of flight, and also has the wings of Hermes, capable of super acceleration. Her speed can even accelerate to supersonic speed in a short time, and fly at supersonic speed for a long time. If you go all out, you can even reach close to the speed of light. What's more, the winged shoe also possesses the ability similar to teleport. It is said to be speeding up, but it can make the girl go anywhere in an instant. Although the former Li Wei was strong, it was also relative to ordinary people. Although she didn't want to admit it, Diana could hang him. But now, Li Wei is confident that with the flash, he can play Wonder Woman in front of him. Even, it can make her collapse. After all, martial arts in the world can only be broken soon. When the speed reaches a certain level, no matter how powerful the ability is, it is useless, unless you can confine the space. That is another kind of ability. The current Wonder Woman obviously does not have this kind of strength. The reason why Li Wei bet against Diana is entirely due to the mismatch of information between the two sides. By the way, give this heroine to yourself, let's get rid of it. In the province, she always thinks that she is very good. In fact, she is really good. Li Wei knows everything about Diana, but Diana knows nothing about the new ability he just got. So this result is obviously destined. When does it begin? Wonder Woman waved her pink fist excitedly, believing herself. I will let you 10 first. No, let you 1 minute. The girl wanted to talk for 10 minutes, but thought that Beverly and Malibu were not very far apart. In 10 minutes, if Li Wei broke out with all his strength, it would still be possible. If you cheat on an airplane, it's even less of a problem. So, after thinking about it, I changed my mind for another minute. In 1 minute, you won't be able to get there even by plane. Because although the speed of the airplane can be reached, it takes more than 1 minute from the landing to the boarding of the airplane. That's what you said. There was a deep smile on Li Wei's face. It's a pity that Wonder Woman didn't see it. Just now, Li Wei felt that he was a little unskilled when he got the ability of the Flash for the first time, so he might lose. However, Diana was so conceited that he wanted him for a minute. Wouldn't it be a win? I started counting 1, 2, and 3. Li Wei nodded and reduced his smile to avoid being seen by Diana, pretending to be calm. Don't be so troublesome, you can run even at any time. Diana waved her small hand, looking domineering and mighty. I will set off again in a minute. Before the text was finished, Diana's eyes suddenly opened. GA. Because of her voice, Li Wei's person has disappeared. She watched Li Wei disappear, not suddenly, but rotten. Her naked eyes didn't even start to distinguish. A fire blue light had already shot out into the air in an instant, bringing up a long tail. Homura, fast people can't even imagine. Diana's mouth grew wide, her eyes staring at the green light, with an incredible expression on her face. So shocked. She didn't realize until now that she was pitted by Li Wei. The kind of miserable pit. Let it be a minute? With the speed he shows now, he is no more than himself. No, it is much faster than himself. Wonder Woman thought in shock. 1 minute is enough for him to run dozens of laps around the earth? Wonder Woman, who had never sweared before, uttered words that made her blush for the first time. This is the only way to blurt out so skillfully when you get angry to a certain extent. Boom! With a heavy kick on the ground, Wonder Woman flew towards Li Wei. On the other side, Li Wei is already completely immersed in superb power. As someone said, I have never experienced it personally and never know its magic. Because the speed was too fast, Li Wei almost ran across the range of the villa in an instant. When he reacted, he was still in superb power, but he could clearly feel that he was standing above the 147 flat ocean. However, less than a second passed. It was almost a moment of breathing, and he had already rushed out several million meters. And because he was not familiar with it, Li Wei used the power of the Flash for the first time, and the speed was not well controlled. But even so, he was almost close to the speed of light, so, too fast. I am also desperate. Looking at the location of Los Angeles behind him, Li Wei shrugged helplessly. Diana, I don't want this to be you, which stimulates me. Man, how can you say no? A certain female hero obviously didn't know that Li Wei had already found a good excuse for having defeated her shamelessly because she was too fast. Sometimes too fast is also an annoyance. There are more than 50 kinds. At the speed of Wonder Woman, it will take more than 10 minutes to arrive in New York. Time, more than enough. More than 10 minutes is estimated to be enough for the Flash to circle the Earth hundreds or thousands of times. So Li Wei decided to take advantage of this time to get acquainted with the Flash's ability. After all, he has just mastered it. Although he is all familiar with it, he still has some shackles when he manipulates it. He activated the Flash's ability again. After that, everyone could hardly see it. There was a red and blue light, spinning fast above their heads. This speed is almost impossible to detect by radar. Because it's so fast? This speed. My god, is it still a human? When Li Wei began to really master the speed of the Flash, he knew what kind of super bug ability it was. Faster than light? I seem to be able to travel through time and space now. However, because there is no energy in the DC universe, Li Wei now cannot reverse time and space, but time and space are in his eyes, as if it has stagnated. Everything, in Li Wei's view, is a standstill. He shuttles endlessly, the Earth is motionless. In order to prove that the Earth is round, Li Wei did not stop at all and chose to move on. However, after more than 10 minutes passed, he suddenly realized. Although the Earth is round, the route I ran on seemed to be off the track. Under the blessing of superpower, it is not difficult to discern the direction. However, Li Wei is just beginning to master it after all. Although there are experiences in my mind, those experiences are more theoretical and have never been practiced. Ever since, he simply ran from Los Angeles to Australia. Then he realized that he seemed to have ran by again. Although superpower is fast, it also requires constant exercise to master it proficiently. Otherwise, there will be something like Li Wei. Every time, I ran past. Then, he had to continue running back with a bitter face. In this way, the Flash, which was just born in the Marvel Universe, just flew around the Earth constantly to the end, but he just happened to arrive 1 second earlier than Diana. Wonder Woman looked at Li Wei who was floating there, her eyes seemed to be breathing fire. Boss, are you teasing me? Diana looked at Li Wei a little embarrassed, because she watched Li Wei swept away from her, and then a little bit faster than her, reaching the end. She knows very well that with the speed shown by Li Wei, she will be able to arrive quickly at the very beginning. But it happened to be only 1 second longer than her. This second is undoubtedly a humiliation for the proud Amazon warrior. No, Diana, I'm actually very helpless. Li Wei spread his hands, expressing his innocence. I actually just realized my own speed and power, so I am not proficient, so I ran so many laps. How many more laps? Along the earth. Diana frowned. Well, along the earth. Li Wei thought for a while, and said solemnly, maybe there are more than a few laps, there are hundreds, hey, more than 4,000 laps. Li Wei said honestly, but this number directly frightened Diana. What is the concept of more than 4,000 laps? The circumference of the earth is 40,000 kilometers, that is to say, he ran 140,000 kilometers abruptly within 10 minutes. My god? Diana's mouth could not help but open wide. In fact, Li Wei just ran around the earth, the exact number is 4,013 laps. In just over 10 minutes, Li Wei ran more than 4,000 laps around the earth, which was still not familiar with the flash ability. This number is a bit scary, but Li Wei said it honestly. You are lying to me. The first thought that Wonder Woman reacted was unbelief. Even if she is Wonder Woman, run more than 4,000 laps around the earth in 10 minutes? This speed? Diana was a little angry. She was holding her stomach for a while, and now this guy actually said that she just ran more than 4,000 laps around the earth? Pot? She suddenly pulled up the Vulcan sword on her back and pointed at Li Wei. Boss, I want to fight you. A few days ago, Diana saw Li Wei hit the Winter Soldier with her own eyes. At that time, she wanted to compete with Li Wei. Now she just took this opportunity to compete with him. The proud Amazon warrior, never give up? What's more, she lost a bit miserably in terms of speed just now, so Diana was ready to fight again and win another round. Are you serious? Li Wei looked at Diana, who was drawing a sword. Definitely, Amazon warriors never lie. Diana's heroic and saucy face flashed a trace of warlike desire, and her face was full of warfare. You will regret this. Li Wei shrugged and looked at the Wonder Woman in front of him with pity. The previous self may not be her opponent, but now, with the blessing of the Flash's ability, he has nothing to fear. After all, martial arts in the world can only be broken soon. In terms of speed, Diana will have no chance of winning. Humph, you are underestimating me again. A trace of anger flashed in Wonder Woman's eyes, and the divine power in her body was constantly recovering. Although the man in front of her was the one she trusted the most, Diana wanted to knock him down. Because this is already a matter of her glory? Come on, boss. Dare to accept the challenge of the bravest Amazon warrior. Diana squeezed the Vulcan sword tightly. Li Wei sighed slightly. Okay, so you can completely give up. Right? Li Wei had just fallen as promised. Diana was already holding a long sword in her hand, and a magnificent light of fire slammed down at him. In this flame, with the strength of the Vulcan sword's subatomic level cutting, roar screamed. Drink? Diana screamed, her eyes full of war. Seeing the red flames on the sword, he was about to touch Li Wei's body, but Li Wei's body suddenly faded. A red light flew up to the sky at a speed faster than light. Psst! The sword of Vulcan only hit a phantom of Li Wei. What? Diana looked at Li Wei's body gradually disappearing, as if she could see a thick sneer on the face of that phantom. My own mortal sword didn't actually work. Then, boom! A huge amount of impact force exploded from her abdomen. Li Wei suddenly came to Diana's face, almost touching her face, while his hand touched the smooth belly button of Wonder Woman, and shook his head slightly. Did you give up, Diana? Li Wei didn't exert any strength, and kept pressing Diana's exposed belly with his hands. The smooth and firm texture was ecstatic. Diana was mad and cut across Li Wei with her hands. Snapped. This cut once again shattered an afterimage. This time, Li Wei got behind Diana and hugged her waist. It's useless. In front of absolute speed, all your moves will be eclipsed. Boom! Diana shot again. Li Wei flashed slightly, and cupped her delicate and beautiful face with both hands. The country of Wonder Woman at this moment has lost his sanity because of his anger, but it is still extremely stunning. Click! Li Wei flicked on Wonder Woman's forehead. What a stubborn girl. After finishing talking, she didn't wait for her to counterattack, but Li Wei's speed suddenly shot to the extreme. The sky was full of Li Wei's lightning green glow, spinning quickly around Diana, as if teasing there. But Diana couldn't catch a trace of Li Wei at all. Diana, have you seen it? This is my speed. Give up? You can't be my opponent. Li Wei's voice seemed to be instilled into Diana's ears from all directions. Diana, who was originally full of war spirits, kept turning around and trying to follow Li Wei's speed, but it was impossible at all. She raised her eyes to look at Lu Meng, and finally, Yanran sat down on the ground. As Li Wei said, she is not his opponent, because she can't even see Li Wei's body, let alone hit him. His speed. It's really so scary. Li Wei used hard facts to prove to Diana that he didn't lie just now. Now, believe it. Li Wei hung in front of Diana, looking at her condescendingly. Diana nodded weakly, holding a slightly frustrated head, and said slightly, I believe it. It turns out that the strength of the boss is so strong, Diana is still very weak. Get up. Li Wei beckoned, but said, it's not that you are weak, but that although you are strong, I am stronger. After all, my skills are bugs. Before Diana had fully activated his divine power, Li Wei could abuse her opponent as she wanted. Well, I will definitely work hard. Diana's fighting spirit seemed to be ignited once again. Looking at Li Wei, she showed a touch of respect that she had never had before. Boss, let's go home. 0. Look for flowers. Two people at the moment on the shore of the Atlantic Ocean. Li Wei was too fast and ran over, and Diana, although she had just passed Wayne Manor. If she is willing, in fact, as long as she gets there, she has already won Li Wei. However, because she thinks Li Wei is using speed to humiliate herself. Therefore, she did not choose to go to the manor, but followed Li Wei behind her, racing with him like a puff. Ever since, a chance of victory was lost in vain. Both men directly hit the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, Li Wei smiled and landed on the ground. The two walked towards Wayne Manor not far away. This time, instead of using super ability, he paced slowly. By the way, Diana, you just seemed to leave early, right? Li Wei suddenly thought of something. He glanced sideways at Diana, looking at her with an incredible expression. Wonder Woman cheated? Li Wei stared at Diana with silent eyes, as if he was questioning. What about 1 minute? You actually set off in less than a minute? Boss, didn't you win? What else do you want? Diana snorted coldly, turning her head and not looking at him, but her pretty face was slightly hot. In fact, she did violate the agreement. Who made Li Wei suddenly show the speed, so that the female fighters panicked, so within a minute, she shot out. Then you are still angry at me. I've violated the rule, so I'm actually questioning me? Are women so unreasonable? Li Wei shrugged helplessly. Sure enough, women and reasoning are totally unreasonable, especially like Wonder Woman. Li Wei had no choice but to compromise, just as this had never happened. However, for a while, he could not find the right words. Ever since, the atmosphere is so straightforward and embarrassing. Ding. There was a crisp sound, but at the moment it broke the silence of the night. Li Wei took out his Batman mobile phone from his pocket somewhat strangely. What's the situation? It seems that you haven't unlocked the 4th hero, right? How can there be information? 5 can. Congratulations to the host, defeated the DC hero Wonder Woman, and won the favor of Wonder Woman, and randomly obtained one of her ability. Rub, there is such a hidden reward? Li Wei never imagined that after defeating the DC heroes she picked out, she would get one of her ability randomly. Randomly copy and distribute the ability of the target hero. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get the mantra noose. Mantra lasso, Diana's main weapon. It is Hephaestus, the god of fire, made with the gold belt of the goddess of the earth, Gaia. The lasso was given by Hestia, the goddess of the kitchen, and tied to the arrow by the hunting goddess Artemis herself, and Olympus shot down the mortal world from Mount Pius. The lasso is considered unbreakable, and people trapped in the lasso can only tell the truth. This lasso is also Diana's own weakness. Once trapped by the lasso, Diana's 160 will become weak and lose her supernatural power. The lasso symbolizes the truth. Diana, who broke the lasso in the red sun, also said that the reality is painful. In order to keep her head awake, Diana keeps the mantra lasso around her at all times so that she can face the objective and truthful world of rationality. Mantra lasso. Li Wei smiled a little. How could he not know this stuff? This is a good thing. The biggest function is to bind the opponent, imprison his ability, and force him to tell the truth. Used to interrogate opponents and mortals, it is simply a big killer. Good stuff? Li Wei smiled a little, looking at the words whether to retrieve that popped up on Batman's phone. He did not choose to retrieve it immediately. To take it out like this, Diana would be shocked again. Diana, or else, let's come and learn again. Li Wei has tasted the benefits, and he is going to brush up all the ability of Wonder Woman. But it is a pity that Wonder Woman does not give Li Wei this opportunity at all. Boss, you are too much. Diana glared at Li Wei. Li Wei's smile gradually lost. It seemed a bit too much. Forget it, change another person next time. Li Wei made up his mind, and must master the skills of DC heroes. After all, it's for nothing. Thinking of this, Li Wei showed a deep smile at the corner of his mouth. Diana looked at her, her heart abruptly, and she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Boss, it's weird today. Soon, Diana and Li Wei returned to Wayne Manor. Although the outside of the manor is still a bit damaged, the villa has been completely renovated and is cleaner and tidy than before. The police are really hardworking. Alfred. Li Wei looked at the old housekeeper who came up, shook his head slightly and said, "Do you know that there may be a terrorist hidden in the villa?" "Master, don't worry. I think you lack a person to serve, so you take the initiative and leave her in the basement." A harmless smile appeared on Alfred's face. "I think you should be satisfied with my arrangement." Li Wei was stunned, but also smiled. "Very well, Alfred, you did a good job. Thank you, Master, for your compliment. These are what I should do." Alfred seemed very humble, and Li Wei felt that the butler was more satisfied. "The second batch of super soldier serum, you can inject it." After finishing this sentence, Li Wei walked to the basement. Basement. The future Black Widow Natasha Romanoff is very annoyed now, and the annoyed ones are going crazy. She is only 14 years old. Why should she go through such a thing? 2 days ago, I entered this villa as a maid. Everything was fine, saying it was cleaning. Although it was cleaning the basement, she didn't feel anything wrong. Probably, it was the old housekeeper who saw her young, so he didn't let her clean the room for fear that she would mess up. Therefore, the basement with no valuables became her workplace. And when she arrived in the basement, she did find that there was nothing here. It's nothing more than some calligraphy, painting, and oil painting. She doesn't know anything on it. After all, she grew up in the Red Room since she was a child. In her eyes, glass balls and diamonds are the same. The only thing she knows deeply about it is probably guns, because that can be life-threatening. However, she still made a mistake. When she finished cleaning the basement and was about to leave, she found that the elevator couldn't start at all. And this pitted basement doesn't even have a staircase. Is this still a human thing? When she grew up in the Red Room, her first instinct was that something was wrong. This is based on the most keen judgment of an excellent agent. A basement, but there is no downstairs. There is only an elevator, which can go directly to the basement 0. Only down, not up. At first Natasha Romanoff didn't think there was anything, as long as there was a way down. But now she doesn't think so, because the elevator is broken. No, it should not be said that it is broken, it should be said that this elevator cannot be opened anyway, as if it is out of power. Technology? Advanced elevator technology. The elevator is good, but it needs the owner's authorization to open it. And she, even if she used violence, couldn't open it. This is what Natasha Romanoff understood after being trapped in the basement for a day. Since it couldn't be opened, Natasha Romanoff had to react accordingly. She also knew that she might have been exposed. He was locked up in this damn place. But she was not desperate. After all, she was the best agent cultivated by the Red Room. The other party did not kill her directly, but instead imprisoned her, which meant that the other party did not want to let herself die. Therefore, you have to use value yourself. Then the other party will definitely show up. At that time, it will be a chance to get out of trouble. The most outstanding thing about Black Widow is her psychological quality and agent ability. So she tries to save her strength in case she needs it. But it is a pity that the soundproofing of the basement is not very good. The missile bombing by Apache helicopters, coupled with the intrusion of dozens of militants. All of this made Natasha Romanoff understand the truth. His teammates who temporarily cooperated, and 0.5 did not wait for her for 3 days according to the original agreement. But one day after she left, she started the action. This group of guys, are they pigs? Natasha Romanoff almost didn't scold him at the time, waiting for the assassination mission. And as a qualified agent trained from the Red Room, she deeply understands that latency is a long time. However, she did not understand. Although my teammate is also an agent, the educational philosophy he receives is completely different from her. However, it doesn't matter anymore. The plan is implemented in advance, but this is not a big problem, as long as it can be successful. At that time, you can also get out of trouble. However, what Natasha Romanoff did not expect was that the plan finally failed. This is really news that makes Natasha Romanoff desperate. Moreover, she was listening to the failure of these guys. Natasha Romanoff has not participated in the operation. This time the long-planned plan failed. And she didn't have time to imagine when the time was fast. Boom! Natasha Romanoff fisted weakly on the elevator door glass, and the pain from the feedback made her feel the rubbish of the teammates this time. After that, she was still unwilling to give up, her face pressed against the cold elevator door. She wants to hear what's going on outside. But as a result, Natasha Romanoff was even more desperate. From the beginning of the explosion, to the constantly gunfire, it could be heard that the fight was fierce outside. However, after 10 minutes, everything was over. She only heard the voice of a man. He hadn't heard this voice, but he knew that it was not from the group of them. Police, come out to wash the ground. The sound of police sirens, the sound of footsteps constantly coming in and out, and the roar of the elevator running normally all told her that the plan was a complete failure. Moreover, her identity was seen through from the very beginning. Otherwise, she would not be locked in the basement. Obviously, the elevator is still good. At that moment, the girl's heart sank completely. She could only squeeze the 7 poems that she hid on her inner thighs, and looked nervously at the elevator door. Your teammates have been killed, so it should be your turn, right? The girl thinks so. Therefore, even if I have been hungry for a day, dripping water has not entered. She still cheered up and looked at the elevator nervously. It seems that there will be a large group of heavily armed police rushing in at any time to arrest him. However, it did not. When the girl spent a day like this nervously, after another day without dripping water, she can't hold on anymore. Scientific research shows that people can last for about 7 days without eating. Instead of drinking water, it can only last for 3 days. And these are still based on people's mental health. Because there is enough evidence that people are extremely likely to go crazy in a closed environment. Moreover, maintaining a nervous nerve for 2 consecutive days, and having to stay awake and not daring to sleep, is more harmful to the human spirit. So, Natasha Romanoff, who maintained high intensity and tension for 2 consecutive days, was a little bit confused. He has not been able to get a good rest, nor can he get food and water supplies. Although she was only 14 years old, even if the super soldier serum gave her the physique of a kind of soldier, she could last longer than ordinary people, but it would not be too long. After all, her age is there. No matter who you are, you have to drink water. And she almost died here. From the beginning, I was afraid that someone would come in from the elevator. In the end, she even expected someone to come in from there and take herself away. __. With a soft sound, the elevator doors finally moved somewhat. When the 2 elevator doors opened slowly, Natasha Romanoff was excited in that moment. When seeing two figures slowly walking towards the basement, Natasha Romanoff wanted to fight back, but found that he was powerless. The body is too weak. She was wise and did not choose to resist. Because, even her teammates are on the street, the point is that even Winter Soldier is on the street. She didn't think her resistance could bring herself anything. What's more, her current situation is utterly worse. She had even discarded her head. She did not run towards the other party excitedly, because that would be easy to be mistakenly killed by the other party as an attacker. Therefore, she just tried her best to curl up her thin body, like a poor little cat being discarded by others. Poor, weak, helpless, even so cute. Roar. Li Wei looked helplessly at the girl curled up in the corner. He didn't know until just now. An agent moved forward to his villa for 2 days, and then he was locked into the basement by his housekeeper without authorization. And its purpose is self-evident. This made Li Wei a little bit dumbfounded. If he hadn't come in time, he would have to go to Europe in 2 days. At that time, the girl might really starve to death. This is not what he wants, after all, the other party, but the famous Black Widow in the future? And it's the best time to develop a juvenile body. If you really die because of it, then your sin will be serious. Water. Water. The girl looked forward with some blurred eyes, her lips opened lightly, and she was constantly whispering. She really couldn't make it anymore. Bright? Diana maintained a vigilant posture, looking at Natasha Romanoff in front of her, treating the enemy. She didn't have any mercy or kindness at all. Diana, don't be nervous. She has no threats. Li Wei waved his hand and came to Natasha Romanoff's face. The girl in front of her looked a little weak, her body was quite frail, but her figure was unexpected. Take her up, take a good wash, and then come and see me, Li Wei said to Diana. Diana shook her head. She felt that it was really unnecessary to let herself do this kind of thing. Diana, you are the only girl in this villa. Do you want me to do it myself? Li Wei's words made Diana thoughtful. In the end, she picked up Natasha Romanoff, but still kept alert on her face. Bright? The elevator moved up quickly. Li Wei's voice reached Diana's ears. Tomorrow, we will go to Eastern Europe together. Fly over. Diana nodded slightly and looked at him with some doubts. Do not. Li Wei understood what she meant, and shook his head lightly. Let's go by plane. By the way, it's a tourist? The King's. The plane, so slow. Diana was a little emotional, but she was not dissatisfied. After all, although the plane is slow, it is more comfortable. After flying for a long time, people will feel tired. Although it won't be hurt, the feeling of wind hitting the face is very uncomfortable. Li Wei is a person who enjoys. Although he can fly over in less than a second, he is not willing. All this was heard clearly by the girl Diana held in her arms. Eastern Europe? These two words made her pupils slightly shrink. Is it possible that they are going to retaliate against Hydra? Admit, this organization is powerful. As the agent of the Red Room, she knows the best. But fly over? Natasha Romanoff felt that she must be hungry and hallucinating. Swire Top 10. Old irons, let's continue to do it. 100 more. Alfred, the old butler, has prepared dinner and drinks. Natasha Romanoff's eyes lighted a little when he saw it. I don't know where a surge of strength jumped onto the table, where it gobbled up to eat. Looking at the Black Widow like this, Li Wei is really hard to hook up with the Black Widow he imagined. Fortunately, she is still only a Russian agent. After eating and drinking, Natasha Romanoff realized that everyone in the restaurant looked at themselves with a weird look. Her face suddenly turned red. But what followed was a kind of vigilance. She knew that she was an enemy to the group of people in front of her. Bright? Before Natasha Romanoff had any reaction, a golden rope appeared in her sight. Mantra lasso? Diana on the side couldn't help but startled roar. She didn't expect Li Wei to have such an artifact. Wak wak. Braving the golden light's mantra lasso, Black Widow was pumped firmly. Go ahead, tell me everything you know truthfully. 160. Including Red Room and Hydra information? Natasha Romanoff was struggling there, but she found desperately that the more she struggled, the tighter the rope seemed to be pulled, and in the end, she was a little out of breath. And there is an urge to make her speak truthfully. In the end, she told Li Wei everything she knew, including her injection of a lethal virus. This is how the Red Room controls its agent. If it escapes, the virus will break out directly in the body. Howard, Lucius, she will leave it to you. It's okay to remove the virus from her body, right? Li Wei looked at Old Iron Man and his assistants who were preparing to eat. The two of them didn't care about such trivial matters at all. The Soviet virus is probably a product left over from World War II. It shouldn't be difficult to crack. But boss, are you sure you want to get rid of the virus in it? This sister, but the enemy. Lucius kindly reminded him, but Li Wei waved his hand. Well, take care of the virus in her body, don't worry about the others. Threat? Just kidding, if the young lady in front of you can threaten yourself, don't confuse yourself. Wonder Woman is not Li Wei's opponent, let alone Natasha Romanoff? Li Wei took a deep look at Natasha Romanoff. Don't you want to go back to the Red Room? Smart people should know how to make choices. After leaving this sentence, Li Wei walked directly to the dining table. Natasha Romanoff looked at Li Wei's back, but there was a complex emotion in her eyes. She was really confused. Looking at the golden rope on her body, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. To be honest, she had never heard of such a method of extorting a confession. What exactly is this rope? Natasha Romanoff thought curiously, but in his heart he also began to think about Li Wei's words. Do you want to go back to the Red Room? That dark place? Boss, I choose to join you. In the end, Natasha Romanoff made the most correct decision in her life. Li Wei shrugged to the old butler Alfred. My dear butler, you should know how to do it. Yes, master, I will let her get acquainted with the business of Wayne Manor as soon as possible. Alfred bowed, then went down wearing Natasha Romanoff. Well, let's celebrate, we have a new member. Li Wei raised the red wine glass in his hand and said to Robin and Howard beside him. Several people laughed at the same time, but Wonder Woman, AF, was a little curious and said, Boss, your mantra lasso is also on Paradise Island. Did you get it? Secret? Li Wei smiled slightly and met the girl's somewhat surprised gaze. Diana obviously didn't expect that Li Wei would answer her like this. Okay, let's discuss what we will do tomorrow. Hydra doesn't need to stay in this world anymore. But Li Wei squinted and remembered the Hydra intelligence that Natasha Romanoff told him just now. Although she didn't know the Hydra base well, she heard a slightly important message from several Hydra terrorist organizations. In the Hydra base, there seem to be two terrible monsters. It is a bunch of seasonal sisters. Is it you? Quicksilver Scarlet Witch. There was a flash of sharpness in Li Wei's eyes. If he only hated Hydra for revenge on himself before, now, he has to go. After all, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, but the two super players in Marvel. This is the power of two heroes? It's really nowhere to find a place to break through the iron shoes, it's all effortless to get it. Quicksilver, don't blame me for making you feel inferior. Li Wei grinned, with a very playful expression on his face. He seemed to have thought of Quicksilver's shocked look after seeing his speed. I really look forward to tomorrow's revenge journey. Li Wei took the red wine and smiled a little. On the second day, Li Wei took Wonder Woman and Natasha Romanoff towards the battle base of Wayne Manor. It was an empty square on the Atlantic Ocean, but for the people around it, it was a forbidden area, and no one dared to come to this place. Because this is the private residence of Wayne Manor, without authorization, even if the President of the United States comes over, he will be shot directly without any room for negotiation, and it is reasonable and legal. Today, a huge amount of big guy was transported over early in the morning. This is a gift Li Wei specially prepared for himself for this revenge. Nick, haven't you come yet? Li Wei asked Natasha Romanoff next to him. Black Widow had completely taken over her role of secretary. The virus in her body had been removed from her body yesterday, and the two great scientists could not be troubled at all. Already contacted. Say on the road. Natasha Romanoff replied quickly, looking up at the military watch on his wrist. It should be 2 minutes before we reach the gate of the base. Hey, you are waiting for them here. They are here, let them board the plane directly. With that said, Li Wei took Wonder Woman and walked towards the big guy in front of him first. This big guy is Li Wei's tool for this flight. On the plane, Nick has not digested the shock of seeing the big guy just now. I said, boss. Nick, the one-eyed man who is not yet blind, looked at the young man sitting on the opposite sofa and drinking red wine with a weak tone. What's wrong? Li Wei looked at Nick Fury with some confusion, and looked around. Is there anything wrong with flying by plane? No. Nick Fury, some feelings of powerlessness. Don't force yourself to hold back, and then go to look at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Yeah, that's right. They are on the plane now. A Boeing 777, the latest model of aircraft first launched by Boeing. Boeing 777, a long-range twin-engine wide passenger airframe manufactured by Boeing, is the second gamble in Boeing history after the 747. If it fails, Boeing may not escape bankruptcy. Just to produce the Boeing 777, it cost hundreds of millions to expand the plant. By the way, Boeing company Li Wei also has certain shares. Not too much, only 10%. This Boeing 777 is actually a test aircraft rather than a production aircraft. After all, any type of aircraft needs a test flight before mass production to verify and facilitate the improvement of the aircraft's shortcomings and loopholes in the future. So under normal circumstances, test aircraft are actually more expensive than mass-produced aircraft. Moreover, because it has been constantly tested and tested. In terms of safety, it is more stable than those mass-produced machines that have never been flown. Definitely, Boeing now only has such a Boeing 777, and it has no plans for mass production. Originally, it was okay to fly by plane. After all, to go to Eastern Europe from the United States, there are only two kinds of flights and ships. It is naturally faster and more convenient to take a plane than to take a ship. However, the problem is that the Boeing 777 is too big. Today, the most luxurious aircraft in the world is Air Force One. However, even Air Force One is no more than a Boeing 747. Because Li Wei's Boeing 777 is larger than Air Force One, and its length is close to 100 meters, and there is only one, it is difficult for others to not pay attention. This is completely different from Nick Fury's original Loki idea. Boss, can I ask, how much did you spend on the plane? Nick Fury shook his head helplessly. The matter was a foregone conclusion and he was unable to change, but he still asked curiously. The bare metal is $150 million US. Li Wei stretched out the empty goblet in his hand and said lightly, I redecorated it myself, and spent $20 million US. The original design was too bad. Nick Fury was a little silent, and he was a little weak to complain. Well, the Boeing 777 was originally designed as a civil aviation aircraft, but now it has been turned into its own private jet. You are definitely not satisfied with the decoration. However, the decoration alone costs 20 million, which is too extravagant. It's incredible. It's really evil capitalism. Nick Fury murmured, with a vague look of resentment on his face, if I had money, it would be great. This plane should have come out only a few years later. But because it is the Marvel world, everything is possible. So when Li Wei first came to Marvel half a year ago, he started buying and buying. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. The Boeing 777, which was purchased half a year ago, did not conduct its first test flight until half a year later because of the interior decoration. It's not so much an airplane, it's a luxury hotel in the sky. In terms of comfort, you don't even have a presidential suite. At least, I have never heard of any presidential suite that costs $170 million US. The little maid, Natasha Romanoff, dressed in a black and white maid uniform, stood by the side, holding a glass of red wine for Li Wei's empty one and was filled with half a glass. Actually, there is not much money. Li Wei retracted his hand, took a sip, and said lightly, I removed the original more than 300 fixed seats and replaced them with the current decorations. They are all the best. Just like the one next to you. The wooden table is made of golden nan mu. Nick Fury felt that he had been injured by 10,000 points of crit. He stood up bitterly and walked towards the drunk driving, thinking that he must cry Li Wei in this evil capital. Then he drew a bottle of the most expensive red wine produced by Chateau Lafite in 1982, the top red wine in the world. However, he quickly thought of the box of Lafite that Li Wei gave him at the beginning. Suddenly, he had an urge to cry. This strong black man of 1.8 meters almost didn't cry. I'm out for a stroll. Silently inserted the wine back, Nick Fury resisted the urge to cry, opened the door and walked out. They were in a small living room for meeting guests. 0. Look for flowers. The exterior of the plane is still decorated in white, but the interior is mainly made of gold and silver. It looks extremely luxurious and is comparable to a palace. Open the door and there is a lounge outside. There are 12 chapter seats, and several separate rooms with separate bathrooms. And Nick Fury also lives here. Passing through the lounge, there is also a huge amounts of meeting room outside. Definitely, most of the time the meeting room is a decoration. This is entirely to imitate the office meeting room of Air Force One for the president. A large oval table is placed in the middle, with 5 chairs on each side. There are also 2 chairs on the front and back themes. Rows of bookshelves made of golden nan mu are lined on the metal wall of the aircraft, which are full of books on all aspects. 0. Although, most of Li Wei has never seen it. However, this is not all. Nick Fury really wants to cry. Because the plane is divided into 2 layers, they are still only on the upper layer. But if you want to go to the lower floor, you have to go out from the other side of the drawing room where he came out just now. It can be said that there are everything available on the plane. Medical rooms, kitchens, study rooms, and meeting rooms are basically only what people can't think of. Moreover, there is also a dedicated weapons arsenal in the aircraft. At the moment, there are still dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the plane. They are here to scold the most luxurious airliner in the world. By the way, it is the real purpose brought by Nick Fury, in order to protect the safety of Li Wei. The lower floor was also divided into 2 halves, half of which contained 5 of the world's top luxury cars. Moreover, it is bulletproof. Looking out through the window, you can see 2 accompanying Boeing 747s. No need to doubt, all above are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Being able to be luxurious to the point of Li Wei, life has almost reached its peak. Nick Fury sitting on the bed in his room, he even cried, expressing feelings of life. If I had money, it would be great. This is the second time he said, because he was really shocked by Li Wei's anger. Natasha Romanoff, how long do we have to get to London? Li Wei shook the goblet, frowned suddenly, and asked with some doubts. Natasha Romanoff was speechless, and said helplessly, I'll ask Mr. Captain, because the boss said that I should try to be as slow as possible, so I can't estimate the time. 5. At this time, Carol Danvers, who was on the spaceship, and Taros, were horrified to find that Fang Han had disappeared. Fang Han is gone. It's gone? In an instant, Fang Han disappeared like that? What about people? And what about a big one? Just disappeared? Talos shouted. I don't know, I blinked, and it was gone. The carry officer on the side said very aggrievedly. Carol Danvers was the calmest, clapped his hands to calm everyone down, and said, all calm, the cold will not be a problem, the power he has, are you still not clear? It is a force that can destroy everything in an instant. Hearing Carol Danvers' words, Talos they also calmed down. Yes, is Fang Han an ordinary person? Can the average person do the act of one person bursting a planet? Will something happen to such a Super Bowl? Yo, what are you doing? A familiar voice sounded in the background. Carol Danvers, Talos, and the carry officers turned around and found Fang Han standing behind them with a smile. Han, you're back. Carol Danvers stepped forward and hugged Fang Han, and the two put their faces together, and then separated. Carol Danvers is not an ordinary woman now, she also has great power, and Carol Danvers has fearless courage and tenacious perseverance and spirit. Such a woman, it is impossible to cry because of a little thing. Feng Han's return will not be reflected in front of so many people, the two of them's own affairs, they can know it in private, without words. Hey, guys. Feng Han greeted them with a smile to Taros. Now Feng Han is extremely confident. He now has the power to swim in the universe on his own without relying on external forces, and he has his true whole card, not a card that is used up and gone. It can be said that the current Feng Han really has the capital to run rampant in the universe. Chief. The Talos and Carry officers bowed their heads. Okay, Taros, Ver, Enz, Mordo, you have been idle for a long time, and now, we have something to do. Feng Han said. Do what you command. Talos said in unison with Vir, Enz, and Mordo. Vir, Enz, and Mordo are the officers of the Kree, to be precise, the highest-ranking officers on the vast Death Star fleet after the death of Ronan the Accuser, 2 deputy captains, and a fleet chief of staff. Similarly, to achieve such a high position, it is not purely dependent on themselves, they are all nobles in the Kree Star, the nobles of the new era, and behind them, they all have the support of the Kree Star house. Of course, now none of this is gone, and he has the latest, most powerful Feng Han. Now, back to Kree Star, I think after so long, Kree has recovered well, let's go back and restore it, and it will be you there in the future. Feng Han said. Do what you want. Talos said with Vir, Enz, and Mordo. Feng Han nodded in satisfaction, and then turned to his room. On this huge starship like a small city, although the average soldier may need 4 people to live in a room, as long as it is an officer, they all have their own independent cabin, and the higher the officer rank, the larger the room, the better. This is a normal phenomenon, the army is extremely hierarchical, one level and one standard, this is fixed. Where are there any superior officers and lower soldiers playing together, it is impossible to appear, then the soldiers will think that you do not have majesty and do not have the ability to command them, so within the army, from top to bottom, the maintenance of the rank is unshakable. Feng Han, the supreme leader of the entire fleet, naturally had the best room, that is, the room of the original accuser Ronan. The room is huge, divided into a lounge area, office area, entertainment area, hospitality area, etc., as well as a huge bathroom. While the Kree can rely on combat uniforms to keep their bodies clean, why don't officers use them when they have the right to bathe? So, Feng Han had his own bathroom on this huge battleship, which was perfect, a bath large enough to accommodate 10 people to bathe, which made Feng Han very satisfied. Soaking himself comfortably in the bath, Feng Han was resting with his eyes closed, when he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. In addition to Feng Han, the only person who can appear in this room at will is Carol Danvers, so Feng Han doesn't care, still closing his eyes. With a splash of water, a charming delicate body sat on Feng Han's body. During this time, I have been worried about you, very worried. Carol Danvers said. Feng Han stroked Carol Danvers' cheek and said, I know, Carol, this time, thanks to you? Carol Danvers smiled, and then leaned his head on Feng Han's chest. Hey, Carol, I had a cool plan before, in the future, we can watch different landscapes and taste different foods in various galaxies and planets in the universe, and now, we have this ability. Feng Han stroked Carol Danvers' hair and said softly, well, that's later, now, I don't want to think about it that much. Carol Danvers said, stood up and looked straight at Feng Han. Of course, that's later. Feng Han nodded and stepped forward to stop Carol Danvers' waist. This is the reason why Feng Han obviously has the entire fleet for interstellar crossing but does not use it. Just kidding, why waste power on those useless things? Is Carol not pretty, or is it not fun to snap? I haven't seen each other for nearly a year, don't I be happy enough, and I still have time to take care of them? 46 hours later, this huge group of space warships arrived in the sky above the Kree Star, and it was only at this time that the Skuro and the Kree Star soldiers knew what Feng Han had done in the Kree Star. The earth cracked, the plates were displaced, the monstrous tsunami flooded the city, the erupting flames covered the earth, and the entire surface of the Kree Star was dead silent, and no living creatures survived. This is Kree Star. Mordo almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Is this still the technologically developed and beautiful Kree Star? Isn't your home planet like this? Is this the power of the leader? Talos said in awe. He had only heard Feng Han himself say that he had exploded a planet and destroyed the Kree Empire by the way, but he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence enough, and now he understood what kind of terrifying power Feng Han had. It's like a godlike existence. Sokovia, this is a small country in Eastern Europe, close to Russia, there is no such country in the previous Earth. But in Marvel, it is a very important place. Future Sokovia acts and agreements are all famous because of this place. In Avengers 2, AO even lifted the country directly into the sky and wanted to hit the Earth with a small planet. Therefore, this place is quite critical for Marvel. But now in the late 1980s, Kosavia seemed quite barren. The old castles of Eastern European nobles stand on this land. Among the castle communities, the largest and most biased one is the base of Hydra. At the moment, Sokovia, in the Hydra headquarters in Eastern Europe, Mr. Baron Strucker, the Hydra agent who was in charge of remote monitoring, sensed someone coming from behind and quickly stood up and saluted. Stella Carey put on his coat and stared at the screen closely. Are they still in the hotel? Yes. The agent nodded and said, this time, a total of 327 people from SHIELD have been arranged by us to the Hilton Hotel. We have installed cameras in all corridors and elevators of the entire hotel, including the rooftops. If it weren't for the 08 fear of being discovered by them, even the rooms would install them. No matter what they are doing, it is impossible to escape us. Our people are monitoring them 24 hours a day. One day has passed, and they haven't moved at all. Moreover, the Ying National Police and MI6 are cooperating with us to monitor them. No matter what they want to do, every move will be monitored by our people. Well done. Strack slowly breathed a sigh of relief and patted the agent on the shoulder. Sir, with all due respect, you are a little too nervous. Seeing Baron Strucker's appearance, the man behind the secretary could not help but frown. We are not Pierce's idiots, they don't even know where we are. For so many years, we have almost cut off contact with the United States Hydra. Although we still cooperate with each other, we don't know each other's identities. Even Pierce doesn't know. How could these United States agents know? Maybe. Straker shook his head slightly, and his hanging heart was also let go. He didn't know these things, but there was always a trace of worry in his heart. Obviously everything is under control, but he always feels something is wrong. The slightest error made him unable to relax. Does the base still have mutant? Strack thought about it and still felt uneasy, suddenly turned his head to look at his secretary and asked. Only the brother and sister. The secretary was silent for a while, and then whispered, however, as you know, their ability is not stable yet. Perhaps it is because X-Men has truly integrated into the Marvel movie world for the first time, so the timeline has changed. In X-Men, Quicksilver has appeared as early as the 1970s. In Marvel, it didn't appear until the 21st century. More than 40 years apart? Therefore, the two movie universes can never be integrated together. Now, perhaps because of this reason, both Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch have appeared in advance. Appeared at Hydra's base. It is 20 years behind X-Men and 20 years ahead of Marvel. It happened to be an intermediate value. And all of this, Li Wei did not know before. Because he sees the world according to Marvel movie universe, so in his cognition, today's Hydra has long since fallen. Especially the European Hydra is a weaker group than the United States Hydra. The most powerful group of them has been sent to Li Wei to practice hands. Except Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff, everyone else died. Therefore, today's Hydra is the most empty time of defense. The people of Hydra can be said to be exhaustive, but they just don't know how strong people can be. So they didn't know that Li Wei, who has the flash ability, and Diana, who can teleport with his wings, would not be caught by the camera at all. So Li Wei's plan B is to act in advance. Baron Strucker obviously did not expect that Li Wei would choose a few people to act alone. For the arrogant Baron Strucker, it was a naked contempt for him. No one thinks that a few people can take their Hydra base down, and Baron Strucker definitely thinks so. All his energy was put on the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Ying country. A man and horse had already been quietly touched the periphery of Hydra's base. Boss, everything is ready. In a dense forest somewhere on the outskirts of Sokovia, dozens of people are densely hidden in the snow. Among them, there is a muscular man who is hanging a cigar, and his waist is still carrying a Gatling gun weighing tens of kilograms. Hey, take action in 10 minutes. Li Wei looked at his watch, it was 4:50. It was still 10 minutes to 5 o'clock, and a round number was used to launch a sneak attack, which was just right. In fact, the hundreds of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the hotel are actually all pretends. Those people are indeed elite, but they also need someone to attract Hydra's attention. In order to cover up the real agent members this time, they successfully came to Sokovia in batches. Otherwise, it is really not possible to have enough personnel to attack the Hydra base. 10 minutes is neither long nor short. What? Under the cover of night, the 50-odd people smoothly approached within 500 meters of the old castle. But if you want to go further, it won't work. Although the current Hydra has not been exposed yet, it is not a role that everyone shouts and beats. However, the defense is still very strong. There are even many bunkers around the castle. On the surface, these 50-odd S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are totally inadequate. Even if thousands of agents come, they may not be able to successfully break through the perimeter defense. Like it was passed down from World War II, perhaps it was frightened by the surprise attack by the captain of the United States. The defense here can only be described as solid. Buzzing dash. In the bunker, a Hydra soldier who was stationed regularly frowned suddenly, and looked at his companion next to him in confusion. Did you hear any noise? No. The person asked shook his head in doubt. What's the matter? No, I might have heard it wrong. The Hydra fighter who was denied by his companion shook his head. Maybe, I was too nervous. Brother, don't worry about 480. A person next to him enthusiastically caught the soldier and laughed. In 2 days, I'll take you to the bar, it's cool. Have you tried it? It's not popular nowadays, but corpse picking is popular. Although they are fighters of Hydra, it is impossible to be like a professional agent after all. They also have their own happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy, and they also need to relax appropriately. After all, ideals are ideals after all, and those who get the hands are the real ones. Pick up corpses. The warrior is a little curious. Do people nowadays have such a heavy taste? Moreover, where are so many dead bodies on the street for you to pick up? However, he no longer has the opportunity to think about this issue. Morpholino. A shining missile, Roar screamed at the bunker from midair. Boom, Just in a moment, a bright and huge spark appeared in the night, and accompanied by the explosion of huge amounts of it continued to spread throughout the radius. However, this is only the beginning. Enemy attack. A Hydra soldier yelled hoarsely, but the next moment, boom, a missile had already blasted into the sky with him and the bunker he was in. The war has begun, and these outer defense bunkers are the main targets of the first. In midair, dozens of rope fighters also showed their true qualities. The hideous black body full of gloomy luster exudes a sense of farewell and solemnity. These bat fighters are definitely brought here by big planes. Well, it's stuffed inside a Boeing 777, there is a fighter plane in the plane. What? 17 bat fighters lined up one after the other, but this is already all the inventory of the entire bat base. And this time, all of them were dispatched only to wipe out this Hydra headquarters. Boom boom boom. In the first time, the entire bunkers outside the castle were all killed by the precise guidance of the bat fighters. One missile and one bunker are definitely not many, and definitely not many. In the end, there were still missiles left, but there was no surviving bunker. All obstacles within 500 meters in front of me were cleared. Simply let some of the agents I look at below, completely unimaginable? What's the situation? They thought they needed a fierce battle, but how has it become so simple now that it seems to be a one-sided battle? This, the legendary Hydra base, so weak? Attack. In the next instant, after Li Wei's low drink, more than 50 well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D. rapid reaction force agents began to advance toward the castle at great speed. Step on. They swiftly swept towards the base. In the sky, more than a dozen bat fighters turned on their headlights to illuminate the way forward, completely controlling the air power. Pushing and rolling all the way, extremely arrogant. Any Hydra agent that tried to threaten it was immediately beaten into flesh by the revolver gun carried on the bat fighter. Da-da-da. The artillery fires constantly, splashing around, like a meat grinder. At a distance of 500 meters, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are just like normal pulling strength training. Finally, the battle curtain opened, allowing Hydra's elite to react. However, this group of guys had just been attacked and killed directly. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents try their best to not be held back by Hydra, but break through at the fastest speed. Otherwise, they may not be able to advance to the inside of the castle. So in order to ensure the ability to break into the castle, the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. was rectified. They must not be held back here. Boom. The bullet was not wasted in the slightest, and was poured ruthlessly on any Hydra element who dared to approach. This scene is so similar, just like they sent someone to invade Li Wei's villa before. More than 50 people are constantly pressing into the castle, and any outcropping enemy will be killed by them without hesitation. Hurry up. Hurry up. Build a line of defense. This is not an exercise, this is actual combat. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attack was so suddenly that no one in Hydra expected it. However, as time went by, they finally reacted. Although the first line of defense formed by the bunkers was killed, hundreds of Hydra elites died. However, the entire castle has hundreds of heavily armed Hydra agents? Just over 100 people died. What is this? Boom. A helicopter attempting to take off from the top of the castle was hit on the spot by a missile launched by a bat fighter, which turned into a ball of fire and fell from the sky, hitting heavily on the snow. Fuck. Baron Strucker stood on the top floor of the old castle, looking at the helicopter that had just fallen with a green expression on his face. Even the air is blocked, this is for him to die. There is no underground passage in this bunker, and now he is really desperate. How did they find our base? Don't you mean that they are still in the hotel? Who are these people? You answer me? Baron Strucker growled hysterically, but the secretary beside him didn't say a word, he was completely stunned. Too fast. They were flirted with Hydra before they had time to react, including the secretary himself. Why do not you speak? Support have you called? Straker almost yelled at the secretary beside him, if you don't have support, just wait and go to hell with me. Boss, our communications are all cut off. The secretary was sweating profusely, and almost cried out in a grieved tone. Our people can't contact outside, and outsiders don't know what's going on here. Fuck. Struck kicked him away with an angry kick, and punched the wall with an incompetent furious fist. Don't look at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' dynamics, which are machine guns and missiles. However, this place is too remote. It was originally for the sake of insurance, for security and confidentiality, to deliberately place the castle on the outskirts of a small country in Eastern Europe. So there is nothing near here except this old castle. There is only a wasteland around it, not even a highway. It is to prevent outsiders from entering by mistake. However, now each of them has become a reminder for them. Straker suddenly regretted it. Why did he come here? As the leader of Hydra, he doesn't have to stay with these agents. He can stay in his top apartment in London, or in a villa in the suburbs. It shouldn't be in this damn castle. Where are the twins? Send them out. As if grasping the last glimmer of hope, Strack gripped the secretary's collar tightly and looked at him grimly. Hurry up and send them out. We can only rely on them now. Strack was completely panicked. He didn't know that there were only more than 50 people who came to make the effort. And there are hundreds of them. Such a huge amount of gap. In fact, Hydra may not necessarily lose, or even win a lot. Definitely, the premise is that Li Wei and Diana don't make a move. Without them, even with the Bat Fighter, the S.H.I.E.L.D agent would also be difficult to support. After all, too few people is a flaw. However, none of them, who were panicked, thought about these issues. Therefore, they just wanted to escape blindly, without even considering whether they could annihilate the enemy. Hydra has been at ease for too long, and it is completely incomparable with the Hydra who dared to oppose the world. They are no longer the original Hydra. There is only one doubt in Baron Strucker's heart: how did these people know where they are hiding? This base has not been discovered for decades. Jashit? The Lord Baron was cursing there, but he was thinking of a way to get out. Da-da-da. Soon, a team of 50 people crossed into a formation close to the castle, and Robin Tim, carrying the huge and overweight Gatling around his waist, constantly fired at the surrounding Hydra agents who were approaching or even attempting to shoot. Die to me. Tim looked very crazy. He obviously likes to do things like revenge. Who told these guys to dare to tease their young master's tiger beard? So Robin was slaughtered there, and all the enemies in front of him were shot into a sieve. Ha ha ha. Carefree. Robin laughed loudly, but the next moment a touch of blue flashed from his eyes. Robin suddenly raised his cold hair, and a dangerous intuition, for money, made him realize that it was dangerous. But before he could react, he suddenly felt a huge force in his abdomen. Wow. Robin was overthrown to the ground. Boom. He landed headlong in the snow and accidentally took a mouthful of snow when he got up. Puff. Robin vomited the foreign object in his mouth fiercely, and there was a faint anger on his face. Fuck. Who? For his opponent, he can't find it. For Robin, it seems too strange to know that his nerves and reactions have been strengthened by the super soldier serum. Ordinary people, let alone approaching him, will be aware of the pool in advance, even if they move murderously. But now, this guy has not only approached him, he hasn't noticed it yet. Not ordinary people? Robin quickly made a decision in his heart and looked around. Are you looking for me? A silver-haired boy in a blue tights suddenly walked past Robin, and even shrugged his shoulders, with a touch of playfulness on his face. In his opinion, the strong man in front of him is like his toy asshole. Robin rushed towards the boy in blue, but he was empty. Use? The blue-clothed boy disappeared, and then appeared behind Robin in the next second. Are you trying to settle the account with me? Then you have to keep up with me? As he said, the boy's figure quickly faded again, turning into a touch of blue and disappearing in place. Shit. Robin got up from the ground, cursed at my next to his ear, and said helplessly, Boss, there is mutant, we can't deal with it. At this abnormal speed, he knew that it would be futile to fight again. Therefore, he directly sought support. Mutant. Okay, I'll come right away. Li Wei's reply came from the headset. Li Wei was stunned, but he reacted quickly. Tim should be talking about Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. He was waiting for these two guys. According to the plot, the Gemini should only appear after 20 years, but now they are suddenly at the Hydra base. This point, Li Wei was puzzled at first. It's simply unbelievable. But after thinking about the mutant mentioned by my mother just now, it seems that this world has become a little different. 480. Does this world already know the existence of mutant? The Marvel Universe and the Mutant Universe have been merged into one. Although in the comics, the two universes are parallel, there are actually inextricable relationships between the characters. For example, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are actually the children of the big villain Magneto in X-Men. Scarlet Witch was originally named Wanda Django Maximoff, and Quicksilver was originally named Pietro Django Maximoff. This name is actually not the key, but both of them are mutant. Magneto, this is a gangster-level figure, the absolute boss in X-Men, is regarded as the enemy of the X-Men. However, Magneto, as a boss-level giant, is not a layman. On the contrary, he is very jovial and shows mercy everywhere. Scarlet Witch Wanda, Quicksilver Pietro, Anja, Nina, Polaris. The few known children, except Anya, all have the X gene, and they are all mutants. The total number of mutants is actually not small in the Marvel world. Even if they are 1 in a million, they have hundreds of thousands of nearly 1 million people in the Marvel world, APK. And among these people, very few people are related by blood. But by the way, as the Magneto gene of the boss, it's like being turned on. Every child is a mutant. Moreover, they are extremely powerful. Among the 4 sons and daughters, there are even 2 of Omega level potential. This is the most powerful mutant level, can control matter and energy, has unlimited potential and even immortality. Scarlet Witch Wanda is one of them. In the X-Men series, Wanda actually didn't make an appearance. Quicksilver Pietro has played, and his X gene is activated autonomously. But in Avengers, the brother and sister activated their ability because of Mind Gem. But now it seems that according to the timeline, both of them should be activated independently, similar to the comics. Li Wei squinted, analyzing there. Quicksilver Scarlet Witch. It's a good thing to show up early, because I can subdue Scarlet Witch. Even Quicksilver is no problem. Moreover, if you defeat them, there are 2 heroes. And the power of heroes, it means that DC heroes can be unlocked. He has personally experienced the power of Batman's mobile phone. The ability of the Flash makes him want to stop even more. Therefore, a smile appeared in Li Wei's eyes. He really has to thank Hydra. For unknown reasons, Gemini was still captured by Hydra just like the original book. But this is also expected and normal. In the mutant universe, people all over the world are trying to capture mutant and conduct human experiments, trying to apply their power to ordinary people. no matter which country is an exception. And Hydra, naturally, is not to be outdone. Mutants with millions of people are scattered all over the world, even if Professor X Charles and Magneto are working for Mutant. But after all, what they can do is limited. When 2 people add up, they can shelter no more than 10,000 mutants. Among them, the main credit is Professor X Charles. Magneto can only be regarded as an auxiliary. Even if he wants to shelter Mutant, there is nothing he can do, because he is a big terrorist villain, and he knows every day to do things and engage in various terrorist attacks. The other mutants are all spare materials for the test products of genetic experiments in various countries. As long as they are accidentally exposed, they will be captured by state organs. After passing through the information of the siblings quickly, Li Wei had an idea. Diana, leave that girl to you. Hearing this, Diana looked at the girl who was not far away from the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, with a crimson barrier in front of her, and nodded gently. Well, leave it to me, boss. Remember, don't make too much effort. Li Wei thought for a while, still exhorting. After all, it would be terrifying if Diana had no limited use of power. In fact, Diana has been sealing herself because she is too powerful. But even so, facing Scarlet Witch, who has not yet grown up, she still looks too strong. It is very possible that the opponent will be killed directly. Don't worry, boss. Diana nodded slightly without paying attention, and flew towards Wanda quickly. But Li Wei turned around slowly and stretched out his hand by the way. His goal, definitely Quicksilver. Come on, boy, let's compare. Speed? Li Wei reached the top of Quicksilver and Tim in an instant, almost before even a moment of inspiration. Li Wei had already reached the battlefield. Below, Robin, who was injected with super soldier serum, was completely abused by Quicksilver. Yes, it is not an opponent at all. Quicksilver is like teasing his opponent, using speed to completely crush the opponent. Even if Tim's strength is very strong and his reaction is quick, he is still not Quicksilver's opponent. Tim, leave it to me. Li Wei spoke condescendingly, startling Quicksilver, who was teasing. Because he didn't notice that there was someone on it, master? Tim looked at Li Wei with some gasps, slightly embarrassed. He was so embarrassed just now. In fact, if Quicksilver's speed is not so abnormal, Tim will still be easy to beat him. There is only one biggest advantage of Quicksilver, and that is speed. Then, it was the abnormal speed that caused Tim a big loss. Although his injuries are not too serious now, he is bruised all over his body. Get out. Li Wei waved to Tim and looked at the silver-haired boy in blue clothes with interest. Well, it's handsome. I'm almost catching up with myself. Ah, another one to die. Quicksilver looked at Li Wei in unison. Li Wei laughed. I heard that you are fast. Not very fast, yes, very fast. It is absolutely necessary for Quicksilver to correct this guy's tone. His speed has always been his proud advantage. Even in the face of his sister Scarlet Witch Wanda, he can be so confident. Is it? Li Wei smiled slightly. The superb power in his body began to derive. Yes. If you don't believe me, I'll let you see it. Quicksilver smiled evilly. Before the next word was finished, his body had turned into a blue light, and he came to Li Wei in an instant. With a punch, he slammed into his body. He hates someone talking to him in this tone, and he hates someone standing on top of his head. Therefore, he took the lead in launching an attack on Li Wei. In his opinion, the thin-skinned guy in front of him would be as vulnerable as the big guy. Boom! There was a roar in the air, seeing that my fist was about to hit the nasty guy in front of me, but... Roar? The sound of the fist hitting empty made Quicksilver's body almost ran after it, and fell directly from the air. Then he realized that his punch was actually empty? What? Quicksilver turned around abruptly, and Li Wei's indifferent voice came from the place where he was hitting behind him. Are you looking for me? Quicksilver looked back again in disbelief, but saw Li Wei's extremely flat face, with a smile on his face, but it seemed to be mocking his speed. He stood there as though he hadn't moved. It's just that Quicksilver didn't reach it. Ha ha ha. Robin Tim, who was on the side, saw everything in his eyes. Although he was a little shocked by the speed of his young master, he didn't think much about it. In his opinion, the kid who gave him the shock of speed was used by his young master. The same way is over there. Are you looking for death? Quicksilver was a little angry. Li Wei's behavior angered him. He originally wanted to play a cat and mouse game with Li Wei, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be the mocked mouse. Come again, let me see your speed. Li Wei's smile was still hanging, and he looked straight at Quicksilver just that way. Bright? Quicksilver flashed again. This time, he used his extreme distance. The blue light swept to the extreme. At a speed of 800,000 kilometers per hour, he rushed towards Li Wei. Almost for a moment, Quicksilver's angry fists had already hit Li Wei's body. Die to me. Quicksilver's roar, mixed with his blue light, instantly blasted towards Li Wei. The air seemed to be swept by his speed, and there was a fierce howl of anger. Really, it's a pity, you still didn't hit me. Bright. Li Wei's figure flickered again, and the voice rang out involuntarily. Quicksilver broke his phantom with a punch, and the inertia made Quicksilver rush out into the air for several tens of meters before it came to a standstill. But Li Wei's body is always hanging behind Quicksilver. No more, no less, exactly 1 meter away. Quicksilver looked back in disbelief. He really didn't want to believe it. In terms of speed, he is unwilling to admit that someone is faster than him. No one in this world is faster than him. So he felt that Li Wei must have used some illusion technique. What is your ability? Quicksilver's face was a little livid, his eyes looked straight at Li Wei, and there was even flames in his eyes. The feeling of not hitting the enemy so often is really really a poor child. 0, look for flowers. Li Wei shook his head, this is the same ability as you. Impossible. How could Quicksilver believe that Li Wei defeated him with speed, which is more sad than hitting him in the face? You don't seem to believe it yet. Li Wei said to himself, and then nodded slightly. Okay, then in order to make you believe, I have to let you be a little frustrated. What? Just after the word was finished, Li Wei's figure appeared in front of Quicksilver. Quicksilver didn't even have time to react. Li Wei's body was almost close to Quicksilver, as if appearing out of thin air, there was no buffer at all. Appeared just like that instantly. Robin Tim on the side rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He thought he had hallucinations, why the two people who had been far away had directly collided together. Quicksilver was also shocked by the speed that Li Wei suddenly showed. Teleport? Teleport? This guy seemed to be able to reach him in an instant. Do not? Quicksilver retreated quickly, but Li Wei was always close to him, making Quicksilver feel a little creepy. Too frightening. Like maggots attached to the bones, it makes people shudder. How did this guy do it? Quicksilver's mind is a little blank. He has used his fastest speed, but still has not escaped the shadow behind him. The shadow seemed to be stuck on himself, so he couldn't get rid of it. Even if, the speed has risen to its limit. The feeling of being in the shadows, but for the first time Quicksilver felt a touch of despair. My own speed, it doesn't work at all. How can it be? Quicksilver collapsed a bit, and his confidence in his speed was completely collapsed at this moment. It's useless, no matter how you fly, you can't escape from my palm. Because your speed is really too slow. Boom! Li Wei shot and punched Quicksilver in the back. Dinged up back in the United States, where he had been away for a long time, Fang Han drove to Alabama in a car given by Tony after saying goodbye to Tony Stark. Now that you've decided to live and play on Earth, follow a few small rules to make your gaming experience more enjoyable. Although direct flight and teleportation are fast, Fang Han is currently on Earth, and he is playing in the human world, so he is happy to drive. After all, he has not driven a car several times in his 2 lives. However, Fang Han still underestimated the intelligence capabilities of the United States. When the US military learned that it was a Chinese American who saved Tony Stark, and that this Chinese American may also be a mutant, Fang Han spied on. And this surveillance is instantly amazing. Ordinary people may have forgotten the 1995 incident, but will the high-ranking officials and dignitaries forget? It won't. 11 years ago, on June 25, 1996, to be exact, disaster struck Earth, and if it had not been for the Earthlings coming forward, Earth might have become an alien colony. And today, 11 years later, in 2008, this Earthling appeared on the Earth again, to be precise, in the United States. It's almost dead. Since this Earthling left the Earth, it has disappeared for a full 11 years and 11 months, nearly 12 years, but now, this terrible person has appeared again? The high-level officials of the United States were immediately terrified. This Chinese American named Fang Han, his terrifying power, the power that shook the planet, how could they let go of their hearts? God knows whether this man is a blessing or a curse for the Earth and a blessing or a curse for the United States. So, they gave us this task and let us go out. Nick Fury, who was a third-level agent in 1995, is now the director of SHIELD. SHIELD, originally the Bureau of Territorial Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support, as a department of the United States to respond to a series of special events, has a transcendent advantage, and now, the burden of contacting Fang Han has been thrown to Nick Fury by the US government. Yes, Chief. Agent Coulson said that he was Nick Fury's old henchman. Okay, Coulson, get ready, let's go. Nick Fury got up and said, Yes, Chief. Oh no, you mean, just the 2 of us? Agent Coulson asked a little timidly. That's it, Mr. Pierce, after we go, SHIELD will ask you, Nick said to Pierce on the side. Of course, after all, you left, and I don't worry. Pierce said. This is the truth, Nick Fury is really good, and the operation of the Serpent Shield Bureau is thriving, which makes Pierce very satisfied. If it were someone else, would there be the current Snake Shield Bureau? No way, not everyone is Nick Fury. Pierce wholeheartedly supports NI, helping the Serpent Shield to develop, expand, and become regular. After all, this is their Serpent Shield Bureau. In this way, Nick and Coulson flew directly to Alabama, and Fang Han had returned to his den with the car Tony gave him. That's right, in the end, Fang Han couldn't help but use his ability. No way, it was too slow. Fang Han was eager to go back to his home to see. Carol, I'm back. Fang Han stopped the car and couldn't wait to enter the room, and then saw Carol Danvers who was cleaning. Oh, I'm sorry, I made a little mess of my home before. Fang Han looked at the messy room and remembered his behavior after just getting the Sun system, and couldn't help but smile a little weakly. Nothing, cold, welcome home. Carol Danvers smiled happily. On the morning of the 3rd day, Nick and Coulson arrived at Fang Han's residence in Alabama, where Fang Han and Carol Danvers lived, and satellite monitoring also proved that Fang Han was coming here. Then, Nick and Coulson looked at the mess in the clearing in front of them. What about the house? How big is a 2-story house here? Why is it gone? Feng Han could sense a hostile gaze towards him. He had sensed a lot before. These agents were elite, but their hostility was too obvious, or their actions were too obvious. It was impossible for Feng Han not to perceive it. However, Feng Han knew that this was normal. After all, ordinary people may forget heroes, but those government officials will not. It is not that they are more grateful than ordinary people, and their ability to become high-ranking officials means that they have no temperance. They remember those superheroes only because they need superheroes to maintain their status, and they need these superheroes to exist. It's as simple as that. And Feng Han, this terrifying existence, they are even more unlikely to forget, in case this big guy comes back and wants to do something. What should you do? Moreover, that kind of power that destroys the world is really too difficult to forget. Feng Han also knew that he would definitely be found when he came back, but he didn't expect that he would be discovered so quickly. No way, Feng Han chose the easiest way, move. That's right. Feng Han ran away directly with the house and car. Carol Danvers' good friend, Maria Rambeau lived in seclusion in Alabama, so he went there directly with Carol Danvers and became a neighbor with Maria Rambeau. Mountains, meadows, lakes, what a place. Then, Nick and Carlson came again. I found myself doing something stupid. Are you spying on every retired soldier? Feng Han looked at Carlson, who had an admiring expression in front of him, and Nick Fury, a one-eyed egg on the side, indicating that he was a little helpless. Rambeau was a good Air Force test pilot, and after the Danvers accident that day, Rambeau retired, but then because of you, we gave some protection to Rambeau, and we thought that if you came back, you would definitely come back to this old friend. One-eyed Eggman Nick explained. Well, you won, show your intentions. Feng Han sighed and said. Maria Rambeau and Carol Danvers served coffee and snacks to Feng Han, Nick, and Carlson. Then Carlson happily picked up a small cookie and stuffed it into his mouth, and then said with a little indistinct, "It's delicious, I like it." Of course, Carol's craft is good. Feng Han was very satisfied with Carlson's performance, knowing that the cookies made by his sister were delicious, and this Carlson was not bad. Nick looked at Carlson with some helplessness, and then said, "Actually, we came just to ask you about your intentions." "Coming from? I thought you were here to give me a medal, but I didn't expect it to be a question." Feng Han said with a chuckle. "We appreciate that you have protected the planet, and if you need it, we can give you a medallion, the one-ton kind. Oh, my god." Robin opened his mouth and eyes widened, staring at the red and blue light that disappeared from his eyes. This is the speed of the young master. In a flash, it will be gone, faster than the rockets. Taste? The next second, he saw Li Wei standing in front of him again. What's the situation? Master didn't leave? What was the soaring sky just now? Robin thought he was dazzled, rubbed his eyes and found that Li Wei had disappeared again. Robin's expression was extremely broken, but Li Wei, with Quicksilver, quickly revolved around the earth. Go round and round, tirelessly. Definitely, there is not much time, just a few seconds. But for Quicksilver, it's as long as centuries. Wow. Quicksilver only felt that the scene in front of him was moving fast. This feeling was faster than him running at full strength. I don't know how many times faster. However, he can clearly see countless scenes. He was completely wrapped in superpower, and he could see the buildings, sea, and sky in front of him clearly. Everyone is still there, and the dolphins jumping out of the sea freeze directly. The planes in the world seem to be suspended there. Everything, only the two of them are flying, and the others are all in a stopped state. Although it was an instant, he could see clearly that this relative time was still, making his expression extremely frightened. Then, it was another kind of excitement. Wow, how did you do that? Great, is this your limit speed? Completely still? My god, it's totally still. Quicksilver is constantly screaming like a child. In fact, Li Wei has taken Quicksilver and shuttled hundreds of times around the earth. Finally, Li Wei carried Quicksilver and returned to Robin again. Robin didn't believe it and made a move with Li Wei. Roar, Master, is that you? Li Wei nodded, but Quicksilver struggled with a face. Hey, you, how fast are you? Can you make things completely still? This is simply what Quicksilver can't imagine. How fast do you think I am? Li Wei looked at Quicksilver jokingly. Quicksilver didn't even think about it, and blurted out, the speed of light, the speed you just showed, should be the speed of light. When I think of the other party being the speed of light, Quicksilver feels a little envious. After all, he was only at supersonic speed, and he was still 1,000 miles away from the speed of light. The speed of light? Li Wei squinted his eyes and grinned. What is the speed of light? Can the speed of light make everything stand still? Quicksilver's mouth opened suddenly. Difficult. Is it faster than the speed of light? Hey, my god, what speed is this? Quicksilver can't imagine it. This, super speed of light, has exceeded his cognition. He is still working hard to move closer to the speed of light, but the speed of the person in front of him has already surpassed the speed of light. What kind of gap is this? Quicksilver. For the first time, I felt that I was looking for death by opposing the person in front of me. Between the two people, the speed of light is infinitely different, let alone strength. Then you just took me around the earth. How many times did you turn around? Quicksilver asked expectantly. Not much, more than 700 laps. Li Wei said subconsciously, but Robin on the side heard in his ears. How much more? More than 700 laps? In just a few seconds, the young master took this guy and circled the earth more than 700 times? Tim felt that he must be dreaming. Hasn't the dream been woken up yet? How can anyone have such a speed? 700 more grace. Quicksilver nodded thoughtfully. It seems that you are indeed faster than the speed of light. Master really took you more than 700 laps around the earth? Robin on the side couldn't help asking, but Li Wei glanced at this guy. Why, do you want to try it too? Late, no, forgive me. I believe it, Master, I really believe it. Robin hurriedly waved his hand, and retreated subconsciously. Well, it's time to see your sister. No, sister. Li Wei said to the Quicksilver on the side. Quicksilver held his head up and tried to argue. No, it's my sister. She is my sister. I was 12 minutes earlier than him. Really? Li Wei smiled. But how did I hear that she was 30 seconds earlier than you? No, you must have heard it wrong. Quicksilver's eyes were a little evasive, but inside he was cursing that it was the bastard who exposed his information. In fact, in the original book, Scarlet Witch Wanda, indeed Quicksilver's sister, was born 30 seconds earlier than him? 12 minutes or something. It's too nonsense. Li Wei is fake when he hears it. Shit. Li Wei brought Quicksilver and Robin to the battlefield of Scarlet Witch and Wonder Woman in an instant. Although he just played a bit long with Quicksilver, in fact, only a few minutes passed, yes, a few minutes duel. After all, Quicksilver and Li Wei are too fast. 497. The PK between them is calculated in seconds. Therefore, Scarlet Witch and Wonder Woman have just started fighting. Li Wei stood in the sky, but Li Wei felt a little different about the scene in front of him. Wonder Woman is actually at a disadvantage. She was crushed and beaten by Scarlet Witch. Hey, is this your subordinate? Doesn't it seem to be great? Quicksilver was whistling in Li Wei's ear. In the next second, he noticed a golden rope, which suddenly thought him strong. Quicksilver was firmly trapped by the mantra lasso. This kind of noisy guy, Li Wei will never be polite to him. Diana, you despise your opponent a bit. Li Wei sighed. In fact, how could Scarlet Witch be Wonder Woman's opponent? But right now, Scarlet Witch's hands were flashing a weird red light, and Wonder Woman suddenly couldn't get close at all. On the contrary, she just rushed over with divine power, but the scene in front of her suddenly changed. Scarlet Witch uses the terrain and constantly changes her attacks. After all, she is a magician. And Wonder Woman is a warrior? Above the expanded distance, magician has an inherent advantage. Boom. Wonder Woman, who had just split the rock with the sword of Vulcan, returned without success. Scarlet Witch used the terrain to block Diana's attack once again. According to the ability of Scarlet Witch in the original work, the Wonder Woman in front of me is indeed not its opponent. This is a pretty devil magician. Terrible is not enough to describe her. Her ability is not completely controlled by her own consciousness, and can be used even after she loses consciousness. Not only that, Sorcerer Supreme and Professor X worked together and couldn't restrain Scarlet Witch's ability. She can even create an army out of thin air, or resurrect mutant from another dimension. In other words, there is no limit to her ability to change reality at will, and the result is permanent. She can eliminate the illusory entities she created in a single thought, as well as the mutant genes left by the gods in 98% of mutants on Earth. Wanda's magic, in the original book, has been so complicated that the magic originally and reality are integrated together. If she wants to solve the curse, it will cause reality to burst together. Her magic can even affect the parallel world, from which it can be inferred, she has enough ability to influence multi-universe, which is beyond the reach of most single-universe gods. In addition, in the later period of Marvel, Wanda's performance was even more against the sky. She stripped all the abilities of the super ability on the Earth. Yes, you read it right, it is all the super ability. Including Sorcerer Supreme's magical ability, the Fantastic Four who obtains ability based on cosmic ray irradiation, various ability of mutant, the Captain of the United States who obtains ability through serum, the Hulk who obtains ability through gamma ray irradiation, and even the Skuro on the Earth and all the alien races on the Moon, including the Black Bat King. In a single thought, everything is destroyed. To describe it in 4 words, that is terrible. In the movie, the power of Scarlet Witch is not shown at all, nor the ultimate of origin magic power and ability of modification probability. You know, her ability is origin magic power and modification probability. Origin magic power, one of the most powerful magic in Marvel, can create and annihilate matter. The variant ability, which modifies the probability, can ignite objects at will, fill or eliminate air in a specific space, twist everything, make high-speed flight bullets stand still, open doors, detonate objects, create an energy field, deflect magic attacks, accelerate or slow down substances corruption, floating objects, etc. All probabilities can be modified by her. This sounds a bit abnormal. But she is more perverted, not the above two, but the combination of origin magic power and modification probability. Once the two are integrated, the effect of alter reality can be achieved. What is alter reality? That is, she can rewrite the life and death of everyone, control everything in the world, let you live as life, let you die as death. It is a bug that is more than creating everything and destroying everything. So, the character in the later period of Marvel, Quant is not a person? Definitely. Now Scarlet Witch, only 16 or 7 years old, is obviously not as strong as that. At best, it can only change everything in a small area, such as now, she is controlling the terrain in front of her. but her potential is limitless, belonging to the kind with no upper limit. Rumble. Scarlet Witch controls the terrain, and the gravel is constantly blasting towards Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman was obviously annoyed by Scarlet Witch, crossing her arms, instantly using her supernatural power. Yo! Countless sand and gravel smashed down the Scarlet Witch at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The red light appeared in Scarlet Witch's hands again, her eyes were also shining with red light, and her handsome face looked a little hideous. She roared, and with her own strength, she resisted this Wonder Woman's attack firmly. But Diana obviously won't make her so easy. Shit! As the body flickered, the Vulcan sword had taken her extreme anger, and slashed down towards the red barrier in front of Scarlet Witch. Cut! Carrying a sword of Diana's supernatural power, it instantly tore the energy of Scarlet Witch. Seeing that the sword light was about to hit Scarlet Witch's body, there was a red light flashing in Scarlet Witch's eyes. In his hand, 2 red colors also appeared. Origin magic power. Wonder Woman's Vulcan sword just couldn't cut it down. Hong Mang held the long sword firmly, and then Scarlet Witch roared, and his body flew backwards in an instant. Boom! Diana's Vulcan sword slashed into the ground where Scarlet Witch was originally. Roar taste, roar taste. Scarlet Witch, who was lucky enough to escape, stood there, looking at Wonder Woman not far away, panting violently. Wow! Diana drew the Vulcan sword from the ground, and stared at the opponent in front of her without blinking. This woman was much more powerful than she had imagined. This is regarded as the strongest enemy she has encountered since she came to the Earth. The people before him are not her all-in-one generals. Sister, save me. At the moment Scarlet Witch and Wonder Woman were fighting each other with their swords drawn, there was a sound of no morals, but it suddenly remembered in the sky above the battlefield. The Tide Quicksilver yelled loudly. As soon as he was about to continue, he was directly covered by Li Wei. Scarlet Witch looked up and saw his brother Quicksilver, who was tied up there, and a young man suspended in the air. The man was looking at her with interest, showing a weird smile. Scarlet Witch's face changed instantly. When did this person get here? She actually didn't feel a Mono Zhao point. Boss? Wonder Woman shouted at Li Wei. Scarlet Witch's pupils contracted slightly again. Boss? This person is the master of the female warrior in front of me? Hey, let me come. Li Wei waved to Wonder Woman, but Diana frowned slightly. Boss, I can beat her to find. I know you can win, but this time I want to make it myself. Look at this guy. Snapped. Li Wei raised the Tide Quicksilver in front of Wonder Woman. Don't let him run away. This kid is very fast. Robin, go help S.H.I.E.L.D and blast me through the castle. After speaking, Li Wei landed abruptly and came to Scarlet Witch. Wanda Jianj Maximov, am I right? Who are you? Scarlet Witch Wanda frowned, looking at the man who appeared in front of him. The man had a smile on his face, as if he hadn't put the next battle in his eyes at all, which made Wanda's heart sink. Unless he is full of absolute confidence in his own strength, otherwise, it is impossible for him to be like this. She is quite clear about the strength of her younger brother. With the advantage of speed, ordinary people, let alone defeating him, can cause a little damage to him, which is already pretty good. As for the speed to catch up with him, it seemed like a joke to Wanda. No one is faster than his younger brother. This is what Wanda has always known. But now, her brother not only failed, but what made her even more unacceptable was that Quicksilver was captured alive. Captured alive? This was a word that Scarlet Witch could never imagine, but it appeared in his younger brother's body. Even if his younger brother was invincible, he could not escape. How can this be? Scarlet Witch stared at Li Wei, but Li Wei shrugged. You will know 497 my name, but not now. Now, let me see your ability. Li Wei smiled at Scarlet Witch. This superhero, who is seriously underestimated in Marvel, has the face of Baija and a tall figure. The exquisite curve is hidden by the red coat on her body, but it can't cover it at all. On the contrary, it seems more and more seductive. Mysterious and provocative, it gives a good impression at a glance. This is another ability of Scarlet Witch, the charm of the witch. Although she has not mastered this ability, the Magneto lineage she inherited naturally makes it full of huge amounts of lethality to men. Most people will perish if they take a look. Fortunately, Li Wei is not an ordinary person. This charm has not affected Li Wei, he is just admiring the beauty of Scarlet Witch. Watched by such an aggressive gaze, Scarlet Witch's face is a bit ugly. What? Chaos force surged all over her body, and super ability that could change the probability and rule, a huge amounts of crimson barrier, rolled towards Li Wei. The intense magical fluctuations seemed to confine the space around Li Wei. Interesting. Origin magic power, you haven't been able to control it freely, right? Li Wei felt the surging magic power around him, squeezing his whole body to death. This power can ignore all rules, just to destroy the enemy. The destruction of origin magic power? About 100 square meters. Li Wei estimated the current combat range of Scarlet Witch, and then raised his head. Can you move? Scarlet Witch was a little frightened. Then, seeing her, Li Wei was like walking in the courtyard, stepping directly out of her fighting area. Have you ever thought about joining an organization? Li Wei stood in front of Scarlet Witch in such a grand manner, making Wanda pour all over, as if it exploded. This man is terrible. His origin magic power actually didn't work for him at all. You are still too weak. When you can change the rule, you may be able to imprison me. But now, you still can't do it. Boom! Li Wei's rapid force surged, and then broke through the confinement space created by Scarlet Witch in one fell swoop, and stood in front of Scarlet Witch again. This time, Scarlet Witch was finally moved. The moment just now, it seemed like a fleeting illusion. People who don't know absolutely think they are dazzled. Because from Li Wei rushed out to the end, time really happened too fast. Almost not even the blink of an eye has come. But Scarlet Witch knew that Li Wei had launched an attack. No wonder that Quicksilver is not his opponent, he is actually faster than Pietro. Scarlet Witch made an analysis in an instant. Just now Li Wei just hit it lightly, but it was enough for Scarlet Witch to see a lot of things. Roar. Wanda Roar let out a sigh, his face turned pale. Li Wei in front of her, she is not an opponent at all. What many mutants fear most is getting close, including Magneto. As a magician, Scarlet Witch has greater weakness than other mutants. Being close is almost her fatal flaw. Once she was approached in front of her, apart from activating the crimson magic power, she had no power to contend at all. And Li Wei in front of him, unfortunately, being close to him is as simple as a common meal. As long as he wants, he can reach you anytime and anywhere, ignoring any rule. It's so violent. This is the speed that the Flash bestows on Li Wei. In the face of speed, getting close is as simple as drinking water. You just need to think about who you are close to. I surrender. Scarlet Witch glanced at Quicksilver, and said weakly, his eyes a little sad. She is not from Hydra, so fighting to death is a stupid behavior for her. I can join your organization, but please let me go? Wanda looked up at Li Wei. Li Wei nodded slightly. Definitely, I think he is not afraid of him running away, but he talks too much. Ring. Li Wei suddenly stretched out his hand, and the mantra lasso returned to him in an instant. And Quicksilver finally regained freedom. Elder sister. He walked towards Wanda, but quietly whispered in her ear, this person, the speed can reach the speed of light, I am not his opponent. Super speed of light? There was an uproar in Scarlet Witch's heart. Even if she thought that Li Wei's speed was terrifying, she never thought that his speed could surpass the speed of light. So, I actually want to stay, and learn from him, how can I make my speed faster? Quicksilver quickly talked to Scarlet Witch, and Wanda only nodded slightly. Well, we should actually thank him for freeing us from that dark place. The two were chatting on their own, but Diana said to Li Wei with some worry, Boss, is this okay? Shouldn't these two men be captured? Their Amazon fighters never trust others easily. No, if she wants to completely control her ability, she can only rely on me. Li Wei does have this self-confidence. To say that Scarlet Witch can completely control his own ability in this world, it is Li Wei. After all, he has some DC artifacts that surpass Marvel. Controlling Scarlet Witch is simple. Scarlet Witch obviously listened to Li Wei's words. She narrowed her eyes and made a decision in her heart. Don't worry, we don't have a place to go for the time being. It might be a good choice to join you. You are wise. Li Wei snapped his fingers. In the future, you will definitely be grateful for your choice today. But then, we must first imprison your fellow? Li Wei waved to everyone. Let's go and meet Mr. Hydra, the #1 villain. Ah, yes. Li Wei suddenly seemed to have thought of something, turning his head to Scarlet Witch whose hands were slightly red, and said, spiritual illusion, it's useless to me? Scarlet Witch's face suddenly stiffened there. Including Quicksilver, it's also a strange look. This guy, how does he know his sister, and the ability to manipulate people's hearts and create illusions? I said, you guys, can't hide from me. With that said, Li Wei took a step, took Wonder Woman, and walked towards the castle. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch glanced at each other, then Scarlet Witch shook his head helplessly. I think we shouldn't take risks anymore. This guy is very strong. Just now, Scarlet Witch took advantage of Li Wei's unsuspecting time, and was ready to use psychic magic on him. But unfortunately, Li Wei saw through. This is the Flash's perception of a crisis, a function of an unknown prophet, but it can only be known for a brief moment. But this moment is actually enough for Li Wei. Just now, why didn't you pierce them? Diana also saw Scarlet Witch's unkind intentions, and looked at Li Wei a little puzzled. Li Wei smiled mysteriously. Don't you think this is fun? Fun? Not at all. Diana looked at the man next to him speechlessly, only feeling that he couldn't see through him. Inside the castle, Baron Strucker, Hydra's #1 villain. At the moment staying inside the base, staring blankly at all that had just happened, he was shocked beyond words. In 5 minutes, Hydra gave high hopes to the twins, and they lost both in 5 minutes. The cameras hidden in the trees and on the walls of the old castle accurately recorded all this. At the same time, it also added a touch of despair to the surviving Hydra members in the castle. They really have nothing to do. Wanda and Pietro, the only 2 super ability players, were quickly defeated by the pair of men and women. Wanda still relied on origin magic power to choose for a while, and Pietro was a shame. Everyone gave him a chance, but he actually lost? What a shame. However, no matter how incompetent they are, it is useless. Fuck. These 2 incompetent fools. Baron Strucker yelled there without image, his whole person looked a little lost. He watched Li Wei and the Wonder Woman and his group preparing to rush into the castle. Without thinking, he was ready to retreat. But before retreating, he certainly couldn't let his men see it. This is the consciousness of being a leader. All the reserve tanks are dispatched. Hit the weak point of attacking the enemy. The offense can be uplifting. The people from the United States sent those jokers to test us, and we have to let them go? Never surrender, never surrender. Baron Strucker roared there, and a group of brainwashed Hydra elites were all immediately inspired. Roar happily there, never surrender, never surrender, very good. Baron Strucker nodded, but whispered the probe to his assistant's ear, delete all files, I am going to surrender. What? His assistant looked at his boss extremely dumbfounded. If those guys get the results of our research, they will soon realize our pursuit, so, I must not die now. His assistant looked at his boss with a look of disbelief, and he never thought that he was such an unscrupulous person. Go for the nonsense that you can't die, right? You just don't want to die. However, his assistant did not point through Baron Strucker's conspiracy, but agreed, you are right, what are you going to do? I have a secret path here, you can escape. After you delete the data, follow up. After Baron Strucker finished speaking, he walked towards the secret road of Hydra base without looking back. An aggrieved assistant was left behind. This bastard escaped ahead of time? However, he was an elite who was brainwashed by Hydra, and he could only do what his boss ordered. So he came to a computer and began to delete the research data of Hydra over the years. These things must never be available to the United States. On the other side, the fierce battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra is finally over. The guards of the castle persisted for a few minutes, but they were all killed by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agent. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is not without casualties. They also suffered heavy losses. Several hapless men were injured by stray bullets. It's not that Hydra's agents are not sophisticated enough, don't look at them like Wushuan mowing grass, but S.H.I.E.L.D's agent is also grass, they can't open Wushuan. It's just that there are two unparalleled people, Li Wei and Diana, who look after them intentionally or unintentionally, so their safety is greatly guaranteed. After all, these people are all younger brothers after Li Wei. Be cruel to the enemy, but take care of yourself a little bit. 0. Look for flowers. Those who think that they are a whole legion are fools. If the secretary is busy and the secretary is not busy, don't you understand the truth? If I could do everything by myself, I would have been exhausted a long time ago. Even if I'm not exhausted, I'm still surrounded by all kinds of cumbersome things 24 hours a day, and I don't have any spare time. Like a worker all day long, he doesn't look like a big boss at all. Monument? Robin kicked open the gate of Hydra Castle, and then rushed in first. What greeted him was another round of bullets. Fortunately, he was responsive and rolled on the spot. The remnants of Hydra hiding in the castle shot desperately there. They were terribly scared, they were fighting back when they were dying. Night, guys, stop, if you have something to say. Li Wei also saw the desperate group of desperados who remained in the castle, and had to wink at the Wonder Woman on the side. Diana shook her head helplessly. It was this kind of vegetable chopping again. Bright? She rushed in, then crossed her arms. Boom. Guardian Yinda's guardian deity power directly went in and out, and then everything became silent. Silently? Including those Hydra remnants that were shot, as well as the computer screens in the scientific research base, the assistant Baron Strucker, who was deleting data, was shocked into powder by these huge amounts of divine power. The dead can't die again. However, some Hydra-based data is fixed at 89%. According to data, it has not been completely deleted. All the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had just walked in were completely stunned by the scene of Wonder Woman just now. One trick, all seconds? What kind of trick is this special girl? Gucku, Gucku. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are constantly swallowing saliva there, looking at the Wonder Woman standing there in the secret room. Their eyes have changed collectively. Is this still a human? This woman is really terrible? Well, this way, it's a lot cleaner. However, I wonder if Hydra's #1 villain is among this group of people? Li Wei muttered to himself and walked in. According to what he knew about Baron Strucker, this old guy would not coexist and die with his men. He must have escaped from the secret road. Anyone who has watched Avengers Alliance 2 knows this secret passage. Robin, you can find the secret way, and get the old guy out for me. Let me see what stocks are in this base. Li Wei waved to Robin, but he looked at the headquarters scientific research base of Hydra. Looking up and exploring the furnishings in the base, Li Wei couldn't help but interrupt with an extremely unpleasant smell. Doing scientific research here is dark. It's simply suffering. These Hydra guys can stay with them. Well, at this moment, a shiny screen suddenly attracted Li Wei's attention. Ding! When Cowlson saw the tall and mighty metal man outside, the whole person was stunned. What is this? Cowlson asked nervously, not to blame him for being nervous, mainly how this thing didn't look like an Earth's creation. This is the Destroyer, the weapon of Asgard. Thor looked solemnly at the metal man who exuded a terrifying aura. Why is this kind of thing here? Cowlson is messy, Asgard's weapons, is Asgard going to war with the United States? It's very simple, someone doesn't want Thor to live, only if Thor dies, some people can ascend to that long-dreamed position, and by the way, they can use the reason of avenging Thor to turn the Earth into his vassal country. Feng Han said. Low, base? In order to kill me, he actually used such a terrifying thing? Thor said through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Thor remembered something and said, you guys run away. This is the most terrifying combat weapon in Asgard, you are not an opponent, run away. Looking at Thor's appearance of urging everyone to run for their lives, Feng Han turned his head to Carol and said, oh, Carol, I find that I like this big man a little, although he is a bit of a shaft, but his heart is not bad. Aha, you want to help him solve this big guy. Carol asked, pointing to the destroyer who was wreaking havoc ahead. Looking at the destroyer who was helpless but could not help the military tanks and planes, Fang Han said with a smile, I have been on Earth for a while, and I haven't started yet. Look at this big guy, he can block me a few moves. Saying that, Fang Han walked forward. Thor was just about to stop it, remembering Fang Han's series of titles. He couldn't help but stop. Others can't stop the destroyer, Fang Han should be able to, right? Carlson, let the army stand down, don't make senseless sacrifices. Fang Han said, and the figure had disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next second, Fang Han appeared in front of the destroyer. Looking at the tall destroyer, Fang Han grinned, let me see your strength. It may have been angered by Fang Han, the little man, and the destroyer instantly smashed down with a punch, and the terrifying sound set off the dust in the sky, and the destroyer's punch was easily blocked by Fang Han. With such a power, it seems that your permissions are not all opened. 2. Loki just secretly activated you. It is estimated that there is only 30% of the power. Alas, it's not interesting. Fang Han said, grabbing the destroyer's fist to lift the huge steel monster, and then threw it out directly. Immediately afterwards, with a sound explosion, Fang Han's whole person pierced through the chest of the destroyer like a bullet. Boom. With a dull sound, the destroyer fell to the ground, but then stood up again, and the place where the hole in his chest was pierced began to repair itself. And the destroyer who repaired completely, 2 terrifying rays of light instantly shot out from the 2 red eyes, directly hitting Fang Han, and the terrifying explosion splashed the sky full of dust and sand, and the fine gravel shot out in all directions like bullets. In the dust and sand, Fang Han walked out unharmed, looked at the destroyer, and shook his head regretfully, you are too weak, it's not interesting. Then, Fang Han's right hand froze, and a Qigong wave was punched out by Fang Han, and this Qigong wave directly bombarded the head of the destroyer, instantly melting the head of this steel monster. Boom. With another dull sound, the destroyer fell to the ground again, this time, unable to get up again. The destroyer, who only exerted 30% of his strength, really made Fang Han uninterested. Loki, who was monitoring all this in Asgard, directly froze, what kind of strength is this person? Took out the destroyer so easily? And Thor, who rushed over, was also stunned. This is the destroyer, the most powerful combat weapon in Asgard. Why was it destroyed like this? Don't be surprised, if you can pick up Mjolnir, you can solve this guy too. Fang Han said. No way, the destroyer is not so weak. Thor was a little unconvinced. Do you think Loki can manipulate the destroyer? It's just relying on some means to activate the destroyer. How much power can the destroyer exert by such a small means? Fang Han looked at Thor with pity, like looking at a fool. Thor just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Han. Don't talk so much about uselessness, let's go, take you to a good place. Fang Han said. Where to? Thor quickly asked. To New York. Fang Han said. What about my hammer? Thor asked again. I'll help you take it. Fang Han said. Impossible? No one can lift my hammer? Thor said bluntly. Then throw it here, no one can take it anyway. Fang Han said. As soon as Thor heard this, the cow's temper came up, and he said directly, impossible? I will never leave my hammer? Wio, taking a deep breath, Fang Han smiled. Do you believe it or not? I can lift your hammer. Don't believe it. Thor said categorically. Okay, good. Fang Han took Thor and instantly returned to the position of Mjolnir. After dispersing the people around him, Fang Han looked at the stubborn Thor on the side. His toes crushed the ground, and in an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from Fang Han. That trembling aura, as if Fang Han's body had been sleeping a terrifying monster, and now this monster had awakened. Phew. The golden aura rose. Fang Han's bursting aura directly made the earth tremble. Looking at the stunned Thor, Fang Lang laughed, stepped forward and raised Mjolnir's hammer with one hand. Now, do you believe I can lift your hammer? Suddenly, Fang Han felt that with a ripple in front of his eyes, there were several more figures. A woman who exuded maternal brilliance looked at him lovingly, an evil and crazy man looked at him with a sneer, and a strong old man like a lion was looking at himself coldly with that one-eyed eye. It doesn't belong to you, Lord of the Kree Galaxy. The lion-like old man said. Of course, I don't need anything like that either. Fang Han said. Fang Han's words fell, the illusion in front of him disappeared, blinked, looked at Thor who was still in a sluggish state on the side. Fang Han smiled, finally saw an interesting person. That breathless voice and that powerful aura, the king of the gods, Father Odin, this is the appearance of being seriously injured by Thor. This is especially looking at Biter has spirit. Cancelling the transformation, Fang Han looked at Thor with a smile. Thor, now that I have raised your hammer, now, can you go with me? Steel dragon? A steel dragon made of steel runs across the entire basement and is almost 10 meters long. The dragon scales spread their wings, and they are truly majestic. However, it is a semi-finished product. Oh my god. What is this? Steel dragon. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were all stunned, and even Diana and Scarlet Witch had a strange look in their eyes. Everyone did not expect that under the Hydra base, there is actually such a behemoth buried. What if this thing can be driven and driven? No one dared to think about it anymore, and fortunately, Hydra has not succeeded in developing this thing, otherwise the battle this time will obviously be horrible. Sure enough, it's the same story as the movie. I just didn't expect that these guys will start to study this stuff now. Li Wei looked at the steel dragon hung there in midair, and his whole body exuded a stunning dark luster. And in this luster, countless wires are entangled in it, and the sensors emit a shimmering red light. Artificial intelligence. Li Wei went down the wire and saw a computer at work, as well as 08 prototypes of iron and steel machines without saneness. This base is like a steel fortress. The body of a steel robot can be seen everywhere. Adamantium, these are all made with adamantium. Scarlet Witch exclaimed from the side that adamantium is a metal with the same name as vibranium. Wolverine's body is implanted in this superalloy, so it has indestructible qualities. In terms of hardness, it is even stronger than vibranium, the material on the Captain America shield. This is a very well-known metal in X-Men. I didn't expect the Hydra guys to have such a good thing. Li Wei is also a bit different, but thinking of the plot of Avengers 2, Ultron era in his mind, it seems, Chuang is built with adamantium. And Li Wei's gaze swept toward the center of the base. Give me the infrared detector. What? Infrared rays hit the ground, revealing a strange pattern. Sure enough, these guys are really crazy. A drive was buried underground. As in the movie, this is a gear engine buried in the location. If you have energy, you can even lift the land below it directly into the air. In the movie, Ultron relied on this gear engine to directly lift the city of Sokovia into the air, which then led to a series of subsequent events. Unexpectedly, this group of guys started to decorate so early. Super advanced robot artificial intelligence robot army. Li Wei couldn't help taking a breath. It felt like a weak Hydra. He didn't expect to hide such a deep conspiracy. Fortunately, it's almost completely destroyed now. Li Wei roar let out a sigh of relief. If these guys complete the idea of a super robot, and then lift the ground under the ground into the sky, so as to reproduce the conspiracy of the extinction of dinosaurs and the impact of the small planet on the Earth, then this world will definitely be destroyed. At once? I'm afraid the hooligans are educated. Such crazy plans can be imagined. These guys, it's terrible. Before, I underestimated them. Li Wei looked at the secrets of this secret basement and felt a little grateful. If it weren't for the early arrival, these guys still don't know what kind of impact it will have on the world. However, it belongs to me now. It's an unexpected gain. Li Wei looked at the steel dragon in front of him, as well as the rows of robots that were barely activated, and there was a touch of joy in his eyes. The results now belong to my own. Perhaps artificial intelligence can ask Howard to create a JARVIS. The Iron Man, not far away. Li Wei turned around. Yu Feng's Wonder Woman, obviously also thinking of Hydra's conspiracy. She looked at the engine buried in the ground, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes. The boss killed that guy with a shot. It's too cheap for him. Should he be punished? Li Wei was silent, but Baron Strucker, more about the strength in scientific research, as well as his ability to spy and brainwash, so he was killed by a single shot. Li Wei didn't even think about it. It is impossible to subdue such a mournful fellow. The extreme psychology of terrorists is quite distorted. Killing them with a single shot is the best punishment for them. Killing means contributing to society. Diana_you have broken your studies. Li Wei prolonged the tone, deliberately looking at the girl solemnly. You can even say if you shoot him. Deliver? Diana blinked her big innocent eyes and didn't understand. Is there anything wrong with this sentence? It must be because she came to the world for too short a time, so she didn't understand the deep meaning of these words. Maybe she should go to the library to check the meaning of these words, so as not to make a joke next time. But Li Wei smiled slightly when he saw the girl who was in deep thought. If you understand this network joke, it will be a ghost. Boss, how do you deal with those white coats? Robin held a cigar in his mouth, took a white coat stained with blood, and asked with some doubts. Take them all away. Li Wei thought for a while and said, Nick Fury should be used over there, and the research materials of Hydra can be better received with them. The research information is not enough if you get it. You need someone to help explain 497. If you get the information but don't understand it, it's meaningless at all. But if you want to understand the research materials, you need supporting researchers and constantly experiment. In this way, the risk of data leakage is increased. After all, those scientists are not necessarily SHIELD. They may also be other organizations or even spies for the United States government. In the United States, even if you are among your own people, you have to plant spies with each other. So instead of this, it is better to use these Hydra scientists directly. After all, although they are unreliable, at least they have no contact with other people in the United States. And they can be locked up completely, which will be more reliable. Clear. Robin smiled at the corner of his mouth. I will take good care of them. Well, the finishing work, I will leave it to you. Take all these things away. Don't keep one. Li Wei said to a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As for the others, they are all burned. With that said, Li Wei took Diana and his party and walked out of the base. This time, the action to eradicate Hydra was a great success. Yes, yes, yes. 3 vibrating sounds came from the Batman cell phone in his pocket, which made Li Wei's face freeze. Isn't it only the power of 2 heroes? How can it be shaken 3 times? Hello, friends, everyone. This is the BBC. In the early hours of this morning, a fire broke out in an old castle on the outskirts of Sokoville. The fire destroyed everything here and began to spread along the forest. The police have also rushed to the scene to cut down the surrounding trees and build a barrier. The fire brigade has also arrived and is actively fighting the fire at the scene. The fire has been significantly reduced and is basically under control. In addition, this old castle belongs to the ancient Strack family in the Ying country. Shit, what do you want to do? A gentleman in a black suit looked angrily at the bald head of the black man sitting on the sofa, pointing angrily at the TV report and accusing him. This is the British Empire? No, your behavior is going to the International Court of Justice. Mr. Baron. Nick Fury didn't care about his accusations, looked at him coldly, and said indifferently, you know, our people are in this hotel, being watched by the police and army of your British Empire. These days, we even the door did not come out, because we are still waiting for your approval from the relevant department before we can start our action. So, you have to have evidence for your speech. What evidence do you have that we did that thing? You have to know, Mr. Baron, we can sue you for defamation like this. Maliciously sabotage the friendly relations between Britain and the United States. People like you are going to be punished for a crime of treason. They are going to the International Court. The poor Baron Ying was almost irritated by Nick Fury, but they really didn't have any evidence. They thought that by sending special agents to monitor S.H.I.E.L.D., they could stop their actions. But I never wanted to shoot myself in the foot because of their close surveillance. Instead, they provided sufficient alibi for these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Besides, this is a good thing for you. Nick Fury's mouth turned up slightly, with a clear smile in his eyes. The Hydra headquarters that threatened the world's security was destroyed, and the main personnel were not spared. Moreover, there may be people who have gotten those who colluded with Hydra to endanger national security. List. At that time, I think those heroes who wiped out Hydra will send a list to Ying's cabinet. Presumably, after the worms of the British Empire are removed, they will be more prosperous. The Baron was completely speechless, his face was pale, he had already thought of the consequences of this. Nick Fury's behavior is a complete threat, but by the way, they still have to eat this set? Otherwise, once Nick Fury discloses this matter, then they are all over. Don't think that they came to Nick Fury so actively to settle accounts. It's really for national security. It's a complete nonsense. It's not because they all have more or less interest in Hydra. The destruction of Hydra affected their interests in the eyes. Ever since, they have forgotten that they were dazzled by their interests. In the current situation, they are not the masters, S.H.I.E.L.D. is. In addition, the attitude of your country, as we have seen, is very unfriendly to us intelligence personnel who come to help your country. Nick Fury got up from the sofa, grabbed his tie and tugged, and sorted it out. We will apply to leave the country to return to China today and report your behavior to the Congress. As for you, Mr. Baron. Nick Fury walked forward slowly, and slapped the Baron's face, which was a little too pale because of shock, with his big hands. You just wait to receive the court's summons. With that, Nick Fury walked out of the room proudly. Outside, a crowd of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are already waiting. On the other side, the United States FBI headquarters. They have also received news that Hydra has been destroyed. Fuck. How did they do it? The current director of the FBI, William, punched the table fiercely. His face was hard to see the extreme. S.H.I.E.L.D. has just solved such a big case and wiped out the remnants of Hydra. Are you all rubbish? Why didn't you receive it in advance? A little news. All the agents at the conference table bowed their heads and said nothing. In a few days, the whole world will know that S.H.I.E.L.D. is better than our FBI and more capable than the CIA. At that time, the people of the United States will only know S.H.I.E.L.D. but not the FBI. Members of Congress even proposed to disband the FBI. It's not that serious. An agent spoke in a low voice. Their FBI is also an important intelligence agency of the United States. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. has made a great contribution, although it will affect the status of the FBI, it is not enough to shake its status, let alone lead to the dissolution of the FBI. However, he forgot, at the moment's meeting room was silent, and no one dared to speak. So what he said in a low voice was actually heard by almost everyone. What do you know? William immediately glared at the agent and said angrily, you have been fired. Who else has any other ideas? In fact, the FBI's excessive power has long caused dissatisfaction among many people. It's just that the CIA and FBI are getting stronger, and they are doing things fairly. No one can single out the fault. Therefore, naturally no one will threaten their status. However, everyone pushed the wall down. Not to mention that S.H.I.E.L.D. has achieved such a great work now. Once the congressmen find an opportunity, they will desperately weaken the power of the FBI. The CIA is also not immune. Why don't they take the credit down? An agent suggested in a low voice. How to press? You tell me how to press. William suddenly laughed angrily, grabbed the book on the table and threw it over. Did you suppress such a big thing? Since it can't be suppressed, let's hold it. And the other half, the deputy director John sighed helplessly, and said solemnly, hold them as high as possible. How to say? William heard what John meant. It seemed that there was something in the words, and hurriedly asked. S.H.I.E.L.D. will threaten our position because S.H.I.E.L.D. is an intelligence organization affiliated to the United States. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D. has made such a great contribution. Obviously it is not suitable for a certain country's situation. Manyo Zhao. Organization. We not only can't suppress him, but we also have to praise him. We should promote him as high as possible, and get him out of the United States. It is best to get him under the name of the United Nations. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. will become a global intelligence organization and will not conflict with our FBI. Moreover, it would be better to help them die and be the firefighter of the world than just our firefighter of the United States, right? La. William suddenly gave a weird smile. Hold it up and hold it to the position of the United Nations, so that they have nothing to do with the United States, but can only be responsible for some international affairs. Even with their FBI, there can be inextricable connections. Okay, just do it. William suddenly smiled, and immediately decided the strategy with a shot of his thigh. Everyone will act for me, and the higher the SHIELD, the better. In order to preserve their existing rights, they can do anything. With an order from Director William, the entire FBI became busy. There is only one task they are busy with, and this task is to make the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. a household name. Not only in the United States, but in the world. They want to let the whole world know about the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. And they have also done a major event to completely wipe out the well-known Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. a great hero in destroying Hydra. Hydra completely disappeared, thanks to a new organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. Exterminate the S.H.I.E.L.D. of the Hydra organization. All reports about S.H.I.E.L.D. have been sorted out. Pieces of positive news about S.H.I.E.L.D. have also been featured in major newspapers throughout the United States, and even major newspapers throughout the world. The FBI of the United States really still has the ability to take advantage of it. Under their operation, S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly let the whole world know their name. And the high levels of the entire world are also talking about the emergence of a new force that cannot be underestimated. The first is the United States. S.H.I.E.L.D. has made such a contribution, and the United States is very happy. They are excited throughout the country, from the president to the ordinary people. They feel very happy that their safety 497 is guaranteed once again. The news have definitely reached the ears of Li Wei and Nick Fury very quickly. Boss, what do you think the FBI wants to do? What do they want to do with such a big fanfare and so much praise for us? Nick Fury is sitting in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s office, and Li Wei is sitting in front of him. Snapped. He threw the newspaper in his hand onto the table, folded his hands against his chin, his face was full of sadness. I didn't do anything, I just wanted to take our position out of the top, and then, asterisk boom, falling down will be miserable? Li Wei shrugged. How could he not understand what the FBI's idea was? But he didn't take this conspiracy in his eyes, but since they want to favor it, let them favor it and save our reputation. It's not a bad thing for us to hold it so high. That said, it's really not a bad thing. Nick spread his hands, but still sighed. But, boss, I am afraid that their behavior will affect our future, actions. Because our future actions may be very incredible. For example, the female soldier next to you, she has surpassed the average person. Nick Fury expressed his concern. Hearing this guy's words, Li Wei also knows that in the Marvel world, various major events in the future are endless, and they are indeed exaggerated one by one, but this is obviously not something to be considered right now. You think too much, Nick. Li Wei stood up and patted the Cyclops on the shoulder. We don't need to think about that much. We just need to raise the popularity of our SHIELD and let the world know that we are useful. That will be more convenient for our future actions. And Li Wei paused and said to Nick, your primary purpose now is to take your place and do what I arrange for you. I will take care of the rest. Well, you are the boss after all. Nick Fury curled his lips helplessly, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it made sense, so he didn't say anything. Okay, I'm leaving. This time, I will mainly retrieve those Hydra base materials and transport them to my base. Is that okay? Li Wei looked at Nick, and Nick showed a smile. Definitely, I have arranged to do it. Well, then I'm leaving. Li Wei waved his hand and disappeared at the headquarters of SHIELD. But Nick has packed up his clothes. He is going to go downstairs and accept the media interview. Soon, a message came from the United States. The president will award Nick Fury, and personally appoint Nick Fury as the director of SHIELD. This kind of thing Li Wei naturally made Nick accept it. Nick accepted the hero medal awarded by the president, which is very beneficial, because it can help this guy to completely secure the position of the SHIELD director. It also allows Li Wei to get more intelligence and information, and the FBI is obviously very happy with this result, because in their opinion, their plan is obviously successful. Now the United States has given S.H.I.E.L.D. to S.H.I.E.L.D all the things that need to be dealt with worldwide. Their FBI still has the same rights as before and has not been affected in any way. I'm really too wise. Director William was in the FB building and watched the latest news very happily. In the news, Nick with a look of honor is receiving the commendation from the President of the United States. However, William didn't have a trace of envy. He only hoped that this high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. could be directly smashed down, and then fell into an abyss that could never be turned over. The future belongs to our FBI. Director William wanted to think definitely. He didn't even know what kind of opponent he would face in the future. Wayne Manor. Li Wei returned to his room, poured a glass of wine, and drank it carefully, savoring the richness of the wine. Then, he turned on his Batman cell phone. Can Congratulations to the host for defeating Marvel superhero Quicksilver, gaining the power of heroes, and unlocking a DC hero. Can? Congratulations to the host for defeating Marvel superhero Scarlet Witch, gaining the power of heroes, and unlocking a DC hero. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Hydra, destroying the Hydra base, completing 1% of the progress of the Marvel strategy, and getting the bonus of Hydra. Hydra's gift. This is an ancient organization. They have many magical ancient genetic potions, and this gift can make one of their subordinates 100% loyal at random. The 3 beeps in succession made the corners of Li Wei's mouth appear a curve. The destruction of the Hydra base this time was a fruitful harvest. Not only did he get some advanced technologies in the base, such as artificial intelligence, but it also gave him 2 heroic powers and an extra gift. Li Wei definitely knows the power of heroes. But after destroying Hydra, Marvel managed to capture 1% and got a gift, which he didn't expect. Can you randomly let one of your subordinates be 100% loyal? Is this a good gift? Bright? On the Batman mobile phone, a row of heads suddenly appeared, all of whom could enhance loyalty. Li Wei glanced around and found that it was not only Wayne Manor listed above, but also some members of S.H.I.E.L.D. First of all, there is a row of people who cannot increase loyalty. Steward, Alfred, absolutely loyal. Assistant, Robin Tim, absolutely loyal. Subordinates, Chief Scientist Lucius, absolutely loyal. Wonder Woman, Nick, absolutely loyal. All of them are my own subordinates, which are displayed quite clearly. Then, there is a bunch of loyal people who can upgrade. Howard, partnership, friendship 100%. Winter Soldier Bucky, low loyalty. Scarlet Witch, average loyalty. Fast Silver, average loyalty. Looking at the few guys with insufficient loyalty above, there is a shining mark next to them. This is obviously a symbol that can be raised to 100% loyalty. Who to promote? Li Wei squinted his eyes, but there was a sudden noise behind him. Scarlet Witch. Li Wei came out. Obviously, these 2 siblings weren't here to engage in a sneak attack, but should have come to talk to themselves. However, Li Wei clicked next to Scarlet Witch's portrait on Batman's mobile phone. Suddenly, a line of text popped up on the screen. Congratulations, Scarlet Witch is absolutely loyal to the host. Scarlet Witch outside the door, only felt a very magical light, which suddenly appeared in my mind, and then, the feeling of Li Wei changed in an instant. Sister, knock on the door. Quicksilver urged his sister, but Scarlet Witch suddenly shook his head. Forget it, we will solve our problem. What? Quicksilver looked at his sister in an unbelievable way. How could he not believe it? Just discussed it well. Why do you give up now when you say you give up? With us, can you kill the old man? He has that kind of magical magnetic field. He was torn to pieces by his magnetic field without seeing him at all. Quicksilver is talking about their father, Magneto. I'll talk about it later, it's not now anyway. Scarlet Witch shook his head, took his brother, and walked downstairs. Li Wei in the bedroom looked at the Batman mobile phone in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This Hydra gift, not bad. Let's take a look. 2 heroic powers, right. I don't know which 2 heroes of DC can be unlocked this time. Li Wei stretched, then clicked the unlock button. Drop. The bat phone made a prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new DC hero Aquaman. Extract or summon. Seeing the word Aquaman, Li Wei's eyes couldn't help but produce an illusion, and then his heart began to become uncontrollable excitement. Aquaman Arthur Curry, also known as Aquaman. He is the illegitimate son of Atlantis, Queen of Atlantis, and Thomas Curry, the lighthouse keeper of the United States Mercy Harbor. He has half human and half Atlantean descent, and has been far beyond ordinary since childhood. The various super ability of people. This guy is invincible in the sea. This is a superhero specially created for the sea. And on the land, at least they are all legendary fighters who can be close to Diana. With his power, he will definitely become stronger. Li Wei couldn't help grinning, just about to click to extract. Outside the door, footsteps came again. Li Wei frowned slightly. This was interrupted one after another, but he was quite upset. However, this person, Li Wei, is not good at losing his temper with him. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. Li Wei heard the knock on the door and immediately put away the bat phone. The door was pushed open, and the person who came in was the old butler Alfred. Late, Alfred, what's the matter? Li Wei looked back. That's the master, Mr. Howard's son, Master Tony Stark is here. Alfred said respectfully, but Li Wei's expression changed. Ha 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 ha, Tony Stark? Big dude shit? Li Wei wanted to laugh a little, but in front of his housekeeper, he tried his best to maintain the grace of a nobleman. Tony, the future Iron Man. This kid is finally here? A curve of Li Wei's mouth emerged, and he squeezed the Batman mobile phone in his hand. It is not in a hurry to draw heroes, and see this playboy first. Li Wei, but waited for him for a long time. This kid, but the legendary hero of the future, the giant in Marvel, and Captain America are the core figures in the future Avengers. Since it's here, I must see you. They are in the lobby. As Alfred was talking there, Li Wei nodded. Well, let's go, I'll change my clothes. 0, look for flowers. With that, the 2 of them walked towards the hall downstairs. Li Wei's room is upstairs, while the hall is on the first floor, standing at the top of the stairs. Li Wei saw Howard and his son, the future Iron Man, Tony Stark. This guy is not low, with unruly and indulgence on his face, wearing sunglasses, as if the world is his plaything. The furnishings in the house are being fired around. Tony, why are you here? Howard is chatting with his son who has a headache. Because of his old age, Howard loves the kid so much that he has developed his spoiled character. What is different from the movie is that Stark looks very young nowadays, even a little immature, in his teenage years, and just a boy in his 20s. He should still be studying at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology now, he is a university san. However, he was wearing a suit that was inconsistent with college students. The clothes are all big names, and ordinary people work for half a year, and they can't even afford a corner of his clothes. And the dressing style of this flower girl is also extremely embarrassing, and the accessories he wears also reflect his character, and his wealth. A standard bohemian playboy appearance. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the early stage of the movie. Those who don't know, would never have thought that this kid would be the Iron Man of the future. Now he obviously doesn't possess any of Iron Man's qualities, just a playboy and little genius. Why can't I come? Tony looked very angry at what the old man said, and said with his head held up, I'm here to see what you are doing. Are you addicted to staying here, not even going home? Mom, but I said, you haven't been home for more than a month. She looks very resentful. So I'll come and have a look? Obviously, you are reluctant to think about it here. My mother's body seems to have lost its appeal to you. Tony shrugged, speaking in the voice of someone who came by. You. Howard's complexion was flushed, and he was obviously pissed off by his son. Listen, what is this kid saying? This bastard, how can you talk to me like this? Fang Han, Carol, and Thor stayed here like this, and stayed for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Tony rushed to find Fang Han and said, Hey, Fang Han, I have a genius idea. Oh, talk about it. Fang Han looked at the excited Tony, interested in his genius idea. I'm working on a new generation of armor, and I feel that using the metal on that big guy to make a new generation of armor definitely works well. Tony said, perfect idea. Fang Han nodded, using the metal of the god domain to make armor. The effect was indeed good. It was a metal blessed by the heavenly god, and the anti-demon value was very high. Moreover, if you melt the hammer that can summon thunder and lightning, and use its core to make the energy core of the armor, wouldn't it be better? Tony excitedly came up with his second thought. Nope. That's impossible. Don't try to touch my hammer. Thor ran out of nowhere, yelling. Looking at the furious Thor, Fang Han said, Tony, your idea is very good, but you have to know that the meaning of that hammer, it is the symbol of the god of thunder. It is the weapon given to his son by Father Odin, the weapon of Crown Prince Thor, and the authority of the next god king. You melt it, Odin will fight with you? Oh, that's unfortunate. Tony was disappointed. Although he was a little arrogant, he was not stupid, and for now, it was unlikely that he would melt the hammer. Well, by the way, I warn you, you don't have any means to melt that hammer. I may be able to crush that hammer, but I can't help you melt it. Do you understand? Fang Han said. Okay, let's put this idea on hold for now. Tony said helplessly. Well, that's good. Then Thor, aren't you going to accompany Jane again? How did you get here? Fang Han looked at Thor again. Thor said bluntly, I was exiled. I lost my power, but I want to get it back. Huh. Fang Han looked at Thor and motioned for him to continue. So, I ask for your help. I hope you can help me regain my strength, and you will reap my friendship. Thor said. Oh, that's really straight. Fang Han rubbed his eyebrows with some headache, and then said, Okay Thor, tell me, how do you think I can help you regain your power? You're better than me. Tony said very bluntly. Although Tony is a little straighter, it doesn't mean that he is stupid. Fang Han is stronger than him, so Fang Han has more experience, so Fang Han must have a way to help him find his strength, which is very in line with the straight thinking of the Asgardians. Well, it is also very effective. Okay, I see. So now let's sit down and talk. Tony, do you want to listen? Fang Han looked at Tony on the side. Oh, of course. Wait, I'll go get the wine, this thought. Tony said and ran to get the wine. And Carol, Pepper, and Jane also came together. At present, it is a 6-party meeting between 3 men and 3 women. Well, 3 couples. It is a real injury for a single dog. Fortunately, Nick is not here. After all, even Coulson is a couple person. Clearing his throat, Fang Han said, Thor, you must understand that your exile does not mean that you have lost your strength. Your power is still in your body, it's just sealed by your father, which is why you can't hold your hammer. Your father sealed your power, so that you can hone yourself so that you can learn how to be a qualified crown prince. You seem to be a mortal body now, but you still have powerful divine power in your body. You need to understand this. The power in your body is obtained by your own cultivation, and no one can take it away, they can only seal it. Understand? Thor nodded. Very good. So, what you have to do is to stimulate your own power. They just sleep, not disappear. You need to awaken your sleeping power, and this generally requires you to be strongly stimulated, and then your strong feelings to stimulate your sleeping power. Fang Han continued. For example, Thor quickly asked. Well, losing someone close to you is a very effective way, such as dying first. Fang Han saw Jian's somewhat strange eyes, and temporarily changed his vocabulary. Okay, this method is put aside first. There is another method. It is also very effective, but it depends on whether you can withstand it. What method? Thor asked anxiously. In the ancient East, there used to be 5 warriors who guarded the continent, dressed in armor and fighting for the light. However, their strength was also gradually honed, and one of the warriors used the method I described to gain great power, and in the end, he also succeeded. Feng Han said. Tell me, what? Thor was moved. Thor, have you heard of electrotherapy? Feng Han looked at Thor with a smile, and for a moment, Thor was creepy. Inside Stark's private laboratory, inside a metal cylinder, Thor is hanging inside. That's right, it's hanging, because Thor's arms and legs are wrapped in metal that conducts electricity very well, and the whole person is suspended in the middle. Feng Han looked Thor up and down and asked, Thor, are you sure you want to do it? This way is a little painful. I've been through a lot of pain and I don't want to go through it again. Thor said. Very good, then Tony, Thor's situation is up to you. Feng Han turned to Tony and said, don't worry, I'll monitor all this. Tony made a reassuring gesture to Feng Han. Then, Feng Han took a deep breath, and the thunder and lightning in his hands began to surge. Feng Han has the power to use thunder and lightning, but not as strong as Thor, but now with the power of Thor's hammer, Feng Han can stimulate a super strong thunder and lightning effect in a short time, which is a good way to awaken the sleeping divine power in Thor's body. After all, Thor's divinity is thunder and lightning. I saw Feng Han hit the thunder and lightning gathered in his hands towards the Thunder God Hammer, and the Thunder God Hammer used this to burst out more powerful thunder and lightning, and in an instant, the entire enclosed room was filled with dazzling thunder and lightning and dazzling furious energy. The terrible lightning of high temperature and high pressure raged in the closed laboratory, and most of the lightning was transmitted to Thor by metals that had excellent conductive effects. Thor, the god of thunder who has controlled thunder and lightning for thousands of years, finally tasted being electrified. Tony only saw the entire laboratory filled with lightning and sparks, accompanied by Thor's scream, oh, hiss, how miserable what will I do? Li Wei glanced at Howard, who couldn't help but bite in his heart. He couldn't bear to watch the next scene. Come, prove it to me, what will you do? Stark didn't know that he was about to suffer, so he held his head high and continued to speak out. Howard clasped his face with an extremely painful expression. Me, how about taking you around the world? After hearing Li Wei's words, Stark couldn't help but froze. He thought he heard it wrong? Traveling around the world? Ha ha ha. Stark laughed loudly there. Traveling around the world? Who can't? I can do it anytime I want. No need to excuse you. Stark shook his head a little pitifully at Li Wei. This is his ability. He just laughed to himself. Because a rich man like him wants to travel around the world, it's just a matter of talking. Li Wei did not continue to follow Stark's words, but turned to look at Howard. Mr. Howard, I will take your son out for a drive, okay? Mr. Li Wei, you are merciful. Howard can only intercede, hoping that 08 is for helping him study the spacecraft. Don't worry, I can count. Li Wei gave Howard a comforting look, but Howard was not comforting at all, and even wanted to cry. My prodigal son is probably going to be unlucky. Cut, father, what are you worried about? What can he do to me? What? Before Stark's words were finished, Li Wei's superb power was suddenly activated. Then I will let you see, what will I do? Boom. Li Wei pulled up Stark abruptly, and then flew out the door. Have you seen? I can fly, can you? Shit. A green light swept across Li Wei and Stark violently, and rushed directly towards the sky above Wayne Manor. Wow! The door was wide open and there was a loud crash. Alfred and Howard looked at the wide open door in front of them with dumbfounded faces. Li Wei and Stark had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dash. They could still vaguely hear the scream of Stark flying out. Mr. Howard, it's okay, master. He won't do anything to your son. He just likes pranks drama. Alfred smiled and said at Howard. Howard did smile awkwardly. Some cried his son. It is estimated that there will be a psychological shadow on Li Wei. But, that's okay, this guy in the province, tricks me every day. Howard suddenly felt a little grateful for Li Wei. On the other side, above the sky? Oh, fuck. What are you doing? Stark was yelling there. He is now being held by Li Wei with one hand behind the clothes and one hand dragging his neck, moving forward fast. The posture is a bit indecent. He didn't know what was going on. He just felt a gust of wind pouring into his mouth. I can't open my eyes, I only know that I seem to be flying. When he thought of this, he was a little stunned. Fly? Do not make jokes. Stark didn't believe that anyone in this world could fly. But, what did you give birth? That kid rushed towards him, and then, what happened to him? Li Wei is already powerful, and when the flash power is activated, a strong wind pressure is formed when the fast power is activated, and the door is directly pushed open. Li Wei does not need to use his hands now. Okay, now open your eyes and take a look. Li Wei wrapped the superb speed force around Stark's body. At this time, Stark finally saw what he was doing. He is indeed flying. Oh, fuck. What are you doing? Are you flying? What's the matter with us? Stark was a little crazy. He looked at the extremely vague scenes around him, and then backed up constantly, giving out surprises in succession. Roar. He was a little scared. Don't see it clearly yet? Then let you see more clearly. Li Wei slowed down a bit, but it was still fast. Stark's brain exploded. Bright. The two people suddenly rushed to the main road below, which is a main road in Mexico, with countless vehicles galloping there. A car was about to hit Stark. Car, it's a car? Hurry up! She Stark yelled and screamed, and poor all exploded. Li Wei didn't mean to hide at all, and rammed straight into the car. Ah, you lunatic. She Stark closed his eyes subconsciously. He was a little desperate. He thought of his father, and his mother. Finally, he thought of Li Wei, whom he had just met. Perhaps, I shouldn't provoke him. Yes, this kid, what a wicked one. He can actually fly. She Stark sighed, and then suddenly realized, hey, he doesn't seem to be dead. Ha ha ha, I was not hit. Huh? Didn't hit me. She Stark was amused, his eyes opened again. In the next second, he regretted it a little. Because, more and more cars crashed into him, it was like running over him. He had to close his eyes again, and his legs were frightened. What? Cars came quickly towards She Stark and Li 497 Way. She Stark was constantly screaming in shock, and at the same time he closed his eyes. This is so scary. How can ordinary people be able to withstand such a stimulus? Fortunately, She Stark is no ordinary person. Things did not develop as he expected. They collided with the car, but the next moment, the car seemed to stop in front of him, and then he passed the car and moved on. The picture just now seemed like a dream. After a few seconds, he was used to this illusion of impact. She Stark looked at the vague scene next to him, and gradually stopped howling in terror. On the contrary, he was replaced by a touch of excitement. How about he is the future Iron Man? His heart is quite big, the average person is already dead. She Stark. But this excitement and madness was revealed in his eyes? Exciting? Quite exciting. Excited and seeking knowledge appeared in his eyes unexpectedly. Ming, are you used to it? Seeing this look in his eyes, Li Wei couldn't help but admire She Stark in his heart. Worthy of being Tony She Stark, worthy of being someone who can become a legendary hero Iron Man in the future, this kind of ability to regulate his emotions is really not small. Then give you some more excitement. In almost a blink of an eye or two, Li Wei took She Stark to the surface of the Pacific Ocean. Wow, the sea water constantly rolls over. In front of me is the endless Pacific Ocean. The sea was blue and clear, but the wind and waves seemed to be swept out. It seems that there are huge amounts of dangerous hidden beneath the surface of the sea. Shit, it's the sea? What's so special is the sea? Ha 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 ha. Stark was a little crazy, but in the next second he saw a huge wind and waves swept from a distance. His face instantly changed. Stop. Stop. Mr. Lily, we can't fly forward anymore. We must stop. It's a wave. The waves are coming. My goodness, such a big wave. Stark stared blankly. A wave rolled up a few feet high at least, and then swallowed down towards them. History of Stark straight stunned. He didn't know what to do at all. In his sight, there was only the huge tumbling wave. Boom! The wave finally fell, but it didn't hit She Stark at all, because he flew into the air again. Then, Li Wei took this guy and ran along the sea level. Shit! A series of red and yellow intersecting lightning flashes all over Li Wei. The waves and lightning intersect. Roar responds, leaving a reddish-yellow trail on the sea. Cough, cough. This is so cool. So cool. Noli, boss, how did you do it? I'm going, it's so cool. It's so cool. We are flying on the sea level. I'm going back and telling my classmates that they will definitely think I'm dreaming. She Stark screamed excitedly, now he has forgotten the fear. His mind has been occupied by this kind of unexperienced excitement, and some only have excitement and enjoyment. Close your eyes. She Stark closed his eyes obediently, and in the next second, Li Wei's voice came out again, open your eyes. What? She Stark opened his eyes, and then he felt a deep chill. What caught your eye was a piece of ice and snow, as well as a clear starry sky. The earth is white, the sky is transparent, the stars are lingering, and the aurora in the sky complements each other. Everything is like a dream. She Stark's mind collapsed. In the evening Emperor. What did I see? Aurora. Isn't this the South Pole? He looked at Li Wei in shock. Li Wei grinned. You guessed it, this is Antarctica. She Stark's boss opened his mouth, and then stared at Li Wei. His eyes were a little hairy. He was really shocked. This time, I was completely shocked. Didn't arrive for a second, they have already flown over the Pacific Ocean and reached the South Pole? How did this fucking do it? It's not so fast on the rockets, right? She Stark swallowed, but then he felt that his head was dizzy and he was a little starved of oxygen. Well, so cold. His teeth began to tremble constantly. He is now wearing short sleeves and shorts. It's not too cold to stand so close to the South Pole naked. Are you cold? Li Wei asked knowingly. She Stark was shivering, but he was begging for mercy. Man, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't say that to you. My father, that bastard, should work for you for a lifetime. Real. Tony Stark, swear, everything I say is true. Roarin Stark's mouth was pale, and his face was blue with cold. It is estimated that within a few minutes, it will be frozen into a popsicle, and it will be erected on the iceberg of Antarctica just like a landmark. At their feet, there is a huge amounts of iceberg? All right, for the sake of you swear to God, take you to be warm? Li Wei laughed a little, picked up She Stark, and then activated his power instantly. For the first time, Stark finally fully felt the speed of Li Wei. It's almost like teleporting. The earth is like a toy in front of him. What? The white ice and snow in front of him changed abruptly, and then a scorching fire wave came, instantly eradicating the cold from She Stark's body. Africa? The African grassland? Stark opened his eyes wide and saw him see the vast scene of a vast expanse of prairie. Cheetahs were chasing and fleeing antelopes, snakebirds running aside. The original breath of life shocked Stark. But what was even more shocking was Li Wei beside him. He can span several continents in 1 second. This is what he calls traveling around the world? Stark's face was a bit bitter. He found that the level of himself and the other party were not in the same dimension at all. How about you, dissatisfied with this trip around the world? Suddenly, Li Wei rode a lion and came to Tony Stark. The playboy was taken aback again. With a pale face, he nodded desperately, satisfied. Satisfaction is fine, then shall we go back? Li Wei looked at Stark. Stark felt the fierce and devastating look of the lion in front of him, and nodded hurriedly, go back. Shit. Li Wei stood up abruptly, and then pulled up Stark, who was about to be swallowed by the lion, and flew towards Wayne Manor. Tick. Without a second, Li Wei, Stark and Stark came to the door of Wayne Manor again. This time, Tony, the eldest master of the Stark group, looks and heart, as if, Mono Zhao, is completely different from just now. In just a few minutes, they have circled the world for a full circle. Stark feels quite dreamy, but he knows that this is not a dream, this is the ability of his father's partner. The powerful mess made him drool. If I had such an ability, it would be great. Who is this guy looking for? Li Wei dragged Stark to the hall. This kid is still a little strange. Okay, we are back. Li Wei dragged Stark's neck with one hand and his clothes with the other, looking at the dumbfounded old housekeeper and Howard. Mr. Howard, do you miss us? We are back from traveling the world. When saying this, Li Wei deliberately emphasized the 4 words travel around the world. Around the world. Howard's face trembled a little, and he recovered from the shock. He glanced at his desolate son and couldn't help but laughed. Hey, Li, I want to kill you. I believe these few minutes must be a long time. You are right, Tony. The current Stark, but he didn't have the time to joking with his father. He was still deeply in the shock just now, unable to extricate himself. He didn't come out of that shock at all, because it was too shocking. Who could have imagined that in less than 5 minutes, they traveled around the world and saw the Pacific Ocean, the Gulf of Mexico, Antarctica, and Africa. Ah, damn it. For the current history of Stark, it is obviously very unacceptable. If it wasn't for the sea water and mud on his body, he would not believe that it was true, he would rather believe that he was dreaming. He now maintains the posture where Li Wei put him there, lowered his head, as if he had been enchanted, and muttered in a low voice. Li Wei walked over and heard what Stark was saying. How did he do it? How could he fly so fast? Ah. Stark was already frantically grabbing his hair. Li Wei looked at him in a bit of pain and couldn't help but said, do you want to know how I did it? This soft sentence was as loud as a bomb exploded in Stark's ears. What? I saw Stark suddenly moved and grabbed Li Wei's arms with both hands. He was very excited and said, yes, tell me, how did you do it? Your leg, yes, your leg, 497 must have a problem. Stark suddenly leaned down and started to touch Li Wei's legs, but found nothing, just a pair of normal human calves. No, it's impossible, it must be something strange. Li Wei was touched by Stark like this, and there was a chill in his heart. With a movement of his calf, he got rid of Stark and didn't explain anything to him. Ah, yes, sir. Howard took Li Wei and walked into the underground scientific research base together. Definitely Stark is also like a follower, closely following behind them, staring at Li Wei's calf. Underground, Wayne research base. The first thing that caught Li Wei's eyes was a huge amounts of spaceship shelf. It seems that this spaceship has begun to take shape, and the big shelf has come out. Mr. Li, now, this spacecraft is almost ready to be built, and there are only a few key issues that need to be resolved. Listen, what's the key question? The main issue is energy. Even if there is vibranium, it is estimated that it will be difficult to go through the wormhole. Howard pointed to the outer shell of the spacecraft. We still haven't found it yet, which can provide the spacecraft with the energy to travel in the universe for a long time. Using those ordinary energy sources will increase the burden on the spacecraft, which will cause more problems? Howard sighed, looking rather helpless. In this age, the primary factor that cannot build a spacecraft and cannot travel in the universe, it's energy. Without energy, this spacecraft is just a pile of scrap iron. And now that the energy that can drive the spacecraft can be found in Tesseract, there is no need to build a spacecraft with Tesseract. And another method, which has something to do with the Stark family, is the arc reactor. You know that Iron Man's arc reactor is a powerful energy source. It can provide Iron Man with free travel in the universe, and can even fight against Thanos. If that kind of energy is created, it can definitely supply Li Wei's spacecraft to roam freely in the universe. But regarding the arc reactor, Li Wei is also powerless. He didn't know the process by which Tony Stark built the arc reactor. According to the Avengers plot, Tony built the arc reactor, which seems to be very difficult and complicated. Energy. Li Wei stroked his chin, a little helpless. He walked over and had a frame with a spaceship, and felt it smoothly. He is really eager for the spaceship now. Whether you want to find Captain Marvel or collect infinite gems in the future, you need to go to the universe. Now 6 infinite gems, except for the Tesseract turned into by the space gem, may be on Earth. The other 5 are all cats in a corner of the universe. How can I find them if I don't go to the universe? Therefore, spaceships must be built anyway. How about the outer defense of this spacecraft? Li Wei asked suddenly. This is the second question, the hull defense of the spacecraft. Definitely, I told you before. Howard raised his head and looked at Li Wei and said, the materials we have on Earth today can be used to build spaceships, but they are not strong enough to meet your standards. Although, we got a batch of adamantium this, time. But for the parameters and research of this alloy, I still need to go deeper. Snapped. Li Wei suddenly patted the shell of the spaceship in front of him. With a hard effort, the slap marks clearly appeared on the spaceship. The materials used now are simply vulnerable. Wormhole jump? This is really kidding. It would be nice to be able to fly into the sky, but everyone looked at Li Wei speechlessly. This guy, come over and destroy it? She Stark on the side also shrank his head, but he saw it really. This damn thing was a steel diamond alloy, the strongest alloy known on Earth. He actually got an iron palm print directly from his palm. His hands, made of alloy? Not to mention his hand, the power of this palm is also fierce. What kind of person did I offend? She Stark thought a little depressed, but he heard Li Wei saying in his ears, this is really not enough. Howard energy, materials, it won't work. Then, Li Wei entered the spacecraft and took a look. Still very disappointed. We must use vibranium to build this spacecraft, and I think the energy problem can also be solved with vibranium. I think what we lack is not suitable energy, but materials that conduct energy. Li Wei suddenly raised his head and glanced at Howard. His heart desires vibranium more and more. Perhaps all these questions will find answers in Wakanda. They can't, it doesn't mean that gang of niggas can't. After all, they have the strongest black technology in the world, and vibranium? Now the next step is to enter Wakanda. If those niggers don't hand over vibranium, Li Wei will definitely take the toughest approach. He is not a kind person. Let the niggas occupy the resources of vibranium. What did S.H.I.E.L.D think? When Li Wei read the original work, he felt that the United States guys had a lot of brains. Now that he came across by himself, this ghost place must be directly suppressed. I may not have this strength before, but Aquaman plus the Flash plus Wonder Woman is definitely enough. Mr. Li Wei is really smart, but will such a large amount of vibranium, Wakanda, be supplied to us? Relax, Howard. Li Wei said lightly, within a month, I will give you enough vibranium. What? Howard was shocked and dumbfounded. In a month, enough? Is this going to robbery? You only need to be responsible for building the spaceship. Leave the rest to me. Hey. Howard looked at Li Wei with some doubts. In his opinion, it is impossible for vibranium to make a spaceship. But Li Wei said it was okay. He didn't have much to say, and continued, but we still have one thing to solve right away, and that is artificial intelligence. This time, Hydra just sent a gift, but it will take some time to decipher it. To travel in outer space, it is very necessary to have an artificial intelligence that can temporarily pilot a spacecraft. However, in this age, it is still difficult to develop artificial intelligence, especially this kind of AI that can drive spacecraft. Father, Mr. Lee, I have some ideas about artificial intelligence. Stark, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. Howard was stunned, and glanced at his son. What do you think? You are still in school, don't mess with me. Howard directly reprimanded. To be honest, he looked down on his son a bit, although he knew that this guy might be a little clever. But artificial intelligence? Give me a break. This kid can learn to program, thank goodness already. But Li Wei's eyes lit up on the side. How could he forget Tony Stark? This is definitely a genius, a detached genius even more than Howard. Howard, be confident in your son. Li Wei patted Howard on the shoulder and smiled slightly. Let Tony talk about it. Maybe he really has a way. Li Wei knows that, regarding artificial intelligence, Tony has the most say. When making the steel armor, his artificial intelligence steward Favis, but he personally developed artificial intelligence. Later, this guy even created Ultron with Dr. Banner the Hulk. Therefore, Li Wei has confidence in She Stark's words. Even if this kid comes out with an artificial intelligence now, Li Wei will not have the slightest doubt. After all, this is the Iron Man of the future. If this kid now has a way to make an artificial intelligence like J.A.R.V.I.S, then the spacecraft's artificial intelligence problem can be solved. To be honest, Li Wei still has some expectations for She Stark. If he didn't need to go to school, Li Wei had the urge to tie him to his base. Mr. Li Wei. Tony She Stark on the side suddenly bowed to Li Wei affectionately, and then admired. Now I can finally believe that you are indeed a great person. My father is old, his ability is indeed inferior to you, you are much better than him. At least, you are a lot stronger than him. When he said this, he rolled his eyes again angrily. Okay, Tony, Mr. Li Wei and I have no time to sell you here. What's the hurry to say? If this kid weren't his son, Howard would have blasted him out. Do you say that about your father? Father, don't worry, I will show you something first. After Stark finished speaking, he walked directly outside the door. Everyone didn't know what he wanted to do. Li Wei and Howard walked to the window and saw She Stark walk into the garage outside and took out a school bag from their car. After walking into the scientific research base again, he took out his mobile phone from his school bag. Come out and meet people, JARVIS. Snapped. She Stark snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a digital face appeared on the screen of his mobile phone. Then the human face hovered above the phone, vividly and quite realistically. Fuck. Li Wei was shocked, to be honest. This kid, yes. Howard also opened his eyes wide, apparently as if he had met his son for the first time. Boss? The man's head and mouth were closed and he spoke towards Stark, but the voice came from the phone. Father, and Mr. Lee, this is my mobile phone modified by myself, and the artificial intelligence I developed. A group of people were all surprised by Stark's cell phone. This is what you did? Howard looked at his son in disbelief. Stark showed a look of disgust with his father. I didn't do it, could it be you? Howard was almost not blocked by his words. Slap, slap, slap. Li Wei clapped his hands. It was great. Worthy of being the future Iron Man, this guy, yes. Artificial intelligence was made in the university? After the follow-up understanding, Li Wei is almost certain that the artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S developed by Stark himself is as intelligent as the Siri developed by Apple decades later. Moreover, he can eject unreal projections. This kid alone has developed a technology that has surpassed today's technology for decades. This has to show that Tony's history, Stark, is definitely 1-0. Look for flowers. Genius? An absolute genius. A person can surpass the world for decades, which is absolutely incredible. If you add Hydra's information and Howard, you might be able to create an artificial intelligence comparable to JARVIS. And Howard was completely surprised and speechless. He looked at his son tightly. When did you do this? Why don't I know? How could you know? Stark looked at his Laozo with disdain, because this is a gadget I occasionally made when I was studying at school. Occasionally fiddle with gadgets. Li Wei was also stimulated by Stark's pretending words. Is this genius so casual? Where did you do it at school? Howard still didn't believe it. The school's laboratory, definitely, also looked through some of your information. Stark spread his hands, his face relaxed, as if this artificial intelligence seemed to him like an extremely simple thing. Howard was a little irritated. How come I don't know about this? Why didn't you tell me? Cut. Stark pouted. Father, there are so many things you don't know. Howard was shocked. He suddenly realized that he doesn't seem to know his son at all. This kid can develop artificial intelligence? Damn, don't you have to be compared to this kid? No, I must work hard. The arc reactor. Yes, the arc reactor is about to be built. Otherwise, isn't this kid going to ride on his head? Howard's originally sloppy heart was once again stimulated by his son. Then, the phone. Can you show it to me? Howard's face blushed and looked at his son a little embarrassedly. Stark didn't have a slight twist and handed the phone to his father. Ding click. Taking the phone from Stark, Howard studied it carefully. He put Tony's mobile phone on the instrument, and through the analysis of the instrument, a three-dimensional mobile phone model analysis diagram appeared on the big screen. There are dots of light on this screen. Howard moves the mouse, and the cursor on the screen moves accordingly. When the light is clicked, the specific data is completely analyzed. Oh, God. This phone is quite smart. There is already a hint of automatic prototype. Seeing some detailed data of the mobile phone in front of him, Howard's eyes suddenly became energetic, quite exciting. But he still turned his head from time to time and looked at his son. The look in the eyes is quite funny, incredible, comforting, and proud at the same time. 49-7 seems to be saying, I am indeed the son of Howard Stark. How about, old man, do you understand? Would you like me to explain to you? While talking, Stark walked towards Howard. Howard was akimbo, looking like a senior expert. Tony, what do you think you and I do? Your idea is subtle but true, but it is still a bit lacking and not intelligent enough. If you upgrade and strengthen it reasonably, the most fundamental intelligent problem of artificial intelligence can be solved in an instant. Howard used his facial features to tell his son, I am always your father, I know more than you, and I am better than you. Stark is a little speechless. He feels that he really has no common language with his old man. It's all like this. Who is showing this picture to show? Give to me? Stark was disdainful at all. Tony, come and see this. Li Wei turned on a computer next to him. This is some artificial intelligence data pulled from Hydra. The main research of Hydra over the years is the direction of artificial intelligence. So Li Wei wanted to hear Stark's opinion, but Howard frowned slightly. He was about to stop, but his son's eyes seemed to shine there. Oh, my God. My God, this, data, artificial intelligence, intelligent robot. It's so cool. This is a topic I have always wanted to develop. Stark took off his sunglasses and stared at Li Wei with an incredible look. Who researched this? Bright. He subconsciously turned his head to look at his father, but Li Wei waved his hand at him. Tony, don't look at it. This is not your father's research. Not him. Who is that? To be honest, Stark was quite surprised. He also has a lot of time to study artificial intelligence. It can be said that he has a certain say in this aspect. But right now, the information displayed on the computer seemed to have opened a new door for him. War machine people? This is an extremely terrifying idea, but if this topic is successful, it means that the future world structure may change for it. Stark is an unusual dude, so when he saw these materials, he was a little excited. He felt that this guy around his age was really extraordinary. There are such good things? Then, Mr. Lee, these data are... Stark tried to ask. Li Wei definitely knew what he thought, and said lightly, I got it in a scientific research base. Roar, it's okay, it's okay. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Li Wei had invaded the United States Department of Defense. In fact, it is the first time that Li Wei has looked through these data carefully. At Hydra's base a few days ago, he only glanced at it for the first time. Now that he takes a closer look, he feels more and more in his heart that this Hydra is indeed a fanatic. These related artificial intelligence, as well as the research of war machine people, have surpassed the world for decades. It is not a problem at all to have these data to research top artificial intelligence, and to create war machine people. Roar, it's really cheap for me. Li Wei smiled slightly. Just do it? He called Alfred and asked him to call someone over, who was Lucius. Soon, Lucius came to the laboratory. Sir, you called me, what's the matter? Come on, Lucius, look at these drawings and the data. Li Wei separately adjusted Hydra's data and drawings related to war machine people, and then placed them in front of Lucius. Sir, what do you want? Lucius also saw the value of these materials at a glance. I want you to help me create these war machine people, which will be of great use next. Well, yes, sir. Lucius' eyes lit up. As a person loyal to Li Wei, he naturally agreed without hesitation. However, Howard frowned and expressed his concerns. Li, it seems illegal to make these war machine people? Howard had obviously guessed it, creating these war machine people, plus his own artificial intelligence. Li Wei can get a group of extremely powerful steel legions in an instant, and the use of these iron legions is probably to attack Wakanda. Howard. Li Wei looked at him suddenly, smiled faintly. Is it illegal? What is the law? Howard was stunned. He did not understand. In this world, the strong is Wang Fa, and I am the strong. So, I am Dharma. Li Wei's domineering words stunned Howard instantly. To be honest, he seemed to have met Li Wei for the first time. He also suddenly remembered. The first time he met Li Wei that day, he seemed to blow up the strategic science core directly. Is there a fa in this person's eyes? There seems to be none. Old man, you don't seem to be a person who obeys the law. Now you are discussing the law with people. She Stark looked at his father with an extremely weird look, and Howard's face couldn't help but sink. Tony, you go away. Gentlemen. She Stark is not afraid of his father at all. He shrugged towards Li Wei. I think it is quite wrong for you to cooperate with the old man, or else, you cooperate with me? You made this war machine person, you can just give me one. She Stark showed a harmless smile, almost mad at Howard. The father and son were about to quarrel again. Li Wei shook his head. Okay, I'll leave it to you here. I'm upstairs. I have more important things to do. That is to extract Aquaman. This is one thing to increase one's own strength. Li Wei can be said to be a little impatient within the scientific research base. Stark was still arguing with his dad Howard. Wow, old man, no wonder you don't go home, with such a cool partner. If it were me, I won't go home either. Tony's eyes shone a little, and the whole person was indescribably excited, as if there was something fun waiting for him to do. Protruding, he even patted Howard on the shoulder while talking. This time, Howard can be completely offended. Originally, I had a big opinion about my son. This time, I directly exploded. Who is your kid talking to? I'm your father. Get out. Howard pointed at the door with an angry expression on his face. She Stark seems to often annoy Howard, and there is no fear at all, and he still speaks in the air. I am not going out. I am a contributor to the project you want to study. He is determined to stay and study together. 08 By the way, let the war machine people play tricks. Howard was also a little helpless. His own son is his nemesis. He sighed, then waved his hand and said, Okay, you kid, let's go, and leave the rest to me and Mr. Lucius. Howard held the phone and waved his hand to drive Tony away. She Stark remained motionless. Howard suddenly reacted, by the way, don't you need to go to school? It's summer vacation now. Stark was a little contemptuous. Howard coughed, it's summer vacation, don't mess with me, go home and play. Howard is still suspicious of wanting to let his son go. Old man, why are you as naive as a kid? She Stark suddenly came to the computer and pointed to the artificial intelligence data and said, Are you afraid that I will surpass you here, steal your limelight, and make you faceless? What did you say? You. Howard's beard trembled with anger, and finally, in Lucius's smirk, he shook his hand. Okay, you want to stay, right? You kids stay here for me, and I will let you see and let you understand how correct it is that you Laozi is always your Laozi. After hearing what his father said, She Stark was secretly happy in his heart, and he succeeded in his stimulating method. This old man really took it. Then, Howard and his son, as well as the three of Lucius, joined the research on war machine people and artificial intelligence. But downstairs, Li Wei was planning the next series of matters. Wakanda, this is his next goal, so he must arrange in advance. Snapped. Li Wei turned on the computer and started contacting Nick Fury. Soon, Nick Fury's face appeared on the computer screen. Hey, sir, what can I do for you? Nick Fury is now fully involved in the role of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, and the whole person looks very energetic. But Li Wei's words instantly dispelled the boy's arrogant attitude. Nick, do something for me. Yes? Nick's expression receded suddenly, and his eyes fixed on Li Wei, waiting for his next words. Give me the information about Wakanda, and then give it to me. Wakanda, that mysterious country. Nick's expression turned a little weird. Obviously, as a black man, he knew exactly what this place was. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is also familiar with the mysterious country of Africa. Yes, remember, the information must be comprehensive, and give me everything that can be collected. Okay, sir, no problem. Is there anything else? Although Nick is curious about Li Wei's request for Wakanda information, as a competent subordinate, he also knows what to ask and what not to ask. Temporarily unavailable. Li Wei knocked on the table with his hand, just about to close the video, but suddenly thought of something in his mind. Wait. He thought carefully, and suddenly thought of a very crucial place. You look up a person's information for me, and give it to me along with Wakanda's information. Who? Ulysses Crow. Nick, the black question mark, went around in his mind. He just didn't have any impression of this guy. How did the boss know this person? Nick has to sigh. Li Wei's intelligence circle is powerful. He definitely doesn't know that Li Wei knows many things in the Marvel world. Like this Ulysses Crow? This guy is a key person who must have entered Wakanda by himself. Ulysses Crow, in the original book, he is a supervillain and an acoustic physicist. In order to seize the hardest metal sound-absorbing steel on the earth, vibranium, he sneaked into Wakanda and launched a coup. King T'Chaka, who resisted their invasion, died. That is, the old 497 father of Black Panther. However, in the original movie, this guy is a dealer of rare metal materials, specializing in selling all kinds of rare metal materials in the world. Vibranium is one of the metals he sells. This vibranium of Captain America's shield was stolen from Wakanda by this guy. At this time, Ulysses Crow, Li Wei estimated that he should have been in a relationship with the younger brother of the Wakanda king T'Chaka, N'Kobe. This N'Kobe is the spokesperson and diplomat of Wakanda in the outside world. The difference from his older brother Black Panther T'Chaka is that N'Kobe's personality is particularly radical. He does not want Wakanda to be in a corner and hide in Africa. After all, he has such a powerful technology. Conquering the world and helping black talents is the most important thing. Therefore, he likes to do little tricks in private, and all the vibranium circulating in the outside world should be sold from his channel. Through this Ulysses Crow, Li Wei can find N'Kobe and thus have the opportunity to enter Wakanda. Okay, there is no problem. We will start investigating and sorting out the information right away. After the conversation, Li Wei turned off the computer and then started to do something he had been waiting for. Extract heroes? And, R2. Li Wei took out the bat phone. The page that appears above is still the one that was frozen before. Congratulations to the host. Unlock DC superhero Aquaman. Extract or summon. Extract? Li Wei made a choice without hesitation. Aquaman's ability is better to be mastered by yourself. After extracting the choice, Li Wei instantly felt a wave of waves coming towards him. In front of him, there seemed to be an extremely deep blue light flashing. Then, this faint blue light instantly entered his body. With the entrance of the blue light, his whole body has been transformed countless times, and the earth-shaking changes have taken place once again. The first is perception, which is more acute and powerful than before. Then came the body. Li Wei's body grew taller abruptly, marching toward 190 centimeters, but it didn't look tall, because his body was quite burly. The legs look slender and straight, while the chest muscles and abdominal muscles are more obvious. The whole person is undoubtedly much stronger than before. Especially his arms, the muscles on them are well proportioned and strong, and they are full of a sense of strength ready to go. Li Wei believes that with a punch now, he is estimated to be able to shoot a strong man like Robin directly out of 100 meters, exploding all over his body. This is his current perverted strength. Li Wei now looks like a strong man of 1.9 meters. However, these are not the biggest changes. The biggest change is Li Wei's own legs. Buzzing. The muscles on his calf seemed to be beating non-stop, like countless hearts, with vitality and explosive power. It is the perfect leg shape that mankind hopes for. The legs seemed to be sucking in that roar, with amazing reaction and perception. Super endurance, super strength, super senses, super reaction, super speed, super endurance, these seem to be bestowed by the legs. The skin seems to become abnormally moist, as if there is a layer of mist at all times. Li Wei closed his eyes and felt his own changes deeply. This is different from the superb power of the Flash, but a metamorphosis of the body from the inside out, which is undoubtedly more powerful than the super soldier serum. It's cool. This is Aquaman. Li Wei murmured, and then his eyes opened suddenly, a light blue light flashed. If he used to be able to abuse his opponents with a bug-like speed, now he is undoubtedly powerful in the true sense. Aquaman is more powerful than Aquaman Arthur. Because his physical fitness is stronger, his speed is faster, and his mind has inherited Batman's genes, which is perfect. Wow. Li Wei felt the power of Aquaman in his body, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows in his room, pushed with both hands, and directly pushed the floor-to-ceiling windows open. Let me see the true strength of Aquaman. Taste? The red and yellow electric lights flashed, and Li Wei's figure had disappeared. In the next second, he appeared on a cliff by the sea. This cliff is the most dangerous location on the seashore, and no one has ever been up. Roar. Standing on the cliff, Li Wei stretched his arms, feeling the rolling sea below, the rolling waves constantly rising on the sea, as if calling something. They are uninterrupted for fear of hitting the cliff, making a rumbling sound like a muffled thunder. Feeling the vibration from the cliff, Li Wei experienced the power of the ocean and the power of the ocean. This is a kind of ocean charm that he has never experienced before. Dripping water can wear stones. The flood can destroy the world. This is the sea. The previous Li Wei did not inherit the power of Aquaman, so he has no such feeling at all. And now, he felt that there was quite cordial. The waves were blowing on the face, and there was a feeling of returning to nature. It's wonderful. Is this the call of the ocean? Li Wei lowered his head and looked down. In his own eyes, several people's file-sized stones were as small as a beetle. This shows how high the cliff is. If it's someone else, I might start to feel dizzy and feel dizzy when I look at it. My legs become soft, and then I fall off. But Li Wei's heart is extremely peaceful. He has an urge, a feeling of wanting to jump into the sea at once and swim freely. Roar! The next moment, Li Wei jumped and rolled into the surging waves. Boom! Just seeing the splash of water, Li Wei seemed to be swallowed by the waves. But Li Wei's legs were only slightly avoided, but the whole person was already like a torpedo, going through the sea wantonly, even faster than the torpedo. Horn! Li Wei travels endlessly in the ocean, feeling his speed in the ocean. This is Aquaman's super endurance, which allows him to be completely unaffected by the temperature, depth, water pressure, etc. in the sea. In the sea, Li Wei is almost flat on the ground. The endless roar sucks, so that he doesn't feel suffocated at all. On the contrary, it makes him feel more comfortable than land. Amphibious roar sucks. This is another unique ability of Aquaman. It can suck roar freely on land and underwater, relying on his skin. And the effect of body change is perfectly reflected when traveling through the sea. He thought it was a swimming fish. His legs were more flexible than a fish's tail fin, and his powerful arms were countless times more useful than a fish's dorsal fin. When swimming, Li Wei's streamlined figure completely removes the resistance of the sea, allowing him to swim unimpeded in the ocean. Sure enough to be the overlord of the sea. This is simply invincible. Who else is my opponent in the sea? Li Wei feels more relaxed. He feels that he is now more invincible than land. Looking around, the world he controlled was so wonderful and dreamy that it exploded. The faint blue underwater world, the beautiful and deep ocean, the dense land that everyone in the world can find out, is now in full view by Li Wei. Around him, there are 6 colored corals with no words, and various underwater creatures. They live freely in the sea, carefree. Wow! Countless creatures passed by him, even great white sharks and giant whales, all cast surrender eyes at Li Wei. All marine creatures can't hide in Li Wei's eyes. This is a super sense organ that can be seen in the dark sea and heard a few miles away with the sirens. Even, he can understand the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of these creatures. That is telepathy with various marine life. Li Wei, who owns Aquaman, can understand the mind of every sea creature, communicate with them, and control them for his own use. Countless creatures gathered towards Li Wei. In the end, a huge amounts of Mono Zhao encircled circle was formed beside him. Great white sharks, giant whales, giant squids, the countless creatures at the top of the ocean food chain swept toward Li Wei and bowed their bodies, as if welcoming them the king. Yes, the king of the ocean, Li Wei. After he received Aquaman's extraction, he was the king of the sea in this world, the only master. Spread it away. Li Wei waved his hand, and immediately, countless creatures swam away reluctantly. Before leaving, they all cast their kindest farewell search towards Li Wei. This is pure marine life. Boom. But at this moment, under the ground, there was a sudden surging sound of huge amounts of, as if something was breaking through the ground. Bar? Li Wei's eyes condensed, and the marine creatures who had just left were all a little panicked. Wow! Countless waves are surging, and the entire ocean is completely chaotic. Various creatures are wailing there. Li Wei can hear the fear in their hearts. Obviously, there is something awesome about to be born. Boom! Just as Li Wei was thinking, a giant white shadow rushed towards him. The strong water waves caused huge amounts of impact, and countless marine creatures directly faced each other and were strangled by this force. The blood, all at once filled the bottom of the sea. The smell of blood, even the countless creatures on the seabed, completely started to fight. Li Wei felt the coming of this powerful killing intent, and it was obvious that the goal was himself. Strong waves of sea water surged towards him. In an instant, Li Wei finally saw the behemoth rushing towards him. What is it? Shark? A shark whose tail cannot be seen with huge amounts of. Li Wei inspected it visually, and the shark was almost 20 to 30 meters in length. The shark's skin was full of muddy smell, and it seemed to have been sleeping on the bottom of the sea for countless years. Unlike the white appearance of the great white shark, the skin of this shark is gray, full of prehistoric and ancient atmosphere. Gives people a sense of extreme danger. Is this a megalodon? Li Wei was a little shocked. When his legs were swinging, he rushed out for countless meters, and the shark's attack was flashed. Wow! Megalodon 510 opened its mouth wide and bit down instantly. Boom! Countless marine creatures were swallowed into his stomach at once, and even with countless sea water, they desperately poured into his mouth. But its eyes are staring at Li Wei not far away at this time. Obviously, it thought it was going to hit a blow, and was actually avoided by the other party, so its ferocious little eyes were full of differences. It really is a megalodon. Li Wei's pupils shrank, and he finally saw the true face of the giant ocean beast in front of him. The 40-meter-long huge body is absolutely domineering in the ocean. The key is that his row of teeth is comparable to the alloy gate, sharp as jagged. Just now Li Wei saw it with his own eyes, a 6-7-meter-long one. The killer whale was swallowed directly by him. Unexpectedly, there really is such a prehistoric creature. Li Wei couldn't help but took a breath. This megalodon is an ancient predator of the ocean. This shark is an average of 14 meters long and 40 tons in weight. Some of the vertebrate fossils of Megalodon have been discovered, which are much larger than those of great white sharks. It is speculated that it may have a variety of more than 20 to 30 meters. This creature is also one of the creatures with the strongest bite force, ABK, found in the history of the Earth. The maximum bite force is estimated to be 20 tons. Its mouth bite force even exceeds that of Tyrannosaurus rex, and it can easily bite whales. Ribs. This powerful creature lived from the late Oligocene 15 million years ago to the early Pleistocene 2.6 million years ago. It is praised by many paleontologists as the most powerful creature in the history of the Earth. This is a stronger existence than Tyrannosaurus. Unexpectedly, Li Wei saw it. Hold head high. Huge amounts of roar waves emitted from the mouth of the Megalodon. It was quite dissatisfied with Li Wei's breath. The aura exuding from the tiny human body in front of him made it very upset. This is a very long-lasting feeling, as if one wants to listen to this little creature in front of him. This made the Megalodon feel a threat. Roar! The breath of killing spread, and countless creatures began to attack each other the moment the Megalodon appeared. The entire seabed has been completely messed up. A trace of anger flashed through Li Wei's eyes. Alright, the new official has 3 fires and uses your blood to celebrate my glory on the Aquaman throne. Above Li Wei's body, a wave of invisible ripples suddenly appeared. The ripples spread uncontrollably, silently, but all living things were sensed. The beluga and tiger sharks that were fighting and killing, and the great white sharks swallowing small shrimps all stopped their movements, and then their fierce expressions receded and became extremely docile. All creatures stopped fighting, and looked back at the man floating in the center of the ocean, exuding ripples that made them surrender. Telepathy, the magical skill of Aquaman, can control all creatures in the ocean, including megalodons. Surrender me, or die. Li Wei directly invaded the megalodon's mind with sound waves. This huge amounts of marine monsters suddenly roared there. Too painful. Long ago painful memories eroded its mind all at once. It's this kind of breath that makes it feel scared. It's coming again. Roar! The water waves on the bottom of the sea were surging endlessly, and the original ferocious eyes of the megalodon turned blood red. It stared at Li Wei firmly, trying to swallow him in one bite. It has not been tamed, nor is it willing to surrender. In that case, then, it seems that you chose to die, right? As soon as Li Wei's voice fell, the power in his body was instantly frozen in his hands. Then, boom! Punch! The fist carrying the super soldier serum, the power of lightning, and the power of Aquaman slammed on the huge body of the megalodon. Rumble! The endless sea water instantly repelled out, and the megalodon huge amounts of body revolved on the bottom of the sea. A dazzling red bloodstream dyed the seabed red in an instant. This is the blood of a megalodon. The megalodon's abdomen was punched by Li Wei forcibly. All the creatures around, showing a touch of fear, shivered there. Including beluga whales and great white sharks, they all floated in the ocean, with humanized fear shining in their eyes. Get me up. Li Wei tore his hands fiercely, and then the whole body's strength surged. The sea water loomed out in an instant. Boom! Huge amounts of power spread all over his body, and the sea water was constantly rising upwards. Li Wei directly supported the huge body of the megalodon shark and drained the endless sea water below the ground. He lifted the megalodon up on the bottom of the sea, and lifted out of the sea. Boom! 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 Countless waves continue to beat, forming a huge amounts of vortex. At the very center of the vortex is Li Wei with the megalodon body in his hands. He is like a god, coming out from the sea level. Hold head high. The moment the water came out, the megalodon roared in pain, and the moment Li Wei hit his body with his fist, it already felt a breath of death. It is terrified. It began to beg for mercy, but obviously, it's too late. Boom! The waves are rising and overwhelming. The entire Atlantic Ocean was completely chaotic, like a tsunami, with countless waves of more than 10 meters high. Boom! In the end, all the waves fell, knocking the sea level out of countless vortexes, and after the vortexes dissipated, a picture that no one dared to imagine was revealed. A man, barefoot, holding up a huge shark dozens of times larger than his body, walking forward on the waves. He just walked on the sea level step by step. Behind him, countless giant whales, sharks, and sea turtles all surrendered under his feet. The whole ocean is in harmony. As if it calmed down in an instant. Now, urgently interrupt a piece of news. Due to unexplained ocean convection, the sea level on the north coast of the Atlantic Ocean has risen. The northern coast of Los Angeles will likely trigger a tsunami. Please stay away from the Atlantic coast. The seabed is shaking too much, and it has attracted the attention of the outside world. Butler Alfred, Robin, and others were also shocked by this sudden ocean sound. They all stood on the coast of Wayne Manor, staring sadly at the huge waves that suddenly rolled up. I don't know, Master. Where did you go? Yeah, this tsunami is coming. The manor is not guaranteed. Alfred and Robin frowned, looking at the huge waves that were constantly surging in front of them, one after another, as if to swallow the entire coast. Boom! Just when they were all horrified by the waves, a huge wave rising into the sky made them all a little desperate. The waves rushed into the air. The big wave couldn't see the side at all, watching the wave traverse towards Wayne Manor. Robin covered his face and couldn't believe it. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver opened their mouths wide, which was completely unacceptable. But what shocked them even more was that behind Li Wei, there were countless whales and great white sharks. They formed a neat and orderly array, following not too close, as if flocking Li Wei back to the land. Boom! Li Wei kicked his feet on the sea abruptly, causing huge waves, and the others had soared into the sky, hovering in the air like an eagle, and finally landed on the shore. As for the Megalodon, Li Wei has been like a dead dog and went directly to the shoreline. Boom! The Megalodon huge amounts of body hit the ground, splashing countless flying sand and walking stones, but it is clear that this ancient overlord of the prehistoric has been completely dead. It was punched to death by Li Wei. This, definitely the price to offend Aquaman. Roar! Countless marine creatures all surfaced and made an extremely humanized bowing motion to Li Wei, and then reluctantly returned to the ocean. 0. Look for flowers. There was a dead silence in the audience, except for the roar's howling sea breeze. There was no more sound. Although Li Wei's whole body was completely wetted by the sea water, his body was still as straight as a javelin, and the curve was perfectly carved like marble. The faces that Scarlet Witch looked at were a little hot. Go home. Nothing good looking, grilled shark tomorrow. Li Wei smiled slightly at the dumbfounded subordinates. Wonder Woman was the first to react, shook her head slightly, and then stared at Li Wei firmly and said, "You are stronger again." "Yes, my Diana. Your master has become stronger again, so, you have to work harder." 0. Li Wei walked to Wonder Woman and patted her fragrant shoulder slightly. Wonder Woman's face changed slightly, but she nodded solemnly, "Yes, sir." "Well, let's go home." Li Wei recruited Roar and a group of people. Robin turned his head and looked at the Megalodon on the coastline, and couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. Then, staring at Li Wei's back, all showed a deep sense of fear. Who would have thought that the tsunami just now was caused by the man in front of him? And, actually let the sea creatures completely surrender. In this short midnight, everyone did not know what happened, but they knew that Li Wei's strength was unfathomable. "You deserve to be young, master." Robin sighed there, and glanced at the butler Alfred, and both laughed bitterly at random. Compared with Li Wei, they are weaker than ordinary people. Fortunately, this is their master, not the enemy. Drop, drop, drop. Li Wei took a shower and returned to the room, but the bat phone rang again. Li Wei unlocked a DC hero, but in fact, defeated Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. He unlocked both. There is also a DC hero, it's time to unlock it. Li Wei definitely did not forget, but for this DC hero, Li Wei did not choose to extract, but summon. Because she is female. Some time has passed since the earthquake storm in New York State. As if this had never happened, the news only said that there was a sudden small earthquake that caused no casualties. As for the truth of the matter, who cares about busy people? And those who know the facts have either signed confidentiality agreements and were sent to other bases, or they have been buried underground. Of course, the top military and government personnel who led this incident are not among them, and they are still alive and well. And the subsequent treatment, as Natasha said, the military and the government took a silent approach. As if this did not happen, it is clear that Natasha understands the psychology of these senior politicians, and Nick is clear about it. It was another leisurely day, and Fang Han was fishing and playing with Thor and Tony on the beach. The beach at night, the neon shining shore, the sea is also brightly lit. There are many rich people here. Most of the rich have their own private yachts. This beach is a famous gathering place for the rich. Dignitaries often appear here. Tony looked at Fang Han, who was grilling sea fish, took out a small gift box from his pocket and said, "Hey, your birthday present." Fang Han glanced at Tony, surprised. "You actually know my birthday?" Fang Han smiled happily. "Of course. Well, I asked Carol." Tony told the truth. "Okay, can I take it apart?" Fang Han took the small gift box and asked. Please feel free," Tony said. Fang Han opened the small gift box, and inside was a key with an address. "This is the key to a villa. The location is not far from here. Beautiful villa by the sea. I think you will love that," Tony explained. "Oh, Tony, I'm afraid I'll hate my lakeside cottage going on like this." Fang Han smiled and hugged Tony. "Thank you, I like your gift very much." Tony nodded, then gave way. Next came Thor, who and Jane also gave Fang Han a gift box containing photos of the Six and a book Jane particularly liked, as well as a bracer from Thor. Of course, Carol also gave Fang Han a birthday present, a very beautiful belt and a suit, which Carol personally selected. "Wow, today I think it will be my happiest day this year. No, the happiest day of my decade, and also my happiest birthday, except for Carol. For the first time I have so many friends with me," Fang Han said. "Carlson has a mission that can't come, and he asked me to give this to you," Tony said and handed a rectangular gift box to Fang Han. "Oh, Captain America's treasured card. He was willing to give this to me." Fang Han was really shocked. This is Carlson's lifeblood. He finally put together a complete set, and actually divided himself into 3. "You're his good friend," Tony said. This gift is really precious," Fang Han said with a smile. "Yes, this is probably the most expensive gift." The others laughed too. After all, Carlson's baby. Everyone is clear. At night, Fang Han and Carol said goodbye to everyone, and the two went to the seaside villa that Tony gave them, and their transportation was the car that Tony gave them. Yes, the one that Fang Han carried back to Alabama. After entering the villa, Fang Han and Carol looked at each other. Carol returned upstairs, and Fang Han walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of wine, even if it was in the dark villa, but Fang Han and Carol seemed to be in the daytime, not bothered by the darkness. Taking out a wine glass and pouring a little wine, Fang Han came to the sofa with the wine glass and sat down, and said, I think, this is the villa that Tony gave me, and I didn't invite other friends to come, so, the friend opposite, what is your intention? It is worthy of Mr. Fang Han, this powerful perception power makes me admire. A voice came from the opposite side of the pitch darkness. Ignoring the darkness, Fang Han saw the appearance of the person on the other side, how to say, he couldn't see his face. This man was wearing a purple tight striped outfit, only a few holes in his face, and a thick raised metal hoop on his head, metal bracers on his hands, and a black fur coat and leather pants over the purple tights. This outfit is really indescribable. Inside is a full purple tights, outside is a leather black coat, a belt with a magazine tied around the waist, and leather boots with a golden long barrel of fleece on his feet. Oh, you are here. I really don't know how to describe it. Wearing a dress at night really won't scare the little girl. Fang Han's face was a little strange. This person, dressed in summer, isn't it hot? Okay. The person on the other side also didn't expect Fang Han to ask this question, and he seemed a little embarrassed. Well, ignore this question for now and explain your intentions. What are your intentions when you came to me? Fang Han said. He didn't want to talk too much nonsense with such a guy. It was only right to let him explain his intentions as soon as possible and then get out. This guy was also very blunt when he heard Fang Han's words, and said, since Mr. Fang Han likes to be straightforward, then I might as well say it straight to the point. First of all, introduce myself. My name is Heinrich Zima, the patriarch of the Zima family. Mr. Fang Han can become my Baron Zima. Baron Zima? Heinrich, are you a nobleman? Fang Han asked. Yes. Baron Zima said. Fang Han feels as if he has heard this name somewhere. The main Marvel Universe world is a bit big. He hasn't watched many movies. He can only recall. Well, Baron Zima, what are you looking like when you enter my house late at night? Fang Han couldn't think of it, so he didn't want to. Anyway, this one called Heinrich would definitely say no. I hope that Mr. Fang Han can join our organization. Baron Zima said. Your organization? Why should I join an organization that is not shining in the limelight? Fang Han tilted his head. Our organization is not a shady organization. On the contrary, we are a strong, great organization with a glorious tradition and countless like-minded allies. Baron Zima became feverish as he spoke. Okay, so, what's your organization called? Fang Han asked. Cut off one head and grow two more to replace it. Baron Zima said. Fang Han narrowed his eyes. Oh, Hydra. Mara's miraculous technique also stretched Li Wei's brows. Interesting. Li Wei stared at the red ocean map, which was changing rapidly. Faces of different faces appeared on it. Each of these faces occupies every aspect of the ocean territory, and Li Wei instantly understands that the owner of these faces seems to be the king of all races in this ocean area. Li Wei knows that in the ocean of DC, there are 7 seas, and they are the 7 tribes of Atlantis. The ocean of DC, that in Marvel have already integrated. In other words, the current ocean is the area after integration. Mara's hand also gave Li Wei a very clear understanding of Mara's strength. Water control ability is indeed very powerful. Relying only on his wonderful control over this bottle of alcohol, one can imagine how terrifying it would be if he controls a bottle of water. The leaders of these tribes in front of them, any -08 small places on those faces, showed perfection. The ocean map is reduced completely in accordance with the scale. If it is converted according to a certain scale, it is not bad. Just as Li Wei secretly admired Mara's strength, Mara's light voice suddenly rang in his ears. Boss, the first thing that is different is the change of race. 8 races. 8th. The 7 tribes of DC, plus the original Marvel tribe? Nothing wrong? Li Wei nodded, and then Mara began to explain to Li Wei what the ocean in the Marvel world has become. It turned out that with the arrival of Aquaman Arthur's power, the whole Atlantis family followed. The reason? Perhaps Arthur is the owner of the Golden Trident. And the Golden Trident. It is the symbol of the entire Atlantis. It can be said that whoever owns the Golden Trident is the king of the Atlantis clan in the DC universe. Although Li Wei is now Aquaman, he does not have a Golden Trident. The ocean will not recognize it. Marine life is an exception. So the arrival of the Trident brought the whole Atlantis clan to the Marvel world along with it. And following that, there was another person, and that was Aquaman Arthur's younger brother Om. The fame and status of this Om is actually comparable to that of Thor's younger brother Loki in the Marvel world. They have excellent combat effectiveness, dominance over the kingdom, and cohesion and control over the army. And they also have a common feature, that is, they like to find their brother, and they have crazy enthusiasm for the throne. After this Om came to the Marvel world, he saw the current situation in the Marvel world and felt that the humans in the Marvel world were even more hateful. They disrespect the ocean even more than the humans in the DC universe, and the damage to the ocean is even greater. He also saw the Atlantis in the Marvel world. How weak is it? Therefore, Om is determined now to integrate the 2 worlds of the DC universe Atlantis and the Marvel universe Atlantis, and merge the strongest power of the Atlantis clan. After that, several tribes were formed. This is the absolute master of the ocean today. It is so. It seems that I will not only inherit Aquaman's ability, but also his position. Li Wei suddenly understood why Mara would follow, which obviously complemented each other. The current overlord of the ocean, like the DC universe, is Aquaman Arthur's younger brother Om. This guy has been waiting for an opportunity to attack the mainland, and now he is in the ocean, implementing his plan. And Mera, obviously does not want to see the ocean and the mainland meet each other. So as soon as she appeared, she couldn't wait to propose to Li Wei that he should conquer the ocean, just like Aquaman's plot. Because he possesses the power of Aquaman Arthur, it means that Li Wei may obtain the golden trident and become the true king of the ocean. Thus became the lord of the 7 seas, 8 seas. If the boss can become the master of the 8 seas, there will be no war between the ocean continents and the world will be peaceful. Mera looked at Li Wei and said, "How about, boss? Do you now have ideas about conquering the ocean and becoming the overlord of the ocean?" Wow. After the introduction, Mera waved his palm, and all the wine entered the bottle without leaking, as if everything just now seemed to be a dream. And the bottle of red wine fell into Mera's hands all at once, and she put the bottle on the table again. Quite cool show operation. But Li Wei shook his head. "Listen, Mera. Ocean, I will definitely conquer, but not now. Before this, I have more important things to do. Wakanda, this is the area that Li Wei is currently attacking most urgently. Although conquering the ocean sounds more brilliant, it takes a bite to eat and the road has to go step by step. Li Wei has absolute confidence in conquering the ocean, so he is not in a hurry. Okay, but can you give me an exact time?" Mera stared at Li Wei. Li Wei thought for a moment, and then said, "At most 1 month. 1 month later, I will take you back to the ocean. A word is definite. Bright? 510. Mera stretched out her picture-perfect Beifeng palm. "A word is a deal." Snapped. Li Wei slapped her in the palm, and a smile appeared at the corner of Mera's mouth. In her opinion, this was Li Wei's assurance to her. In fact, she is not so worried about Aum launching an offensive on the mainland now, because this guy has just come to build a foothold in this world now, and his foundation is not stable. Moreover, not all kings of other countries obeyed his orders, and not all Atlantis people wanted to wage war with the mainland. Aum still hasn't completely conquered the original Atlantis in this world. These are the problems facing the fellow Aum. It takes a lot of time and energy to solve all these things, so he has no time for duplication now. Attack on the mainland. Thinking too much? Li Wei has obtained this information from Mera. That's why he is not in a hurry. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door of Wayne Manor. Alfred had to go over and open the door. Butler, good morning? Nick Fury raised up the information in his hand. "I am sending Wakanda information to the boss. Nick, come to my study." When Nick Fury arrives at Wayne Manor, Li Wei has already perceived it. Now his perception power, after being extracted by Aquaman, has reached an unbelievably abnormal level. If it is passive perception, it can radiate a range close to 1 kilometer, and if Li Wei actively diverges, it is estimated that within tens of kilometers is not a problem. "Okay, boss." Nick quickly followed Alfred's footsteps and walked into Li Wei's study with the housekeeper. Li Wei was wearing a nightgown, sitting casually in the study, pointing to the seat in front of him and saying, "Sit down, Nick." "Yes?" After Nick Fury sat down, he handed a briefcase in his hand to Li Wei. "Boss, there is all the information you want in it. There are also 2 small briefcases, one of which contains Wakanda's information." Nick Fury took out 2 file bags and shook them in front of Li Wei. "There is another one, the file of the boss you want me to find, Ulysses Scraw." Speaking of this, Nick Fury suddenly raised his brows and smiled, then leaned forward, put his hand on his mouth, and said as if whispering, "Moreover, I have left a bit more thoughtful, and sent someone to stare at him. Live him." Li Wei glanced at Nick with interest, and suddenly smiled. "Good job. Yesterday Li Wei didn't tell him to stare at Ulysses Crow." Unexpectedly, Nick would be very involved, as expected to be the SHIELD director in the future. He is quite familiar with this kind of show operation. Then it's easy to grab him. "However, I have to remind you," Li Wei suddenly said, "this guy is an important person, and, quite crucial, he is also quite cunning. Don't stun the snake." This is definitely. Nick has a confident face. If this kind of trivial matter can't be handled well, those guys don't need to stay with us s.h.i.e.l.d. Well, you know it. To be honest, Li Wei is quite relieved about Nick's ability. After all, he is very ability. Correct. Nick suddenly lowered his voice. "Boss, please forgive me for being unreasonable, and I would take the liberty to ask. Wakanda is a very mysterious country. I have never dealt with any other country. If I investigate them so suddenly, does the boss want to cooperate with them?" A look of interest appeared on Nick's face. This guy is full of a strong thirst for knowledge about the unknown. Li Wei did not hide him. "Nick, as the director of s.h.i.e.l.d, you must have a certain understanding of this Wakanda. Do you think this country is really a closed and backward agricultural country?" Li Wei opened the briefcase and flipped through the information in it, while communicating with Nick. No, on the contrary. That's why I want to report to the boss. According to the intelligence obtained by our agent in every possible way." Nick Fury leaned against the chair. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. This Wakanda's technology is very advanced, and it can even be said to be quite advanced. Moreover, this country is extremely rich, and their science and technology have even exceeded and advanced. US? Speaking of this, Nick could not help but pause. "Also, the country of Wakanda gives me a very strange feeling. What they showed, may be just the tip of the iceberg." At the end, Nick Fury sighed suddenly and rubbed his temples. "Your intuition is not wrong. This country is indeed quite mysterious. That's why I became interested in them. Li Wei has read Wakanda's investigation documents, and they are basically consistent with what he knows, and even he knows more than the information. Obviously, what the original work reveals is all the secrets of Wakanda, and vibranium is all of them. Does the boss want to exchange science and technology with them and conduct transactions? Nick Fury pushed his hand forward and shrugged his shoulders. I don't believe that, boss, you are so boring. Moreover, according to the information I have received, these guys are quite difficult to contact, and even exclude outsiders, including me like them. Race? They seem to be born to reject people outside the country. Nick said angrily. It was obvious that he suffered a dark loss in the hands of the Wakanda. Haha, I definitely won't be so boring. Li Wei put the materials on the table, lay back, leaning on his seat and said, my hobby is to conquer them. The few words that Nick was about to say were abruptly swallowed by Li Wei after saying these words. Conquer them? Very confident words. And from his tone and actions, Nick can see that there are only 4 words that are reflected with confidence. Li Wei has strong confidence in conquering Wakanda. In that case, the strength behind him? Nick Fury couldn't help but took a breath, and then gave Li Wei a thumbs up directly. This guy's emotional intelligence and reaction are not unpleasant, and conquer them? This is really a good idea. As expected of the boss, really amazing. Nick, this guy desperately slapped Li Wei, flattering, but Li Wei waved his hand. There is one more thing. Li Wei thought a little bit. This time, US.H.I.E.L.D. don't have to intervene, I will deal with it myself. Okay. Nick Fury was a little relieved. You are the boss, what do you say? I definitely support it unconditionally. Li does. He was actually very happy to hear that Li Wei would not let S.H.I.E.L.D. deal with Wakanda. He also read the information last night. If Li Wei wants to use S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with Wakanda, the S.H.I.E.L.D. that has just been established may be directly destroyed. This is obviously not what Nick wants to see. Well, your task at the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D., is to keep my eyes on this fellow Ulysses Scrawl. What's the matter? Report to me immediately. Maybe I will do something to this guy in 2 days. When talking about this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Okay boss, then I'm leaving. Nick Fury is doing things very fast. He stands up and wants to leave. But after walking a few steps, I suddenly thought of something, patted my head, and walked back. Why did I forget such an important thing? By the way, boss, I have one more thing to tell you. Mouth? What's the matter? Li Wei stared at Nick curiously, but Nick pointed out the door. Warrior, the guy you gave me. He has been treated, and now his mind has recovered, but he made a request. He wanted to see you. I brought him here without your consent. He has been waiting outside the manor in my car. Nick scratched his head in embarrassment, but Li Wei's brows couldn't help but a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Very well, there is no one to use Zhengxiao. This ready-made manpower is here. Sending Wonder Woman Quicksilver to deal with Ulysses Crow, to be honest, a little overkill. As for Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, I feel a little worried about going to Li Wei alone. If there was Winter Soldier's help, Ulysses Screw would definitely be there. After all, this guy has a mechanical arm, and ordinary super soldiers are not his opponents. This is the future Captain America, the Winter Soldier, with no level. How can it be so important? Go, take me to meet the Winter Soldier. Soon, Li Wei and Nick Fury came to the lobby on the first floor. Winter Soldier had already been led by Alfred to the living room. Open? Winter Soldier threw a military salute at Li Wei, bowed, looking respectful to Li Wei. Obviously, he already knew what happened from Nick's mouth. However, he still needs to confirm it in person. 510. Bucky, you don't need to be so polite. Bucky is the name of Winter Soldier, and Winter Soldier is just a code name for his superhero. Li Wei waved his hand, but Winter Soldier said solemnly, Sir, I know you destroyed Hydra, I just want to confirm it. Hey, I saw you, Hydra is now wiped out. Li Wei smiled. Winter Soldier also stood up straight, as if struggling in his heart. After a long time he said, thank you. These 2 words contain countless sadness and bitterness. Although it is 2 words, it has extraordinary meaning. I said, no need. What are your plans for the future? Li Wei looked at Bucky, and Bucky raised his eyebrows, as if he had made some kind of decision. If your husband doesn't dislike my crippled body, I am willing to join SHIELD. From now on you will be my boss. Winter Soldier's answer was very straightforward. Definitely, this is what Li Wei hopes to see. After this guy recovered his sanity, he was indeed an extremely sane person. However, I have one more request. Bucky suddenly raised his head. Li Wei squinted his eyes, but quickly reacted. Captain America? Steve Rogers, do you want me to save him? Winter Soldier's originally indifferent face suddenly became a little excited. Is he still alive? Well, alive. And I know he is there. What? Winter Soldier's pupils suddenly widened. Li Wei looked at Winter Soldier's eyes, and he saw a touch of long-lost excitement and popularity from the opponent's face. The previous Winter Soldier, like a robot with no emotions, did not seem to be angry at all. But now, when the name Captain America appeared, Winter Soldier seemed to be alive. After all, he and Captain America are not only dead brothers who have been playing since childhood, but also, decades ago, during World War II, when Captain America had not been injected with serum, whenever he was injured, Bucky always appeared in front of him. To protect him, even tell him, I will always protect you. Later Captain America injected super serum and became a superhero. As the powerful captain of the United States, he began to protect his good brother Bucky. In Captain America 2, Winter Soldier became the agent of Hydra. After being brainwashed, he did a damaging thing and brought back the memory of Winter Soldier's past. This is also the sentence "I will always protect you forever." This is a pair of brothers who can be handed to each other's back. Li Wei definitely understands the emotions between two people, so he will know that what Winter Soldier wants to request must be this. Where is he now? With a hoarse voice, Winter Soldier rushed to Li Wei's body, with a pleading on his face. He squeezed Li Wei's arm tightly with both hands. His eyes are extremely blood red. It looks a bit biting. Sorry, I can't tell you now. Boom! Li Wei's arms shook, and Winter Soldier ejected out like flying. But I can assure you that he is not dead. He is fine, and I will definitely save him. Li Wei looked at Winter Soldier flying in the air, staring at him with a man's attitude. Abe. Winter Soldier nodded in the air. Okay, I believe you. Duh. Winter Soldier turned over and landed directly. Step on? However, his whole body was completely uncontrollable and took a few steps back, with a touch of horror on his face. The man in front of me is so strong? He was not the opponent's opponent at all, and the random shock of both arms just now almost didn't make him vomit blood directly. Winter Soldier can feel the superpower that's surging out. That's why he would believe Li Wei's words. Any other things? Li Wei said lightly. Winter Soldier shook his head. Nothing. Well, now there is a task for you. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense. He used the information about Ulysses Crow in the briefcase Nick gave him just now in front of Winter Soldier. Take this person, Ulysses Crow, with you. Come in front of me. Give you 3 days, can you do it? Li Wei's expression became serious. Some things he knows are very important to me. What? Winter Soldier didn't say a word, took the file bag and began to look through it. Nick has sent someone to stare at this guy. All you have to do is to bring him back here. With that, Li Wei pointed to Nick and Fury who were on the sidelines. When you act, ask Nick where he is now. Well, okay, I get it. Winter Soldier nodded, guaranteed to complete the mission. Winter Soldier patted his chest, but he seemed to have thought of something, and his movements became a little sluggish. Wait a minute, boss, you say, you, who else besides me? And her, come in, Natasha Romanoff. Li Wei shouted at the door, get to know you, after all, you will have a lot of opportunities for cooperation in the future. Winter Soldier turned his head and looked at the approaching Black Widow. A flash of intuition suddenly flashed through his heart. This woman is not easy. While Winter Soldier was observing Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff was also observing him. She nodded towards Bucky. Long time no see, Hydra agent? It's you? Bucky suddenly remembered that this woman had performed tasks with him. Are you the creator of the Red Room? Winter Soldier asked in disbelief. Natasha Romanoff nodded. However, now I am Mr. S person. It's him who got me out of the sea of suffering? Natasha Romanoff cast a grateful look at Li Wei. Li Wei smiled. Well, now is not the time to reminisce. You are on the plane, and some have time to communicate. Now, let's take a look at your mission this time. Boom! Just as Natasha Romanoff caught Ulysses' scraw, the door, there was a sudden violent roar. It was like something exploded. Li Wei frowned, and then he heard a very familiar scream. Our future, Comrade Iron Man, seems to be in trouble. Oh, my god, help. What is this? It hurts me to death. Oh fuck. She-Stark yelled outside the door, but Li Wei laughed. He could already imagine what happened to She-Stark. Boss? Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff looked at Li Wei at the same time. You go and do your business. Li Wei waved his hand, without paying attention to the farce outside the door, and signaled them to act immediately. Let's go, the task is important, I can handle the things here. Yes. Winter Soldier and Black Widow looked at each other, and then walked out the door one after another. They saw an extremely tragic scene. I knew it was this guy who caused trouble. Natasha Romanoff shrugged, and then walked out of Wayne Manor first. And Li Wei slowly walked towards the direction of the explosion and screams. That unstoppable scream, if Li Wei heard it correctly, it should be our great genius, Playboy Tony She-Stark. Before taking a few steps, Li Wei saw She-Stark. His face was black and blue. There is no ordinary dandy image, with a pair of coxcomb head, and a piece of showbag sunglasses was knocked off and hung on it. In the ear, he ran towards him with a piss. While running, he was still desperately crying for help. God, who will save me? She-Stark called roar out loudly, and suddenly, he didn't make a good step. Boom! The future Comrade Iron Man just ate shit and fell to the ground, but this guy deserves to be the future Iron Man. He did not give up running away and roar to save him, and he was still there constantly shouting, help! Who can save me? Who can save me? The moment he raised his head, he saw Li Wei, and then, his face glowed and became excited. He was like a drowning person seeing a life-saving straw, and desperately shouted at Li Wei, Mr. Li, help, help. Someone wants to kill me, to kill the artificial intelligence scientist you hired. Snapped. He crawled and quickly ran towards Li Wei, and then hid behind Li Wei, pulling his clothes, not letting go. Mr. Li, save me, save me. She-Stark screamed tremblingly there, obviously terrified. Li Wei had already seen a huge amount of red mang, bombarding him. This is a dark red energy, carrying the earth all over the sky, as well as some beverage bottles, stools, and other items, sweeping towards myself. You kid, why is it okay to provoke her? Tired of life? Li Wei shook his head, looked at the menacing battle before him, and grabbed She Stark. Taste? The swift force was activated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Asshole, get out of here. A delicate but clearly angered sound resounded over Wayne Manor. Then, in the place where Li Wei just disappeared, an extremely graceful figure appeared there. It was Scarlet Witch Wanda, who was looking around angrily. In his eyes, he seemed to be breathing fire. On both hands, there are two strong dark red origin magic power condensed. The red is constantly rising, looking full of destructive power. Just now Stark was scared to death by these two energies. How would he know that this beautiful young lady was so aggressive when she was so aggressive? Ah, Wanda. A white man's palm suddenly patted Wanda's shoulder. Wanda's whole body was agitated, and then her body turned abruptly, and her hand was lifted along the way, and she pressed it hard behind her. Boom. Mang directly bombed the surface, exploding a huge amount of deep pit. But Li Wei carried She Stark and flew into the air. Goo! Seeing the huge pothole on the ground that seemed to have been blown out by a bomb, Stark couldn't help but swallow. It's too fierce. If I suffer this, obviously my life will not be saved. How could I provoke such a woman? Has the study of artificial intelligence recently broken the brain research? Wanda, it's me. Li Wei hovered in the air, looking condescendingly at Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch suddenly raised his head, and the suffocation in his body only slightly reduced. Why are you here? Zero, ask for flowers. Ah, your movement is too loud. I'll take a look. Li Wei smiled, but then he pulled the scared She Stark out from behind. Wanda, are you looking for him? Scarlet Witch's eyes became red again the moment he saw Stark. Yes, sir, it's him. You get out of the way and let me kill this bastard. With that said, Wanda is about to do it again. She Stark was scared to pee at once, and hurriedly said to Li Wei, Mr. Li, help. You must save me. He was about to kneel directly with Li Wei, and he saw the hand of Scarlet Witch with his own eyes. Zero. If you hit it by yourself, it will be gone in the next half of your life. So he kept begging to Li Wei. Looking at this poor baby, Li Wei really wanted to laugh. So you are Iron Man, you don't have any equipment, just say that? Sighing slightly, Li Wei looked at Scarlet Witch. Wanda, if you have something to say, he is the son of Mr. Howard. Seeing She Stark's embarrassed look, to be honest Li Wei really wanted to laugh, he really couldn't hold back. In the end, Li Wei carried She Stark on his back, with a gloating look on his face, although he looks very annoying, but just assassinated him, it was too much. Girl, it's better to be gentle. No, you ask him. Wanda gritted his teeth abruptly. Sir, this guy is too much, he is a bastard. He just wanted to make a plot against me, I must kill him. What? Li Wei can't stand it? The special Wanda is her own woman. Although I haven't started yet, it is already determined by default. Hey, what did your kid do to Wanda? Li Wei's face suddenly became ugly. This guy dared to be tempted by her, then Li Wei couldn't bear it anyway. Not even the future Iron Man. Stark must have done nothing to Scarlet Witch. Just look at it and you will know. Dinged up Miss Ophelia the Viper now felt that her situation was very bad. Yes, the situation was very bad, and she felt that she was going to die. Look at what she is facing, a restored Thor god Thor, an Iron Man Tony who finally put on the Iron Sheet, and another, and the deadliest one, Fang Han who is smiling in front of her. If the situation allowed, Ophelia would like to scold Baron Saras, and let him see for himself with his ass-grown eyes what kind of big demon he said was an easy target. 3 people, he only let himself and Helms and the crossbones face this terrible monster, and he was really stupid and fooled. Oh my god, what have I done? Cried out Ophelia helplessly, feeling like she was going to die. Just by blowing up Tony's Stark building, Ophelia knew that Tony would never let him go. Miss Ophelia, right? Fang Han spoke. Yes, is Mr. Fang Han here to kill me? Ophelia tried to look plain, she didn't want to die and be looked down upon. Kill you? No, I don't have that idea at the moment, at least not at the moment. Fang Han said. Oh, so Mr. Fang Han, do you want to play with me? Or do you want me to be your little cat? Ophelia said, sticking out her tongue seductively and licking the corner of her mouth. Fang Han smiled, and the laughing Ophelia looked confused, followed by shame. Hey, what are you laughing at? Ophelia couldn't help but ask. Are you tempting me? Why do you feel like you can seduce me? Well, Fang Han asked with a smile. Ophelia opened her mouth, but found that she didn't have the slightest reason, just did it according to instinct, but in fact, she didn't intend to do it. Now Ophelia felt like a helpless lamb shaved and tied to the slaughtering table, helpless, pitiful, and weak. Hey, relax, I said, I won't kill you for the time being. Fang Han said, walked in front of Ophelia, and looked at this charming royal sister Fan Debi with a scared look. Fang Han couldn't help but shake his head. If others see this, will they think that it is something restrictive? Fang Han raised her right hand in the face of Ophelia. Ophelia looked at Fang Han's raised right hand. Her body couldn't stop trembling. She remembered that Fang Han had a move to launch a terrible energy wave from the palm of her hand, and the crossbones were so instantly vaporized, not even a single ashes remained. Closing his eyes, Ophelia has already let Fang Hanshi do it. Anyway, he can't beat it. He wants to do something. It's best to survive. If he can't survive, then there is no way. Ophelia closed her eyes and waited for her fate, when suddenly, she felt a warm palm pressed against her forehead. Before Ophelia could figure out what Fang Han was going to do, there was a sudden pain in her mind, as if someone had opened her head and put her hand into search, and the severe pain made Ophelia couldn't help but scream. Facing Ophelia's screams in pain, Fang Han appeared calm and continued to probe Ophelia's memory. Crossbone hanging, Helms went to accompany his father, only one Ophelia remained. Fang Han always had to know the structure and personnel of Hydra, otherwise how to destroy this terrorist organization that wanted to kill him several times. Hey, what is Fang Han doing? Tony looked at Fang Han's actions curiously, and then asked Thor on the side. TH looked at Fang Han solemnly and said, if I'm not mistaken, this is a means of probing people's memories. Probing memories, all. Tony couldn't help but feel his heartbeat half a beat slower. Thor nodded and said, if he wants to, I think so. Oh my god, that's so cool. Tony muttered, probing people's memories, such a method, really domineering. Ophelia was still screaming, and finally the cry became more and more high-pitched. When Fang Han withdrew his hand, this charming royal sister FanFic had already softened her body, her face was flushed and she was sitting on the ground, looking at the pool of unclear water stains on the ground. It seemed that this royal sister had entered a good state. Weo, call. You, what the hell do you want to do? Ophelia looked at Fang Han with a red face, and the silky flattering eyes made Fang Han frown. Did this woman awaken something incredible? Reaching out to pull Ophelia up, Fang Han said, I looked at your memory, of course, I am not interested in your past experiences and what you have done. So what do you want? Ophelia didn't understand a little. What do you think of the Hydra organization? Fang Han suddenly asked Ophelia a question that made her a little difficult to answer. A great organization. Ophelia replied vaguely. Fang Han nodded and said, well, then, how about you rule this great organization? Oh, it's true? Can you help me rule Hydra? Ophelia suddenly felt joy fall from heaven. Hey, that's a great plan, isn't it? But, I can't seem to do it. No, I'm not saying I can't, it's Baron Sarah's, now he's the boss, and most of the members of Hydra listen to him. Of course, I don't have much affection for him, and if you can help me get rid of him, then I think I can rule Hydra. Well, that's it. Ophelia said something that she felt incredulous. When she finished speaking, she lowered her head even more shyly and watched Fang Han's reaction with afterlight. Her shy appearance was like a student who was waiting for the teacher to evaluate her homework. I will help you, as long as you want, I will help you rule Hydra. Fang Han said. Really? Are you really helping me rule Hydra? But why? Ophelia was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but ask. She wasn't stupid. Why didn't Fang Han rule Hydra herself, but let herself come? I'm not interested in ruling Hydra, but I want to follow the trajectory of history, and I think you're more suitable for Hydra than Skris. Fang Han explained very seriously. Really? Am I really fit to rule Hydra? Ophelia was still a little unsure, but the look that was already intentional but shy and astringent let Fang Han know that she was moved. Of course, you will become the commander of Hydra, the future Lady Hydra. Fang Han said. Wonder Woman Diana is here. Really? Speaking of CAO will be there. And so dying, this Amazon female warrior is actually asking what happened to Wanda? The two have gotten along these days and have become friends. Diana heard such a big noise. So, open? Diana's eyes suddenly focused on She-Stark's body. She-Stark feels conditioned to suffer. Just about to ask Li Wei for help, he finds that Li Wei has returned to midair. Mr. Li? She-Stark panicked. He was sweating eagerly, even if his body was covered with muddy water, but everyone could see that he was completely panicked. People are almost frightened. Call out. Quicksilver is here too. After learning of what happened to her sister, he stared at She-Stark. Kneel down. She-Stark is about to kneel down towards Li Wei. Wanda, don't be angry, I'll take a breath for you. Diana heard Scarlet Witch's complaint. As a woman, she felt the same way. She looked up at Li Wei and said, Boss, this person, does he know that he is wrong? Diana pointed to She-Stark. Wrong. I know it was wrong. She-Stark wanted to leave, but Quicksilver's instinct told him that if he dared to take a step, Quicksilver would definitely make him look good. Sister Diana, look at his expression, do you seem convinced? Quicksilver said to Diana, and She-Stark spread his hands, his face stunned. I'm already convinced by 08 Ming. It seems that I am really not convinced. Diana stared at Stark, raised her brows, and suddenly showed a playful smile, then let him be completely convinced. Li Wei couldn't bear to see the next scene, so he could only ask his own history. Stark. She-Stark can only look at Li Wei as if asking for help. Mr. Li, I must get artificial intelligence out as soon as possible. Half a month, no, a week. She-Stark was wailing loudly there, watching Wonder Woman rush over, and hurriedly exhausted all the strength of his body. 3 days, I will get artificial intelligence in 3 days. Okay, it's a deal. This is what you said. Li Wei never thought that he could push She-Stark to this level. Surprise joy? An absolute surprise. Diana, stop. Li Wei said to Wonder Woman, but Diana seemed to be about to give Scarlet Witch this nasty breath. Jian Guangroar had already arrived in front of She-Stark in an instant. Uproar? Vulcan's sword, like a violent sun protection, left a red sword light in the air, and then it was inserted straight into the wall behind She-Stark. Click. The wall that had just been restored with titanium alloy cracked an infiltrating hole in an instant. Immediately afterwards, She-Stark heard a crackling noise on the wall behind him. That was the sound of the Vulcan sword sinking directly into the wall. Diana only took less than a second, about half a second, before the Vulcan sword flew out. So, wait, it's too late? She-Stark was standing there motionless as if I had been cast on the body. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that his head began to turn around. It looked like a rusty bearing and looked very funny. His face was muddy, but his face was pale and terrible. Turning his head, he saw the Vulcan sword whose half of the sword body had sunk into the wall. There was also a fierce enthusiasm from the sword, as if to show that the sword was powerful. This sword is indeed powerful. Diana's formidable power, lightning speed, and rich combat skills are all manifested. What's more exaggerated is that this sword has no history of injury. Stark arrives. It rubbed She-Stark's cheek mysteriously, and sank into the wall. But the shock given to him was enough to make She-Stark feel broken. She-Stark was completely shocked by this sword to the moment he passed Death God. His mind was blank. He really thought he was going to die. Roar flavor, roar flavor, roar flavor. She-Stark panted, staring at the sword, and then turned around in a sudden awe. Crazy woman. You crazy woman. Tony Stark, I will definitely not let you go. She-Stark started roaring loudly like a lunatic. Shit. He began to embrace his head with his hands, and began to curse there. In fact, he really got excited. For a long time, he was just a mortal, but today, he has encountered the worst experience in his life. What are these? Are you still human? She-Stark was still chattering. Li Wei couldn't help but shrugged and sighed. He definitely doesn't blame Diana. In fact, maybe, this is a good thing for She-Stark. This should make him work hard, and even create an Iron Man battlesuit in advance. Hey, Li Wei thinks it should be soon. Just for the anger that this kid is now full of anger, he can guarantee that after today, this kid will definitely stay in the laboratory 24 hours a day, not going anywhere. He doesn't stop until he makes Iron Man. Today's shame is a bit big for Master Stark, who has always been pampered. You wait. She-Stark glanced viciously at Wonder Woman and Scarlet Witch. Diana was about to go crazy. Li Wei couldn't help but waved his hand. Okay, Diana, stop making trouble. Call out. A red and yellow lightning flashed, and Li Wei came to She-Stark. Tony, I'm sorry, but you should feel it. Standing in front of She-Stark, Li Wei said earnestly, you alone can't beat us at all, unless you develop war robots or artificial intelligence. In this way, you may have a turnaround. Li Wei's words made She-Stark feel a little better. He sorted out his face, his expression became surprisingly serious. Mr. Li, thank you for your suggestion, I think I have a little idea. He glanced at the group of superheroes behind Li Wei, and couldn't help but let out a deep breath. Wait, guys, Tony She-Stark, I'm not annoying. The crowd rolled their eyes at him, and didn't take this guy's words to heart at all. Had it not been for Li Wei's stopping, it is estimated that Diana would be going to kill her. Okay, Tony, I'll wait for the day when you soar into the sky. It was Li Wei who spoke, because only he understood that She-Stark has such strength and potential that is stronger than anyone in the room. The power of technology is unlimited. Mr. Li, thank you. She-Stark suddenly choked up. Everyone in the world didn't understand him. Only Li Wei. His words are always so beautiful. She-Stark suddenly had a feeling of finding a confidant. Had it not been for Li Wei's gang of fucking men, he would have decided to sit down with Li Wei and have a good drink. She-Stark, believe in yourself, you can do it. Li Wei grinned and continued to brainwash him. She-Stark nodded heavily. Well, then I'm leaving. She-Stark swept the crowd again, and then just about to go back, Li Wei suddenly said, well, before leaving, remember to let someone repair the damaged walls and floors. By the way, you pay for it. She-Stark followed directly and fell to the ground. The respect for Li Wei in my heart disappeared in an instant. Although he is rich in 510, he is still very embarrassed. I've been bullied, and can I still get money to repair equipment? There is no such reason. I see. After saying this, She-Stark went back with a look of resentment. In my heart, he scolded Li Wei 18 times. Sir, why did you stop me just now? Diana looked at She-Stark's back, and walked to Li Wei's side in confusion. Li Wei glanced at Diana and frowned slightly. Diana, you are a bit too much today. Diana raised her eyebrows, rather dissatisfied. He provoked Wanda first. Then you can't scare him so much, you know, he is just a mortal now. Li Wei looked like a knife. Diana's body could not help but shine, and then, softened. Boss, I see. Be careful next time. And a curve of Li Wei's mouth appeared. This guy, it's not as simple as you seem. He will surprise you in the future. Wanda and Diana all opened their mouths wide. How can they not believe that the guy who was just beaten and run around would surprise them? Impossible. Quicksilver curled his lips, obviously not believing. He is just a mortal. There is no ability in his body. Yes, he is just a mortal. Diana pushed her hand. Although she was willing to believe in Li Wei, she still believed in her instincts in this matter. This playboy is useless except for his brain. Who said that without ability, one can't achieve extraordinary? Li Wei stared at one of his men, and said lightly, I used to be a mortal too. How about a bet? The gambling agreement was finally established. Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch and Wonder Woman all joined this game. Li Wei can even imagine the dumbfounded expressions of these guys at the moment Iron Man was born. Occasionally, it's right to beat these self-proclaimed superheroes. Dare to question my judgment. Li Wei smiled inwardly and returned to his bedroom. At the same time, Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff, who had already set off, had already flown towards the direction Ulysses Crow based on the clues provided by Nick Fury. The future one-armed hero Ulysses Crow, at the moment is above the Indian Ocean. On the coast of Africa, the giant pier of the Salva Canal, late at night. This canal connecting Asia and Africa has become the densest coastline between the Middle East and Africa because of the oil powers such as Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And Ulysses Crow is the arms dealer on this coastline who engages in illegal arms smuggling. From missiles to firearms, there is nothing he can't get. Even the most mysterious Veda in Africa, this guy can infiltrate. I have to say, it's also a talent. This time, he is going to take a batch of precious metal materials he just obtained vibranium, to the United States, to sell in the United States. Moreover, he has contacted several good candidates. For example, Hanmer, the rival of the Future History Stark Group, and the company of the Spider-Man friend Dad Ocean. Both of these two groups have a strong interest in vibranium. Listen, this is vibranium, but he doesn't have $1 billion, don't come to discuss deals with me. On a slightly run-down ferry, Ulysses Scraw, with a beard, was talking on the phone with Hanmer Group boss Justin Hammer. I heard that the transaction didn't seem to go smoothly. On the ferry, countless African laborers, by night, are carrying boxes of heavy arms to the cruise ship. An invisible bat fighter appeared extremely suddenly over the cruise ship. Because it was dark and invisible, no one saw it. Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff stay in this bat fighter. They looked at the ship in the port of Salva Canal, Ulysses, and Crow. This is a large transport ship that looks very old. But this is just what it looks like. Because this is how Ulysses Crow came up with evading the customs of the United States. The ship is a bit older, so as to hide it from the sky. However, this also gave Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff a convenience, because this old-fashioned freighter has a fatal weakness no matter how it is modified. That is, the ability to detect surrounding dangers is very weak. Not to mention the detection of bat fighters, even ordinary fighters cannot be detected. Need our help. S.H.I.D.L.D just joined the agent Phil Cowlson, smiling at Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff. Need not. Natasha Romanoff waved his hand and entered the freighter below. For her and Winter Soldier, it was a piece of cake. We will act in 10 minutes. Natasha Romanoff looked at the military watch in her hand and said to the Winter Soldier with her eyes closed. Winter Soldier nodded, and to be honest, he didn't pay attention to the bunch of S.H.I.D.L.D agents on the bat fighter at all. Time goes by every minute and every second. Natasha Romanoff and Winter Soldier began to prepare, and they had already focused on Ulysses Crow in the room on the top floor of the freighter. This guy has been on the phone since just now, and the sound of cursing has also reached everyone's ears. Shit, these vampires? $100 million US? Why not grab it? This special lady is vibranium. I only brought it out of that ghost place after 9 deaths. Ulysses Scrawl roared there, his face quite stubborn. I risked 9 deaths and only shipped vibranium from Wakanda, but these United States guys are only willing to pay $100 million US? This is a far cry from Ulysses Crow's inner valuation. It really can't. Contact that guy Howard. Evaluating the whole world is the old man knowing the goods, right? Ulysses Crow muttered to himself, with a fierce look in his eyes. Taste? A flash of fire flashed in the sky suddenly. Then, Waliangtang's freighter went black all of a sudden. What happened? Ulysses Crow was stunned and walked to the window abruptly. He looked at the freighter deck below, and a group of African laborers on the coastline, all in a mess. Everyone seemed to panic. Wow, there was a turbulent wave on the sea, and the huge amounts of waves covered all the sounds at the time. Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff also seized this opportunity, looked at each other, and jumped off the bat fighter. In the night, they were wearing black clothes, and no one found them at all. Because at this moment, Ulysses Scraw's freighter has become a mess. The blackout made African workers reveal their greedy nature. Everyone is robbing the resources on the freighter. Natasha Romanoff and Winter Soldier approached the freighter quickly against the severe cold wind and the sea water raised by the waves. Puff, puff. The two did not jump onto the boat at once, but into the sea first. The jump-in position is just beside the ship. Natasha Romanoff and Winter Soldier quickly climbed onto the freighter through the ropes on the side of the ship. Get on the ship. Winter Soldier seems to be mad, and directly grabs a guy who is patrolling. Yesterday, covering his mouth with one hand, and making a strong effort with the other, the poor guy has a broken neck and has lost his breath. Action. Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other, then nodded, and quickly ran on the boat. There was a guy patrolling with his back facing them. Wow. Winter Soldier ran over quickly. Jinju grabbed the man's clothes by his arm and threw him into the sea at once. At this moment, a patrolman on the side noticed them, and he raised his gun and was about to shoot. Boom. Litas. Winter Soldier lowered his body, and Natasha Romanoff jumped onto Winter Soldier's back. He flew a kick, knelt directly at the front door of the patrolman, and solved the man with a kick. Pop it. There was a stern fight from the freighter. No one was the one man of Natasha Romanoff and Winter Soldier. The cooperation of the two was nothing short of a tacit understanding. One move. One by one Ulysses Crow's men fell on the freighter. After half a minute, there were no people standing on the freighter, and they were all killed by Winter Soldier and Black Widow. Under the mechanical arms of Winter Soldier, these mercenaries are only better than ordinary people. Yesterday, just when Winter Soldier and Black Widow finished cleaning up their opponents, the sound of the gun being loaded suddenly reached their ears. Stop! If you move, I will shoot. Ulysses Crow held two pistols, one left and the other pointed at Black Widow and Winter Soldier, speaking with a cruel expression on his face. Ulysses Crow came out of the door holding two pistols. Black Widow and Winter Soldier turned around. The three people just looked at each other like this, and unlike Ulysses' scrawl, the faces of Black Widow and Winter Soldier both showed mocking expressions. I didn't hear what I said. I told you not to move. Boom! A shot wiped Black Widow's face and shot into the deck behind her. Ulysses Crow tilted his head with a fierce face. Black Widow sighed and looked at the Winter Soldier, and then the Winter Soldier moved suddenly. Oh shit! Go to death for me! Ulysses Scrawl watched the Winter Soldier move, and hurriedly roared, pulling the trigger quickly with both hands, wanting to take a shot and get rid of the two guys in front of him. But unfortunately, he didn't even know what kind of existence his opponent was. So, ding! All the bullets hit the Winter Soldier's metal arm. Ulysses had only now discovered that the man in front of him had a metal arm made of 510 sterling silver, exuding a chilly glow in the night. I definitely can't blame Ulysses, because Winter Soldier wore a black tights, unless the sleeves were cut off, otherwise most people really wouldn't know that his left arm was metal. Hey, damn it! Ulysses' face suddenly changed, but Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff rushed up quickly. Seeing Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff rushing over, Crow was obviously frightened and turned to flee. Did you escape? Black Widow sneered coldly. Wow! She took out the sling from her body and used it to directly bind Ulysses' Screw's feet. Boom! Poor Ulysses fell straight frontally to the ground, his nose hit the deck, two blood arrows gushing out from his nose. He screamed in pain, but still crawled forward strenuously. Although knowing that this might be futile, his instinct to survive still made him want to go back to the house. Is it really obsessive? Abe. How could Ulysses Scrawl ever climbed Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff? Snapped. Natasha Romanoff arrived first, leaned down, put one hand on his back, and pressed him firmly on the deck. Hi, how are you? At the same time, he smiled at him, as if an old friend beckoned. Roar. Ulysses was taken aback for a moment, a little confused about the situation, but when he saw a dark shadow in front of him, he made the whole person directly turned into the air. Boom! He just felt that his whole body was a little broken, his back hit the deck heavily, facing upward. He was directly turned over by Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier's cold face was reflected in Ulysses Crow's eyes, and Ulysses' facial features were a little distorted with pain. He really didn't know who was the other party. He offended too many people. Before Ulysses Crow could speak for mercy, Winter Soldier had already spoken first. It's nice to meet you. My mission? Boom! After making a joke, Winter Soldier raised his iron fist and hit Ulysses Crow heavily. Fist stunned? Obviously, Ulysses Crow didn't know who his enemy was until he fainted. He is quite wide. Mission completed? Winter Soldier smiled at Black Widow, and Black Widow shrugged. Well, it seems easy. You are a little careless. Morpholino. The Batfighter suddenly appeared above Winter Soldier and Black Widow. The young Phil Coulson agent suddenly poked his head out, holding a bag of explosives in his hand. Didn't you find out that the guy kept holding the same thing in his hand? Something. Black Widow and Winter Soldier changed their colors at the same time, looking straight at Ulysses Scraw's palm. Something like a remote control appeared in Ulysses' right hand, and was pinched tightly by his fist. If you let him crawl into this warehouse, you too, it will be over. This is an enriched high uranium bomb. I'm afraid that you are super fighters, and you won't be alive. And this warehouse. Phil Coulson jumped off the deck and pointed to the door panel of the cargo warehouse that Ulysses was about to climb in before he fell into a coma. This is a room made of carbon steel alloy, and there is a trace of vibranium inside. High uranium bombs can't blow through. Phil Coulson's words made Black Widow and Winter Soldier's expressions sink. Careless. They almost followed Ulysses' way. Fortunately, Black Widow reacted quickly, but the results were unthinkable. Okay, go up. The rest of the finishing work, just leave it to us. S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson showed a gentle smile, and then waved his hand. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already pressed down the African laborers and put the weapon Ulysses made this time back on the coast. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. has gained a lot. As for Phil Coulson, he walked directly into Ulysses' warehouse and found a secret door behind a shelf full of toxic waste. Buzzing? As the secret door opened, a test tube plug filled with blue molten metal appeared in the sight of Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff. The blue is dazzling, sparkling, and full of dreamy halo. Vibranium? This time Ulysses Crow had the biggest gain in Wakanda. Man? Winter Soldier looked at the wall of vibranium test tubes and couldn't help but smiled bitterly at Phil Coulson. I apologize to you for what I did just now. Yes, me too. Natasha Romanoff also gave an embarrassed smile. Listen, no need. Phil Coulson waved his hand. I accept your apology. In fact, your skills are really not bad, you can even say it is very strong. 1 minute and 31 seconds, I calculated the time, you guys have already solved this group of guys. Very impressive. Phil Coulson smiled admiringly, as did Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff. Roar is called a fighter, Winter Soldier said to the communication watch, and then fought Ulysses Scraw, who was like a dead pig on the ground. Let's go home. Receive? A message came out on Winter Soldier's communication watch. A strong light appeared in the dark night, shining on Natasha Romanoff and Winter Soldier. It was the Batfighter suspended there. Wow! Several rope ladders were thrown down from the air. Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff met, grabbed the rope ladder, took Ulysses Crow, and quickly climbed up. However, Phil Coulson methodically directed a group of S.H.I.E.L.D agents, and carried all the weapons and vibranium smuggled by Ulysses Crow onto the plane. Come home with a load. The Batfighter was full of laughter, and Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff, who were originally incompatible with the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, were also infected. Their strength was recognized by 2 people. 3 days later, early in the morning, Wayne Manor. Boom, 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 there was a knock on the door. As Alfred opened the door, Nick Fury's dark face reappeared, and behind him were Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff, and there was definitely a sad guy wearing a black hood. Hey, boss, let's hand in the task. Nick Fury looked at Wei walking towards him with excitement. We have caught people. Moreover, the harvest is great. This guy actually has a lot of arms deals with the Middle East privately, even with high lethal weapons such as missiles and uranium bombs. Nick Fury reached Wei's ear and whispered. There was no surprise on Wei's face. He knew Ulysses Scrawl better than anyone in front of him. This is the biggest black market smuggling arms dealer in the future? Missile? Vibranium dare to sell? Is there anything this kid dare not sell? In fact, nuclear bombs such as atomic bombs are controlled at the national level, and he cannot smuggle them. Otherwise, it is estimated that atomic bombs can be sold in private. It's him. Wei pointed to the guy in the black hood held by Natasha Romanoff and Winter Soldier. Is he Ulysses Crow? Yes, it's him. While talking, Nick Fury lifted Ulysses' black hood. We have been interrogated for 3 days since we caught him, and now he is very obedient. What do you ask and what will he answer? As soon as Ulysses' facial features were distorted, Wei couldn't help but start to sympathize with this guy. It seemed that the 3 days he had lived were indeed very miserable. Perhaps the word miserable was not enough to describe his situation. Now Ulysses Scrawl has a swollen nose and a swollen face. He can't even see where his eyes are. The whole face is swollen, like a big pig's head. His left arm was bent in an indescribable arc, and it was obviously interrupted. He was dirty and tattered, no different from a beggar. Wei came over from his back. There were even burnt marks on his neck. It seems that in the past 3 days, Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff used a lot of torture methods on him, and it was the kind of very cruel interrogation. The current Ulysses Crow was still in a semi-conscious state, his head swaying unconsciously, no different from a fool. You beat him like this. Wei frowned and helped Ulysses Crow's head, feeling a little depressed. What makes me ask? I don't want to either. Nick Fury leaned forward and lowered his voice. It was the 2 hands behind me who moved. How can I care? I wasn't there at the time, and I still listened to the reports from my men. These guys didn't dare to stop them at all. Nick looked helpless, but Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff looked at the sky. Okay, wake him up first. Wei pointed to the lobby. Go in and talk about it. Winter Soldier immediately put Ulysses on the sofa. Wei sat opposite him and motioned to Winter Soldier to wake him up. Wow! Winter Soldier grabbed a glass of wine in his hand and waved it directly on Ulysses Crow's face. Such violence made Wei a little speechless. This guy is too rough. Be gentle with my guests. Wei smiled at Winter Soldier, and Winter Soldier shrugged. 0, look for flowers. Ulysses Crow screamed in pain. His face was already hurt, and the wine stirred the spirit again, and the whole person was in pain. The pain lasted for about half a minute. Well, I know you are awake. Wei doesn't want to be long-winded with this guy. Ulysses' body trembled uncontrollably, then opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Where am I? You, is it you? He saw Winter Soldier all of a sudden, and his whole person peed all of a sudden. Forgive me, don't come again. Obviously, Winter Soldier left an extremely deep impression on him. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Ulysses Crow. 0. Wei crossed his hands and leaned on the sofa with radiant expression, but looked at Ulysses, and said first, please forgive me for taking the liberty of letting my subordinates bring you here so impolite. You, who are you? Ulysses Scrawl looked at Wei nervously, then at Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff standing aside, and instantly understood. Are you the boss in their mouth? Well, you guessed it. But, no prize? Wei showed a row of white teeth, but Ulysses desperately begged for mercy there. Stop kidding me. Ulysses Crow looked excited. Hurry up and end my pain. I will tell you everything I know. Hearing his extremely sad words, Wei really wanted to laugh. But you can't laugh. Laughter will ruin the atmosphere. Okay, Mr. Ulysses, I admire your simplicity and neatness, then I will go straight to the subject. Wei stared at this guy, spreading his hands. I want to go to Wakanda. Can you provide me with the most convenient way? Wakanda? Ulysses Crow opened his eyes wide, and then Roar let out a sigh of relief. I knew it, but Nothing. Li Wei interrupted him, you only need to tell me how to get in. I can handle the rest. Ding, the residents are really worried. The sonic booms and roars overhead, as well as the terrifying waves and shockwaves, they could endure. But the question is whether their homes can be preserved? Originally, Fang Han's appearance gave them hope, but the appearance of Anthony, the imitation master, made their hopes slim. Now, can they really win? Can Fang Han beat that terrible enemy named Anthony? Fang Han, you can't win me. This body is imitated by your body, including your extraordinary strength, endurance, physique, and your super ability, and my combat skills are all yours, so you are equivalent to fighting with yourself. People can't beat themselves. Anthony laughed proudly. He felt like he had won. This will be a perfect stage performance, and he will become the strongest person in the world, as long as he kills the Asian mutant named Fang Han on the other side. Huh. With a disdainful chuckle, Fang Han walked out of the flames generated by the explosion, looking at Anthony's smug appearance. Fang Han suddenly had an idea. Can he imitate the Super Saiyan state? If Anthony can imitate the Super Saiyan, then Fang Han doesn't mind going to space with him to have a good fight. And by the way, let the New York superheroes clean up the clutter, but if he can't, then Fang Han doesn't mind sending him to hell and cleaning up the clutter in New York. By the way, can you really imitate anything? Fang Han smiled. Anthony looked at Fang Han's smile, his heart hair for no reason, as if some terrible monster was about to wake up. Dang, of course, I am invincible. Although the imitation master was a little afraid, he still held on and said. In the next second, golden thunder appeared. The arrogance is rising, the terrifying power is recovering, and the powerful aura instantly covers the entire New York, and the terrifying aura as if the gods have descended makes everyone tremble. Golden light emerged, and above the smoke-filled New York, the man standing in the air shrouded in golden flames, the indescribable power made the hope in the hearts of New York residents a reality. Mom, Angel. A little girl pointed to the golden figure in the air and said, yes baby, the angel has come to save us. The mother hugged the little girl. This scene, she thought would be deeply imprinted in her daughter's heart. Angel really existed. Countless New York residents looked up at the golden figure in the sky over New York in surprise, and the angel really appeared. God really came to save them? Compared to the surprise of New York residents, Anthony's mood is not very good. Not only is it not very good, but it is a panic to say. Anthony looked at the terrifying aura that Fang Han burst out in horror, and wanted to imitate but found that he couldn't imitate it at all, as if that kind of power could never be reached by himself. How could this? How can there be superpowers in this world that I cannot imitate? You monster! Monster! The fear in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and Anthony shouted frantically, trying to deceive himself that this was fake, dreamy, illusory. How can there be humans in this world who are comparable to gods? This is simply impossible. It seems that you cannot imitate this power, and your ability to imitate is not the most powerful, nor is it as powerful as you say. Fang Han said calmly, you monster, give me death, die. The crazy Anthony couldn't listen to Fang Han's words at all. How could there be such a terrifying power in the world? How could the authority of such a god be held by mortals? Won't the unattainable power of the attempt be directly wiped out? Why can he master? Countless questions arose in Anthony's mind. Anthony could not accept all this. There could be no superpower in this world that he could not imitate, let alone such a terrible power. If it does appear, destroy him? Thinking of this, Anthony roared and shot out one Qigong wave after another, and then gathered the strength of the whole body to condense a huge purple gold dragon claw. Looking at the golden figure, Anthony shouted madly, go and die, Fang Han. You don't deserve to master such power. As a result, the residents of New York saw this scene. A man exuding a disgusting aura, holding a huge purple gold dragon claw blatantly rushed towards the golden figure. The terrifying energy fluctuations made everyone worry. Such a terrifying power, that golden figure, the angel sent by God to save them. Can it be blocked? Oh, Anthony, a mayfly trying to shake a tree. A chuckle sounded. In the next second, a blue energy ran through the sky, and the terrifying man who exuded a terrifying aura disappeared with his huge purple gold dragon claw. Only the golden figure remained in the sky. The depressed New York suddenly erupted into loud cheers. Win? We won? Oh, we won? That monster died. We won. Justice will come. Evil cannot survive. We won? Oh yes. Accompanied by cheers, the military and the National Guard, guided by enthusiastic New Yorkers, began to clean up the helpless terrorists. And the New York superheroes have also begun to show their housekeeping skills against the villains. This is a war destined to win, and now, it is time to end. The golden figure standing in the air, the terrifying existence like a god, is their greatest confidence, and with him, New York will not fall. Fang Han sensed the evil aura in the super metropolis of New York, and constantly cleaned up those disgusting chi with his finger light, and one after another blue light instantly came to the ground to pierce through the evil people. These bully, reckless guys, when they put aside the good thoughts in their hearts and decide to harm innocent people, they have already voluntarily given up hope of survival. One after another azure light continued to fall to the ground. One by one the evil people who were still laughing wildly just now were killed in panic. Fang Han had already killed most of those villains with extraordinary power, and the rest were not a concern at all, because there were other heroes in New York. Looking at the New York residents who were shouting God all over the ground and those who were so excited that they didn't care about the situation around them and began to bow down directly, Feng Han frowned and disappeared over New York. The matter ended here. The rest of the things do not need him to come forward. Feng Han believes that the US military still has some strength. Back at Stark Mansion, Carol had also returned. Looking at Feng Han, Carol suddenly asked, Han, what do you think of today's terrorist attack? Senseless farce. Oh no. Ulysses ran away all at once. As soon as Li Wei's words fell, Winter Soldier instantly understood what he meant. He shook his hands and assumed a posture to do something. When Natasha Romanoff saw Winter Soldier look like this, he also started to intimidate. When I saw the situation of two people, Ulysses one crow seemed to think of some bad picture, and the whole person didn't feel that he was there shaking, or trembling all over, like a cake. Obviously, in the past 3 days, Natasha Romanoff and Winter Soldier left him with an indelible psychological shadow. No, sir, I was wrong. Ulysses shouted hysterically, I hand it in, no problem, it's all to you, all here to you. Finally, this guy's psychological defense, under the stimulation of Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff, completely collapsed. He agreed to all Li Wei's requirements. In addition, he said that he had collected goods in 08. No way, if you don't hand over something, I guess my life will be explained here. Squeeze our good friends down. Li Wei cast a look at Winter Soldier and Natasha Romanoff, and amid Ulysses' unwilling screams, Li Wei boarded the elevator going upstairs. Now attacking Wakanda, everything is ready but Dongfeng owes it. Ulysses Crow's metal is mainly stored in 3 places. One is in the basement of his house. The other is a mobile storage point on the sea. That mobile storage point was a rather tattered fishing boat. He still has 6 fishing boats like that. There is also a storage point, which is his hometown. There is also a basement below the farm in his hometown. Here the arrangement of Ulysses' scrow. Li Wei couldn't help but sigh, this guy is really shrewd. With this arrangement, even if one storage point is gone, there will be 2 more. Li Wei sent Winter Soldier, Natasha Romanoff, and SHIELD to move all the metal materials in Ulysses' scraw's 3 strongholds to Wayne Manor. Well, hand it to Howard. It is definitely to strengthen the texture of the War Machine people. With these metal materials, it is obviously very helpful for the research of the current War Machine people. But these, in Li Wei's view, are nothing more than appetizers, and the real highlight is yet to come. Li Wei first asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to take Ulysses' screw to the hospital to receive the best treatment. Let him recover from the injury as soon as possible. At the hospital, Ulysses Crow called through a specific phone number between him and Nikobe, to make contact. He told Nikobe that all vibranium on hand had been sold. And this time I met a big buyer who needed more vibranium than ever before. He hoped that Nichaeb would come to see him and bring him Nichaeb, which definitely didn't believe it. Therefore, Ulysses' scrawl was sadly urged and was blacklisted by Nicobra. Seeing the delayed call, Ulysses Crow suddenly reacted and he was cheated. He was pitted by Li Wei. Li Wei only needs him to make this call. As for what he says, it doesn't really matter. Elu? Li Wei prepared to locate Nicobe's location through the transmission signal of the telephone. He can definitely ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to check this guy, but the efficiency is too slow. Batman's super hacking skills allowed Li Wei to directly lock him as soon as he got on the phone. Next, things are obviously simple. Nikobe actually lived in a black slum. I have to say, this guy is a little good. Big hidden in the city, little hidden in the wild. This guy is hiding in such a pimple place. Los Angeles, a black slum, on the top floor of the only tall building. 2 black men stood there. Snapped. On the left, a tall black man with a beard on his face slammed his mobile phone to the ground. Hey, buddy, what's the matter? Another black man asked from the side. Fuck, James, we will ship in the future and we will find someone again. Nikobe showed a sullen face, and then beckoned to James. Brother, our whereabouts have been exposed, and my trader has been controlled by others. This damn bastard, the lion must have spoken loudly and made him irritated. Nikobe cursed Ulysses a few words. James was silent for a moment, but said nothing, raised his head and said, then what shall we do? Go, I can't stay in this place. Nichaeb looked quite crisp, walked into the house quickly, and began to pack things. However, James' eyes flickered, he didn't know what he was thinking, and the actions on his hands looked rather slow. Nikobe definitely didn't notice his brother's abnormality. Boom, 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 outside the door, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Nichaeb couldn't help but raised his head with 510, with a vigilance on his face, in fact he was terrified. How can it be? How could the other party come so fast? Can they find themselves just after hanging up the phone? This is too fast, right? It's me, Mr. Ulysses' partner. Boom. Li Wei slammed through the door of Nichaeb with a punch, and then walked in grandiosely, and sat down gracefully on a sofa. Then he raised his head and looked at the 2 people in the house completely stunned. Standing at the forefront were sturdy black men who were quite tall. This guy's appearance should be considered more handsome among the blacks. His eyes were filled with an extremely strong self-esteem, shining with a sharp light like a leopard. Definitely, now there is an incredible face full of black question marks. This should be the younger brother of Wakanda's current king Nichaeb. Why, dear Mr. Nikobe, you don't seem to welcome me. Li Wei stretched out his body, leaned against the sofa, and smiled at Nikobe. As if thinking of something, he suddenly patted his thigh. Oh, yes, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. My name is Li Wei, your future master. Who are you? Nikobe looked sullen and couldn't help but look at Li Wei. Regarding what Li Wei said about the owner, he was joking with this guy, but he secretly backed his hands subconsciously and made an attacking gesture to his brother. What? James, beside him, reacted quickly. The guy looked quite calm, suddenly turned over, reached into the sofa behind him, and quickly pulled out a pistol from it. This hand-rolling and holding of the gun is quite sophisticated, as if it has been practiced many times. It only took 1 second from reaction to roll, and then to take the gun. Crack. The pistol was loaded, and then involuntarily, James raised his head and shot Li Wei directly. With a dazzle, Li does sees, his brother's hand has fallen into Li Wei's hand. Moreover, that strength is really great. With a twist, he squeezed his hands in that way. Nikobe didn't even feel it. He was squeezing a sweat for James. It was absolutely painful. 10 fingers connected to the heart. What's more, the hands are directly pinched into a ball? What? James screamed in pain, his palm twisted loose, and a concealed grenade landed instantly. Hey, why are you doing this? Li Wei patted James' hideous black face, and said slightly, since there are things that are destined, there is no need to be strong. Mr. Nikobe, I don't think this is a good place for us to chat. Li Wei walked around in the room, looked around, and then walked to the a little flustered Nikobe. Why don't we talk to another place, what do you think? Nikobe's expression became a little confused, and he subconsciously said, where to go? My territory? Snapped. As he said, Li Wei snapped his fingers directly, and then the window of the room shattered with a bang. Winter Soldier and Black Widow entered the room directly through the window. Nikobe was taken aback. What's the situation? Monument? Another group of people rushed in from the door. Nicho was stunned, but Winter Soldier slammed James to the ground with a violent move. As for Nikobe, he was instantly conquered by Natasha Romanoff. Boss, we are late. Natasha Romanoff said with some embarrassment. Li Wei stood up, glanced at the two of them, and smiled. It's really late. I've solved it all, you guys just come. Li Wei felt the rush of footsteps outside the door. This is definitely SHIELD. Kong dang. The broken door frame was opened again, and Nick Fury, with a group of S.H.I.E.L.D agents, broke in quite imposingly. Behind the scene of 510 in front of me, my face was slightly hot. If it's this efficiency, I guess it's not me. These two guys would have escaped long ago. Li Wei pointed to the luggage at Nikobe's feet and glanced at Nick. Nick wiped his sweat and looked quite embarrassed. Yes. There is a traffic jam. Traffic jam. The fighter is for dry food. Urban. Don't tell me about the ban on flying in urban areas. It is enforced on the people, not on me. Li Wei reprimanded Nick severely. Next time, you can write your resignation letter. I heard that the newcomer Phil Cowlson Hill and the agent performed well. Yes, there won't be another time. Nick touched his bald head, and then scolded his man behind him. What are you still doing? Search to see if there are any dangerous or useful objects. This SHIELD director had no choice but to put his anger on his hands. So, Mr. Nikobe, come back to my manor with me, and let's have a good talk. Li Wei turned and walked towards the gate, walked straight out, walked to Winter Soldier, patted him on the shoulder. Bring them back to me manor. Wayne Manor. Ulysses Crow sat there on pins and needles. He was a little bit weeping without tears. He was actually taken advantage of, but he always felt that he was negligent in one aspect. If you expose yourself, what are the benefits to Li Wei? Wouldn't a man who is so cautious as Nikobe escape? Even if you locate the other party, what's the use? Time to find him is enough for him to fly to Las Vegas to gamble. At least Ulysses thought so. So he was puzzled as to why Li Wei did this. He glanced at Robin who was standing next to him, and then realized that he was wrong. The wrong kind. Because he saw Nikobe, the man he just thought would fly to Las Vegas. Although the two people have not had face-to-face contact, Ulysses can be recognized in the video and photos. Hey, damn it. How did this guy do it? Ulysses' pupils were wide open, looking at Nikobe who was brought in by Natasha Romanoff. The whole person was a little messy. But Nikobe gave Ulysses an angry look. Obviously, I was fooled by this guy. If I didn't answer this guy's call, would my position be exposed? 09, my friend. Ulysses got up and wanted to have a big bear hug with Nikobe. It's so exciting to meet you. Abe. I have to say that Ulysses' nerves are a bit big. There is no way, but I have to adapt slowly. If this continues, it is estimated that he will be suffocated. Therefore, I can see that Nicheobue is caught by Li Wei just like myself, and there is a sense of empathy, not to mention the two people knowing each other. Nikobe didn't say a word, and was pushed onto the sofa by Natasha Romanoff and sat down. Along with him, there is Nikobe's black brother James. Oh, it should be said that it is Ziuli. Li Wei also walked in a formal suit. Ulysses, did you greet Roar with your partner? Li Wei looked at Ulysses and said with a smile. Ulysses suddenly reacted. God, it's not right. This, how long has it been? It took only 10 minutes to come back from the hospital to Wayne Manor. In 10 minutes, an job was caught? Late? My goodness. This, how is this done? Ulysses was a little messy, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. How can it be so fast? It took less than 10 minutes for this guy in front of me from the time I called to grab an job. Well, this is not something you should consider. Li Wei did not wait for Ulysses' scrawl to speak, and sat in front of Nikobe and James, smiling and saying, Mr. Ulysses told me about the cooperation between you. Li Wei put on a look of interest. I also want to get involved. So I invited you all here today. Li Wei patted Ulysses on the shoulder, shaking the guy in fright. Mr. Nikobe, I think you wouldn't mind. Please come. The three of Nikobe showed a silent look at the same time. Is this special, please? Obviously it was kidnapped. Well, they don't have the right to speak at all right now. Nikobe is sitting there. He wants to hear it. Li Wei called them to come over. What do you want to do? Relax, Mr. Nikobe, and this, Mr. James. Li Wei poured 2 glasses of wine, and put them in front of the 2 Nikobes who bowed their heads with a smile on their faces. After 10 seconds of silence, Nichob took the lead to speak. What? He picked up the wine in front of him and drank it. Since he was caught, he has nothing to say. The other party didn't kill himself. Obviously, there is still use value. They are all smart people, so any jobs simply let go. Mr. Li Wei, what do you want to talk to me? Nikobe put down his empty wine glass and stared at Li Wei firmly and said, what you want, isn't it vibranium? No, 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 do you think vibranium can come into my eyes? That's just an accessory. Mr. Nikobe, I didn't expect that until now. You still think I just want vibranium and want to do business with you? Li Wei smiled helplessly. This disappoints me. If not? Nikobe's expression became very unnatural. He felt that the guy in front of him couldn't see through it at all. He doesn't want vibranium, why call himself over? Li Wei leaned forward, just about to speak, but his expression was condensed. What? He glanced into the aisle naturally and saw a figure. Tony She Stark? What is this kid sneaking up to do? In fact, She Stark was going to come over and tell Li Wei that artificial intelligence and war machine people have been successfully developed. Moreover, he has new gains. If a person is combined with a war machine person, is it possible to control the mecha? She Stark was a little excited when he thought of this, so he came over without thinking about it. He wanted to share the good news with his confidant Li Wei, but what he didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived here, he saw Li Wei interrogating Job here. Out of curiosity, he stopped at the aisle, did not go directly in, but looked around there with his head. He obviously thought he was hidden, so he wanted to hear what Li Wei and the black guys were saying. This guy. Li Wei shook his head and retracted his gaze, but ignored him. These things let him know that there is no impact at all. She Stark had a lingering fear. Just now Li Wei looked to himself, he was a little scared to death. He thought Li Wei was going to get him out, but to his surprise, Li Wei only glanced at him and ignored him. It doesn't matter. It's okay to let She Stark know about this, and Li Wei also wants this guy to dominate Wakanda's technology in the future. No one is more suitable for this matter than Stark. Moreover, it will make She Stark more in awe of himself. So, Li Wei went on to talk with Nikobe. I won't sell it anymore, I want you to be the king. Li Wei stared straight at the stunned Nikobe, and said loudly, be the new king of Wakanda. What? When Li Wei said this, he shocked everyone present. You are crazy. Nikobe's face changed transiently, and he felt that the young man in front of him was a lunatic. Make yourself king of Wakanda. How can this be? Stark almost got out of it without being scared. Too frightening? Let this black man be the king of Wakanda. He still knows Wakanda. Howard told him that this is a country with fairly advanced technology. What is Li going to do? A question mark appeared in She Stark's mind. But Li Wei's voice sounded again, Ni Job, you did not question my qualifications for the decision, I am ordering you, not discussing with you. Ulysses swallowed, making him a little scared. God? This guy wants everything? The expressions of the people in the room were different. Li Wei stared at Nicheobu, who shook his head desperately. No, no, I am angry. Brother will never let me go. When Nikobe thought of his Black Panther brother, he panicked, the fate of betraying Wakanda, but it's terrible. I don't want to be the new king of Wakanda either. Nikobe's expression suddenly became extremely firm, and his tone was also decisive. Don't you want to change the current phenomenon of discrimination against black people by the outside world? Yes, but just want it. Li Wei looked at Nikiao playfully and said, your brother can be a king, why can't you? Have you never thought of ruling Wakanda in your life? Li Wei's voice was full of bewilderment, but his face showed a look of hatred for iron and steel. They were all born to the same parents, and you are nothing less than him. Why can he become Black Panther, and you are just an ordinary person? This sentence hits the point. Nikobe opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. He was speechless. 0. Look for flowers. Yes? Why is he Black Panther? He can have the inherent super ability, but he has to stay in this damn discriminatory place? Nikobe's face was a little distorted, but James on the side yelled, Nikobe, wake up. Daigo empowerment? Nichob suddenly came to his senses. You, don't say any more. Nikobe suddenly let out a deep breath. He raised his head and looked at Li Wei and said, he is my brother, and he manages Wakanda very well. Although, he is not willing to help me, but... Nikobe lowered his head, his expression turned a little gloomy. I can't harm him. I can't usurp the throne. 0. If I usurp the throne, I will be a sinner in Wakanda history. At the end, Nicheob stood up excitedly. I have to say that Nicheobu is full of loyalty to Wakanda. Pedantic. Li Wei smiled coldly, the governance is very good. Will black people be discriminated against? Don't deceive yourself anymore. When Li Wei spoke, he had been observing the strangeness of the black brother of Nicheob, James. Just now, his eyes flashed a look of admiration to Nikobe, but it was only a flash. This guy is an eye placed by the current king of Wakanda next to Nikobe, a spy. Probably, James didn't even know that he had been exposed. Hehe, you are loyal to your brother. Li Wei poured himself a glass of wine and drank without rushing, but your brother is afraid of you every day. Li Wei's words made Nicheo stunned. You, what do you mean? It means literally. Li Wei suddenly came to James and patted him on the shoulder. You should ask this Mr. James. Ask his king, what does your brother mean? Chaka, but you are quite afraid of you. Li Wei directly roared the name of King Wakanda, and James's face changed suddenly. Ding.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.